In the central courtyard of the Xinghuan secret realm, spiritual energy was so dense it nearly congealed into a thin mist. The heaven spirit fruit trees and the five elements spirit trees swayed gently in the spiritual wind, exuding a hazy Tao resonance. At that moment, the secluded chamber at the depths of the courtyard, which had lain silent for several decades, suddenly trembled. At first there was only a faint humming like the soft pluck of a zither string. Immediately after, a vast and surging fluctuation of spiritual power burst forth from the depths of the chamber, like a slumbering dragon abruptly awakening and unleashing its might. Ripples spread in all directions like a rising tide. Wherever they passed, the spirit plants in the courtyard swayed violently, droplets of water shaken from their leaves only to evaporate into threads of spiritual mist before touching the ground. A wave of spiritual pressure swept out, dimming the starlight of the entire Xinghuan secret realm for an instant. Then everything fell silent once more, and the door of the secluded chamber slowly opened. A figure stepped out, his gait steady, the flutter of his robes carrying a rhythm that seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. Su Yang wore a luxurious azure Taoist robe, its fabric embroidered with flowing dark patterns that appeared and vanished under the starlight. His features remained as handsome as ever, his eyes like bottomless icy pools, yet also as if they concealed an entire river of stars. Tao resonance flowed ceaselessly around him, his robe hems billowed, without wind rustling loudly. He stepped out of the chamber, narrowing his eyes slightly, as he savored the spiritual energy brushing across. Within his dantian, the nine-turn golden core slowly revolved. 9 profound Tao patterns upon its surface radiated a gentle warmth, and his spiritual power surged like a great river in flood, several times more vigorous than before his seclusion. Su Yang's lips curved faintly as he murmured to himself, decades spent in seclusion, time flowing by unnoticed, at last the mid-stage of the golden core realm. He continued softly at this pace, forming a nascent soul before the age of 300 is well within reach. Not only that, Su Yang lifted his hand and slowly spread his 5 fingers. Above his palm, translucent starlight gradually gathered, condensing into a palm-sized spatial phantom like a miniature stellar sphere. Within it, mountains and grasses could faintly be seen, and strands of spiritual radiance roamed about inside like swimming fish. This was the further refined outcome of his secret art Xinghuan. Over the years, Su Yang had tirelessly deduced Taoist methods, elevating this secret art to a level approaching true divine ability. Now he could use the Xinghuan secret realm as a transfer hub, precisely sensing the location of each clansman and using them as coordinates, achieve a leap in his own position. No matter how many rivers and mountains lay between, he could arrive at their side with a single thought. Of course, this divine ability was still in its nascent stage, usable only by Su Yang himself. If he wished every member of the clan to travel freely through the secret realm, he would need to refine it further until the art fully advanced into his life-bound divine ability. He dispersed the spatial phantom from his palm, his gaze piercing through the courtyard to the distant starlit boundary of the secret realm. Within a single inch of space, a hidden paradise beyond the mortal world, he said softly. It can ward off calamities and bridge thousands of miles. This divine art shall be called Fangsuan Xinxiang, the celestial haven, within an inch. As his words fell, the Tao resonance around him suddenly formed a deeper harmony with the secret realm. Space trembled like ripples upon water for an instant, and every strand of spiritual energy seemed to awaken, responding to his will. Though the Xinghuan secret art had not fully advanced, it could already be considered half a divine ability. At the very least, Su Yang was no longer confined to the clan's territory. He could go to any clansman at will and return to the Qingyuan Su clan in an instant through this spatial domain. Even if they were at the very ends of heaven and earth, a single thought would let him cross back in one step. Just as he savored this subtle transformation, the great black ox soaking in the courtyard lake slowly lifted its massive head. Water droplets slid down its glossy hide, glinting in the starlight. It shook its head, then turned its gentle round bovine eyes towards Su Yang and spoke human words in a deep mellow voice. Congratulations, my lord, on advancing your cultivation once more. You have emerged at a most fitting time. The clan is preparing to enter the Qingyuan secret realm again for exploration. Will you be going in person? The black ox's voice was steady, carrying the innate spirituality and composure unique to a golden core realm spirit beast. Its frame was still little different from that of an ordinary water buffalo. Sleek black hide, thick sturdy hooves, its aura restrained to resemble common livestock, revealing nothing of the golden core great demon hidden within. On hearing this, Su Yang clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the lakeside, gazing at the black ox, as he said slowly, that secret realm is perilous beyond measure. If the Su clan alone attempts to probe its depths, we are likely to lose a great many people. The black ox rose from the lake with deliberate slowness, water cascading noisily down its back. This old ox will enter alongside its master, it rumbled. I dare not boast of other abilities, but when it comes to safeguarding my lord's life, I have a fair degree of confidence. Su Yang arched a brow slightly. Xianling will go as well. The black ox nodded, its tail swaying lightly and flicking off a few blades of grass clinging to its hide. Master's cultivation has reached the perfection of the Foundation establishment realm. It is indeed time. He sought an opportunity for breakthrough. The black ox added with a small nod, its tail brushing away a few stray leaves. Miss Xianjing remains in seclusion, striving to break through to the Golden Core realm. She cannot accompany us on this expedition. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of gratification at these words. Su Xianjing had spent several decades tempering herself in the cultivation world alongside Wei Jing and Chu Yebai, surviving countless brushes with death, and yet gaining extraordinary harvests. The three wandered together through major secret realms and deadly lands, time and again turning near certain death into narrow escape, forcibly driving their cultivation upward. Not only had Su Xuanjing's realm advanced greatly, but even Wei Jing and Chu Yebai had reached the perfection stage of Foundation establishment. The Su clan's decision to explore the Qingyuan secret realm at this juncture was precisely because so many within the clan now required golden core grade spiritual treasures, and within that secret realm lay abundant cultivation resources waiting to be claimed. Within the Su clan's training arena, the dull thuds of fists and feet colliding rang out one after another. Weapon racks stood along the edges lined with rows of blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. The 18 types of armaments arranged neatly, gleaming with cold metallic luster under the sun. At this moment, two figures moved at the arena's center like twin flood dragons. Fist winds howled like shadows, lashed like whips, and each collision detonated with drum-like booms that made the surrounding air visibly distort. The bluestone floor was webbed with fine cracks, marks left by years of sparring varying in depth, yet recording countless past bouts. Su Xincha's figure was lithe and vigorous, her movements ruthless, yet precise, long hair whipping in the wind of her strikes like an ink-dark battle flag. Her footwork shifted ceaselessly, at times weaving like a fish darting through water, at times swooping like a hawk descending upon its prey. Every punch carried a sharp whistle as it tore through the air. Opposite her, the young man was bare-chested, his musculature clearly defined, veins pulsing faintly at his temples. Sweat traced down his neck, glinting in the sunlight. He was clearly exerting himself to the utmost, breath rough and labored, yet still clenching his teeth to persist. Their fists collided again and again, with shattering ferocity, fresh cracks spidering across the bluestone beneath their feet, shards of stone spraying outward. After a brief exchange, Su Xincha was the first to change technique. She flicked the tip of her toe, sending a long sword from the rack into the air. It traced a neat arc and dropped precisely into her waiting hand. Cold light flashed as the blade lanced toward Luo Beichen like a rainbow, piercing the sun, accompanied by a shrill wail of torn air. Luo Beichen reacted with astonishing speed, snatching up another sword almost simultaneously and bringing it up in a horizontal guard. Clang! The ring of clashing metal echoed across the arena as sparks burst forth, sword light intertwining and whipping about like a swarm of silver serpents. Their sword techniques flowed in an unbroken cascade, at times as fierce as a sudden storm, at times as graceful as drifting clouds over running water. Each sequence of dismantling, counterattacking, and evading was executed with meticulous precision, accurate down to the tiniest fraction of an inch. Luo Beichen's swordplay was dominated by fierce and forceful forms, broad arcs and open strokes infused with a savage valor. In contrast, Su Xincha moved with greater agility and variability wherever her sword tip pointed, real and feigned attacks intertwined, leaving her opponent with no defense to grasp. After more than 10 exchanges, the two of them almost simultaneously cast their swords aside. The twin longswords flipped in midair, humming as they fell into the sword slots beside the weapon rack, landing with a clear, ringing collision. Immediately afterward, they both seized the long spears upon the weapon rack, the spears thrust forth like dragons unleashed. Spear tips tore through the air with a shrill wail, twin streaks of cold light weaving and colliding in the space between them. The crisp clanging of their clashes linked into a continuous torrent, like a violent rainstorm battering against iron tiles. The spear techniques were even more brutal than their sword arts, thrusting, flicking, sweeping, smashing. Every strike carried a penetrating, overwhelming force. Blow answered blow as the two exchanged attacks, overlapping spear shadows dancing around them. Their footwork shifted in tandem, driving them from the eastern side of the training ground all the way to the western edge, then folding back again. Then they switched to sabers, halberds, staffs, hammers in succession. All 18 classical weapons took their turn upon the stage, each change of armament executed with seamless ease, as if their bodies and the weapons were a single unified entity. Luo Beichen's command over these weapons far surpassed that of his fellow martial artists. Whatever fell into his hands could be wielded to 70 or 80% of its potential power. Yet Su Xinsa was even more accomplished in this path. She handled every type of weapon with consummate mastery, revealing a familiarity so deep it seemed almost instinctive. By the time the final weapon left his grasp and sank upright into the rack, Luo Beichen was already panting like an ox drenched in sweat from head to toe. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and even his fingers could scarcely clench properly. He half knelt on the ground, chest heaving violently. Sweat dripped onto the blue stone floor, quickly spreading into small, darkened patches. Su Xinsa, however, remained composed, not a single bead of sweat visible upon her brow. Her breathing was steady, as if she had merely gone for a casual stroll. She gently flicked her wrist, dispersing the last trace of residual force. Your martial path has already reached its utmost limit. Su Xinsa regarded Luo Beichen, her tone level. Grand mastery is the terminus of martial arts. Beyond this point, there is no road ahead. At her words, Luo Beichen abruptly lifted his head, eyes blazing with a fire of unwillingness. He was only 30 this year, at the very zenith of his martial prime, and yet he had already reached the end. He had mastered 100 martial disciplines, and his combat strength was sufficient to slay cultivators in the late stage of chi refining. Such an achievement among mortal martial practitioners was something seen perhaps once in a century. Yet when facing Foundation establishment cultivators, that chasm between realms remained like a heavenly gorge. He was as one trying to shake a mountain, unable to withstand even a single blow. Not far away, Wei Jing, Chu Yabai, and Su Sini watched quietly, complex emotions flickering in their eyes. They had all experienced the same confusion. Especially Chu Yabai. Looking at Luo Beichen, he seemed to glimpse his own former self, that youth who had once stood at the end of the martial path, yearning toward the immortal road, yet finding no way forward. In those days he too had felt such unwillingness and such struggle, sharing the same desperate longing to cross that invisible threshold. Had it not been for the Su family's inherited Dao arts that helped him condense a spiritual root, his life would have been fated to end there, to become a respectable martial grandmaster, then slowly grow old and pass into legend. Su Xinsa watched the dejected look on Luo Beichen's face, a faint trace of regret brushing through her heart. It was rare for her to encounter a mortal with such extraordinary talent in the way of weapons. His understanding and use of all manner of armaments were nothing short of stunning. If he could step onto the immortal path, his future would be boundless. Yet he possessed no spiritual root. In this life, he would halt here unless he could be married into the Su family and use their inherited Dao methods to refine a spiritual root. Luo Beichen was a descendant of Luo Qian and the only mortal within the clan who possessed such outstanding martial talent. Su Xinsa's appreciation for talent had prompted her to offer him a few pointers, yet her regard had not reached the realm of romantic attachment. Thus, whether he could enter the Su family as a son-in-law would depend entirely on his own fortune and destiny. Xinsa, the secret realm is about to open. Wei Jing's voice cut through her thoughts. Su Xinsa gave a slight nod and turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Beichen suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. "Honored lords, might this secret realm possibly take me along as well?" Everyone's steps halted. Luo Beichen braced himself and straightened his back, eyes burning as he gazed at them. In his gaze was a stubborn light, like a drowning man clutching at the last floating branch. "I will strictly obey the Su family's arrangements, and am willing to risk my life for the Su family to go through fire and boiling water without the slightest complaint." Wei Jing's brows knit slightly as he regarded him with grave seriousness. The dangers within the Qingyuan secret realm far surpass those of many other secret realms and cave heavens. Even golden core cultivators have perished there. You are merely a martial artist comparable to the late stage of chi refining. We cannot shield you at all times, and the value you can offer is indeed quite limited. I advise you to remain within the Su family rather than sacrifice yourself in vain. There are secure, stable duties in the clan. You could marry, build a household, and live out your days with peace and without worry. Luo Beichen's lips tightened, but there was not the slightest wavering in his eyes. My road has already reached its end. If I continue living like this, it will be nothing but the same days repeating. Eating, training, sleeping, then eating again, training again. I can already see myself 10 years from now, 20 years from now, exactly the same as today. Rather than that, I would rather witness the splendor of the cultivation world. Even if I die in the secret realm, it will be better than a lifetime of mediocrity. He drew a deep breath, chest rising and falling, his voice ringing with firm steel. I, Luo Beichen, have no need of the Su family's care and will never drag the clan down. Even if it means death, I will harbor no regret. Su Xinsa regarded him with a cold stare, her gaze as sharp as a blade. After a brief pause, the corner of her lips curved slightly in a near smile. "Since you are so determined to seek death, then you may accompany us. But once inside the secret realm, we will not offer you any assistance. Whether you can keep up will depend entirely on your own ability. If you fall behind, we will not turn back for you. Thank you, honored lord, for granting this chance." Luo Beichen bowed deeply, then followed after the group without the slightest hesitation. When they arrived within the Sioux family's forbidden grounds, the light curtain of the formation rippled ceaselessly, sealing several miles of territory under its veil. Dense spiritual energy intertwined with runes that masked heavenly secrets, firmly locking the entrance to the Qingyuan's secret realm within. From the outside, it was nothing more than an ordinary stretch of forested hills with no hint of anything unusual. Su Xianling sat astride the broad back of a great black ox clothed in a snow-white long skirt whose hem draped like flowing water, gently stirring in the breeze. Across her knees rested an ancient zither that shimmered with flowing radiance. Her hands lay lightly upon the strings, and she herself was like an immortal maiden stepping out of an ink, painting her brows and eyes imbued with quiet composure. Around her stood dozens of Sioux family cultivators, the weakest of them at the foundation establishment stage. Their auras were restrained, yet heavy battle intent held in careful check. Some stood while others sat, forming a loose arc along the edge of the forbidden grounds. From time to time their gazes swept toward the direction of the entrance as they waited for the secret realm to open. When Su Xinsa and her party arrived, every gaze simultaneously fell upon Luo Beichen. Not only did he lack a foundation establishment cultivation, he did not even possess a spiritual root. He was merely a mortal martial man. Though none spoke, the astonishment in their eyes was hard to conceal. In a perilous place, such as the Qingyuan secret realm, bringing along a mortal martial artist was no different from bringing a walking burden. Wei Jing approached Su Xianying, who was sitting upright on the back of a large black bull, and briefly explained the situation regarding Luo Beichen. Su Xianying listened without a word of opposition, merely smiling as she nodded towards Luo Beichen, who stood not far away. Her attitude left those around her still doubtful, yet no one dared to voice any further objections. At that moment, Su Jingyan approached, holding a fan adorned with celestial patterns, gently swaying it as he walked, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing the hesitant, yet resolute Luo Beichen. "Your fate is intriguing," Su Jingyan said with a smile. "It seems to have undergone a significant shift at this moment. It appears that you will encounter a great opportunity within the Qingyuan secret realm. Why not join my team?" Su Xinsa turned slightly at his words, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. In recent years, Su Jingyan seemed to have developed an astonishing talent for celestial mechanics, and the family had gathered numerous divination techniques for him to study. He had now become recognized by the family as a master of fortune-telling. This exploration of the Qingyuan secret realm was led by Su Jingyan alone, precisely because of his exceptional divination skills capable of unraveling good and bad omens. Therefore, when Su Jingyan stated that Luo Beichen's fate had changed, and that he would find great fortune in the secret realm, it was highly likely that it would not be wrong. Su Xinsa felt a stir in her heart, not expecting that her agreement would lead to such a significant deviation in Luo Beichen's fate. Seeing that Su Xinsa had no objections, Luo Beichen immediately clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I will follow the arrangements of the Su family." He had heard of Su Xinjian's ability in divination, and hope inevitably rose within him. However, he did not dare to become overly excited, knowing well that opportunities always came hand in hand with risks. If one encounters an opportunity but lacks the fortune to seize it, it is merely an empty joy, and one might even pay the price of their life. Moments later, all the members of the Su family participating in this exploration had gathered. Su Xianying wasted no time, and raised her jade hand, gently waving it forward. The already set-up spirit cannons illuminated simultaneously, the patterns on their bodies lighting up in circles as spiritual power surged towards the cannon's mouth, coalescing into a blinding energy sphere that emitted a deep, oppressive hum reminiscent of a giant beast's roar in its throat. Boom! The energy burst forth like a raging tide, breaking free, the earth-shattering roar instantly shattering the tranquility of the forbidden land, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring into the air, causing the onlookers' robes to billow and their hair to dance wildly as the waves of spiritual power rippled visibly across the ground. As the blinding light and residual energy gradually dissipated, the entrance to the Qingyuan secret realm slowly emerged. The portal was over 10 feet tall, its edges swirling with chaotic, elusive colors. Inside, the light shimmered erratically, faintly revealing majestic mountains, vast oceans, and desolate, silent deserts that flickered in a continuous dance resembling ancient scrolls that transformed perpetually. Su Xianying's clear voice, like a spring, gently reached everyone's ears. The primary objective of this expedition into the Qingyuan secret realm is to map out the internal geography and secure routes within the realm. Everyone, please board your designated flying vessels, as previously assigned. Those traveling together will be transported to the same area. The secret realm is fraught with dangers and unpredictable phenomena. Even with ample preparation, there remains the risk of falling. The Su family solemnly promises that if anyone unfortunate enough to fall within their immediate family will receive a century of protection from the Su family, ensuring their livelihood is secure. I urge everyone to exercise utmost caution, work together, and take care of yourselves. As her words fell, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. The crowd silently boarded the flying vessels. Luo Beichen took a deep breath, feeling the coolness and solidity transmitted from the hilt of the sword he tightly gripped. He cast one last glance at the familiar world around him, then turned and stepped decisively onto the vessel with Su Jingyan. For this journey, he had already steeled himself for the possibility of death. The low rumbling hum continued as the spirit runes on the ship lit up one by one. 5 flying vessels steadily ascended, transforming into 5 beams of brightly colored light, shooting into the secret realm like arrows released from a bow. The small town was bathed in sunshine with a clear blue sky. Su Jingyan and his companions walked along the cobblestone streets, surrounded by the bustling sounds of vendors haggling, children's laughter, and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages. On either side of the street, shops lined up, banners fluttering with pedestrians jostling against each other, merchants weaving through the crowd. Everything felt so real and filled with the essence of life. Looking at the vividly depicted scenes around them, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on their skin, even catching the aroma of food wafting through the air. The Su family members found themselves momentarily dazed, unable to discern whether the spectacle before them was real or illusion. Young Master, an older servant of the Su family, reminded Su Jingyan, the elders of the clan have said that the sites within the Qingyuan secret realm often make it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. But it can be concluded that everything seen is a kind of illusion constructed by some force, likely a remnant of a cultivator's obsession. One must not become completely immersed in it. Su Jingyan remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gently fanned himself, showing no signs of anxiety about being in the unknown, appearing more like a tourist enjoying the scenery. However, the other members of the team were not as relaxed as he was. They had been stuck in this small town for several days, exhausting various means, yet found no way to leave. What was even more perplexing was that despite the many residents and the bustling atmosphere in the town, there was not a single cultivator to be found. Whenever they tried to walk towards the outskirts of the town, no matter which direction they chose, they would inexplicably return to their starting point, as though caught in an endless loop, only able to wander futilely within a confined area. If this had been some hot-headed and impulsive cultivators facing such a predicament, they might have resorted to extreme measures such as rampaging through the town, attempting to break the illusion with violence. If this had been some hot-headed and impulsive cultivators facing such a predicament, they might have resorted to extreme measures such as rampaging through the town, attempting to break. As for how this opportunity would be triggered and in what form it would manifest, it was hard to determine. What he could ascertain was that acting rashly with violence was not the answer, rather it could sever their chances and even provoke unforeseen dangers, necessitating the search for alternative solutions. What he could ascertain was that acting rashly with violence was not the answer, rather it could sever their chances and even provoke unforeseen dangers. That invincible Wuling Alliance leader has recently traveled to our town. The Wuling Alliance leader, the one said to have won 1,000 battles without a single defeat, seeking opponents everywhere, pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. How could someone of such stature come to a small place like ours? Who says otherwise? Could it be that there are hidden masters in our inconspicuous little town? The mention of the Wuling Alliance leader and martial arts sparked a lightning bolt in Su Jingyan's mind, and he instinctively turned his head to gaze at Luo Beichen, who had been silently following the group. According to his earlier celestial mechanics calculations, Luo Beichen's fate had shifted upon entering the secret realm, indicating a great opportunity ahead. The sudden rumor of the Wuling Alliance leader appearing in this small town coincidentally created a subtle connection with Luo Beichen's martial identity. Su Jingyan felt a subtle stir within his heart and immediately stepped forward, courteously inquiring of several idle attendants engaged in casual conversation. After questioning them, he learned that Zhao Qi, the current Martial Alliance lord, had indeed traveled across the realm in recent years, challenging martial cultivators of all schools with bare hands, seeking defeat as a means to verify higher realms of martial Dao. He had already fought 1,000 battles and emerged victorious in every single one. Who would have imagined he would pause here in this unremarkable nondescript town? Could it be that our humble town truly harbors a reclusive master? Or is Lord Alliance merely passing through, resting briefly before continuing his journey? The attendant scratched his head, his voice tinged with both bewilderment and quiet pride. Su Jingyan swiftly weighed the information, confirmed the location of the Alliance Lord's temporary residence, and led the Su family toward a secluded alley on the eastern edge of town. Zhao Qi's modest courtyard was utterly unassuming. Gray brick walls, weathered tile roof, and an aged wooden gate indistinguishable from any ordinary dwelling in the town. No sooner had they arrived at the gate than they heard within the rhythmic, powerful rush of fists cleaving the air, accompanied by the faint whisper of swift footwork. Clearly someone was practicing martial arts inside. Without hesitation, Su Zhengyan stepped forward and rapped firmly upon the wooden door. Tap, tap, tap. A steady tread approached from within, and with a soft creak, the gate swung inward. A plain, even somewhat gaunt face appeared, mid-40s perhaps, framed by simple gray short robes. His frame was neither broad nor imposing. At first glance, he bore no resemblance to the legendary kind-fused, awe-inspiring Martial Alliance Lord. Rather, he looked like an ordinary peasant or a destitute scholar. Yet his eyes were calm and fathomless, his presence dense and mountainous, his stance precise and deeply rooted, evidence of peerless martial mastery. What brings you here? Zhao Qi spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping evenly over the Su family. When his eyes settled upon Luo Beichen, they paused, just slightly. Among those present, only Luo Beichen radiated vibrant, surging qi, as if a blazing fire burned within him. To Zhao Qi's perception, the others were indistinguishable from ordinary townsfolk, though their bearing held a subtle, uncommon refinement. Su Jingyan's smile remained effortless as he gently clapped Luo Beichen's shoulder and addressed, Zhao Qi, Lord Alliance, this is my younger brother, a devoted martial fanatic obsessed with refining his art through sparring with masters. Upon hearing of your renown, he could not contain his reverence, and has come expressly to seek your guidance. Luo Beichen blinked faintly at the words, but quickly composed himself and gave a silent, solemn nod. Though he did not fully grasp Su Jingyan's intent, he trusted implicitly in the strategic acumen of this prodigious young master, and thus bowed respectfully toward Zhao Qi, fists clasped in formal salute. Zhao Qi inclined his head slightly, a flicker of mild curiosity glinting in his otherwise placid eyes, though far more prominent was the quiet, weary assurance of one long accustomed to challengers. Since you walk the same path, then please, step inside. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing them into the courtyard. The courtyard was compact yet immaculately kept, its cobblestone floor swept clean, its center cleared deliberately into an open training ground. At Su Jingyan's silent signal, the Su family cultivators withdrew seamlessly to the periphery, leaving only Luo Beichen and Zhao Qi standing opposite each other at the heart of the arena. Zhao Qi stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, observing Luo Beichen assume his opening stance. His tone remained level, but carried the quiet, sovereign confidence of one who had tested 1,000 heroes and never once faltered. I have sparred with 1,000 masters across the land, victorious in every bout. This journey seeks only the transcendence of martial Tao, the shattering of self-imposed limits. I hope, young friend, that you will wield your true strength and grant me genuine exhilaration. Sensing the faint undercurrent of condescension, Luo Beichen felt no ripple of anger, only unwavering resolve. He knew full well that any opponent demanded absolute commitment, especially one whose aura ran so deep, so unfathomable. Clearing his mind, he focused wholly upon the moment, gradually kindling his inner chi until his body hummed with poised readiness. They stood locked in stillness for several breaths, tension thickening the air, until in perfect synchrony they moved. No thunderous roar, no blinding flash, only the muffled visceral thud of raw physical power erupting at the instant of collision. A shockwave of compressed air burst outward from their impact, stirring dust across the stone floor. Fists blurred like lightning, legs snapped like iron whips. Within that confined space, their bodies darted, twisted, and evaded with impossible speed, each clash of limb against limb resonating with a deep leathery boom, while the gusts of displaced air sent drying garments flapping wildly across the courtyard. Su Jingyan watched intently. At first, seeing them evenly matched, he allowed himself cautious reassurance. Luo Beichen, after all, was a master of martial Tao. Oh, perhaps he truly could gauge Zhao Qi's depth. Yet just as he anticipated a protracted, grueling duel, sudden upheaval erupted. Zhao Qi's technique shifted without warning, accelerating beyond Luo Beichen's capacity to react. In a single ghostly flicker, he evaded a ferocious straight punch, then delivered his own, a deceptively simple direct strike, striking Luo Beichen squarely on the face with impossible angle and velocity. Thud! A sickening bone-deep impact. Before the horrified eyes of the Su family, Luo Beichen's skull shattered like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, exploding in a crimson mist. Blood and brain matter sprayed outward, the headless torso swayed once, then collapsed with a heavy thud. Wretch! Su Jingyan and the others recoiled in fury and horror, instinctively reaching to channel spiritual energy for retaliation. Suddenly reality warped, blurring and dissolving like ripples distorting a reflection on water. In an instant the world remade itself. When clarity returned, they found themselves standing once more before the courtyard gate. The gate remained closed, faint rhythmic thuds of fist in air echoed from within. And most chilling of all, Luo Beichen, who moments ago had been brutally slain, now stood intact behind Su Jingyan, his face as pale as parchment, eyes wide with lingering terror. Trembling, he raised his hands, touching his cheeks, forehead, nape, feeling smooth skin, unbroken bone, no wound whatsoever. Yet the searing agony of cranial detonation remained vividly imprinted upon his senses. What in heaven's name just happened? A Su family servant whispered, voice trembling, his face stricken with disbelief. Su Jingyan's gaze hardened. Suppressing his inner shock, he steadied his thoughts and declared gravely, "It appears we have reached the core of this hidden realm, and Zhao Qi is its linchpin. But the precise mechanics governing this realm, the rules of its operation, its triggering conditions, we must probe further." He turned then to Luo Beichen, still shaken, and asked with deliberate calm, "Beichen, how do you feel now? Are there any unusual sensations within your body?" Luo Beichen shook his head, his voice parched. "The pain of my skull shattering remains agonizingly clear, utterly real. Otherwise, my body feels unchanged. The pain should theoretically remain at the level of memory, an illusory perception that would gradually dissipate as your brain acclimates." Su Jingyan frowned tightly. "Do you still feel pain? Has the intensity changed?" Luo Beichen nodded vigorously, his facial muscles twitching slightly from the pain. "Yes, the pain is still there, and very clear, with no reduction in intensity at all. It's as if my head is still stuck in the moment it was shattered by a punch. That crushing agony continues to persist." Su Jingyan's heart sank further upon hearing this. He immediately released his divine sense, meticulously scanning Luo Beichen's entire body, including the brain and soul fluctuations. However, the feedback from his divine sense revealed that Luo Beichen's body and soul were intact, with no signs of injury or any indication of external intrusion or a continuous pain-inducing spell. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingyan stepped forward once more and knocked on Zhao Qi's courtyard door. As the door opened, everyone repeated the same conversation and re-entered the courtyard. Zhao Qi had no recollection of them, seemingly believing it was their first visit. This time, Su Jingyan decided to take the lead, wanting to personally gauge Zhao Qi's strength and the rules of the secret realm. "Lord Zhao, I wish to consult you on a matter or two." Su Jingyan stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Zhao Qi glanced at him, maintaining his indifferent expression, and nodded slightly. "Please." The two faced each other. Su Jingyan assumed a stance, and the moment Zhao Qi made his move, he instinctively mobilized the spiritual energy in his dantian, a reflexive response of a cultivator in close combat. In that instant, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within him had vanished without a trace. He had reverted to a mere martial artist. Su Jingyan was greatly alarmed, but the battle had commenced, leaving him no time for contemplation, forcing him to rely solely on martial arts to confront Zhao Qi. He had a certain confidence in his martial arts foundation. After all, before refining his spiritual root, his family had forced the Su clan members to practice martial arts from a young age to strengthen their physique, aided by family pills. He had also reached the realm of a martial arts master, though his martial prowess was inferior to Luo Beichen. However, Zhao Qi's martial arts had reached a level of transformation far surpassing that of an ordinary master. After just a few exchanges, Su Jingyan felt a blur before his eyes, and a wave of indescribable pain and emptiness surged in his chest. Zhao Qi's fist had pierced through his heart. Darkness swallowed his vision instantly. In the next moment, light and shadow shifted again. The Su family appeared once more at the entrance of Zhao Qi's courtyard, the sound of fist winds still echoing inside. Su Jingyan clutched his chest, the excruciating pain of his heart being pierced, turning his face pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Young master." Others hurriedly supported him. "I understand now." Su Jingyan gritted his teeth against the pain, his thoughts becoming clear. "The key to breaking this secret realm is to defeat Zhao Qi. Whoever among us is killed by him will trigger the rules, resetting all our states and bringing us back to this courtyard entrance. And furthermore," he turned to Luo Beichen, "if I'm not mistaken, the pain felt at each death does not disappear with resurrection, but rather accumulates in the perception of the deceased. Beichen, does your head still hurt?" Luo Beichen frowned slightly and nodded. "It hurts. Just like before, with no alleviation whatsoever." "Just as I thought." Su Jingyan's expression darkened. Had he known, he wouldn't have taken the lead himself. He bore the pain, took a deep breath, and continued, "Moreover, to defeat Zhao Qi, we must triumph in martial arts. The moment I engaged him, my spiritual energy vanished completely. This secret realm's rules suppress spiritual energy. If we cannot defeat him, not only will this secret realm persist, but the pain will also remain, and it is even possible that, if we choose to commit suicide, we will return to this moment, retaining the pain experienced during that act. If we cannot overcome this person, we will be forever trapped here until our lifespans are exhausted." Upon hearing Su Jingyan's words, the Su family's members gasped collectively, their eyes revealing fear. The rules of this secret realm are excessively tyrannical, not only resetting death, but also leaving the pain of death imprinted on perception continuously accumulating. If they remain unable to break the deadlock, would they not be tortured to the brink of mental collapse? With this thought, everyone's gaze turned simultaneously toward Luo Beichen. If they wished to defeat the martial arts leader Zhao Qi through martial arts, the one among them with the most hope would be Luo Beichen. His martial arts realm had already reached its peak, mastering numerous techniques, even having killed latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. Who would have thought that a group of Foundation establishment cultivators would rely on a mere mortal martial artist to break this secret realm's predicament? Su Jingyan, however, thought deeper. Was it that Luo Beichen had joined their team, leading them to a secret realm targeting martial arts? Or were they simply extremely unlucky, coincidentally encountering such a strangely ruled secret realm, with Luo Beichen being drawn in by fate, entering their team under destiny's arrangement? Su Jingyan secretly pondered the heavenly secrets, attempting to clarify the causal relationships within, but the results of his calculations were a complete haze. After some contemplation, he cast aside the complex causal connections. The urgent matter at hand was to break the deadlock. He placed his hands on Luo Beichen's shoulders, his expression more serious than ever, speaking gravely. "Beichen, this predicament relies entirely on you." Feeling the weight on his shoulders as well as the focused gazes of the Su family cultivators, Luo Beichen took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "I will do my best." He could not offer guarantees. His martial arts had reached the peak, yet he had still perished in an instant again. This indicated that even among the peaks of martial arts there existed vast differences. Perhaps Zhao Qi had truly reached the ultimate essence of martial arts. Yet this did not bring despair to Luo Beichen. Instead, it ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit within him, causing him to forget the pain in his head. He voluntarily stepped forward and knocked on the ancient wooden door. The same scene, the same conversation. The Su family members once again retreated to the edge of the courtyard, leaving the central area to the two. This time equipped with the prior experience of death and vigilance, Luo Beichen endured for 20 exchanges. On the 21st strike, Zhao Qi's technique suddenly changed. A finger shot forth like lightning, accurately piercing his throat. Ugh! The familiar darkness and intense pain struck again, but this time, in addition to the agony of his head bursting, he also felt the suffocation and dryness from his throat being pierced, the two pains intertwining in his senses, making it nearly impossible to breathe, causing his mind to blur for a moment. Light and shadow shifted, and everyone appeared once again outside the courtyard. Luo Beichen's face was as pale as paper, veins bulging on his forehead, and his hands instinctively clutched at his throat and head. He forced himself to calm down, recalling every detail of the previous encounter, and began the third knock on the door. In their third confrontation, Luo Beichen endured for over 30 exchanges. Zhao Qi, moving like a wraith, executed a seemingly casual side kick that contained the power to shatter mountains, precisely severing his spine. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing exploded in his ears, as Luo Beichen's lower body instantly lost all sensation, collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll stripped of its spine. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Time looped endlessly in the small town. With each death and return, the pain Luo Beichen endured increased. His head exploded, his heart pierced, his throat shattered, his spine broken. The sensations of these fatal injuries were like layered brands, continuously tormenting his senses. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and his eyes held a hint of numbness from the pain. After countless rounds of repetition, Luo Beichen once again returned from death. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins, and he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Half kneeling on the ground, he braced himself with his hands, his throat producing dry heaves and heavy breaths like a broken bellows, every bone in his body seeming to be in a state of fracture. The repeated deaths plunged all the Su family cultivators present into an eerie silence. "Young master, shall we take our turn?" A Su family servant turned away, unable to bear the sight, his voice dry as he spoke. Watching Luo Beichen die repeatedly in such a brutal manner, enduring unspeakable pain, while they could only watch, the sense of helplessness and guilt left them feeling unworthy to enjoy the benefits. Su Jingyan closed his eyes tightly, calming himself as he said, "If you believe your martial arts can defeat Zhao Qi, I will not stop you. However, I have repeatedly analyzed this with the heavenly machine technique, and it is Luo Beichen's destiny. He is the one to unravel the secrets of this mystical realm." But the crowd hesitated, their eyes worriedly fixed on the nearly collapsing figure. Luo Beichen appeared close to collapse. Could he really continue fighting? "It's fine, I can hold on." At that moment, Luo Beichen's hoarse yet resolute voice rang out. He staggered to his feet, his face still as pale as paper, sweat dripping from his chin, yet his eyes shone brightly, completely unfazed by the despair and fear brought on by defeat. Deep within his gaze there was even a flicker of excitement and fervor that he himself had yet to notice, fleeting yet profound. This was because he saw a different possibility in Zhao Qi. Perhaps the pinnacle of martial arts was not the true end, and there were still further paths to explore. Seeing this, the crowd was filled with worry and concern. Only Su Zhenjian's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the increasingly blazing flame of determination in Luo Beichen's heart, understanding his true intentions. In that case, let us continue. Su Zhenjian's voice was calm. Whether it is fortune or misfortune at all depends on your own fate. Luo Beichen nodded heavily, cupping his fists, and said, "Thank you, young master, for your support." A new round of sparring commenced. But this time Luo Beichen did not immediately assume a stance to battle Zhao Qi as he had before. He endured the discomfort in body and spirit, solemnly cupping his hands towards Zhao Qi, his voice hoarse. "Lord Alliance Master, I have held something in my heart for a long time, and I cannot keep it in any longer. Martial arts master, is that truly the pinnacle of martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi, who had maintained a calm demeanor, finally displayed a hint of other emotions on his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a long-meaning smile. "The pinnacle of martial arts. That is merely the limited understanding of the world regarding martial arts. In the past, before the birth of innate warriors, the world also believed that first-rate warriors were the peak of martial arts. Before the emergence of martial arts masters, had people not thought of innate warriors as the ultimate limit of martial arts?" As Zhao Qi spoke, his voice gradually rose, becoming increasingly bold, finally bursting into a hearty laugh. "Now we are all trapped in the realm of martial arts masters, encountering a bottleneck, just like the past generations who believed that the current realm was the pinnacle of martial arts. In reality, what we encounter is merely a bottleneck in martial arts, not the true limit. I, Zhao Qi, test the heroes of the world victorious in 1,000 battles. What I seek is to break this bottleneck, to shatter the rigid concept that martial arts masters are the peak of martial arts." Zhao Qi's words exploded in Luo Beichen's ears like thunder, refreshing him like a stream of pure nectar, washing away his fatigue and pain. In an instant, he forgot the agony coursing through his body. Every muscle, bone, and flow of qi within him was ignited by an invisible force, his blood surging within like raging magma. "If we can take another step forward, as you say, are we then paving the future path of martial arts for the world?" Luo Beichen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Exactly." Zhao Qi's eyes shone brightly. "It is for this reason that I test my strength against the world, solely to break this bottleneck. Even if I, Zhao Qi, cannot accomplish this grand aspiration in my lifetime, I still firmly believe that there will be those in future generations who will break this bottleneck and continue the path of martial arts. Martial arts should have no ultimate limit. Martial arts has no ultimate limit." Luo Beichen murmured repeatedly, his eyes shining brightly. "Haha, come and fight." Zhao Qi let out a long howl, like thunder charging forward with an aura more magnificent and intense than any previous encounter. Luo Beichen roared, feeling an unprecedented surge of fervor boiling in his chest, and he swung his fist to meet Zhao Qi. Martial arts has no ultimate limit. This phrase reverberated like a great bell in his mind. The intense pain that had once driven him to the brink of madness now seemed to transform into something that ignited his latent potential, fully awakening his dormant qi and abilities. He forgot the pain, forgot the need to defeat Zhao Qi, even forgot that he was in a life-and-death battle. All that remained was his desire to break through the bottleneck. The once insurmountable bottleneck now showed a crack, with a crack sound beginning to shatter like fragile glass. The two resumed their exchange of blows, but this time the momentum was entirely different. Boom, bang, thud. The explosive sounds of energy blasts erupted continuously like a barrage of cannon fire, the frenzied winds sweeping up dust and debris in the courtyard, causing the onlookers from the Su family to be nearly swept off their feet. The crowd watched in increasing horror. Zhao Qi was equally stunned by the power and momentum unleashed by Luo Beichen. He grinned widely, laughter erupting from him as his punches became fiercer and more violent, his martial techniques flowing like water. Each strike carried the might to split mountains and shatter stones, the offense surging like a tide, wave after wave. Yet Luo Beichen's responses remained perfectly timed, even beginning to subtly surpass his opponent. His strength grew increasingly fierce, a layer of resplendent golden light gradually radiating around him, entering a state of rapturous oblivion. A torrent of energy surged wildly within him, and with a thunderous roar that shook the world, his fist shot forth like a dragon breaking free from its chains. The sound was deafening. This punch struck solidly against Zhao Qi's chest. Boom. In an instant, an unimaginable wave of terrifying force erupted, centered around the two. The entire courtyard behind Zhao Qi, along with the walls and buildings, was swept away by the tempest, collapsing into a heap of ruins before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring half of the heavens. As the dust gradually settled, Luo Beichen gasped for breath, slowly regaining his senses, only to find the surroundings had transformed dramatically. The once bustling town, filled with the warmth of human life, now lay in ruins, with only remnants of broken walls remaining. The lively streets outside filled with pedestrians and vendors had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The entire town's populace was reduced to just Zhao Qi. His chest had been pierced by Luo Beichen's fist, leaving a hollow cavity that was clear from front to back. Yet he wore an unprecedentedly radiant smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction, relief, and liberation. Good, good. Huh. Zhao Qi looked down at the wound on his chest, then raised his gaze to Luo Beichen, his laughter echoing joyfully amidst the ruins. The new realm of martial arts. I finally witnessed it today. As his words fell, his figure along with the ruined town rippled like a reflection in water, becoming blurred and indistinct, ultimately transforming into specks of phosphorescence dissipating into the air. In the moment the small town vanished, all the members of the Su family present felt a mysterious aura enveloping their hearts, as if a great enlightenment had struck them, allowing many previously perplexing points in their cultivation to suddenly become clear. It is the feedback of the Tao rhythm. Zhao Qi's obsession is the new realm of martial arts, Su Zhengyan said softly. At the same time Zhao Qi disappeared, the intense pain of his heart being pierced also dissipated into thin air. A feeling of indescribable clarity surged in his heart as the previously incomprehensible intricacies of several spells suddenly became as clear as day, connecting instantly. Meanwhile, the long stagnant bottleneck of his cultivation also began to loosen, with spiritual energy flowing autonomously, making steady progress from the early stages of foundation establishment towards the mid-stages. Su Jingyan immediately sat cross-legged, immersed in this sudden realization and breakthrough. The other members of the Su family did the same. Some exuded powerful auras, directly breaking through small realms on the spot, while others closed their eyes and concentrated their fingers, unconsciously tracing the trajectories of spells, seizing the opportunity to comprehend the Tao. This opportunity could be considered a true experience of reaping the benefits. It was all thanks to Luo Beichen defeating Zhao Qi, fulfilling this martial arts pioneer's obsession, which not only unraveled the predicament of this secret realm, but also attracted the Tao fortune feedback of the secret realm's rules, granting significant improvements to everyone present. Of course, the one who benefited the most from this enhancement was undoubtedly Luo Beichen. While everyone gradually awakened from their enlightenment, Luo Beichen remained in place, repeatedly practicing his fist techniques. His aura surged like the ocean, and the sound of rushing waves was faintly audible, resembling a slumbering, human-shaped ferocious beast. However, what was even more eye-catching was the layer of brilliant golden light flowing around his body, circulating through his meridians and acupoints like a living entity, emanating an energy fluctuation distinctly different from spiritual energy, yet equally unsettling. Congratulations, Beichen, you have created a new realm of martial arts. Su Zhengyan smiled as he approached, reaching out to pat Luo Beichen's shoulder in encouragement. Just as his palm was about to touch Luo Beichen's shoulder, the flowing golden light shimmered slightly, and a resilient force naturally emerged, blocking Su Zhengyan's hand along with a strand of probing spiritual energy and divine sense. This is... Su Zhengyan's eyes flashed, slightly filled with astonishment. The greatest chasm between mortals and cultivators lies in the inability of mortals to directly resist the spiritual energy and divine sense probing of cultivators. Yet after Luo Beichen broke through to the new realm of martial arts, the golden energy he manifested could actually isolate spiritual energy and divine sense. Luo Beichen gradually withdrew his power, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling the relentless strength surging within his body, and even he found it somewhat unbelievable. The key point that prompted his breakthrough was not merely Zhao Qi's deafening words. There was also the pain left by the opponent on his body. Beneath the surface of the pain, it continuously activated the potential of his physical body, invisibly unblocking the obstructions in all his meridians. The accumulation of all this suffering was in fact constantly excavating the treasures of his body. Luo Beichen endured the pain throughout his body with sheer willpower, activating the potential of every inch of his muscles, and with the fervent belief of breaking through limits, he ultimately achieved a breakthrough with the convergence of favorable timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious relationships. As the creator of this new realm of martial arts, what do you intend to name this realm? How about Grandmaster? Su Zhengyan suppressed his surprise and asked with a smile. Luo Beichen's expression was serious as he shook his head. I intend to name this realm Second Realm of Martial Arts. While the title Grandmaster is certainly fitting, his ambitions extend far beyond that. It was precisely because of Zhao Qi's words martial arts without extremes that he was convinced that the current realm was by no means the end of martial arts. He wanted to go further and see higher. The name of the Second Realm of Martial Arts embodies his ambitions and outlook. In the future, there will be a third realm, fourth realm, fifth realm. The path of martial arts should continue indefinitely. As for all the realms before the second realm of martial arts in his view, they could all be collectively referred to as the first realm of martial arts. It is just that people have subdivided them into titles such as Master, Innate, First Class, Second Class, and so on based on their strength. The reason he named the new realm the second realm is that there exists an immense difference between the first and second realms. Luo Beichen had no intention of hoarding the new realm of martial arts and immediately explained to everyone the changes brought about by the second realm of martial arts. He had mastered a completely new power which he named True Qi of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan was greatly intrigued and immediately had Luo Beichen engage in a simple sparring test with a Su family cultivator. The results were astonishing. The Luo Beichen's current strength was sufficient to contend with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and if he exerted his full strength, he could even rival latest-stage foundation establishment. Moreover, Luo Beichen could rely on the true qi of martial arts to hover in the air for a short time. This meant that the sword flight ability of foundation establishment cultivators was no longer an overwhelming advantage for martial artists. Additionally, Su Jingyan noticed that the energy nature of the true qi of martial arts bore similarities to spiritual energy, thus enabling it to counter spiritual energy spells and even providing a certain degree of blockage against divine sense probing. Furthermore, Luo Beichen's five senses had been enhanced several times over, although they could not scan a wide area like divine, since his perception of subtle changes in the surrounding environment was extremely keen. What surprised Su Jingyan the most was that he discovered Luo Beichen's lifespan at this moment was surprisingly on par with that of foundation establishment cultivators. The enhancement of the martial arts realm could actually extend lifespan. Truly deserving of the second realm of martial arts, this title is well earned. The leap in enhancement between the first and second realms is simply a qualitative leap. Su Jingyan exclaimed sincerely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The surrounding members of the Su family upon hearing this all had bright eyes filled with excitement. They also had mortal friends and partners, and influenced by the atmosphere of the Su family, they did not discriminate against mortals. Rather, they often interacted and even intermarried. However, mortals lacking spiritual roots cannot cultivate, and their short lifespans have always been a psychological barrier between immortals and mortals. Yet the new realm of martial arts created by Luo Beichen could actually extend lifespan. This means that from now on, mortals also have hope of achieving longevity by climbing the heights of martial arts. This true qi of martial arts has extremely high potential. Its nature is similar to spiritual energy, and it is highly likely that it can, like spiritual energy, be compressed from a gaseous state into a liquid state and even into a solid state. Perhaps this is the key challenge for future breakthroughs in martial arts realms. Su Jingyan's mind was agile, and he thought of even more aspects. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. Could the true qi of martial arts cultivated to the extreme also condense something similar to a cultivator's golden core within the body? If so, to what height would such martial artists reach? Just the second realm of martial arts could rival mid-stage foundation establishment. Wouldn't the third realm be able to contend with golden core cultivators? What about the fourth and fifth realms? The prospects are simply limitless. And the one who established this new realm of martial arts is Luo Beichen from the Luo family, a vassal family of the Su family, which means the Su family has grasped the source and core of this new realm of martial arts. The influence brought about by this will be immeasurable. If the Su family can use this as a foundation to develop pills that assist in breaking through to the second realm of martial arts, they could cultivate a large number of second realm martial artists. From now on, mortals can also challenge immortals. This will fundamentally change the power dynamics at the lower levels of the cultivation world. Su Jingyan's heart surged with emotion as he immediately conveyed Luo Beichen's situation to the family through his spiritual sense space. Su Xuanming, upon hearing the news, was equally stunned before swiftly making a decision. Establish the Martial Dao Institute. Until now, the Su family had only founded the Clan Affairs Institute, Auxiliary Dao Institute, and Herb Institute. Now that Luo Beichen has pioneered a new realm in martial arts, the addition of a Martial Dao Institute will become a key focus of the Su family's investment. As Su Jingyan's consciousness returned, he immediately relayed the family's decision. Beichen, from this day forth you shall serve as the steward of the Su family Martial Dao Institute. All Su family martial halls shall be governed by this institute, and only the most talented apprentices in the halls may, after selection, enter the institute for advanced cultivation. Furthermore, from this day on, your status will be that of an elder of the Su family. The Su family has now reached the golden core stage, and the position of family elder is a coveted status sought by countless cultivators. Not only does it grant access to abundant cultivation resources, but the individual and their family will also receive the Su family's respect and protection, along with the privilege to peruse the numerous scriptures and cultivation techniques preserved by the Su family. This clearly demonstrates how highly the Su family values Luo Beichen. Since the passing of the old servant Luo, Qin, the status of the Luo family, a mortal vassal clan, has inevitably declined over time. Although the Su family still remembers past ties and occasionally looks after the Luo family in several decades, or even centuries, this sentiment will inevitably fade with time. Perhaps the turning point lies in the Luo family's decline period, when such a prodigious talent as Luo Beichen emerged, propelling the clan to soar once again and regain the Su family's attention. Upon hearing this, Luo Beichen's face bore no arrogance. Instead, he remained as respectful and solemn as ever. He solemnly cupped his fists to Su Jingyan and said, "Beichen is willing to obey all arrangements set by the family." He was fully aware that without the Su family's nurturing and their guidance into the secret realm, he would likely remain a mere martial master for life, utterly incapable of pioneering the second realm of martial arts. He would never arrogantly claim that his breakthrough in martial arts was solely due to his own talent and effort. The causal influence brought by the Su family was undeniable. While Su Zhengyan and others reaped considerable gains elsewhere within the Qingyuan secret realm, a stampede of beasts thundered across the land, their trampling raising deafening roars and choking clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. Countless fiendish creatures roared in unison, weaving a terrifying cacophony that sent chills down the spine. Occasionally, streaks of magical light tore through the sky, igniting beacon fires and smoke. Amidst the broken walls and ruins, terrified civilians scattered in panic, while some opportunistic cultivators pillaged amidst the chaos, their cries and wails echoing endlessly. A weathered plaque inscribed with the three characters, Qingyuan County, fell from a crumbling city tower, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, only to be crushed instantly by the massive foot of a towering rhino-like fiend passing by. Su Xinqing led the Su family cultivators, commanding the clan's warship as magical cannons incessantly roared. They carved a bloody path through the surging beast tide, erecting a relatively solid defensive line and steadfastly shielding a group of defenseless civilians. Gazing upon the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar contours of Qingyuan County before her, and the endless beasts pouring in from all directions, Su Xinqing instantly understood. This was unmistakably the beast tide that had devastated Qingyuan County decades ago, an event personally experienced and recounted by clan leader Su Yang. She abruptly turned and looked towards the direction of the Su family homeland in her memory. A faint array-like curtain had already risen there, appearing blurry amidst the smoke and flames. Just as the clan leader said, the scenes reappearing within the Qingyuan secret realm are all from the past Qingyuan. A solemn chill filled Su Zhencheng's heart. What surprised her, however, was that the reappearing scene was not too distant from the present. Most likely the source of this manifestation was the strong, lingering emotion of a civilian or cultivator who perished in that catastrophe, captured and materialized by the secret realm. If we can block this beast tide and quell this disaster, we can resolve the lingering resentment and obtain the opportunities of this place. Su Xinqing quickly deduced the key to breaking the predicament. Yet halting this beast tide is no easy feat. Their small group faced overwhelming pressure. "Everyone, do you require assistance?" Just as Su Xinqing slashed and shattered a lunging wolf demon, blood staining her body, a gentle and smiling voice suddenly sounded beside her. Alarm bells rang in Su Zhencheng's mind. Without hesitation, she retreated swiftly, instantly putting several meters of distance between herself and the newcomer. Clutching her long blade tightly, her gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixated on the unexpected visitor. The visitor was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged cultivator with a gentle aura whose profound Tao resonance perfectly concealed his cultivation level, making it impossible to discern his true strength. "Who are you?" Su Zhencheng's voice was icy, brimming with unhidden vigilance. "If you truly came to help, then go stand at the front to resist the beasts. If not, stay away from the Su family." The middle-aged cultivator's smile remained unchanged as he responded cheerfully. "So this is the renowned Su family of Qingyuan. My apologies for the intrusion. I am Chun Muyuan from a small sect in the Luoxian domain, also seeking opportunities within the secret realm. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. The beast tide is fierce, oh why not cooperate to overcome this crisis together?" Chun Muyuan. Su Zhencheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Upon hearing this name and words, all Su family cultivators present turned around in unison without hesitation. Several formation flags shot from their hands like lightning, instantly encircling the middle-aged cultivator. The magical cannons on the warship also slightly adjusted their aim towards him. Seeing this, the cultivator's gentle smile stiffened subtly, revealing a perfectly measured confusion and incomprehension. "What is the meaning of this, everyone? I bear no ill intent." "Chun Muyuan," Su Xinqing suddenly shouted sharply, giving no chance for the other to continue his act. "Form the array." The light of the restraining battle formation surged immediately. The man's words were riddled with holes. The Qingyuan secret realm had long been completely controlled and sealed by the Su family, making it impossible for an outsider cultivator to enter. This person was either a special being derived from the Secret Realm's laws, or a relic monster surviving since the last opening of the Secret Realm. Yet he still boldly claimed to be Chun Miyuan, and dared not admit coming from the Wanjian sect, practically branding himself as suspicious. This is truly troublesome. I cannot understand where the flaw lies. Could it be that Su Yang spoke of me to you? The middle-aged cultivator clicked his tongue impatiently, his face showing vexation. At the same time, the oppressive spiritual power of the Golden Core stage suddenly exploded forth, shattering the newly formed array. Su Xinqing and the others were jolted by the sudden influx of Golden Core spiritual energy, causing their blood to surge as they were hurled backward. As they barely stabilized themselves, the spiritual cannon on the battleship had already fired, unleashing several blazing energy beams that pierced through the ruins with a sharp howling. A middle-aged cultivator revealed a disdainful sneer on his face as he raised his hand to summon a coldly gleaming flying sword artifact. With a pointed finger, the flying sword buzzed and vibrated instantly, splitting into thousands of sword shadows densely packed and swirling like a starry sky, forming an impenetrable sword screen before him. All swords returned to their source. The incoming beams from the spiritual cannon collided fiercely with the sword screen, only to be cleaved apart by the thin sword shadows, splitting into two. Boom! The unleashed violent spiritual energy surged like an uncontrollable torrent, rampaging outward and instantly engulfing a large portion of the rushing beast horde below, blood and flesh flying, cries of anguish filling the air. Immediately, the middle-aged cultivator gestured forward with his finger. The myriad sword shadows, as if commanded by a signal, emitted sharp sounds of breaking the air and descended like a torrential storm upon Su Xinqing and the others. All of them were at the foundation establishment stage, and faced with the full force of a Golden Core cultivator's sword technique, they had no means of defense. The group could only hastily summon their talismans and jointly set up a defensive formation, weaving a fragile curtain of spiritual light. The sword shadows fell like a torrential downpour, continuously striking the curtain of light, causing the formation barrier to tremble violently, its radiance flickering, barely holding for a few breaths, before emitting a sound of shattering under the immense pressure. Several servants of the Su family, unable to dodge in time, were caught by the stray sword chi, instantly showered in blood as they fell, with a shriek, casualties occurring in an instant. At this critical moment, a thunderous moo echoed like a horn from ancient times, suddenly resonating from the horizon. The sound waves rolled, transforming into visible pale blue sound waves that spread out in layers. Wherever it passed, the densely packed sword shadows shattered, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Then a clear yet menacing melody of a zither rang out, as if golden spears and iron steeds were trampling through the void. The zither melody stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the originally clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, with rolling thunder and lightning dancing in the clouds. Boom! A deep purple thunderbolt as thick as a barrel tore through the layers of clouds, striking with lightning speed towards the middle-aged cultivator. Following that, the second, third, fourth. An unending barrage of purple thunderbolts rained down like divine punishment, mercilessly striking that area. The middle-aged cultivator merely smiled contemptuously in response, his flying sword shimmering brilliantly as he slashed toward the sky. A dazzling sword energy shot up into the heavens, directly cleaving a massive opening through the heavy thunderclouds. Sunlight poured through the opening, intertwining with the still flickering lightning, creating a bizarre and shocking spectacle. In the sky, a figure as white as snow was seen, seated sideways on the back of a magnificent black bull that walked through the air, her garments billowing like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal realm. The newcomer was none other than Su Xianling. Behind her, a battleship followed closely, its spiritual cannon roaring again, with beams of energy raining down like a storm, clearing out another swath of the beast horde that surged forward. So it's a Golden Core great demon. Quite interesting, but that's about all it is. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept over the massive black bull, his tones still dripping with condescension. This black bull demon was only at the early stage of the Golden Core, posing no significant threat to him. Su Xianling furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze fixed intently on the familiar face of her opponent, softly murmuring, "This person seems somewhat familiar. It's Huang Hongfang." The black bull, with eyes like bronze bells, spoke with a deep voice. "No, it's Huang Hongfang after being possessed. I can see that this person's soul and body do not match. Their aura is jumbled and chaotic." Upon hearing this, Su Xianling was instantly startled, recalling her father's eerie experiences regarding the Qingyuan sect. Huang Hongfang had long been possessed by the Faceless Man, and the current Huang Hongfang was actually that disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Yet she distinctly remembered her father saying that this person feared sunlight, and needed to possess a cultivator who mastered the purple mist divine light to overcome this weakness, otherwise they would remain trapped in eternal darkness. However, the current situation was completely different from what her father had described. This person not only was still alive, but had also overcome sunlight and escaped the dark, isolated dimension of the Qingyuan sect. Does this not imply that as long as the correct route out of the Qingyuan secret realm is found, this obsession transformed into a Qingyuan sect disciple could truly return to the mortal realm? What on earth is going on? There must be others who accidentally entered the Qingyuan sect's dimension and successfully comprehended the purple mist divine light, subsequently being possessed by a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. The Black Bull's keen mind swiftly hit the nail on the head. This Huang Hongfang before us is just one of the avatars possessed by that disciple of the Qingyuan sect. As long as the main body has mastered the purple mist divine light and overcome the sunlight weakness, then all the avatars controlled by him, including this Huang Hongfang, can be fearless of sunlight. Are there others who have entered the Qingyuan sect's spatial dimension? Su Zuanling's delicate face turned serious. Anyone who could master the purple mist divine light in such a short time must be a prodigious talent. Who could it be? Has the master forgotten? The Black Bull said as it stepped through the demon wind, gently landing in front of Su Xinxing and the others. Its broad body trembled, and a greenish spiritual energy shield spread out, enveloping the panicked Su family members within, temporarily isolating them from the chaos and the golden core pressure outside. Back in the Qingyuan secret realm, besides the Wanjian sect, there were also golden core cultivators from the Diqi Bai family who could not leave the realm. If this old bull's guess is correct, the one who was possessed is very likely that golden core true person from the Diqi Bai family. The brain of a beast seems to be quite sharp. From a distance, Huang Hongfang heard the Black Bull's speculation, and not only did he not get angry, but he also laughed and admitted it. Not only is my brain sharp, but my hooves are also quite effective, the Black Bull shot back, without holding back its eyes wide. They'll trample your head into mud later, and see whose soul is inside. Huang Hongfang laughed, instead of getting angry, his gaze sweeping over the Black Bull's strong physique, filled with the playful scrutiny of a predator. You bull demons seem to possess considerable intelligence, and your bloodline appears somewhat special, quite different from other beasts. You would make a fitting new avatar for me. I think your head looks pretty good too. It would make a great ball for me to kick. The Black Bull bellowed, furiously shaking the ground, then charged at Huang Hongfang with its hooves stomping the air, a surge of demonic energy rising to the heavens accompanied by a whirlwind. Su Xianling quickly surveyed her surroundings and decisively ordered, Xinxing Yu and the others lead the way to block the beast tide, protect the civilians as much as possible, and minimize casualties. Leave this to me and the Black Bull. Understood. Su Xinxing and the others, knowing they wouldn't be much help here and could instead become a burden, immediately complied, regrouping and charging into the surging beast horde once again. Meanwhile, Su Xianling floated gracefully in the air, an ancient zither appearing out of nowhere on her. Delicate fingers caressed the strings of the zither, and the clear, yet chilling notes resonated once more, transforming into invisible array patterns that illuminated the ruins and streets of Qingyuan County. A flash of light emanated from the spirit beast pouch at Su Zuanling's waist, and several spirit beasts of various shapes leaped out. Among them, two majestic Foundation establishment eagles let out a piercing cry, turning into streaks of light as they charged towards Huang Hongfang, their sharp claws and beaks aimed directly at his vital points. The remaining spirit beasts either guarded Su Zuanling's side or roared as they plunged into the beast horde, assisting Su Xinxing and others in battle. Huang Hongfang clashed with Dehai's golden core spells, and the shockwaves from the spells created bloodied ravines across the earth, pulling in numerous unfortunate demonic beasts and turning them into bloody remnants. Dehai, with its rough skin and thick flesh, possessed astonishing defense. Although it was only at the early golden core stage, it could still barely hold its ground against Huang Hongfang due to the restraint of the two perfectly Foundation-established eagles, Diqing and Shaoqing. In that moment, sword energy crisscrossed, demonic winds howled, and sound waves intertwined with array lights. Su Xianling remained focused, her zither notes growing increasingly urgent. One by one, confinement arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and protective arrays rose throughout the county. At the same time, the zither music continually disrupted Huang Hongfang's offensive, and Su Xianling precisely seized every moment when Dehai fell into a disadvantage, buying it time to breathe and counterattack. Yet Huang Hongfang was ultimately a golden core cultivator with sharp sword techniques and rich experience. Though Dehai could barely hold on, it was clearly on the defensive. Overtime defeat was inevitable. Master, this way of fighting is not a solution. Suddenly, amidst the fierce battle, Dehai communicated with Su Xuanling urgency. In its tone, this person is merely a stolen avatar. I'm worried that if we delay, his true self will sense the commotion here and personally come over, which would be even more troublesome. Dahei's abilities were more suited for defense delay and rescue if frontal assaults were not its strong suit. It had already exerted itself to hold Huang Hongfang for this long. Su Xianling understood this well. She sighed lightly, realizing that assistance was necessary. While maintaining the zither music to set up arrays, she sent a strand of consciousness into the divine sense space. I've encountered trouble here. Su Xuanling's voice resonated in the divine sense space as she quickly relayed the situation to her clan members. The cultivator who has taken over in Qingyuan sect is likely a golden core from the Bai family of Deqi. Now unafraid of sunlight, he intends to escape the Qingyuan secret realm. Dahei can only barely hold Huang Hongfang. We need support. If 5 warships can converge, we might stand a chance. She simultaneously explained the specific path to enter her current plane. The secret realm space was complex. Different teams might land in different planes, but the routes of the traversal gates would remain unchanged. Thus others could follow the path she had taken to enter her current plane. However, if others were in a new plane, they would be unable to find their way over in a short time. Soon Su Xinjian's consciousness avatar appeared, his brow furrowed. When we entered, we were in a nameless, strange town. We just resolved a predicament and have not yet found the light gate. We cannot reach you in a short time. Strange, I just divined the heavenly secrets on your side, and the hexagram indicated that the one to break the situation is our clan leader grandfather. This left Su Xianling stunned. Her father had not entered the Qingyuan secret realm. Even if he could enter temporarily, it was uncertain if he could make it in time, and how could he possibly enter their plane? It seems you all have encountered troubles. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed in the divine sense space, and his figure solidified behind everyone. Father. Su Xianling felt she had found her anchor, quickly reiterating the situation, especially emphasizing Huang Hongfang. Su Xuanming's consciousness avatar also appeared, his face thoughtful, as he murmured the manifestation of obsession, taking over a body, returning to the mortal realm. But can a being manifested from obsession still be considered the real person? After all, he is merely a manifestation of an obsession, a Tao principle imbued with the original host's memories and strong will. If he cannot be considered the real person, then what exactly does this being resurrected through possession count as? No matter what he is, he must not be allowed to leave the Qingyuan secret realm. Su Yang's tone was grave. Once he enters the outside world, who knows what unpredictable impacts and disasters he may bring to the cultivation world. Xuanling, you must immediately open the entrance to the Starry Horizon secret realm beside you, and then wait. The others in the divine sense space were momentarily stunned. The Starry Horizon secret realm. How will this help Su Xianling and the others? Could it be? Su Xianling was filled with doubts, but she had absolute trust in her father and immediately returned her consciousness to reality. Above the battlefield, the zither music remained unbroken, and the fierce battle between Dahei and Huang Hongfang continued. Su Xuanling's delicate fingers traced a special trajectory on the zither strings, while she silently recited the incantations of the secret technique. In the next moment, the space behind her rippled like water waves, and a purple portal, its edges shimmering with profound starlight, quietly unfolded. Before Su Xianling could come to her senses, a figure in a green robe stepped out from the starry portal. The newcomer had a handsome face, and his aura was as deep as the sea. It was Su Yang. He truly used the Starry Horizon secret realm as a transit point, directly penetrating the plane barriers of the Qingyuan secret realm, appearing in the same plane as Su Xianling and the others. At the moment she saw her father appear, Su Xianling was overwhelmed with shock, soon filled with immense joy and a sense of security. Su Yang stepped out of the secret realm portal without a moment's pause, and his mid-golden core cultivation erupted explosively. In a flash, he appeared on Dahei's broad back. Who was that? Both Huang Hongfang and Dahei were taken aback. Su Yang's speed exceeded their divine senses detection, and neither the man nor the beast saw how he appeared. Su Yang sat cross-legged on the back of the bull, his expression calm as he flicked his finger. Buzz. The rounded Wuxiang pearl flew out from his sleeve, radiating brilliant light as it transformed into countless sharp, cold flying swords, resembling a torrent of metal sweeping towards Huang Hongfang. The sword light was dazzling, illuminating the heavens and the earth. 10,000 swords returned to one. No, this is a treasure evolving sword techniques. Huang Hongfang's pupils constricted as he hurriedly urged his flying swords once again, invoking 10,000 swords returned to one, countless sword shadows meeting the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense metal clashing echoed through the sky as sharp sword intent clashed and slaughtered. Countless sword shadows shattered under the impact of the flying swords formed from the Wuxiang pearl, breaking apart like fragile glass and dissipating into countless points of light, reflecting a brilliant aura of the Tao. Master. Dahei was both surprised and delighted, finally realizing that the newcomer was indeed Su Yang. It's you. When did you arrive? Huang Hongfang was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. Years ago in the Qingyuan sect, Su Yang and Su Xianxiao had successfully escaped from him using their puppets, a memory that still haunted him. Just as his words fell, Su Yang's gaze turned cold, not uttering a word. The countless flying swords that had dispersed in the sky suddenly reversed course, rapidly merging in midair. In the blink of an eye, a massive sword 100 feet long and seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens broke through the cloud layers, descending with a terrifying might toward Huang Hongfang. The giant sword shimmered with radiant colors, and a wave-like sword intent flowed across its blade, making it resemble a silver waterfall falling from the heavens. Even before it arrived, the overwhelming sword intent had already caused the ground below to collapse and crack. What kind of treasure is this? Huang Hongfang's face changed drastically, waves of disbelief crashing through his mind. The Foundation establishment ant who had once painstakingly escaped from his grasp now possessed such terrifying power. Su Yang's innate treasure, the Wuxiang Pearl, could change endlessly, controlling size, weight, and quantity at will. As long as his spiritual power was sufficient, transforming it into a 100-foot giant sword was trivial. Even hundreds of such swords posed no challenge. The giant sword, infused with the essence of the clear water sword intent, thundered down like the Milky Way inverted from the heavens. Under Su Yang's extreme compression, the spring rain sword intent coalesced into an unstoppable tidal waterfall, carrying a terrifying force that surged down towards Huang Hongfang. The pure pressure of spiritual power and the ultimate sword intent caused Huang Hongfang's expression to shift repeatedly, alarm bells ringing in his heart. He knew he could not withstand this sword strike, so he gritted his teeth, his aura fluctuating violently, and his cultivation began to plummet at a visible rate, falling from the late golden core stage to the early golden core stage. At the same time, his figure suddenly transformed into a beam of sword light, burning his essence to attempt to escape the range covered by the sword intent before the giant sword fell. Just as his figure barely broke free from part of the sword intent's restraints and was about to vanish into the void, Huang Hongfang suddenly fell to blur before his eyes as a strong sense of vertigo swept over him. The surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The rushing beast heard the deafening roars, the flames and smoke swirling around the ruined walls. Everything vanished without a trace in an instant. In its place was a row of exquisite and elegant courtyards suffused with spiritual energy, surrounded by silence, as if he had instantly fallen from a brutal battlefield into a paradise. The rules of the secret realm have changed. Huang Hongfang's gaze sharpened, uncertainty swirling. Although his true self was a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, transformed from an obsession, a special being born from the secret realm, his understanding of the strange spaces within the Qingyuan secret realm was still limited. Just as he thought he had inadvertently triggered some unknown rule of the secret realm, the chilling pressure of sword intent surged down from above once more. He raised his head abruptly and saw that the giant sword, infused with vast amounts of clear water sword intent capable of splitting heaven and earth, was horizontally blocking the starry sky, descending towards him with unabated might. Damn it! Huang Hongfang was horrified, disregarding the changes in this realm and desperately fleeing. His golden core cultivation was not achieved through arduous training, but rather built upon the special methods of the Qingyuan sect. Although he had the spiritual power of the late golden core stage, his true combat strength was only comparable to an ordinary mid-golden core. In contrast, Su Yang, despite only being at the mid-golden core stage, unleashed terrifying power comparable to the late golden core through his perfect Dao Foundation 9, turns golden core, and various potent Dao methods. Huang Hongfang dared not confront Su Yang directly, only continuing to burn the ephemeral cultivation of this avatar to forcibly increase his escape speed. After all, this cultivation was built upon Dao methods, and even if it was completely exhausted, as long as his true self remained, he could slowly recover after escaping this place. Boom! Just as the giant sword was about to fall, Huang Hongfang suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence, blood, the blood mist transforming into runes that fused into his escape light, increasing his speed threefold as he narrowly brushed past the edge of the sword. The giant sword smashed down, crushing several exquisite courtyards where he had just been into powder, while the violent sword cheese aftermath created a bottomless pit in the ground. Using the force of this impact, Huang Hongfang flew out like a kite, with a broken string racing at an incredible speed towards the edge of this area. Just when he thought he had finally shaken off Su Yang's pursuit and was about to catch his breath and observe, he suddenly discovered a row of exquisite courtyards ahead, suffused with spiritual energy and shrouded in silence. What is going on? Huang Hongfang's pupils constricted sharply. By the time of the golden core stage, a cultivator's memory could not be wrong. The courtyards before him had clearly been utterly destroyed just moments ago under the sword intent. How could they have restored themselves so quickly? Moreover, he had clearly fled an extremely long distance in one direction. Why did the scenery look exactly the same as before? Could it be a cyclic rule? A disquieting thought arose within him. Just as he was filled with doubt, 3 figures strolled leisurely along the path of the courtyards ahead, as if taking a casual walk in their garden. When he saw the faces of the incoming individuals, Huang Hongfang's heart nearly stopped. The 3 people walking towards him were all golden core cultivators. One of them was Su Yang, who had forced him into this place, while beside him were Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, both exuding fierce auras, with sword intent silently concealed. The starry secret technique itself possessed the ability to trap cultivators within a secret realm, though its conditions for trapping enemies were limited, and once trapped it usually resulted in unknown confrontations. However, after the starry secret technique was upgraded to the semi-divine ability Fengsuan Immortal Realm, its greatest change lay not only in Su Yang being able to traverse space to reach his kin, but also in being able to draw in other clan members after trapping an enemy within this immortal realm. Although Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin could not traverse into the Qingyuan secret realm through Fengsuan Immortal Realm, as long as they were pulled into this place, they could come to assist. Seeing this, Huang Hongfang did not hesitate. His spiritual power surged and burned wildly, darting away at a speed even faster than before in another direction. But no matter which direction he fled, no matter how long he flew, the scenery before him remained rows of pristine, exquisite courtyards, along with Su Yang and the other 2 strolling leisurely. He felt like a moth trapped in a cage. No matter how much he struggled, he would inevitably return to the starting point, while the hunter stood calmly outside the cage. This is impossible. Huang Hongfang finally had to stop fleeing, exclaiming in shock. Is this space truly the manifestation of your magical powers? After all, he was a disciple of the ancient Qingyuan sect, and quickly realized the issue. No one could control the rules of a secret realm unless it was the manifestation of their Tao methods. Your understanding is quite impressive. No wonder you are an ancient cultivator, Su Yang replied calmly, seemingly acknowledging it. Huang Hongfang, receiving this affirmation, felt even more astonished. He could distinctly sense the stability of this space, far from the fragile realm that could be easily breached. Even with his full strength, as a perfected golden core, he might not be able to break through unless he possessed the strength of a nascent soul, true monarch. Yet this self-contained little world was actually created by a golden core cultivator. This utterly overturned his understanding. Struggling to calm his turbulent emotions, Huang Hongfang suddenly regained his composure and even chuckled softly, though his laughter was laced with deep self-mockery. It seems that today this avatar is destined to meet its end here. I never expected that contemporary cultivators could be so extraordinarily talented, mastering the spatial techniques of a nascent soul true monarch at the golden core stage. If I am not mistaken, the Tao methods of this space are nearly divine, right? Father, there's no need to waste words with this person. Oh, just kill him. Before Su Yang could respond, Su Xuanheng, who could no longer hold back, spoke first. His and Wei Yan's swords already half drawn, their fierce sword intent locking on a Huang Hongfang poised to strike. Leave him with a breath for soul-searching purposes, Su Yang's voice echoed in the minds of Su Xuanheng. At the very instant Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan drew their swords, and their sword intent was about to erupt, an abrupt anomaly occurred. Huang Hongfang's vital aura suddenly withered at an astonishing pace, like air escaping from a punctured bladder. Yet his face bore no trace of fear. Instead, a mocking smile curled upon his lips. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your scheme? With your cultivation base and this spatial domain at your command, you could have slain me instantly. Yet you went to such lengths to trap me here, and even summoned allies. Clearly you covet the Qingyuan sect's legacy. Ha ha ha. This outcome shall not be granted to you. His laughter rang with eerie dissonance as the light in his pupils gradually faded, leaving behind hollow, lifeless voids, and the faint, tenuous golden core aura clinging to his body dissipated entirely. His once plump skin rapidly desiccated before the eye, shriveling, losing all luster, transforming within moments into a mummified cadaver as if decades dead, which then plummeted stiffly from midair. Father, this. Su Xuanheng parted his lips, his sword stance faltering instinctively. He had never anticipated that the anticipated clash between golden core cultivators would end not in battle, but in the adversary's swift, decisive self-annihilation. We underestimated the resolve of these realm-born beings. Su Yang gazed upon the corpse, rapidly losing its last vestiges of vitality, and shook his head with quiet resignation. His Xiangsuan immortal realm remained incapable of interfering with time or reversing death. Faced with such deliberate self-sacrifice, he was utterly powerless. You two are no longer needed here. For now, return to your duties. Su Yang addressed Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, simultaneously summoning, with a thought of vile thud portal behind him, its surface shimmering with flowing starlight. He stepped through, his figure vanishing into the Xiangsuan immortal realm, only to reappear moments later within the Qingyuan secret realm, standing before Su Xianling. Gazing upon Qingyuan County ravaged by the beast tide, Su Yang felt a profound surge of emotion well within his heart. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the Su clan's ancestral lands. Yet his divine sense swept across nothing but hazy, indistinct phantoms, no true architecture, no living kinsman. Perhaps this is the inherent limitation of manifestation born of lingering attachment, Su Yang realized inwardly. The attachments anchoring this realm center solely upon the beast tide itself, and upon each individual's personal experience within it. They held no concrete knowledge or deep connection to the Su or Jiang clans. Thus neither clan nor its cultivators manifested within this realm. Yet many of Qingyuan County's common folk, faces long etched into memory, reappeared along. Still these figures seemed wholly unaware of Su Yang. Even their expressions of terror during flight appeared rigid, rehearsed, as though performed by actors reciting a fixed script with unpolished artistry. Su Yang's divine sense swept the entire county in an instant, and swiftly traced the source of the attachment to a wandering cultivator at the third layer of Qi refinement. The man's face was contorted in raw panic as he fled desperately beyond Qingyuan County's borders. Yet the onrushing beast horde outstripped him, effortlessly sealing every escape route. In despair, he hurled low-tier spells, wildly attempting to carve a path through the monstrous throng, only to meet futility. Just as fangs and claws were poised to engulf him, Su Xinsha arrived. Her blade flashed, cleaving several colossal beasts before him in a single seamless arc. The cultivator, snatched from certain death, erupted in ecstatic relief. So overwhelmed he forgot even to utter thanks before bolting headlong past Qingyuan County's boundary, without looking back. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, his form began to blur, translucent, then dissolved entirely like a fleeting mirage. He never realized. He was merely an echo of attachment resurrected by this realm. Su Yang murmured. This was his first encounter with a being fully immersed in the illusory narrative of an attachment manifested realm, from inception to release, never once perceiving its artificial nature. Yet soon Su Yang grasped the reason, for even after the cultivator vanished, the beast tide persisted, unchanged. Then he sensed that the locus of attachment had shifted. He beheld a martial artist clad in coarse cloth, shielding his wife and daughter with his own body. Before a snarling wolf demon lunging forward, fear flickered in his eyes, but he did not yield an inch, swinging his steel blade in desperate futile resistance. At the precise instant the demon's claws neared his chest, Su Xuanling's Qin melody resonated. Its sonic wave shattered the fatal strike midair, then a second sharper tone descended like a blade, detonating the wolf demon into a crimson mist. Scalding beast blood drenched the martial artist. Stunned for a breath, he then understood. Tears of overwhelming joy streamed down his face as he clutched his trembling family and bowed repeatedly towards Su Xuanling, his forehead striking the ground in fervent gratitude. Thereafter the trio's forms likewise blurred and faded, just as the cultivator had, vanishing slowly amid gratitude and relief. Scene after scene unfolded across Qingyuan County in identical fashion. Some attachments centered on escape, others on protecting kin, some on defending ancestral estates or property, still others on slaying a particular demon beast. These attachments, great and small, collectively composed the vast tapestry of mortal suffering wrought by the beast tide. Su Xianling and her companions continued intervening, rescuing ever more townsfolk, each liberated soul fulfilling their deepest yearning before gently fading away. Su Yang transformed the Wanxiang Pearl into a massive, ancient-looking mirror, the radiant beams sweeping across the battlefield, reducing hundreds upon hundreds of demons to dust as snow melts beneath sunlight. The cataclysmic beast tide that once raised Qingyuan County now dwindled under Su Yang's hand into little more than a minor calamity, easily quelled. When the final attachment, its wish fulfilled, faded with a serene smile after the beast tide's retreat, the reconstructed Qingyuan County itself began to dissolve, its contours softening, its edges blurring. Streets, houses, smoke, bloodstains, carcasses of demons, all fragmented into countless motes of luminous particles drifting like fireflies through the air, vanishing silently amid the grateful gazes and heartfelt thanks of the liberated populace. The landscape surrounding Su Yang and his companions shimmered and shifted once more, replacing the ruins with a tranquil, verdant valley brimming with vitality. Lush trees shaded winding paths, the air hummed with potent spiritual energy and carried the rich, intoxicating fragrance of rare spirit herbs. Is this the true visage of this realm? Su Xianling lowered her chin, her voice barely a whisper, as she beheld the ethereal scenery before her. What we witnessed, slew, and saved was illusion. Yet in the moment of its manifestation, Qingyuan County existed undeniably real. Su Yang's divine sense swept the valley, and a look of genuine delight lit his features. Not only did the valley nurture numerous rare spirit treasures and spirit herbs unseen beyond its borders, but it also harbored precious foundation establishment and golden core-grade spirit materials. Even deeper within the earth's veins, he faintly sensed the pulsations of several high-grade spirit veins. Fulfilling attachments here proved straightforward, yet the bounty exceeded all expectation. Su Yang reflected inwardly. Could it be that the sheer density of attachments rendered the reconstructed past so vividly authentic, thus enriching the realm's reward? Whatever the cause, the spoils yielded by the Qingyuan secret realm were undeniably extraordinary. Su Yang discovered a second-tier spiritual vein and a third-tier spiritual vein deep within the Earth's meridians. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately relocated the two spiritual veins into the Fangsuan Immortal realm. With these two spiritual veins taking root, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Fangsuan Immortal realm increased significantly. In the future, it would autonomously cycle and produce spiritual energy, allowing the Su family to cultivate in seclusion during their golden core stage without the need to draw in external spiritual energy, greatly enhancing safety and concealment. This independent secret realm truly began to take shape as a blessed land for the family. After collecting the two spiritual veins, Su Yang did not linger. The remaining heavenly materials, treasures, and spiritual herbs in the valley would be meticulously explored and gathered by Su Xianling and others leading the teams. As for leaving the Qingyuan secret realm, he had no need to worry about that. The configuration of this exploration team was quite comprehensive, not only featuring Su Jingyan, who was adept at celestial mechanics, but also Su Xinyo, who possessed remarkable fortune. The two collaborated in guiding the team, allowing the Su family to navigate the Qingyuan secret realm with ease, avoiding dangers and proceeding without obstruction. Su Yang's figure flickered as he used the Fangsuan Immortal realm as a transit point and directly returned to the Su family's ancestral land in Qingyuan. The configuration of this exploration team was quite comprehensive, not only featuring Su Jingyan, who was adept at celestial mechanics, but also Su Xinyo, who possessed remarkable fortune. A sense of ominous premonition lingered in his heart. He must not let any disciples of the Qingyuan sect leave the secret realm. Should such beings born from the obsessions of the secret realm escape into the outside world, who knows what kind of impact and calamity they might bring to the cultivation world. If external forces were to learn that this calamity stemmed from the Su family's opening of the Qingyuan secret realm, the Su family would undoubtedly become the target of blame regardless of how they defended themselves. Those forces that had long been coveting the Su family would never miss such a perfect opportunity to suppress them. In summary, this being born of obsession must be utterly eliminated within the Qingyuan secret realm. Su Yang personally stationed himself at the periphery of the secret realm, his divine sense acting like an invisible net, meticulously scanning every member of the Su family emerging from the light gate of the secret realm, leaving no abnormal aura or spiritual fluctuation unnoticed. After waiting for over 10 days, Su Xuanling, Su Xinxia, and other exploration teams returned safely one after another. Su Yang's divine sense repeatedly checked, and he found no signs of possession or hidden marks on anyone. In order to thoroughly uncover the whereabouts of the Qingyuan sect disciples, and to further draw a more detailed map of the secret realm, the Su family mobilized elite forces again, dispatching 8 well-equipped spiritual warships into the secret realm to conduct a net-like intensive search. However, the results left the entire Su family feeling surprised and grave. That disciple of the Qingyuan sect seemed to have evaporated from existence. No matter how the Su family searched, even returning to the plain where the Qingyuan sect was located, they found nothing but a desolate and lifeless abandoned mountain peak, completely devoid of any trace of the Qingyuan sect disciple. Such results furrowed Su Yang's brow. The other party could not have disappeared without a reason. The Su family had mobilized such manpower and resources, thoroughly scouring the known area, yet still found not a single clue. This could only mean that the person either possessed exceptionally brilliant concealment techniques, having quietly hidden away in some undiscovered plane, or they had escaped the secret realm through some unknown special method. This could be trouble, Su Yang said solemnly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. He had done his utmost to seal the entrance to the secret realm, setting up an elaborate trap, but the Qingyuan sect disciple possessed many strange techniques, leading to unsatisfactory results. Seeing the gravity in his father's expression, Su Xianming comforted him, saying, "Father, there's really no need to be overly worried. The cultivation world is vast and boundless, and talented individuals abound. Not every issue needs to be shouldered solely by our Su family. When the sky falls, there will be tall men to hold it up. Besides, there are powerful nascent soul, true monarchs in the world. Even if a major calamity brews, it shouldn't fall upon us to bear the brunt of it." Su Yang sighed lightly at his son's words. He realized his concerns might have been somewhat unfounded. Even if the being from the secret realm truly escaped with the strength it had displayed, it would likely only affect a small corner of the southern region of Qianzhou. And the nascent-souled true monarchs of the cultivation world were not mere illusions, assured that being caused too great a disturbance stronger individuals would naturally step in to handle it. What they should focus on now was the tangible development of the family and internal hidden dangers. Indeed, but this being from the secret realm will surely hold a grudge against our Su family. I worry it may secretly target the isolated members of the Su family. Su Yang adjusted his mindset, temporarily suppressing this hidden concern, though he would not relax his necessary vigilance. For a period of time afterward, the Su family did not cease their exploration of the Qingyuan secret realm due to the potential threat. The family continuously dispatched experienced teams into the secret realm. Although some personnel inevitably faced casualties during the process, a relatively complete internal map of the Qingyuan secret realm was finally successfully drawn. The map clearly marked several planes where stable resource points existed, and it especially highlighted extremely dangerous areas, particularly the Endless Ocean Plain. According to investigations, that vast and boundless ocean contained only one deep-sea giant beast possessing terrifying strength, causing even golden core cultivators to feel apprehensive and necessitating a wide detour. Other planes were scattered with opportunities of varying sizes, warranting the family's continued investment of manpower for deep exploration. In Qingyuan County, within the inner courtyard of the Su family, in the center of the martial arts arena, Luo Beichen was demonstrating the power of the second stage of martial arts to Su Yang, Su Xuanming, and other core family members. He focused his mind, his blood energies surging as a layer of tangible martial true energy slowly emerged, swirling around his body, fluctuating with his punches and kicks. He struck out with a punch, sending true energy 3 feet from his body, causing a heavy testing stone to tremble slightly and leaving a clear fist imprint. With a thought, the true energy formed a flexible barrier around his body, isolating Su Xuanming's divine sense exploration. This scene astonished everyone present. The emergence of martial true energy meant that mortal martial artists possessed the power to resist the spiritual power and divine sense of cultivators. This was not merely an enhancement of combat capability, but represented a long path to longevity for mortals without spiritual roots. Su Xianming gazed at the imposing Luo Beichen in the arena, admiration in his eyes, though a hint of concern also flickered across his face. He turned to his father and said solemnly, "Father, the matter of the second stage of martial arts may be difficult to conceal for long. Not to mention that there are many experts in Qian proficient in celestial mechanics. Simply relying on the increasing number of second-stage martial artists emerging from our Su family, this matter will eventually be exposed. Once it is made public, our Su family may once again be thrust into the spotlight, attracting countless troubles." Previously, the Su family had already drawn the attention of many forces due to their spiritual attachment techniques. Now this new martial arts realm that allows mortals to gain combat power and longevity comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators has an even more astonishing allure and disruptive potential, enough to make various cultivation dynasties take notice and even covet it. The number of mortals in the world far exceeds that of cultivators. The foundation of any cultivation dynasty's rule is built upon a vast population of ordinary people. If the martial arts of the second realm can be widely promoted, the dynasty will quickly gain a loyal and reliable force of martial artists capable of competing with Foundation establishment cultivators, significantly enhancing its overall strength and stability of rule. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep, as he said, "The birth of a new realm in martial arts is indeed hard to completely conceal. As you mentioned, sooner or later it will be noticed by others." He paused for a moment, his tone turning steady. "However, times have changed. My Su family is now a genuine golden core family with profound foundations. Xianjing and Xianling are also about to form their golden cores. Once successful, my Su family will have several golden core cultivators, placing us among the top forces in the southern region of Qianzhou. Even if someone covets the Su family, they must weigh whether they can take a bite. However, for now, we must conceal this matter as much as possible and delay its exposure to create more room for development. At least by the time the outside world notices, we should have cultivated a large number of martial artists at the second realm within the Su family, forming a force that cannot be underestimated. Therefore, the family's focus must heavily tilt towards the martial arts academy." His gaze fell on Su Xianming and Luo Beichen, who stood beside him. "Xuanming, you are the head of the family, coordinating the overall situation. Beichen, as the steward of the martial arts academy and the creator of the new realm, the specifics of promotion, establishing cultivation regulations, selecting and cultivating talents, as well as collaborating with Xian Ray to research and assist in the breakthrough with pills. These details will be entrusted to the two of you." "Yes, Patriarch." "Yes, Father." The two responded in unison, their expressions solemn. Su Xianming and Luo Beichen took their leave. Su Yang watched Luo Beichen's tall figure, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man could break the shackles of martial arts in a desperate situation and pave a new path. His potential for the future is indeed limitless. If old Luo could know from beyond the grave that among his descendants there could emerge such a figure, he would surely feel greatly comforted, Su Yang said with a slight smile. Seated below Su Zhenji's eyes sparkled as he suddenly spoke. Patriarch Grandpa Luo Beichen has a bright future and has made significant contributions to the family. Should we arrange for some suitable young women from the family to get to know him better to foster closeness? His implication was clear. He wished to bind Luo Beichen, the creator of this new realm in martial arts, to the Su family's chariot through marriage. Su Yang glanced at Su Zhenji, slowly shook his head, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. There is no need for that. The marriage of family children should be based on mutual affection and natural progression, without excessive calculations for gain, nor should it be deliberately arranged. I advise you earnestly, Zhenji. I understand that you are devoted to the family's interests, but you must know that the family is vast with intricate and complex relationships of interests. If we open the door to marriage for profit and taste the sweetness of shortcuts, your habits will gradually become entrenched, and over time you may forget the foundation on which the family stands. As cultivators, our lifespans are long. Once a certain way of doing things becomes a habit, it will be difficult to change. Cultivation is also about cultivating the heart. We must constantly reflect on whether we have gradually blurred our original intentions in certain matters, even letting go of our bottom line. These words were like a bell ringing in the dusk, leaving Su Zhenji stunned, lost in deep thought in his seat. He had indeed been overly focused on weighing benefits and losses. His grandfather Su Xuanming had reminded him of similar things before, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, with the patriarch personally awakening him, he had no choice but to reflect deeply. As time passed, the entrance to the Qingyuan secret realm gradually faded from existence, returning to silence. A few months felt like a mere blink to cultivators. Deep within the Su family estate, the treasure house was overflowing with spiritual light, piles of jade slips, spirit mines, and precious herbs, telling tales of the bountiful harvest from this exploration. What was brought back from the secret realm was not only cultivation resources, but also dozens of long-forgotten ancient Taoist teachings, the value of which was immeasurable. Within the inch of immortal land, the spiritual energy condensed into substance, transforming into ethereal radiance. Two immense auras surged into the sky, one after another, like a slumbering dragon awakening, stirring the winds and clouds. Su Xianjing was the first to break through, surrounded by 9 colors, her magnificent aura rising like the sun in the east. A round, flawless golden core inscribed with 9 profound patterns floated and spun in her dantian. It was the 9 turns golden core. She stood quietly by the lake of the immortal land, reflected in the colorful glow. Years of life and death trials culminated in this moment, bearing the most resplendent Tao fruit. Following closely, the restrictions of another secluded cave also quietly dissipated. Su Xianling stepped out gracefully. Although the phenomena surrounding her were not as earth-shattering as her sisters, they were still brilliant and auspicious. A rounded golden core flowing with 7 colors slowly rotated in her dantian. It was the 7 turns golden core. A hint of imperceptible regret lingered between her brows, ultimately, due to her lesser experience in earlier years, resulting in a slightly inferior foundation, preventing her from reaching the realm of 9 turns. However, the Tao rhythm and pressure emitted by the 7 turns golden core far surpassed the expectations of ordinary golden core cultivators. Su Yang stood tall in the immortal land, taking in the scenes of his 2 daughters breaking through. Regarding Su Zunling's 7 turns golden core, his expression remained calm, and there was no trace of regret in his eyes. A 7 turns golden core in the southern region of Qianzhou was already a legendary feat worthy of record. On the path of cultivation, opportunities and luck come first. The 7 turns golden core also directly points toward the nascent soul path, though it is slightly more arduous than that of the 9 turns and requires more effort and resources to pave the way. He believed that the foundation of the Su family was sufficient to support Su Zunling's advancement to the. Thus, among the 5 descendants of the Su family, apart from Su Xuanming, who was still refining in foundation establishment, Su Xuanning, Su Xuanjing, Su Xuanxiao, and Su Xianling had all successfully ascended to the golden core path. As for Su Xuanming, Su Yang felt no anxiety whatsoever. Su Xuanming's fate was that of great achievements coming late. Under the ample resources of the family, his breakthroughs might come years later than others, but the deep accumulation ensured that his path would be late, but never absent. The power of the Su family has already taken shape, while the outstanding peers are also striving to catch up. And Xiao, born a servant, may not cultivate as astonishingly as the Su family's direct lineage, but he excels in having a solid foundation, advancing step by step. He is also making the final preparations for forming his golden core. Over the years, Wei Jing has always been accompanied by Chu Yebai, venturing through the cultivation world and bringing back a considerable amount of rare resources for their family. His own cultivation progress has been astonishingly rapid. Unknowingly, he has reached the peak of foundation establishment. This relentless effort has not gone unnoticed by the Su family, for his enemy is none other than the infamous demon-subduing general of the Diqi dynasty. This pressure has transformed into his driving force. He fears that if he does not cultivate swiftly enough, he will miss the day of his personal vengeance, helplessly watching his enemies be erased by the tides of time. In recent years, the flames of war between the Diqian and Diqi dynasties have swept mercilessly, engulfing nearly every inch of territory in both nations. Overall, Diqian has maintained the upper hand, consistently defeating the Diqi forces and annexing vast tracts of land. If this trend continues, Diqi is likely to follow in the footsteps of the former Dou, completely consumed by Diqian. Whether Wei Jing can personally settle his score with the demon-subduing general hinges on whether he can successfully break through to the Golden Core stage before the fall of the Diqi dynasty. Time has become the most brutal measure on his path to revenge. Boom. In the early morning, the Su family dojo resonates with thunderous sounds. No longer are there merely the sounds of sword chi slicing through the air and the booming of spells. There are also the resonant sounds of muscles and bones cracking and the vigorous flow of chi and blood, all in perfect unison, like the beating of war drums shaking the soul. Since the establishment of the martial arts academy in their family, the Su family dojo, originally dedicated to the performances of cultivators, has welcomed a new scene. Dozens of grandmaster-level warriors with a solid aura and prominent temples are practicing powerful and unparalleled fist techniques, their bare skin glistening with sweat each strike, imbued with the sensation of breaking through human limits. Today, the Su family has successfully produced over 10 warriors who have broken through to the second stage of martial arts. Among them, the most notable is Su Sini, who focuses on the path of physical cultivation. Before stepping into the cultivation system, he was already a rare grandmaster among mortal warriors, so for him to break through from the grandmaster level to the second stage of martial arts was merely a natural progression with little significant bottleneck. What Su Yang considers most important is not the increase in combat power brought by the second stage of martial. After investigation, it was discovered that Su Sini, already at the foundation establishment stage, displayed a vitality and peak blood chi in his physical body after breaking through to the second stage of martial arts that are far more vigorous and enduring than that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Grandfather Fifth Uncle's current bodily age is more than a few decades younger than his actual age. If I estimate correctly, Fifth Uncle's golden age limit for impacting the Golden Core path can be delayed by several decades as a result. In the quiet room beside the dojo, fragrant sandalwood wafts through the air and a woman's voice is gentle and melodious like water dripping on stone. The speaker is Su Jingyi, a family member skilled in medicine and poison. She has a gentle and kind appearance with a soft and watery demeanor. At this moment, she extends her slender jade-like fingers to gently touch Su Sini's wrist, carefully sensing the subtle changes in his pulse and the flow of chi and blood. She raised her bright eyes and confidently provided her conclusion. As soon as she spoke, Su Yang and Su Xuanming, who were waiting nearby, simultaneously erupted with astonishing light in their eyes, instantly arriving at the same answer. The family must spare no effort in promoting martial arts. The breakthrough in martial arts presents a very low threshold for the Su family, which excels in alchemy. As long as there are sufficient breakthrough elixirs to support it, combined with a firm will to practice martial arts, they can cultivate grandmaster-level warriors in batches. Moreover, within the family, Su Sini, who possesses the fates of Bai Chao Ling Shi and Jiu Zhuan Dan Xian, will surely develop breakthrough elixirs for the second stage of martial arts, given enough time for research. By then, the Su family will have the capacity to mass-produce warriors of the second stage of martial arts. Mortals without spiritual roots can achieve a lifespan comparable to that of foundation establishment cultivators by climbing the heights of martial arts. Those cultivators who missed the prime age for foundation establishment and golden core will have the opportunity to extend their best age for breaking through by practicing martial arts, thus gaining a second chance to impact higher realms. In the cultivation world, how many cultivators have regretted their entire lives due to a single misstep? The window to delay by several decades through martial arts could lead to a monumental shift in the fundamental structure of the entire cultivation world. If every cultivator in the Su family were to also practice and break through to the second stage of martial arts, the number of foundation establishment cultivators and golden core true practitioners within the family would surely see a terrifying increase. Su Yang and Su Xianming exchanged glances, both seeing the burning passion in each other's eyes. As the clan leader and family head, they immediately recognized the importance of martial arts to the future development of the Su family. Martial arts and immortal arts, the two systems advancing side by side, though they cannot stack lifespans, can provide an additional 30 to 40 years of peak vitality compared to a single system. Su Xianming took a deep breath, his tone infused with uncontrollable emotion. Just this point alone is enough to drive all cultivators trapped by blood qi issues into madness. Indeed, however, today's cultivation world still harbors disdain and contempt towards martial arts. Even if they understand that the second stage of martial arts allows mortals to match foundation establishment, they will not lower themselves to practice the path of martial artists. Therefore, the secret of concurrently cultivating both systems to extend the golden age for breakthroughs will not be known in a short period, which is our Su family's advantage. Send out the orders. This is the family's highest secret, and all who are aware are strictly forbidden. Su Xianming's expression turned serious as he nodded firmly. Rest assured, father, I will immediately ask Mother and Xianling to take action and impose restrictions on this information within the family's forbidden curse system. If anyone attempts to leak it in any form, the forbidden curse will trigger restrictions. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. With the Su family now deeply rooted and numbering in the hundreds, and with many dependents and followers, it is inevitable that there are individuals with unstable dispositions or loose lips. Only by binding them with forbidden curses can the secret be best protected. Su Yang fully agrees. The family's unique forbidden curses can be subtly planted through the sound of the zither, making it difficult for the recipients to detect throughout their lives, which is the best choice for preserving such top secrets. Just as Su Yang and his son were deliberating on the martial arts strategy and considering specific implementation steps and resource allocation, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the dojo. A cultivator dressed in the Su family's servant attire hurriedly entered, respectfully stopping about 10 feet away and bowing to report, "Clan leader, family head, there is a visitor outside the residence claiming to be the national teacher of Deqian." The national teacher of Deqian. Su Yang and Su Xianming were taken aback at the same time, the long-lost title immediately conjuring an image in their minds. Chu Yutong. This former strategist of the Zhou army, through decades of maneuvering and intricate calculations, has indeed stepped up to the esteemed position of national teacher of the Deqian dynasty. The Su family had not been in contact with him for decades. Surprised to see him here today, Su Yang and Su Xianming exchanged glances, once more understanding each other without the need for words. The reason for his visit is undoubtedly about the new realm of martial arts. Several months have been enough for Deqian to thoroughly investigate the news of the second stage of martial arts. It is even possible that Deqian has long been secretly gathering grandmasters attempting breakthroughs, but has always been unsuccessful, thus necessitating the appearance of Chu Yutong to personally visit the Su family. In the main hall of the Su family's outer courtyard, a large black bull with glossy fur lazily lay on the bluestone steps outside the door, its eyes half-closed, swishing its tail intermittently to ward off the bothersome flies of late summer. It appeared relaxed, its breath contained indistinguishable from an ordinary farmer's water buffalo, as if it were merely resting here by chance. However, inside the hall, two visitors seemed to be calmly tasting tea, yet their peripheral vision couldn't help but glance towards the ordinary figure outside. Chu Yutong sat gracefully in the guest seat, his black and white Taoist robes spotless, enhancing his spirited demeanor. He played with two smooth black and white jade beads which spun slowly in his palm, emitting a soft sound. Yet beneath his calm expression, his mind was far from relaxed. Standing behind him was an elderly man with a full head of gray hair. The old man stood tall and straight as a pine tree, his face aged yet without a hint of stoop, his expression serious, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. From the moment he stepped into the Su family's gates, his muscles instinctively tensed. In his golden core stage perception, this tranquil and harmonious residence exuded an unsettling depth. Layer upon layer of intricate array lights divided the outer courtyard from the inner courtyard. Despite his years of immersion in the art of formations, he momentarily could not discern the specific grade of the grand array enveloping the Su family's inner courtyard. The runes of the array flowed in a way that was obscure and difficult to understand, far exceeding the reach of any ordinary third-tier formation. An uncontrollable thought arose in his heart. Could it be that this is a fourth-tier formation? The thought struck him as somewhat absurd. Fourth-tier legacies of cultivation are exceedingly rare throughout the entire southern region of Qianzhou, and even the great Qian dynasty possesses only a handful of such legacies. How could a family that has only risen for about a century possess and set up such a high-level protective array? It was simply inconceivable. What made him even more alarmed was that after entering the Su family, several golden core cultivators had scanned their divine senses, one of which surprisingly came from the dozing black bull at the entrance. Chu Yutong maintained the demeanor of a national master on his face, but inside a storm was brewing. With the front lines of war pressing, the Su family had sent 3 golden core cultivators to assist. Who could have imagined that there was not just one golden core hidden within the Su family? Just how profound is the foundation of the Su family? If this momentum continues, given time, the Su family may very well surpass the Great Qin dynasty, and that is no exaggeration. Though currently the Great Qin and the Su family maintain a cooperative relationship without direct conflict, the concerns within the dynasty, especially among the royal family and high officials regarding the Su family, are growing day by day, and both overt and covert checks and suppressions have already begun. How can one allow others to sleep at his side, especially when the growth rate of others is startling? Just as Chu Yutong's thoughts raced, weighing the pros and cons, steady footsteps approached from outside the hall. Su Xuanming, dressed in a brocade robe, entered the main hall with a perfectly measured smile. He first cupped his hands in salute to Chu Yutong, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. "I did not expect the National Master to personally visit my humble abode. I apologize for not receiving you properly, and I hope for your understanding." Chu Yutong slightly nodded in return, his gaze instinctively sweeping past Su Xuanming to look behind him, inquiring, "Su family master, you are too polite. Why do I not see the clan leader? It has been many years since we last met, and I was hoping to reminisce with an old friend." Su Xuanming, upon hearing this, maintained his smile, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of detached indifference. "National Master, you jest. The family affairs have always been managed by me, while my father has been engrossed in cultivation for many years and has long ceased to concern himself with mundane matters." The implication was clear. Although you Chu Yutong are esteemed as the National Master, it is not enough to warrant the clan leader of the Su family to personally attend to your visit today. Chu Yutong's expression slightly stiffened, barely noticeable, before he returned to normal, laughing, as if unconcerned. "I see, then it was I who was abrupt. The clan leader's progress in cultivation is truly commendable. I believe there will be opportunities to meet again." "There will be opportunities," Su Xuanming casually replied, clearly not wishing to delve further into this topic. He walked to the main seat and took his place with servants bringing forth spiritual tea. He picked up the celadon tea cup, gently skimmed off the foam with the lid, and leisurely took a sip, then raised his eyes to look at Chu Yutong, directly getting to the point. "May I ask what brings the National Master to my Su family this time?" Chu Yutong's smile remained, his tone becoming increasingly amicable. "Oh, no need to call me National Master. Just call me Chu brother, it feels too formal. I have indeed come to discuss a matter. Given the wisdom of the Su family master, you must have already guessed that my visit is regarding the new realm of martial arts." Su Xuanming set down the tea cup, his expression calm and unperturbed. "Indeed, there is a new phenomenon in martial arts. My Su family has tentatively referred to it as the second realm of martial arts through exploration. However, I am rather dull and still do not understand why the Great Qin dynasty is so concerned about this matter, even going so far as to send the National Master personally. What exactly is the intention?" Seeing Su Xuanming feigning ignorance while clearly understanding and his attitude appearing distant, Chu Yutong's smile involuntarily diminished, and he sighed inwardly. This negotiation was likely not going to proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Upon reflection, although he and the Su family had a past relationship, they had lost contact for decades, and that faint connection had long since worn away with the passage of time. This negotiation was likely not going to proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Upon reflection, although he and the Su family had a past relationship, they had lost contact for decades. After a brief contemplation, he decided not to beat around the bush any longer and stated directly, "In that case, I shall be frank. Within the territory of the Great Qin, there are also quite a few martial arts masters attempting to break through to the legendary new realm of martial arts. However, they have consumed countless resources, and so far no one has succeeded. Thus the court has specially sent me to inquire, first to seek guidance from the Su family on the key to breaking through, and second, sincerely wishing to invite your family's second realm martial artists to my Great Qin Academy to serve as martial arts instructors. As for compensation, the Su family master can rest assured the Great Qin will not treat the Su family unfairly, and we can discuss the specific details in depth." Upon hearing this, Su Xuanming revealed a smile that was difficult to decipher, gently shaking his head. "National Master, you flatter me. My Su family has only just begun to glimpse the new realm of martial arts, and is still in the exploratory stage, truly unworthy to claim to offer guidance. As for sending instructors, that is even beyond our capabilities. In my humble opinion, martial arts practice, regardless of the new or old realms, fundamentally relies on diligent training, continuously exhausting one's physical potential and perceiving the opportunity for breakthroughs. There are no secrets to withhold. Even if my Su family were to send someone, what we could teach would likely not differ much from the current teachings of the court, merely a futile round trip." Though seemingly humble, this statement effectively countered the other party's request. Chu Yutong's brow immediately furrowed, and even the old man standing silently behind him slightly darkened in expression. Chu Yutong represented the Daqian court, personally visiting as the national master with an uncharacteristically humble demeanor and sincere words. Unexpectedly, the Su family rejected him outright, leaving no room for negotiation, completely disregarding the face of Diqian. The displeasure of being slighted grew increasingly apparent in Chu Yutong's heart. As the national master of Diqian, his visit to a local family was already a favor to the Su family. Now being met with open disdain felt like a slap to his face naturally, making his expression far from pleasant. He lowered his voice, a hint of pressure in his tone. Is the Su family head dissatisfied with the conditions offered by Diqian? We have yet to discuss specific rewards, yet you refuse outright. Isn't that a bit hasty? Your Excellency, you overstate matters. Su Xueming shook his head again, his attitude showing no signs of softening. What I said earlier was entirely true, with no falsehoods. The breakthrough to the second realm of martial arts relies fundamentally on the martial artist's own willpower and rigorous training of the body. External assistance and guidance may be beneficial, but they are not the essence, and my Su family truly cannot assist in this matter. You young man. The gray-haired elder behind Chu Yutong could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a thunderous shout that resonated like muffled thunder in Su Zuming's divine sense. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure from a golden core erupted, descending upon Su Xueming like an invisible mountain. Just as this pressure was about to envelop Su Zuming's robe, a faint sound of disdain came from the entrance of the slumbering great black bull. Had not even fully opened its eyes, merely lazily shaking its massive head. With an effortless movement, it caused the surging golden core pressure to dissipate silently into the air, not even ruffling a single hair of Su Xueming. Almost simultaneously, several powerful divine senses suddenly surged from various corners of the Su family's inner courtyard, like cold chains firmly locking onto the gray-haired elder. With an effortless movement, it caused the surging golden core pressure to dissipate silently into the air, not even ruffling a single hair. Should he dare to make a move, he would find it impossible to step out of the Su family today. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to freezing point. Su Xueming appeared oblivious to the earlier terrifying scene, even letting out a scoff, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. How I didn't expect the national master to arrive with such a domineering attitude. You truly opened my eyes to what the Su family can expect. Chu Yutong's expression shifted quickly, raising his hand to restrain the pale-faced elder behind him, sternly reprimanding, Qiu Lao, do not act rashly. The Su family is the backbone of Diqian, and Luo Xian is a partner of our dynasty. He continued, your reckless actions disturb the Su family head. What kind of decorum is that? Upon returning, you will accept your punishment. The elder known as Qiu Lao inhaled deeply, forcibly, suppressing the anger in his eyes, bowing and clasping his hands towards Su Xueming, his attitude appearing exceedingly humble. Your Excellency, I was indeed caught off guard in a moment of urgency. I hope the national master and the Su family head can forgive me. Do not hold it against me. A golden core cultivator actually bowing and apologizing so humbly to a foundation establishment family head indeed showed a remarkably low posture. However, Su Xueming, having led the Su family for many years, could easily discern that the other party was merely acting after failing their probe. First, they exerted pressure with their might, only to then feign reprimanding their subordinate after hitting a wall, attempting to ease the atmosphere, downplaying the earlier conflict. He sneered inwardly, yet remained unperturbed on the surface, maintaining a cold demeanor, even directly lifting his teacup, adopting a posture of sending guests away. The Su family's capabilities are limited, and we truly cannot assist Diqian in this matter. I hope the national master does not take offense. If there are no other urgent matters, my family is busy with its own affairs, so I will not see you off. The dismissal was issued clearly and decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Chu Yutong's fingers tightened around the teacup, turning slightly pale from the force, his knuckles turning blue. He never expected that after lowering himself to negotiate kindly, and even attempting to exert pressure after being refused, this series of maneuvers would still yield nothing, with Su Xueming remaining unyielding, ultimately issuing a direct dismissal. This was not merely a refusal to cooperate, it was a blatant disregard for the Diqian dynasty, and for him, the national master. Chu Yutong's heart surged with anger, but feeling the firm restraints of the golden core divine senses surrounding him, all his fury and resentment ultimately transformed into a cold shadow. The Su family had indeed become a force to be reckoned with, no longer the small clan of Qingyuan that could be easily manipulated. The Su family must not forget you are the officials under the protection of Luo Xian, serving the Diqian dynasty. Chu Yutong remained seated in the guest position, not rising, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable chill. The black and white jade orb in his palm ceased its spinning, tightly gripped in his hand. The new realm of martial arts was of utmost importance to Diqian, concerning the foundational strength of the dynasty's future. Until this task was accomplished, he could not simply leave. Since the approaches of amicable negotiation, allure, and pressure had all failed, with the Su family remaining unyielding, only one path remained: using the authority and laws of the Diqian dynasty as a noose to forcibly bind the Su family. He intended to make the Su family understand that in this territory both the ruler and the subjects must adhere to the law. In response to Chu Yutong's threatening words, Su Zuming's habitual smile vanished completely. Is the national master threatening the Su family? Threatening is not quite the case. Chu Yutong's expression remained calm, but his voice grew more forceful. I am merely reminding the Su family head of a fact: this land belongs to Diqian, and the Su family is a Golden Core family sanctioned by Diqian under the jurisdiction of the court. In the face of the court's legitimate demands, the Su family as subjects does not possess the right to refuse. The two sides had already laid bare their intentions. Since the gentle approach had failed, he had no choice but to tear away the veil of cordiality, laying the stark power dynamics on the table. Ha ha ha. Su Xueming, upon hearing this, suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing in the hall filled with derision. The national master wields quite the authority. But have you forgotten how much of Diqian's advantage on the battlefield comes from the Su family's provision of enchanted warships, magical artillery, and magical artifacts? Do you really believe you have the qualification to speak to my Su family in such a manner? He ceased his laughter, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Chu Yutong. If the Su family were to cease all supplies of enchanted warships and magical artillery to Diqian starting today, even turning around to supply these war resources to Diqi, what do you think will happen? May I ask the national master, can your troops on the front line of Diqian truly hold out? Upon these words, the gray-haired elder behind Chu Yutong's face changed abruptly. Chu Yutong's eyes also flashed with a cold light as he sternly declared, Su Xueming, do you know what you are saying? This is treason. Should the Su family truly dare to commit such rebellious acts, the enchanted techniques that you hold dear will certainly be seized by the Diqian dynasty. This was a blatant threat of force, implying that if the Su family did not comply, Diqian would not hesitate to use military might to seize control. Take over. Su Xianming did not back down, a cold arc curving his lips. Does Master Guosher truly believe that the Su family is so easily entered and exited, or is he not afraid of not being able to walk out of the Su family door himself? Facing this counterattack, Chu Yutong instead calmed down. He lightly brushed his fingertips over the sound transmission talisman in his sleeve and said coldly, surely the Su family does not think that this master has come here with only Elder Qiu, a Golden Core protector. Before his words fell, the inconspicuous talisman in his hand suddenly emitted a faint glow. But in an instant, several powerful Golden Core pressures erupted like awakened giant beasts, rising with a thunderous roar from the mountains and forests and clouds surrounding Qingyuan County. These Golden Core pressures did not invade Qingyuan County, but the warning was evident. If the Su family dared to act against the Master Guosher, there would surely be a thunderous strike outside the city. The air in the main hall seemed to freeze, the pressure suddenly increasing. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, a calm voice came from the entrance, breaking the suffocating stalemate. It seems that Diqian truly lacks manpower. Su Yang, dressed in plain blue robes and bearing a warm smile, stepped into the main hall. He first nodded slightly at his son, Su Xuanming, signaling him to calm down, then his gaze fell upon Chu Yutong, his smile brightening. The Golden Core practitioners here to protect Master Guosher have mixed auras, their techniques diverse, seemingly all from other Golden Core forces rather than direct cultivators of the Diqian court. Master Guosher must have expended quite a bit of effort and resources to summon them, right? Su Yang's appearance was like ice dropped into boiling oil, instantly altering the tense atmosphere in the hall. He casually walked to the main seat and sat down, a perceptive servant immediately presenting spiritual tea. He picked up the teacup, lightly swirling the lid, and the fragrant aroma of tea spread. After savoring a sip, he raised his eyes to look at Chu Yutong, whose expression was fluctuating between dark and light, with a meaningful smile. Not long ago, I received some rather troubling news, and was at a loss for how to deal with it. Since Master Guosher happens to be present, and has such a number of Golden Core practitioners at his command, it would be most fitting to leave this matter to you. Seeing Su Yang finally reveal himself, Chu Yutong felt a bit more at ease despite his vigilance. At least the level of dialogue had risen. His expression softened slightly as he suppressed his displeasure. He asked, has clan leader Su finally decided to show himself? What urgent matter could possibly warrant your personal appearance? In my view, there is nothing more crucial at this moment than the new realm of martial arts. Su Yang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. He set down the teacup and said clearly, word by word, the 10,000 great mountains have suddenly erupted with a large-scale beast tide, and the beast horde is surging toward Yunmeng Ruins. Yunmeng Ruins is about to fall. I wonder if this news qualifies as important to Master Guosher. What did you say? Chu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. While it is true that Yunming Ruins is backed by the 10,000 Great Mountains, how could such a large-scale beast tide erupt just like that? His habit of practicing the heavenly secrets made him neither easily trustful nor skeptical. Instead, he immediately put it into practice. He quickly raised his left hand, fingers moving rapidly like fluttering butterflies. The essence of the heavenly secrets flowed through his fingers, drawing strands of heavenly secrets to deduce the movements of Yunming Ruins and the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just a few breaths later, Chu Yutong's actions suddenly froze, his face draining of color, only to be followed by a surge of horrified crimson. The result of his calculation clearly indicated that Su Yang's words were not false. Within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, chaotic energies surged, and the stench of blood and slaughter rose to the sky, forming a terrifying torrent that was indeed sweeping toward Yunming Ruins. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Su Yang, his face filled with astonishment and shock. Yunming Ruins is far from Qingyuan, where the Su family is located. Even the fastest communication methods would have delays. Yet according to his deductions, this beast tide had only just formed and surged. The forefront of the beast horde might not have even broken through the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains, let alone reached the outskirts of Yunming Ruins. How did Su Yang accomplish this? Could it be that the Su family also possesses experts proficient in heavenly secret deductions whose skills are on par with his? Or is it possible that the Su family has some communication methods he cannot comprehend? Regardless of which possibility it is, it made Chu Yutong reassess the Su family with greater regard, and a chill crept deeper into his heart. So what now? Su Yang's expression remained calm, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Does Master Guesher now believe what I said? Chu Yutong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves within him. His expression turned extremely serious, even taking on a hint of commanding tone. Since the beast tide is real, we cannot afford to delay. As the Su family is the protector of the Luoxian prefecture as appointed by Diqian, and with Yunming Ruins on the brink of a great calamity, the Su family should mobilize their forces at the first opportunity to suppress the beast tide and protect the local populace. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xianming couldn't help but laugh loudly again, the sarcasm in his laughter nearly overflowing. Not long ago, Master Guesher was attempting to pressure my Su family with the might of the court, even going so far as to mobilize golden cores as a threat, and now you demand my Su family to serve the court. The rapid shift in Master Guoshi's attitude and sense of entitlement is quite unreasonable. Hearing this, Chu Yutong's expression froze, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. He knew that the relationship had already soured, and now to demand the Su family to act would indeed seem overbearing and unreasonable. Yet bearing the responsibilities of the Master Guesher, the interests of the dynasty and the greater situation took precedence over personal pride. With a darkened face, he tried to negotiate stiffly. Clan leader Su is being too harsh. The Diqian court has never intended to be in an adversarial relationship with the Su family. It should be noted that Her Majesty the Empress has a close friendship with the head of Yunjian sect, and the Su family has a profound relationship with the head of the Luo sect as well. With this connection, you and I are not enemies to begin with. What Diqian seeks is simply for the Su family to lend a hand in martial matters to strengthen our national power together. Moreover, he shifted the conversation to a more pressing reality. Right now, the most urgent matter is to suppress the beast tide and save countless lives. If the beast tide is allowed to wreak havoc, Yunming Ruins will surely be devastated. This concerns both lives and the stability of Diqian's territory. Can we really ignore it due to some minor grievances? As for assistance in martial arts, the Su family has their own considerations and the right to refuse. The Diqian court has no authority to force the Su family to do anything. Su Yang took a sip of the spiritual tea, his tone still calm. He set down the teacup as if just recalling something and added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform Master Guesher of a key point due to the urgency of the earlier news. According to investigations, this beast tide erupting from the 10,000 Great Mountains is no trivial matter, and among the leading beasts are multiple golden core-level great demons. With only the manpower I can mobilize from the Su family at present, we are absolutely incapable of dealing with it. Coincidentally, Master Guesher has come to visit this time, bringing so many golden core cultivators to protect you. Their profound skills and formidable combat power should head to Yunming Ruins now to assist the court in suppressing the beast tide and demonstrating the might of Diqian right." The corner of Chu Yutong's eye twitched. Su Yang's words clearly turned the pressure of his martial strength back onto him, transforming him into the labor force that must go to Yunming Su to help the Su family fend off the beast tide. He brought these golden core cultivators as a deterrent and assurance, not truly intending for them to engage in battle with the golden core demon beasts and suffer losses here. However, Su Yang's arguments were irrefutable, and he had no way to counter them. As the national master in the face of disasters in his jurisdiction, he could not justify standing by while the personnel he brought merely watched. The Diligence court will naturally not sit idly by in the face of disasters within its borders. Chu Yutong gritted his teeth, squeezing the words through clenched jaws. Suppressing the beast tide and protecting the territory is the duty of both the court and the garrison officials. As the national master, I will naturally lead my people there, but the Su family, as the guardians of Luo Xian, also bear an equal responsibility. I hope the Su family can show sincerity and send golden core cultivators to join me in going to Yunmeng Su to resist the beast tide rather than just watching from the sidelines. He deliberately emphasized the words watching from the sidelines, his gaze locked onto Su Yang. This is only. Su Yang's smile returned. He casually set down his teacup and gestured towards the door with a relaxed tone, as if inviting a friend on an outing. Protecting our homeland is an obligation of the Su family. Please, National Master, take the lead. I am sure Yunmeng Su is already in a dire situation and requires the might of the Golden Core Masters. With the presence of the National Master of Diligence commanding with certainty, the common people can certainly be saved from the brink of disaster, gaining immeasurable merit. Chu Yutong exchanged glances with the elder Chiu behind him, seeing frustration and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. The situation was more powerful than the individuals. The news of the beast tide was indisputable and imminent. If they continued to entangle themselves in martial matters, they would not only be in the wrong, but also miss the opportunity for battle, causing unimaginable losses and public condemnation. Let's go. Chu Yutong said no more, suddenly rising, flicking his sleeve, and striding towards the main hall. Elder Chiu followed closely, his expression ashen. Though they were extremely angry at the Su family at this moment, they had no choice but to swallow their anger and shift their focus to the beast tide. As Chu Yutong's order was transmitted through the sound transmission talisman, several golden core cultivators outside Qingyuan County transformed into beams of escaping light, racing towards the direction of Yunmeng Su. They were either commanded by the Diligence court or had an agreement with Chu Yutong. Although they knew that suppressing the beast tide was not their task, they had to obey the orders. What Su Yang said was entirely true. The news of the beast tide came from Wei Jing and Chu Yabai, who were training in the 10,000 Great Mountains. They had long sensed the large-scale agitation of the demon beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains, personally witnessing the terrifying sight of the beast horde forming like a black tide surging towards Yunmeng Su. Both of them understood the severity of the situation and at the first opportunity transmitted the intelligence back to their family through the divine sense space. The scale and danger of this beast tide far exceeded that of the one that occurred in the 100 Lotus Mountain range years ago. Within Yunmeng Su, the Su family's business association headed by Ji Shulan and Su Xinyo decisively made a decision upon receiving the family's urgent message. They abandoned their stronghold, quickly withdrawing all business supplies and organizing the personnel of the Su Family Business Association to evacuate rapidly. They had no intention of staying in Yunmeng Su to hold their ground. Based on the information transmitted by Wei Jing and the others, it was confirmed that there was more than one golden core demon beast in this beast tide. Such power was sufficient to easily tear apart the defensive great array of Yunmeng Su. Even if a few golden core cultivators rushed over upon hearing the news, they could at most save a portion of people's lives amidst the chaos. Trying to save the entire Yunmeng Su market was no different from a delusion. In fact, in recent years, the activities of demon beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains had become increasingly frequent, with signs of unusual agitation occurring from time to time. Early on, keen cultivators had sensed that this might be a harbinger of a beast tide. However, the outbreak of a beast tide often depends on many complex factors, and no one could accurately predict when or in what scale it would descend. And today, the long-accumulated disaster finally erupted. Boom. Meanwhile, the ground around Yunmeng Su began to tremble violently without warning. Dust cascaded from the houses, dishes on the tables clattered, and pedestrians on the streets stumbled unsteadily. An earthquake. What's happening? The townsfolk and low-level cultivators in the small town were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had happened. Just as panic set in, the entrance to Yunmeng Su flashed with spirit light. The Su family's flying boats rushed out in succession, followed closely by hundreds of figures fleeing in a panic. They dared not linger, fleeing towards the direction of Qingyuan, while pouring their spiritual energy into their throats, shouting hoarsely, their voices echoing. The beast tide from the 10,000 Great Mountains is coming. Everyone hurry to escape. As soon as these words were uttered, panic erupted like a drop of concentrated ink in clear water, instantly exploding in every corner of the small town. What? A beast tide? That's nonsense. Yunmeng Su has never. Look at the mountains. Suddenly someone exclaimed loudly. The murmurs of doubt and cries of alarm came to an abrupt halt. Many people instinctively turned to look in the direction of the 10,000 great mountains following the direction pointed by the shouter. They saw that the originally mist-covered, indistinct silhouette of the mountains suddenly surged with countless black dots. Those black dots rapidly enlarged, connecting into a mass resembling a black tide that devoured light, surging over the ridges at an astonishing speed towards Yunmeng-su. The earth rumbled, dust and smoke rose into the sky, and even from a distance one could feel the violent and destructive aura. Not good. There really is a beast tide. Run. A foundation establishment cultivator setting up a stall at the entrance of the market possessed strong divine sense, and was the first to clearly see that the black tide was made up of countless demon beasts. He was immediately terrified, no longer caring about the little possessions at his stall, and activated his sword technique to the utmost, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the sky, fleeing far away without looking back. With the first one there came a second, a third. In an instant, chaotic flashes of light erupted within Yunmeng-su as beams of escaping light soared into the air like startled birds fleeing in all directions. The order within the market collapsed instantly. Cries, screams, crashes, and shouts mixed together into a chaotic clamor. The commoners and low-level cultivators left in the small town were even more desperate. They had no place to escape and could only flee and collide like headless flies amid the increasingly violent tremors, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. This cultivation market that had stood for countless years along with the surrounding refuge town was completely thrown into chaos at this moment. Crying, screaming, cursing, pleading. Countless voices blended together, forming a heart-wrenching din. The crowd surged like a disturbed ant colony, crashing and fleeing without direction. The originally orderly shops and stalls had long been left in disarray. Valuable spiritual materials, pills, and talismans scattered across the ground, trampled and crushed under fleeing feet. There was also a group of robbers, some with black veils over their faces, or using spells to conceal their shapes, their eyes flashing with greed and madness. Instead of fleeing, they charged against the flow of people, excitedly rushing towards those well-fed cultivators they had long coveted, or the relatively defenseless shops. For them this was not a disaster but a feast. They were certain that this beast tide was no different from the one in the 100 Lotus Mountain range. With their cultivation and speed, they could easily make a hefty profit before being submerged by the beast tide, and then leisurely escape. Just as this group of robbers thought they could make a fortune and depart in style, a terrifying roar seemingly from ancient wilderness erupted from the depths of the surging beast tide. The roar coalesced into a shockwave that struck the soul, instantly overpowering all the noise. A thick beam of dark red malevolent energy surged forth from the depths of the beast tide, spanning 100 zhang in the sky with a devastating force, crashing into the protective barrier around the town at the edge of Yunmeng ruins. Boom! The deafening sound was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. The ground trembled violently, and the protective barrier could not withstand even a moment, shattering like fragile glass under a heavy blow, bursting into countless points of light. The residual force of the blood-red beam showed no signs of diminishing, smashing down into a densely packed cluster of buildings in the town like a spear of divine punishment. As the beam struck bricks and would vaporize like paper, creating a pit several dozen zhang in diameter that seemed bottomless. The violent shockwave spread out in a circular pattern, engulfing everything within 100 zhang radius: houses, streets, mortals, and cultivators alike. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All survivors were paralyzed by the terrifying sight of this, strike their minds blank. It was not until the tide of beasts surged and stepping over the corpses of the human race and roaring into the town that the survivors regained their senses. Their legs turned to jelly as they scrambled in all directions, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The dense tide of beasts surged like an unstoppable flood. The remaining barrier at the town's perimeter was completely shattered before this torrent. In less than a moment, the surging beast horde reached the entrance of Yunmeng Ruins Market, crashing into the 3rd-tier protective formation. This formation was set up by the Su family, its spiritual light flowing and far sturdier than the town's barrier, capable of withstanding several rounds of attacks from Golden Core cultivators for a short time. The barrier trembled violently, rippling as it crashed into the frontmost beasts, breaking their bones and momentarily halting the tide of beasts. At that moment, 8 Golden Core great demons emerged from the beast horde. They took on various forms, some resembling mountains, others like phantoms, each filled with a brutal rage. With a thunderous roar, 8 different colored demonic spells smashed into the 3rd-tier formation simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous thunderous sounds threatened to burst the eardrums. The 3rd-tier formation flickered wildly, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure. What was even more deadly was that there were no Golden Core cultivators stationed in Yunmeng Ruins. After receiving a warning from the family, the Su clan evacuated immediately, and other capable forces also fled at the first sign of trouble. Without high-level cultivators to oversee and infuse spiritual energy for maintenance, the formation's power was greatly diminished. In less than a moment, under the relentless assault of the 8 golden core great demons, the protective formation that Yunmeng Ruins relied on for survival finally let out a crisp cracking sound, its spiritual light dimming entirely. Like a breached dam, an endless tide of beasts surged into the once prosperous cultivation market. The intricately carved buildings collapsed under the impact of the giant beasts, and the colorful shops were trampled into ruins. Exquisite pavilions and waterside pavilions reduced to rubble under claws and spells. Crying, wailing, the booming sounds of collapsing buildings and the excited roars of beasts intertwined. The remaining forces could no longer care about any possessions and desperately urged their escape light, fleeing madly towards the direction away from the 10,000 great mountains. Faced with the 8 furious golden core great demons and the endless sea of beasts, there was only one way left to go. At this moment, beside the broken walls, a robust middle-aged cultivator seemed out of place, holding a jug of special spiritual wine marked with the drunken Immortal Pavilion logo, and was tilting his head back, boldly drinking the liquid flowing down his chin and soaking his clothes. He staggered, swaying like a complete drunkard, oblivious to the torrent of beasts tearing around him. Even more bizarre was that the fierce and violent beasts, upon approaching within several zhang of him, would instinctively avoid him, as if encountering a natural enemy, slowing their pace and retracting their malevolent aura, behaving like docile house pets, not daring to offend him in the slightest. If Su Yang and Qi Feng were present, they would immediately recognize that this middle-aged man, leisurely drinking amidst the ruins, was the same madman who had once prophesied the disaster of the market. Immortal, I had said long ago that wantonly slaughtering the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains would surely lead to a day of reckoning. See, has it not come? Immortal downed the remaining wine from the jug in one gulp, and casually smashed the empty jug against the nearby rubble, producing a crisp crack. He staggered to find a larger piece of broken stone to sit on, lazily leaning back, as if what he sat upon was not ruins, but a delicate soft chair. He squinted his eyes, watching the fleeing cultivators in the distance, those being pounced upon and torn apart by beasts, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, only a profound indifference. Uncertain how much time passed, the rampage of the beast tide gradually subsided, and there was no longer any organized resistance in Yunmeng Ruins, the prosperity reduced to scorched earth. Even the natural concealment formation that enveloped the market completely failed due to the ongoing destruction, exposing the entire ruins to the light of day. The 8 large, imposing golden core great demons, having retracted their ferocity, approached Immortal one after another, lowering their fierce heads in a respectful and humble manner. Leading the group was a giant white-eyed tiger demon, several zhang long, with the word king on its forehead. It spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, saying, "It turns out that the Demon King is here drinking. We were unaware and disturbed your enjoyment. We hope you won't take offense." Immortal remained leaning against the rubble, his posture unchanged, merely waving his hand casually, his voice slightly slurred from the wine. "No harm done. I just think this spiritual wine is quite good. It's nothing worth disturbing." He looked around at the broken walls and ruins, a faint, inscrutable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Moreover, compared to those ostentatious buildings, I find this primitive environment much more comfortable." Just as the tiger demon was about to say something, its enormous head suddenly lifted, its amber beast eyes sharply gazing toward the distant horizon. At the edge of Yunmeng Ruins, a previously arranged teleportation array suddenly lit up with dazzling brilliance, the space rippling violently. As the light faded, several figures radiating the aura of golden core cultivators stepped out, first followed closely by over 100 fully armed cultivators and martial artists. The leader, Chu Yutong, had a grim expression as he looked at the still smoke-filled Yunmeng Ruins, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Thanks to the teleportation array set up by the Su family, their arrival speed was remarkably quick. However, even so, what met their eyes was still this tragic scene. It was evident that during the beast tide's eruption, there had been no one to organize resistance within the market. It was completely abandoned. Otherwise, with the third-tier formation, it should have been able to hold out for at least a moment rather than being so utterly defeated. Damn it! Anger surged within Chu Yutong as his gaze swept across the scene, instantly locking onto Su Xuandao, who had led the disciples of Luoxian City here. He coldly questioned, "Doesn't the Su family have people in Yunmeng Ruins? Why didn't you intervene to stop it? Even a moment's delay would have sufficed." Su Xuanxiao, clad in a robe patterned with thunder, stood nearby with a cold expression. He cast a faint glance at Chu Yutong, his tone calm, yet distant. "Respected national master, it is clear that the members of the Su family remaining in Yunmeng Ruins are merely involved in commerce and have no obligation to guard the market. As the garrison commander of Luoxian City, I rushed here at the first warning, fulfilling my duty of defense." Yet you National Master along with your Golden Core disciples were nearby and Qing Yuan closer to this location, yet arrived at a similar time as us. If anyone needs to reflect on the efficiency of their journey, it would be the Su family. Chu Yutong was momentarily at a loss for words, snorting coldly, unwilling to continue the verbal conflict with Su Xianxiao. I have no desire to debate this matter with you. With such heavy losses in Yunmeng ruins, I will assess the situation afterwards and reevaluate whether the Su family is still qualified to hold the position of garrison in Luoxian. He shifted his gaze away from Su Xuanxiao, directing it at a middle-aged man leisurely drinking wine, surrounded by 8 golden core demons in the ruins. Chu Yutong's pupils constricted as alarm bells rang in his heart. This man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, remaining calm amidst the beast-tied ruins while the surrounding demons showed him deference. He was no ordinary individual. Suppressing his anger, he pointed his ire at the obviously leading tiger demon and asked in a low voice, his voice infused with spiritual power resonating outwards, "Why do you demons not reside deep within the 10,000 mountains, instead invading our great Qian territory to slaughter the human populace?" The beasts that had reached the golden core stage possessed intelligence and could speak. The tiger demon turned its massive head towards Chu Yutong and glanced at the several vigilant golden core cultivators behind him, snorting 2 puffs of fetid white smoke. It let out a cold snort, its voice booming like thunder. "Human cultivators have long invaded the 10,000 mountains, hunting our kin, taking their cores, skinning them for their fur, and dismantling their bones for crafting, committing countless atrocities. We are merely returning the favor, blood for blood. How dare you humans question us?" Chu Yutong's expression darkened. Avoiding the topic of demon revenge, he invoked the righteousness of the dynasty to impose pressure. "Do not quibble. This territory belongs to the great Qian dynasty, and the Yunmeng ruins are under its protection. You have led a beast tide to invade, destroying our homeland and slaughtering our people. Do you intend to declare war against the great Qian dynasty?" "War?" The tiger demon's throat emitted a low growl, filled with disdain. "Whether great Qian or great Qi, in our eyes there is no difference. The cultivators of Yunmeng ruins have had their hands stained with our kin's blood for years. Today, they must pay the price. If you only know how to talk about reason and wield your human authority, then perish alongside these ants." As soon as the words left its mouth, it suddenly threw its head back and let out a roar that shook the mountains. A violent sound wave carrying the aura of golden core demons surged forth, serving as both a warning and a call to attack. Stubborn and unyielding. If words cannot resolve this, then battle it shall be. Demons, return to your 10,000 mountains. Chu Yutong understood the negotiations had collapsed. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to signal for an attack. The several golden core cultivators behind him, though frightened by the 8 golden core demons, were now committed and could only grit their teeth to summon their treasures, channeling their powers, various spiritual lights ascending into the sky. Roar! The tiger demon saw the other side making their move, its eyes flashing with fierce light, letting out a thunderous roar. The other 7 golden core demons also roared in unison, their overwhelming demonic energy surging into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. They swung their sharp claws, spewing toxic flames and icy frost, commanding violent winds and massive stones pouncing fiercely towards the human golden core cultivators. In an instant, the sky above the Yunmeng ruins was ablaze with spiritual light. Demonic energy clashed violently. Over a dozen streaks of various colored escape lights darted like shooting stars as terrifying spells and demon techniques collided, producing an unending series of earth-shattering booms. Sword energy sliced through the clouds, raging flames scorched the air, icy frost froze the void, and massive stones rained down. The chaotic battle at the golden core level erupted instantly, dimming the heavens and earth. The released energy waves plowed through the ruins below, once again stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Su Xianxiao no longer paid attention to the golden core battle in the sky. His task was to withstand the beast tide and minimize the casualties of ordinary cultivators and martial artists. He bellowed, "All those from Luoxian City, follow me to exterminate the beasts and save the people." With that, he took the lead, transforming into a brilliant bolt of thunder, charging towards the beast horde still wreaking havoc in the ruins. Su Xinsher and numerous cultivators from Luoxian City echoed in unison, employing their skills and following closely behind, engaging in a fierce battle with the surging beast tide. In the sky, the battle between human golden core cultivators and the demon beasts quickly escalated. Being of the same golden core stage, the human cultivators indeed held significant advantages. The humans possessed meticulously crafted various magical weapons, protective armors, and array talismans with diverse tactics that coordinated more cohesively. In contrast, the demon beasts primarily relied on their overwhelmingly powerful physiques, and the innate bloodline abilities passed down. Each strike was immense, imbued with a savage ferocity. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Mo remained seated on a piece of rubble, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding conflict. He pulled out a small wine flask from somewhere, sipping leisurely while his eyes scanned the fierce battle in the sky, with keen interest, the semblance of a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth, as if enjoying a splendid drama unrelated to himself. In comparison to the 8 fearsome demon beasts in the sky, Su Xianxiao was more vigilant of the middle-aged man leisurely drinking in the ruins. As soon as they arrived at Yunmeng ruins, Su Xianxiao had immediately noticed this individual. The 8 golden core demons surrounded him like subjects in attendance to a king, bowing their heads in submission, their demeanor filled with reverence and obedience. This was certainly not a simple partnership, but rather a clear display of the subservience of lower beings to their superior. Yet despite the intensity of the Golden Core battle above, whether the Golden Core demons were prevailing or suffering, even emitting mournful howls, this middle-aged man remained undisturbed on the rubble. Su Zhuangxiu's divine sense repeatedly probed the other, yet he could not perceive any fluctuations of spiritual or demonic power from him, as if he were merely an ordinary person without any cultivation. But that was precisely what made him the most terrifying. How could someone remain drinking calmly among 8 golden core demons and maintain composure in such a brutal ruin, possibly be an ordinary person? A sense of crisis stemming from instinct warned Su Xianxiao. This person was extremely dangerous. Everyone stay away from that middle-aged cultivator in the ruins. Do not approach him for any reason. Su Xianxiao used his divine sense to transmit a warning to Su Xinshi and all the cultivators of Luoxian City. Su Xianxiao dared not be the slightest bit distracted as he commanded Su Xinshi and the others to form a formation channeling the Thunder Dao to hurl massive purple lightning snakes into the beast horde. Where the lightning passed, a burnt odor pervaded the air and swathes of demon beasts were reduced to charred remains. Su Xianxiao himself summoned his life treasure, a purple thunder flag enveloped in fine arcs of electricity. Holding the flagpole, he waved it into the air. The thunder attribute of heaven and earth seemed to respond to the call of a king, wildly converging into a violent thunder domain that spanned hundreds of feet, forcibly blocking the torrent of beasts. Yet his peripheral vision never left the figure amidst the ruins. The battle in the sky grew fiercer. Several golden core cultivators brought by Chu Yutong, though not directly affiliated with the court, were all seasoned warriors who had successfully cultivated to the golden core realm. They employed various techniques, with flying swords darting across the battlefield and brilliant spells shining as they clashed fiercely with the 8 robust golden core great demons. The collision of spiritual power and demonic power erupted in deafening roars, illuminating the already shattered sky in bizarre colors. Roar! A howl filled with pain and rage suddenly rang out, causing people's eardrums to throb. The tiger demon, with its distinctive eyes and white forehead, had one of its beastly eyes pierced by a fierce, sword-like blood mixed with an unknown fluid gushing forth. Its massive body staggered back in the air, its aura immediately diminishing. The intense pain and the gradually worsening situation made this fierce tiger demon unable to maintain its arrogance any longer. It suddenly turned its head to look towards the ruins, letting out a near-pleading wail. "My clan is weak, please, great lord, lend us your aid." This cry seemed to open some sort of floodgate. The other golden core great demons also shook off their opponents, retreating and lowering their heads in the same direction. Voices mingled with unwillingness and urgency. "We beseech you, great lord, assist us." "Great lord." The unified shout resonated like thunder on the battlefield. Both sides involuntarily paused for a moment. Chu Yutong, Elder Chiu, and several golden core cultivators were all struck with shock, their gazes suddenly fixating on the center of the ruins. The only person present with an unclear stance who had remained an outsider was Mo Li, sitting on the rubble drinking and watching the battle. Chu Yutong abruptly turned his head, locking his sharp gaze onto him. Mo Li maintained a relaxed demeanor, a faint smile on his face. In the cultivation world, whether among human sovereigns or demon overlords, to be referred to as Great Lord could only mean one thing: nascent soul Great Lord. Chu Yutong's pupils constricted sharply, a chill surging from his soles to the crown of his head, his heart suddenly feeling half frozen. Nascent soul Great Lord. How is this possible? This is not the resource-rich, hero-laden northern region of Qinzhou, but the resource-scarce southern region of Qinzhou, where golden core cultivators are the pinnacle existence, and there have been no rumors of a nascent soul Great Lord appearing for hundreds or even thousands of years. How could a nascent soul Great Lord suddenly emerge, especially in such a remote place as Yunmeng ruins? A terrifying thought uncontrollably surged into Chu Yutong's mind. If this person truly is at the nascent soul stage and is revered as Great Lord by the golden core great demons, could it be? He is a transformed nascent soul demon king. Nascent soul beasts possess the ability to take human form. The individual before him was enigmatic and extraordinary, and with the respectful demeanor of the surrounding demons, Chu Yutong had already deduced that the likelihood was very high. Tremendous shock and fear gripped him, but as the Grand Master of the Great Qian, he could not show any sign of weakness at this moment. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands toward Mo Li from a distance, raising his voice to ask, "Are you the great lord of the Demon King?" Mo Li leisurely stood up, lazily stretching with a slight crack of his bones. He brushed off a bit of dust from his robes, his smile unchanged, speaking casually, as if greeting a neighbor. "What instructions do you have, Great Master?" He indeed recognized me. Chu Yutong's heart tightened. These golden core great demons might not know him, the Grand Master of the Great Qian, but Mo Li was clearly different. From his tone, it seemed he was well aware of the powerful figures of the Great Qian and Great Qi. However, in the eyes of the nascent soul Demon King, he as a Foundation Establishment Grand Master was probably no different from an ant. The fact that the other party could recognize him was likely just due to a good memory. The situation was stronger than the individual. Chu Yutong had no choice but to lower his posture further, solemnly asking, "May I ask, Great Lord, is this beast horde unleashed by your command?" This question was crucial. If this beast horde was orchestrated by this nascent soul Demon King before him, then not to mention he a mere Foundation Establishment Grand Master, even if the Empress of the Great Qian were present, it would be impossible to turn the tide. The chasm between nascent soul and golden core is insurmountable, not something mere numbers can overcome. Mo Li raised an eyebrow at the question, ambiguously replying, "Not under my command." However, he paused, scanning the surroundings, and chuckled lightly. "As a member of the demon race witnessing my kin slaughtered for years, I can't just stand idly by and watch, can I? Hearing this, Chu Yutong's expression grew even darker. He hastily tried to use the heavenly mechanism technique to deduce Mo Li's true intentions and the root cause of this beast horde, but the heavenly mechanism was shrouded in chaos, obscured by an invisible fog, making it impossible to discern. He had no choice but to harden his resolve and speak again, trying to find a way out. "What does the Great Lord require? If within reason, the Great Qian dynasty is willing to do its utmost to satisfy in hopes of quelling the conflict. Why let these innocent beings suffer, leading to such a massacre? This is a situation where both human and demon races would suffer losses." Ha ha ha. Mo Li seemed to have heard something exceedingly ridiculous, bursting into laughter, the sound echoing over the ruins, tinged with unmasked sarcasm and indifference. "Requirements? What requirements do I have? This is merely a rebellion that has been oppressed for too long, unable to bear it any longer. For years, human cultivators have penetrated the 10,000 mountains hunting my demon kin. Blood debts must be repaid. The solution is quite simple. As long as we demons kill enough and vent our grievances sufficiently, this beast horde will naturally come to an end." Such casually spoken madness caused Chu Yutong's face to shift between green and white. Since arriving in the Luotian prefecture, he had first been rebuffed by the Su family, and now he was being so disdainfully mocked by a demon race great lord, he felt utterly suffocated as the Grand Master. And all of this stemmed from his own inadequacy and strength. With merely Foundation Establishment cultivation in front of these powerful beings, he had nothing but an empty title of Grand Master of the Great Qian, receiving no respect whatsoever. In an instant, humiliation, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible fear intertwined. Chu Yutong made an effort to calm his emotions and straightened his back, stating, "If you, my lord, insist on continuing to indulge the beast tide and slaughtering the people of Deqian and trampling upon Deqian's territory, then our Deqian dynasty will have no choice but to exert the full strength of the nation to formally declare war on the 10,000 mountain demon tribes. Even if at that time you, my lord, possess celestial cultivation, if our Deqian were to expend all its resources for a national battle, we might not be unable to inflict mutual destruction upon your nobility. I hope you, my lord, will think carefully before proceeding." "Oh." Mo Li's smile faded, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Chu Yutong, as if observing a pest unaware of its impending doom. "Are you threatening me?" The flat tone caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Suddenly, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Mo Li without warning. "I despise being threatened by others." Mo Li's face twisted into a vicious expression, the patterns of demon beasts subtly appearing beneath his skin, a blurred visage resembling both man and beast overlaying his original features. He enunciated, "especially by an ant." The moment his words fell, the spiritual pressure of the nascent soul stage descended upon Chu Yutong like a with a sickening sound and noise that made one's teeth ache erupted. Chu Yutong, whose cultivation was merely at the Foundation Establishment stage, couldn't even let out a scream as fragile as a crushed tomato. His body exploded on the spot, turning into a puddle of indistinct flesh, splattering across the charred remains of the land. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, the sudden turn of events, leaving everyone present in a daze. Huh. Before anyone could react, Lee suddenly uttered a soft, the coldness on his face rapidly fading, replaced by a look of keen interest. He cast his gaze toward the shadow of a broken wall, not far away. There a flicker of spiritual light flashed, and Chu Yutong's figure surprisingly reemerged. However, at this moment his face was as pale as paper, devoid of any blood, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, as if he had just struggled out from the brink of drowning, his eyes filled with the terror and weakness of having survived a calamity. His aura had withered to the extreme, and the jade pendant he wore at his side let out a soft crack, completely turning to dust. Master, are you alright? Old Xiao, who had been guarding him, finally reacted at this moment, instantly frightened out of his wits, his face pale with horror. He quickly stepped in front of Chu Yutong, his spiritual power surging, yet still trembling slightly. That previous strike was too fast. He had not even had time to react. Now reflecting on it, he felt a wave of dread, cold sweat soaking his... Had it not been for the master possessing a life-saving trump card, he would have been long dead by now. If Chu Yutong fell in front of him, even if he managed to escape from the clutches of the nascent Soul Demon King and return to Diqian, he would still face the full wrath of the Empress. Standing in front of Chu Yutong, facing Lee's almost mocking gaze, old Xiao's heart was filled with terror and helplessness. The gap between Golden Core and Nascent Soul was too vast. Before a Nascent Soul true monarch, a Golden Core cultivator had no right to even compel the other party to take them seriously. Lee observed the shaken Chu Yutong with keen interest, especially the jade pendant that had turned to powder beneath his feet, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, a life-saving type of treasure. It seems you, master, do have some cards to play then. Lee slowly raised one hand, fingers slightly spread, aiming at the direction of Chu Yutong, and old Xiao, his face displaying a chillingly morbid smile. I want to see how many lives you have left to waste. As soon as his words fell, Lee's hand suddenly clenched. In an instant, the air surrounding Chu Yutong solidified like a quagmire, collapsing inward and compressing with a buzz. An illusory paw formed from demonic power appeared out of nowhere, its 5 fingers twisted and sharp, descending toward Chu Yutong, and old Xiao, the familiar sense of oppression striking again. Not good. Old Xiao's face instantly turned pale, his soul nearly leaving his body. He shouted loudly, pouring all his Golden Core spiritual energy, without reservation, into the ancient tortoise shield in his hand. The ancient shield vibrated with a hum, its earthy yellow light surging, instantly expanding into a massive wall of light, several zhang high, attempting to withstand the blow. However, the illusory paw showed no signs of slowing down, about to collide with the wall of light. In a critical moment, Chu Yutong suddenly reached out, gripping old Xiao's shoulder tightly, staggering forward half a step. With his other hand, like lightning, he dove into his bosom and swiftly pulled out a gold red token engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns, emanating the aura of imperial authority. Chu Yutong roared hoarsely, pouring all his spiritual energy along with his vital blood into the token, throwing it towards the approaching illusory paw with all his might. With a hum, the moment the token left his hand, a deep dragon's roar and phoenix's cry reverberated through the ruins, erupting with brilliant light like the dawn tearing through the night, exuding a majestic and inviolable imperial majesty. A dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, instantly dispelling the chill and brutality brought by Lee's demonic power, illuminating the entire scorched earth with a glorious radiance. A stunningly beautiful figure exuding an innate majesty materialized from the void, stepping into. She wore a dragon and phoenix robe of gold and red, intricately embroidered with magnificent scenes of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies flowing gracefully. Adorning her head was a crown of 9 phoenixes, her phoenix head held high, with faint dragon and phoenix shadows swirling around her, producing a resonant sound, radiating an overwhelming aura of sovereignty and solemnity. This person was none other than the Empress of Diqian, Zhou Xuanji. The moment she appeared, the winds of heaven and earth seemed to still. Zhou Xuanji's beautiful eyes were as cold as ancient ice, calmly sweeping over her surroundings. Without needing any verbal explanation, in an instant she comprehended everything that transpired here, grasping the cause and effect. She lightly raised her hand, as delicate as frost, and with her spring-like finger pointed toward the illusory paw. Her movement was casual, her demeanor graceful and composed. Where her fingertip landed, a flash of golden light erupted, radiating with the grand and dignified aura of an emperor. 2 energies of completely different natures collided violently, and the overwhelming wave of spiritual energy exploded outward from the point of impact, forming a visible circular shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. Wherever it passed, the rubble and debris on the ground were lifted and shattered. Zhou Zuanji's form stood ethereally in the air, her gold-red robe billowing without wind, surrounded by the lingering sounds of dragon and phoenix shadows. She slowly turned her gaze toward Immortal, her voice clear and pleasant, yet carrying an innate domineering tone. "May I ask, can you halt the beast tide, my lord? Our Diligence can establish an alliance with the 10,000 mountains, promising that for the next 100 years we will not allow cultivators to invade the 10,000 mountains." Immortal lazily picked at his ear with his little finger, displaying an indifferent demeanor, clearly not taking Zhou Zuanji seriously. "It seems you of the Diligence still do not understand the situation," he said slowly, his tone laced with mockery. "Therefore I must clarify that the beast tide is not orchestrated by me, and this tide is merely a small portion of the beast horde from the 10,000 great mountains, a spontaneous response to the human race's aggressive actions. So when you say it has no effect, it's because of the consequences wrought by your own human race." Zhou Zuanji pressed. "Does this mean you, senior true monarch, will not take action?" Immortal laughed heartily, his laughter booming and uninhibited. "Who knows? Perhaps one day I might feel inclined to intervene for a bit. However, one thing I can clearly tell you is that this beast tide is a retaliation against the human race, and will not just end like that." Upon receiving this answer, Zhou Zuanji stood silently for a moment, her aura not only remaining strong, but becoming even more refined as the Emperor's unique dominance surged forth. "Since Senior True Monarch is unwilling to intervene to stop the beast tide, then our Diligence has no choice but to strike against the 10,000 great mountains, conveniently expanding our Diligence territory." She did not beat around the bush and responded forcefully. If they were unwilling to stop the beast tide, then they would go to war directly, not only to wage war, but also to attack the 10,000 great mountains, claiming more territory for the Diligence. "The 10,000 great mountains await Diligence." Immortal's laughter grew louder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "But I wonder if you can hold out until then." The war between Diligence and the 10,000 great mountains meant that they were caught between the watchful eyes of the Qi dynasty in front and the myriad of beasts behind, leaving them in a precarious situation. Although Zhou Zuanji's declaration of war was aggressive and decisive, the impact it brought was a tremendous pressure that enveloped the entire dynasty. "This will not trouble Senior True Monarch anymore." Zhou Zuanji said no more, merely casting a cold glance at him. Before sweeping her sleeve, a brilliant golden light bursting forth from her, enveloping the Shutang and Old Chiu below. The golden light quickly converged and condensed into a dazzling escape light. Without any pause, whoosh, it streaked across the sky, vanishing into a tiny point of light on the horizon, completely disappearing into the distant sky. Su Xuandao, who had been watching from the sidelines, took in this scene. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes flashing with seriousness and determination. The fact that the Diligence Empress fled with the National Master meant that the court's power had entirely withdrawn at this moment, and Yunming ruins had been completely abandoned. "Withdraw immediately. Board the ship. Depart from this place at full speed," Su Xiandao decisively ordered in a stern voice. Su Xinshan and others reacted swiftly, rushing onto the deck. The core formation of the warship roared to life, and the ship's body, adorned with spiritual runes, erupted with blazing light, transforming into a thick streak of flowing light, carrying the Su family members swiftly toward Qingyuan County. Several golden core cultivators who had accompanied Shutang were also jolted awake, their expressions changing drastically. With the Diligence Empress fleeing with Shutang, those left behind as helpers would face the reckoning of the nascent Soul Beast King if they did not leave now. Run! Several of them, terrified, panicked, and fled in different directions, employing every means at their disposal. However, their reaction was still a beat too slow. Almost at the same moment, they moved 8 golden core demons that had been lying in wait, let out earth-shattering roars. Demonic energy surged into the sky like 8 erupting volcanoes. Massive demonic figures, accompanied by a foul wind, intercepted the fleeing escape lights of the golden core cultivators. In an instant, the sky above Yunming ruins flashed with spiritual light, again demonic energy weaving through, and the overwhelming waves of spiritual power surged forth, reigniting the fierce battle of golden core cultivators once more. Yunming ruins had completely fallen, darkened ruins, and the stench of blood filled the air as the beast horde roared southward like an uncontrollable crimson tide. They trampled over the Bailian mountain range with unstoppable force, breaking through the recently rebuilt Guangling County. The city walls crumbled under the impact of the beasts as if made of paper, and the newly constructed houses were ruthlessly shattered by the horde. Thanks to the Su family's prior warning of the beast tide's movements and the transmission of alerts, the people of Guangling County and the station cultivators had evacuated completely before the beast tide arrived. The entire county town was once again reduced to ruins of broken walls, with only the howling wind sweeping through the empty streets, stirring up the ashes that had yet to be extinguished, leaving behind a haunting silence. Qingyuan County Su family's main hall. Su Zuming's face was tense, his brows furrowed deeply as he paced back and forth on the polished floor, his steps slightly hurried. His tightly clenched palms were slightly sweaty, the unease in his heart coiling around him like vines. This beast tide was coming fiercely with a purpose far beyond mere harassment and plunder. It aimed at the destruction of the various counties under the Daiqian dynasty, serving as a cruel retaliation and declaration from the 10,000 Great Mountains against the human race. The rolling beast tide was approaching at an astonishing speed, and Qingyuan County was right in its path with the shadow of annihilation looming overhead. Yet at this critical juncture of life and death, his father merely urged him to remain calm and stay within the clan without issuing any orders for evacuation or preparations for battle. This almost abnormal calmness and certainty filled Su Xueming with confusion and anxiety. He attempted to inquire several times, but Su Yang merely waved him off casually, providing no explanation. At this moment in Qingyuan County, it was not just Su Xueming who was tense. The common people and cultivators of the entire county were in a state of panic, fear spreading like a plague. On the streets, figures could be seen hastily fleeing with their families and belongings, the sound of hooves, wheels, cries, and shouts mingling into a cacophony. Many cultivators who were originally doing business or temporarily residing in Qingyuan were ruthlessly abandoning their assets, taking to escape light, or riding in carriages, leaving this site of disaster without looking back. As the Su family held the defense of Luoxian, they neither showed signs of large-scale military assembly nor organized any evacuation or preparations, leading those factions dependent on or rooted in the Su family to feel uncertain and anxious. In tea houses and taverns, cultivators whispered among themselves, discussing fervently, the air thick with unease and suspicion. What do you think the Su family is really planning? It's already getting urgent. Could it be that they have secretly evacuated and are deliberately keeping it from us, leaving us here to act as bait for the beast tide? A rugged-looking rogue cultivator spoke in a lowered voice, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. A family cultivator who had some business dealings with the Su family immediately shook his head in rebuttal. That shouldn't be the case. I specifically went to investigate near the Su family estate, and the family formation is operating as usual, with servants coming and going in an orderly fashion, showing no signs of panic. Moreover, the Su family's foundation is all in Qingyuan. The Zue Xian Tower, the Merchant Association, the spiritual fields, the workshops. Such a vast enterprise cannot be easily abandoned. I believe the Su family is likely planning to gather their strength and confront this beast tide heathen. Hard confrontation. The previously questioning loose cultivator scoffed. The Su family indeed has several golden core true persons, each one powerful, and perhaps they do possess the ability to slay those 8 golden core big demons. But don't forget, the message from Yunming Ruins indicates that behind the beast horde of the 10,000 mountains stands a nascent soul demon king. That is a nascent soul true monarch. Can the Su family, no matter how strong, truly contend with a nascent soul? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those around turned pale. The gap between nascent soul and golden core is like a chasm not easily bridged by mere numbers. Another middle-aged cultivator pondered for a moment and proposed another possibility. Do you think that reinforcements from the Great Qian dynasty are about to arrive? Is the Su family remaining still to wait for the imperial army? After all, the Great Qian has officially declared war on the 10,000 mountains, and they cannot simply stand by while the Luoxian domain falls right. Perhaps the court has already dispatched troops, only their movements have yet to be revealed. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Someone nodded in agreement. Although the Great Qian previously abandoned the Yunming ruins, that was due to the suddenness of the situation without any preparation. Now that the beast tide has a clear direction and the Great Qian has declared war both emotionally and logically, they will certainly send troops to suppress and defend their territory. This statement made many present feel slightly relieved, as if they had grasped a lifeline. However, at that moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just risen in their hearts. The Great Qian has indeed declared war on the 10,000 mountains, but can they really spare enough manpower to combat the beast tide from the 10,000 mountains? The crowd turned to look, only to see a gloomy-looking elder sitting in the corner, leisurely sipping tea, his tone indifferent as he spoke. Don't forget, the demon beasts in the 10,000 mountains are endless. The beast tides can come wave after wave, while the main force of the Great Qian is currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Great Qi dynasty. On another front, the war is stalemated, and they cannot spare their hands. Now, with the Great Qi eyeing them from the front and the beast horde from the 10,000 mountains pressing from the back, the Great Qian is caught in a pincer attack and cannot manage their own affairs. That Great Qi Emperor is not a fool. How could he let such a heaven-sent opportunity slip by? He will surely seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The Great Qian is likely just like a mud Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect itself, how can it spare any strength to save the Luoxian domain? This statement was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone in the dead of winter, chilling them to the bone. Though harsh, every word struck at the heart of the matter. A brief silence spread through the tea house, a layer of worry and helplessness covering everyone's faces. Many let out heavy sighs, and the heated discussions ultimately dissolved into a dejected silence, 1,000 words coalescing into a single despairing sigh. This damned chaotic world. When will it come to an end? Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Qingyuan drunken Immortal Tower, the view here is expansive with intricately carved railings and painted beams. Outside the window, the bustling scene of Qingyuan's market and the hazy mountains in the distance can be seen. In stark contrast to the panic in the city, the atmosphere here appears unusually calm, even somewhat leisurely. A young man dressed in a blue shirt, handsome in appearance, is seated opposite a strong, laid-back, middle-aged man. On the jade table in front of the two lay several exquisite spirit fruits and small dishes, while two crystal-clear jade cups contained amber-colored spirit wine that exuded a delightful aroma. The young man is Su Yang, the head of the Su family, and the middle-aged man across from him is none other than the nascent soul demon king, Immortal, who instills fear in the hearts of the great Qian cultivators. Elder Mo, Su Yang raised his cup, his posture respectful, yet not servile, his voice clear and calm. Although my Su family is officially conferred by the great Qian, holding the title of guarding Luoxuan, our relationship with the great Qian court is more of mutual cooperation than subservience. Thus the war between the great Qian and the 10,000 mountains is a decision of the court, and my Su family will not, nor can we gamble the lives of our entire clan for it. He paused slightly, looking earnestly at Immortal. I understand deeply that this beast tide is an outburst of accumulated grievances from the 10,000 mountains and cannot be stopped. I have taken the liberty to invite you today, hoping that considering our past connections, you could allow the beast tide heading south to bypass Qingyuan County. Su Yang drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Qingyuan County is the root of my Su family, the foundation where our bloodline is connected and our enterprises are gathered. What the Su family seeks is merely to secure a corner and continue our lineage. We have no intention of establishing an irreconcilable blood feud with the demon clan of the 10,000 mountains, nor the capacity to fully confront the nobility. We hope for your understanding, Elder. The reason Su Yang remains so calm amidst the chaos in the city and has not ordered his family to evacuate is precisely because he discovered Immortal's presence in Qingyuan and that he had taken residence in the drunken Immortal Tower. This offered him a unique opportunity for dialogue. Although in the eyes of the demon clan the Su family is also part of the human race, and equally hated by them. But as the saying goes, with the right leverage and effective words, persuading Immortal, the nascent soul demon king, to give them a break is not entirely impossible. If the negotiation is successful, the crisis in Qingyuan could be resolved without bloodshed. Of course, Su Yang is also prepared for the worst. If Immortal refuses to agree, the Su family will have no choice but to exhaust all their clan's strength, relying on the protective array of their ancestral land to fight the incoming beast tide to the bitter end. Qingyuan is the root of the Su family. Abandoning it would leave the family as rootless driftwood, bound to suffer great damage and even decline outright. Additionally, the family has one last escape route, which is to retreat entirely into the Fengsuan Immortal, but that would only be the final card to be played in a dire situation. For now, persuading Immortal to let the beast tide take a detour is undoubtedly the option with the least cost. As for the fate of other counties and cities in the Luoxian domain, that is no longer within the Su family's power to decide. Faced with the beast tide driven by the 8 golden core big demons, the Su family's apparent resources are simply insufficient to withstand a direct confrontation. The real responsibility for defense lies in whether the great Qian dynasty is willing to dispatch a large army to suppress it. Therefore, the fate of the Luoxian domain in the days to come is not in the hands of the Su family, but rather in the decisions and actions of the great Qian court. What worries Su Yang more now is that the great Qian might deliberately delay, failing to send reinforcements, allowing the Luoxian domain to rot amidst the beast tide, using this opportunity to weaken the Su family's foundation and later justifying the removal of the Su family from the guarding Luoxian position under the pretext of failing to protect the territory. If the Su family were to truly engage in a death struggle with the 10,000 mountains for the sake of the great Qian's territory, exhausting their clan's elite, that would be a true loss, without gain, making a wedding dress for others. Immortal listened to Su Yang's words, a smile that seemed neither here nor there on his face. He raised his cup of spirit wine to his lips and drank it all, exhaling a refreshing breath of wine, praising, refreshing. The spirit wine exclusively provided by the Su family indeed has a unique flavor, leaving one with an everlasting aftertaste. Immortal set down his wine cup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze lingering on Su Yang's face for a moment. Su Yang's heart stirred slightly, waiting for further words. To keep the beast tide from affecting Qingyuan County, I can grant you this favor, my brother, but Mo Li's tone shifted, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. As for the other counties within the Luoxian domain, and that Luoxian city, I cannot guarantee anything. The beast tide must have a destination, a target, to vent its fury, right? If you can ensure Qingyuan's safety, the Su family will be eternally grateful. Su Yang immediately stood up solemnly, cupping his hands in salute. The younger generation would never dare to put you in a difficult position. If Qingyuan County can attain peace, the Su family will remember this great kindness. As for other places, they have their own fate, he continued. Sit down, sit down. Mo Li raised his hand to gesture for Su Yang not to be overly polite, but he soon narrowed his eyes, revealing a chilling sharpness within his lazy gaze. However, I must make this clear from the outset. My request for the beast tide to circumvent Qingyuan County is based on our friendship and the Su family's attitude. No troops from Deqian are allowed to appear within Qingyuan County. If I discover that the Su family secretly colludes with Deqian, using Qingyuan as a springboard or trap against the demon clan, the consequences. Su brother, you are a wise man, and should be able to imagine. Su Yang's heart sank, and he immediately responded solemnly, rest assured, Elder Mo. The Su family's only goal in this chaotic world has always been to preserve our bloodline and legacy, seeking a measure of stability and continuation. Yet despite his words, waves of turmoil stirred within Su Yang's heart. The negotiation with Mo Li seemed successful, granting Qingyuan a glimmer of hope, but the ensuing troubles that would follow might prove more troublesome than the beast tide itself. Firstly, the Su family, as the appointed defenders of Luoxian by Deqian, would inevitably face criticism for remaining uninvolved during the beast tide's sweeping assault on the domain, without sending a single soldier to resist. If the entire Luoxian domain were to become a wasteland while only Qingyuan County, where the Su family resides, remained unscathed, it would be akin to openly branding them as colluding with the demon clan. At that time, Deqian would likely target the Su family to quell public opinion. Secondly, facing immense pressure from battles on both the eastern and western fronts, once Deqian learns that Qingyuan County remains safe, they will undoubtedly try every means to contact the Su family, hoping to use Qingyuan's teleportation array to secretly transport elite troops into the territory, launching a surprise attack on the beast tide advancing south. If this plan succeeds, it could indeed deal a heavy blow to the demon clan, perhaps even stifling the beast tide's momentum in one fell swoop. However, if the Su family were to assist the Deqian army, they would not only bear the brunt of the beast tide's retaliation, but also attract the vengeance of Mo Li, the nascent soul demon king. Currently, Deqian finds itself besieged with tigers in front and wolves behind, caught in an impasse, and at this moment the Su family is similarly placed in a delicate predicament. Upon returning to the clan, Su Yang informed core family members like Su Xianming of the results of his meeting with Mo Li. In the main hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated every grave and contemplative face. The temporary peace of Qingyuan County seemed to have been purchased with a fragile rope. One end of this rope was tied to the demon king's whims, while the other connected to the laws and blades of the dynasty. Su Xianming and the others were equally ensnared in the same quandary as Su Yang. How should they respond to the Deqian court next? How to preserve the family amidst the demon clan and the dynasty? Su Jingyan pondered for a moment and broke the silence in the room. The struggle between Deqian and the 10,000 great mountains will last a long time. Regardless of how fierce this beast tide may be, I can assert one thing: they will never break through Luoxian City's defenses. He raised his gaze to the crowd, his eyes filled with conviction. Luoxian City is the capital city directly related to the face and prestige of the Deqian dynasty. Thus, no matter the cost, the Deqian court will spare no effort to defend Luoxian City. They might abandon all the counties within the domain, but they will not allow the capital to fall. Su Xingjia's eyes brightened at these words, immediately understanding his brother's deeper meaning. What you are suggesting is, we can guide the people in the domain to either head to the heavily guarded Luoxian City or come to our Qingyuan County. Su Jingyan nodded immediately, his tone resolute. Indeed, looking across the entire Luoxian domain, the only places truly worthy of being called absolutely safe are these two. One is our Qingyuan County, which has received the verbal assurance of the nascent soul true monarch that the beast tide will bypass it, making it a sanctuary from disaster. The other is Luoxian City, which concerns the dignity of the dynasty and will undoubtedly become a bloody mill to resist the beast tide. Su Xuanming, as the family head, instantly understood the intentions of his two grandsons. His gaze sharpened as he said, "So your plan is for our Su family to take the lead, notifying each county in advance, allowing the people to choose one of these two destinations to evacuate, thus avoiding the beast tide's fury. At that time, even if Deqian wants to find fault, they won't have any evidence against us. We will both protect the citizens of Qingyuan County and fulfill our duties as defenders." Who can say that our Su family has sided with the demon clan or fled in the face of danger? This analysis was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds, instantly revealing the dilemma that had plagued the Su family. What left the Su family in a bind was that if they intervened to repel the beast tide, it would breach their agreement with Mo Li. But if they stood by and did nothing, they would be denounced by Diqian and the world as traitors. Yet Su Xinjian's strategy cleverly found a gap on the precipice. The Su family could fulfill their duties as defenders, protect the city, and shelter the people. But they should not defend those counties that would inevitably be breached. Rather, they must protect the capital city that Diqian would never allow to fall to the demon clan. Diqian has intentions to weaken the Su family's foundation, hence they would sacrifice the counties. However, to avoid losing face for the dynasty, they would not permit the capital city to be breached by the beast tide. Therefore, Luoxian City will certainly receive support from Diqian's army, defending it with all their might, while the Su family's so-called defense of the capital city would merely be a formality, putting forth some effort, with the main defensive force still being the Diqian army. In this way, the Su family could avoid breaking their agreement with the nascent Soul Demon King, while also quelling the rumors of the Su family siding with the demon clan. You say the Su family has allied with the demon clan, but the Su family has not abandoned Luoxian City. You say the Su family has broken their agreement with Mo Li, yet the Su family has not actually acted to counter the beast tide. However, once Diqian learns that Qingyuan is intact, they will undoubtedly try every means to demand that we open the teleportation array in Qingyuan. However, once Diqian learns that Qingyuan is intact, they will undoubtedly try every means to demand that we open the teleportation array in Qingyuan County to allow them to transport troops. How do you plan to deal with that? However, once Diqian learns that Qingyuan is intact, they will undoubtedly try every means to demand that we open the teleportation array in Qingyuan County. He looked at the crowd and slowly said, "Just say that the array has encountered severe malfunctions and cannot be activated for the time being and is undergoing urgent repairs. As for when it will be fixed, heaven knows." Such an unanswerable question would draw skepticism and coercion, no matter how clever the excuse. It would be better to use the clumsiest and most perfunctory reason to clearly state that the Su family has chosen neutrality. The Su family will not assist the demon clan in fighting Diqian, but they will also never help Diqian plot against the demon clan and shatter the hard-earned peace of Qingyuan County. As long as the Su family does not explicitly state non-cooperation, then a layer of negotiable paper will always remain between the Su family and Diqian. Listening to his son's seemingly crafty countermeasures, Su Yang was first taken aback, then broke into a laugh, pointing at Su Xianming and the others, shaking his head in exasperation. "You bunch of little rascals, each one of you has become an old fox." Amidst the laughter, though there was teasing, it also carried a sense of relief and recognition of shedding a heavy burden. "All right," Su Yang said, his tone serious. "Let's proceed as you suggest. Prepare immediately and notify all parties in the Luoxian domain." The news of the monstrous tide surging across the 10,000 mountains and ravaging the Luoxian prefecture domain struck like thunder from a clear sky, sending shockwaves throughout the southern realm of Qian province. Generations of cultivators and mortals dwelling upon this land had long heard tales of the 10,000 mountains' dread renown, knowing well that countless ferocious Yao beasts lay dormant within those peaks. Yet none had ever witnessed their terrifying convergence into a unified, unstoppable tide. Now rumor had hardened into grim reality, and with it came a ferocity so overwhelming that panic spread like plague across the Luoxian prefecture domain. From the deepest recesses of the 10,000 mountains, the beast horde surged forth, a dark, deluging torrent that swept southward with irresistible force. Wherever it passed, city walls crumbled, market towns collapsed, and sects' mountain-protecting arrays flickered in desperate lament before shattering into dust under relentless assault. One prosperous county after another was utterly razed beneath deafening roars of beasts and cries of despair, leaving behind only shattered ruins and the acrid stench of blood lingering thickly over scorched earth. Countless refugees who narrowly escaped death fled in disarray toward Luoxian City and Qingyuan County, dragging their families behind them. In mere days, the populations of both cities swelled at an astonishing rate. The streets and alleys overflowed with gaunt, hollow-eyed fugitives, while supplies dwindled sharply, and the very air grew heavy with unease and anxiety. Though the beast tide had yet to reach Luoxian City, and thus spared it direct devastation, Qingyuan County remained equally untouched. Strangely, the entire horde had collectively veered around it, an anomaly both conspicuous and baffling. Surviving factions across the Luoxian prefecture domain debated fiercely, spawning wild conjectures and rumors like rampant weeds. Why did the beast tide alone spare Qingyuan? What artifice did the Su clan employ? Have they truly consorted with the Yao tribes? Rumors say their patriarch once met with a great Yao lord deep within the 10,000 mountains. Whispers slithered through tea-houses and taverns. As Su Yang had foreseen, whispers soon coalesced into rumors that the Su clan had surrendered to the Yao tribes, or even forged a clandestine pact with the Beast Tide. Yet these rumors stirred little immediate turmoil, for one irrefutable fact stood stark before all eyes: Luoxian City remained steadfastly guarded by the Su clan. Their banners still fluttered atop its ramparts, their warriors still patrolled its battlements. The Su clan still holds Luoxian City. If they truly allied with the Yao, why would they cling to it so desperately? Such reasoning temporarily quelled much skepticism. But those with discerning eyes knew this fragile equilibrium rested upon a single precarious condition: the city's continued survival. Should Luoxian City fall, while Qingyuan County remained unscathed, all suspicion and condemnation would erupt like a long-suppressed volcano, violent and irreversible. Amidst the carnage wrought by the Beast Tide, countless lives extinguished, territories lost. The Su clan could afford calm detachment, but the great Qian imperial court could no longer sit idle. As more than half the Luoxian prefecture domain fell beneath the Yao beasts' trampling hooves and city after city crumbled into ruin, pressure mounted relentlessly upon the imperial court. Soon elite border garrisons of the great Qian Empire arrived in the domain, hastily erecting defensive lines. Simultaneously, a stern imperial edict reached the Su clan of Qingyuan, commanding them unequivocally to fulfill their sworn duty as guardians of Luoxian, to deploy full force against the Beast Tide and reclaim lost territory. The Su clan's response was masterful in its evasiveness: neither outright defiance nor prompt compliance, only a deliberately ambiguous, yet seemingly reasonable explanation. Our elite cultivators, including Su Xuanheng, remain engaged on the front lines against the Great Qi Kingdom. To suppress the Beast Tide in Luoxian, the court must coordinate their immediate recall. This statement both affirmed the clan's martial strength deployed elsewhere, and deftly shifted responsibility back to the court. Not that the Su clan refused to act, but that their forces were already committed elsewhere by imperial decree. Desperate to extinguish the inferno engulfing Luoxian, the Great Qian court had no choice but to arrange the withdrawal of Su Xuanheng and other Su clan elites from the front lines back to the Luoxian prefecture domain. The court's intent was straightforward: we have returned your warriors. What further excuse can you possibly offer? Yet to the court officials' mounting fury upon Su Xuanheng's return, Su clan cultivators did indeed appear within Luoxian City, bolstering its defenses, but nothing more. They remained firmly entrenched within Qingyuan County and Luoxian City, consistently evading imperial orders to launch counteroffensives against the Beast Tide with a litany of plausible pretexts. Qingyuan County now shelters hundreds of thousands of refugees. Public order teeters on the brink, demanding massive manpower. Luoxian's defenses are stretched thin, withdrawing troops risks catastrophic instability. Our clan cultivators have endured arduous journeys. Rest and recovery are essential to restore combat readiness. Each justification sounded impeccable, and given the verifiable surge in population and mounting strain upon both cities, imperial envoys found themselves seething with indignation, yet unable to muster a decisive pretext for confrontation. The Su clan resembled a slick, slippery piece of meat, visible, undeniable, yet impossible to grasp or bite down upon, leaving all effort futile. Though the Great Qian court fully grasped the Su clan's deliberate stalling, even suspecting covert collusion with the Yao tribes, it could only endure in silence, gritting its teeth in quiet fury, so long as Luoxian City held and the Su clan maintained flawless outward decorum. Fengsuan, Immortal Haven. Here tranquility reigned absolute, utterly divorced from the chaos and upheaval raging beyond its boundaries. This independent, hidden realm shimmered with dense, serene spiritual energy. One day the stone door of a secluded meditation chamber slowly parted, unleashing a wave of scorching heat and brilliant crimson spiritual light. And Xiao emerged, his form wreathed in faint, dancing crimson flame phantoms. His spiritual energy stabilized firmly at the early golden core stage. Though compared to cultivators like Su Xuanheng, his aura remained markedly weaker, solid, yet lacking in overwhelming magnitude. His golden core had undergone only 5 transformations. Yet even this modest achievement stood as the pinnacle of aspiration for countless cultivators across the resource-poor southern realm of Qin province. After all, Huang Lingxiao, the former patriarch of the 10,000 Sword sect, had himself cultivated only a 5 transformation golden core. Outside the chamber, Su Yang stood waiting, hands clasped behind his back, having sensed in Xiao's breakthrough. Upon seeing in Xiao step forth and sensing the steady resonance of his golden core, Su Yang gave a slight solemn nod, not tinged with regret, but imbued with quiet recognition. That in Xiao had ascended this far was itself extraordinary. For his exceptional contributions to the Su clan, he had been granted the rare privilege, by Su Xuanming's personal decree, to cultivate the Hunyuan Ningxian art, thereby forging a true spirit root. Yet he remained no son-in-law of the Su clan. His bond with Su Xianjing was one of fate unfulfilled, and thus denied access to the Daoyan Hunyuan scripture. His golden core breakthrough followed the Qianyuan true insight. This scripture possessed an intrinsic sealing the 5 transformation golden core. That in Xiao had attained precisely this limit, achieving the utmost potential of the art, meant he had mastered it flawlessly without a trace of regret. Moreover, Su Yang understood clearly, without a supreme Dao transmission like the Daoyan Hunyuan scripture, the vast majority of true spirit root cultivators would find their ultimate horizon fixed at the golden core stage. That in Xiao had reached this summit through sheer diligence, and the Su clan's support placed him above 99% of cultivators in the world. To speak plainly, absent extraordinary personal fortune, in Xiao's cultivation journey would likely conclude here, at the golden core stage. Looking at the resolute face before him, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Time flies. The young boy who once focused on hammering away in the forging room has now stepped into the golden core stage, becoming a pillar of the family. He originally intended for Xiao to become the son-in-law of the Su family and to form a partnership with Su Xuanjing, but neither of them had such intentions, and Su Yang was not willing to force a match. As the years have passed, one wonders if, when looking back at his life in old age, Xiao will feel a tinge of regret for the choices he made in his youth. Master. And Xiao walked up to Su Yang respectfully, cupping his hands and greeting, his voice as steady as ever. This address of master brought a fleeting sense of nostalgia and warmth to Su Yang's eyes. Most people in the family now respectfully refer to him as patriarch, but in Xiao, being one of the oldest servants who followed the Su family from the beginning, still retained the old form of address. The term master evoked many early memories for Su Yang, a time when the family was just established and in its infancy, within Xiao and others being the earliest cornerstones. Yet among that generation of servants, few remain alive today. The expression in Su Yang's eyes grew increasingly amiable as he warmly invited Xiao to sit on a stone bench nearby, personally pouring him a cup of fragrant tea infused with spiritual energy. This gesture surprised Xiao, who quickly accepted the cup with both hands. The two of them, master and servant, sat in a tranquil corner of this celestial realm, savoring the spirit tea, reminiscing about the past, and discussing Taoist principles, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Months later, once again, a strong wave of spiritual energy surged within the Fengsuan celestial realm. This disturbance was far greater than when Xiao achieved his golden core, with the spiritual energy converging like a tide and faint sounds of thunder echoing in the secret realm. In the secluded chamber, Wei Jing successfully broke through. His aura was sharp and heavy, with a faint sound of metal clashing reverberating around him. He had successfully condensed an 8 transmutation golden core. Wei Jing had originally aimed for the highest 9 transmutation golden core, with abundant training experiences and ample resources provided by the Su family, yet he ultimately fell short in terms of refinement. His path of cultivation bore the weight of deep-seated blood feuds, and a flame of revenge burned fiercely in his heart, which propelled him to forge ahead with great vigor, yet left him lacking the natural grace achieved through steady progress. Ultimately, he halted at the 8 transmutation. However, looking across the southern region of Qianzhou, an 8 transmutation golden core still stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, admired and envied by countless cultivators. Even his wife Su Xuanling had only condensed a 7 transmutation golden core during her time. Patriarch. Wei Jing approached Su Yang, performing a solemn bow, his expression hesitating as if he had something to say. How could Su Yang not know what he was thinking? He could only let out a soft sigh, his tone filled with concern and caution. I know you are eager for revenge and wish to delay not a moment longer, but the demon-suppressing general is at the late stage of golden core and is heavily protected within the Dachi army. How do you plan to confront him? Do you intend to charge into the midst of thousands of troops alone? Wei Jing took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, his voice unyielding. I will seek an opportunity to openly confront him, revealing my identity, and challenge him to a duel to settle our grievances. If he hesitates to fight, I will continue my rigorous training, and when I become stronger in the future, I will boldly charge into the Dachi army to take his head, or join the border army of Daqian, earn merits in battle, and rise to the rank of general, leading the Daqian soldiers to confront him honorably and put an end to this. Wei Jing's determination was unshakable, and his obsession with revenge ran deep. The Su family now feared not a mere demon-suppressing general, nor did they tremble in the face of the Daqian court's threats. If Wei Jing were to publicly challenge the demon-suppressing general, the Su family would not hinder him, but would rather offer support. What if the other party knew Wei Jing was from the Su family? If the demon-suppressing general dared to act against the Su family for this, he would then face the combined assault of multiple golden core cultivators from the Su family. Since the Su family had given birth to numerous golden core cultivators, they had never united in battle before. Su Yang even felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart, wanting to witness the shocking scene when these golden core clansmen, each bearing various extraordinary destinies, joined forces against an enemy. He was confident that when the entire generation of the Su family joined forces, they would easily suppress an ordinary latest-stage golden core and could even compete with fully realized golden core cultivators. Very well. Su Yang ceased his attempts to persuade further, waving his hand in decision. First, you should refine your life-bound magic treasure to thoroughly stabilize your golden core cultivation. Call Xuanheng Xuanling and the others to accompany you when you act. Having assistance will make it more secure. Upon hearing Su Yang finally relent, agreeing to allow other golden core members of the family to assist him, Wei Jing, who usually presented himself as an iron-blooded man, could not help but let a hint of emotion seep into his voice as he deeply bowed again. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law, for your support. Hearing his instinctive change of address, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Accustomed to Wei Jing's respectful calls of patriarch, he almost forgot that this young man was his son-in-law, the husband of Su Xuanling, and one of their own. After exchanging a few more simple words, Wei Jing took his leave, eagerly beginning to refine his life-bound magic treasure. Having dealt with these core family matters, Su Yang's mind gradually settled. The storms of the outside world and the family's response strategies were managed by Su Xianming and others, requiring no intervention from him. He gently focused his thoughts and unfolded the bloodline ancestral records deep within his sea of consciousness. The ancestral records shimmered with light, revealing the latest information about the family. Due to the explosive growth of the Su family's third generation, the number of descendants in the fourth generation has already reached several dozen. Upon a cursory glance, Su Yang found that among the fourth generation descendants, those with particularly outstanding talents were not in high proportion. Most of the children had relatively ordinary qualifications. Su Yang was not anxious about this, nor did he hastily endow them with destinies. He chose to observe the changes, waiting for these children to grow up, slowly revealing their individual dispositions, character, and potential talents before selecting a few with both excellent talent and character, guiding and nurturing them personally, bestowing suitable destinies, and shaping them into the new pillars of the family for the future. The inheritance and development of the family require patience and a discerning eye for talent. Before Su Yang lay a detailed dossier of the Su family's fourth-generation descendants, meticulously compiled by Su Xianming. It not only recorded detailed descriptions of each individual's talents, cultivation, character, and achievements, but also included evaluations from Su Xuanming, Su Jingyan, and Su Jingyi. Among the records there were those with steady and resolute characters, treating others with evident grace, yet possessing mediocre talents and slow progress in cultivation. There were also those with extraordinary talents, excellent spiritual roots, and astonishing comprehension, yet with erratic and overbearing personalities who acted recklessly. Of course, there were also those with both talent and character, like unrefined jade, outstanding individuals with latent brilliance. For the Su family, the continuation and growth of the family cannot solely rely on talent. Character, personality, and disposition are the foundation for standing firm. Talent is certainly important, but the Su family takes a secondary position. After all, Su Yang possesses a bloodline that can reverse fate, and the family holds vast resources. Even if the offspring's talent is ordinary or even lacks spiritual roots, through the accumulation of heritage and resources, they can still become golden core realms. Su Yang's gaze shifted back and forth between the data and the family tree, comparing them carefully. He was not looking for the most outstanding talent, but rather for those whose temperament had been tempered by time and recognized by the core members of the family. The fourth generation of the Su family is assigned to the FA generation according to the established naming convention. This FA denotes the adherence to rules. However, in the cultivation world, FA more commonly represents the laws of Tao. This dual meaning perfectly aligns with the current needs of the Su family, which requires strict adherence to rules while also advancing boldly in Tao cultivation. After careful consideration and repeated weighing of options, Su Yang narrowed down 5 names from dozens of fourth-generation offspring: Su Fazhen, Su Fadong, Su Fakian, Su Fame, and Su Fakin. Su Fazhen, born with mixed spiritual roots, possesses commendable fire attribute abilities. However, what Su Yang values most is not this talent, but the repeated mention in the data of his excellent temperament. This child is calm and composed in the face of challenges, naturally possessing a Tao heart that remains unmoved by external circumstances. His resilience and acuity in combat showcase him as a born combat genius. Su Fadong, born without spiritual roots, carries the rare fate of the fox eye. Those with weak will who gaze directly into her eyes may unknowingly fall under her charm, developing fondness at best, or even becoming completely obedient at worst. Although her personality is somewhat whimsical and lively, she acts with great discretion, fully aware of her unique abilities and never misuses them. Her temperament is also of high caliber, making her highly suitable for cultivating charm-related arts. Su Fakian, born with true spiritual roots, demonstrates commendable focus and dedication in the path of formations. Su Xianming and others unanimously commented excellent temperament, capable of great use. He is someone who can settle down to hone his skills and take on significant responsibilities. Su Famei, also born without spiritual roots, has not shown outstanding talent in common Dao practices. However, this child has displayed astonishing talent in painting. At the age of 12, he resolutely chose to embark on the path of immortality, driven solely by the desire to utilize spiritual power and a longer lifespan to create more beautiful artworks. Unfortunately, the inheritance of painting in the southern region of Qianzhou is nearly non-existent, leaving his talents like a pearl covered in dust. Su Fakian, possessing pseudo-spiritual roots, has a natural wood spirit body and a great enthusiasm for alchemy. However, limited by his ordinary talent in alchemy, his learning efficiency has always been low, and he is currently studying diligently under Su Xinrui. These 5 individuals possess differing talents and varying spiritual root qualities, but they all share the commonality of having their temperaments tested by time, receiving positive evaluations from the family's management. More importantly, Su Yang found fates in the bloodline genealogy that matched their unique characteristics. In fact, there are several 4th-generation offspring with both talent and temperament, but since there are currently no completely matching fates, Su Yang does not intend to intervene personally, allowing them to follow the elders of the family step by step and still become the pillars of the family. The 5 he selected are the cream of the crop among the 4th generation, and with the blessing of fate, they are expected to become extraordinary talents of a higher level. However, the endowment of fate is not the destination, proper guidance is still necessary. Without the correct direction for cultivation, their paths to immortality may lead astray. For example, if Su Famei, who is obsessed with painting, is not guided to solidify his path, he may become trapped in the southern region of Qianzhou, where the prospects are bleak, leading him to abandon his journey midway. Su Yang's thoughts settled on Su Fajian. This child has a steady temperament and outstanding combat talent, making him a standout among the 4th generation. However, his true shortcoming lies in his seemingly decent fire attribute talent. Su Yang pondered inwardly. In the circle of prodigies, being decent often implies mediocrity. No matter how superb your combat awareness, when faced with those with extraordinary talent who can incinerate mountains and boil seas with a mere wave, relying solely on decent magical prowess often leads to bitter defeat. Fortunately, the bloodline genealogy can compensate for this shortcoming. Su Yang's mind shifted slightly, bestowing the fate of the Crimson Emperor Fire Monarch, which represents the pinnacle of fire attributes, upon Su Fajian. This fate not only significantly enhances Su Fajian's affinity and control over fire attribute spiritual energy, but also magnifies the power of the fire spells he casts, allowing them to radiate a brilliance far exceeding his peers. In a sense, this fate can be considered something Su Fajian earned himself. With his temperament that far surpasses his peers and outstanding combat capability, he proved his worth, securing a spot on Su Yang's key observation list, perfectly aligning with his primary focus on fire spells and the Crimson Emperor Fire Monarch. Had he excelled in water spells, even if Su Yang admired him, he would have to set him aside for now, as the Black Emperor Water Monarch from the 5 Elements fates had already been bestowed upon Su Zhenglan, who possesses a water spirit body. Next, Su Yang's gaze shifted to Su Fatong. Born with the fox eye, charming by nature, able to captivate one's spirit, but those who charm others can also easily fall prey to illusions, lacking the ability to see through falsehoods. He muttered to himself, the fate of the void-breaking divine eye is precisely the eye technique for discerning truth from illusion. These 2 fates seem contradictory, one creating illusions while the other dispels them, but if combined, would they produce a remarkable complement and enhancement? There are actually many candidates suitable for the void-breaking divine eye, those specializing in talismans and formations appear to be quite compatible. However, the emergence of Su Fatong has given Su Yang a more imaginative choice. Without much hesitation, Su Yang directed the fate of the void-breaking divine eye towards Su Fatong's name. Just as the fate was bestowed, an anomaly suddenly occurred. At the Su family's training ground, the sounds of martial arts practice, the clash of weapons cutting through the air, and the explosive sounds of spells intertwined, creating a tumultuous wave. At this moment, a soft yet pained cry came from deep within the training ground, instantly drowning out. Before anyone could react, 2 radiant golden beams shot skyward from the source of the cry, piercing. Countless profound and inscrutable Tao symbols swirled and danced within the golden beams, emanating an energy fluctuation that sent chills to the soul. In that instant, all members of the Su family present in the training ground, whether cultivators or warriors, froze in place, as if an invisible gaze descended from the heavens, thoroughly perceiving them from the outside in, from their bodies to their souls. A sense of being completely seen with no secrets to speak of surged from the depths of their bones, causing involuntary shivers, even halting the flow of their spiritual energy. The golden light arrived suddenly and departed just as quickly. Moments later, the beams connecting heaven and earth gradually dissipated. A graceful figure appeared first at the sight of the golden light's eruption. Qin Jiangmei waved her delicate hand, and the golden core's spiritual energy transformed into an invisible barrier sealing off the area and preventing all family members who had not reached the golden core stage from investigating. Deep within the Taoist temple, the resplendent golden light connecting heaven and earth slowly dissipated, revealing a delicate silhouette. With a stunningly exquisite face, Su Fatong lay unconscious, her complexion as pale as paper, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength, her fragile body swaying dangerously on the verge of collapsing. In that moment, a pair of warm and slender jade hands steadied her. Qin Jiangmei looked down at the girl in her arms, her eyes filled with concern, but could not hide a trace of astonishment. Su Fatong gradually regained her senses from the violent shock, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times as she instinctively opened her eyes. What entered Qin Jiangmei's view was not the usual dark and lively eyes, nor the enchanting vertical pupils when activating her talent, but a pair of extraordinary eyes she had never seen before. Deep within the pupils, it seemed as if two miniature golden halos were overlapping and slowly rotating, the gaze clear and profound, as if it could reflect the essence of all things in the world. The moment Qin Jiangmei locked eyes with these golden-ringed pupils, her heart suddenly jolted. She felt as if everything about her from the inside out was laid bare before these eyes. How could this be possible? Qin Jiangmei was taken aback. She was at the mid-stage of golden core, while Su Fatong was merely at the 9th layer of qi refining. No, wait. Qin Jiangmei suddenly realized that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Su Fatong had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment requires overcoming the 3 barriers of essence, qi, and spirit. How could Su Fatong effortlessly succeed in her foundation establishment with such a change in her eyes? Even with Qin Jiangmei's current knowledge, she completely could not comprehend everything that was happening before her. She was just about to take Su Fatong to find Su Yang for clarification when a deep purple portal shimmering with starlight suddenly unfolded in the void. Su Yang stepped out from the inch of Immortal realm and stood beside Qin Jiangmei. He unfolded the bloodline genealogy and saw that Su Fatong's personal information had indeed changed. Su clan 4th generation, named Su Fatong, spiritual root, true spiritual root, cultivation, qi, refining 9th layer, cultivation, early foundation establishment, fate, fox, I breaking void, divine, I fate, true void, I directly perceives the essence of the Tao, creating real illusions, freely defining truth and falsehood. True void, I. Su Yang's gaze slightly focused, filled with both shock and joy. I didn't expect that the 2 types of I techniques could indeed merge. He stepped forward, quickly, lightly tapping his finger on Su Fatong's forehead, gently infusing spiritual energy, which stirred the spiritual energy circulating throughout her body. Su Fatong's eyes underwent another transformation. The mysterious golden-ringed eyes faded away, returning to the usual lively black eyes, then transforming into the enchanting vertical fox pupils, followed by a blue sheen filling her pupils, exuding a clarity that pierced through illusion, representing the form of the breaking void, divine eye. As all the unusual phenomena converged, her pupils returned to the everyday black. Husband, what's going on with this child? Qin Jiangmei was astonished by the successive transformations before her and couldn't help but ask. Su Fatong finally regained her senses, blinking her eyes and feeling as if the world she saw was somehow different from before, imbued with an indescribable clarity and lucidity. This is a good thing. Su Yang smiled, reassuring both of them. This child has awakened the breaking void, divine eye, which can unravel illusions and see through the essence of the Tao. Due to her innate fox eye, after awakening the breaking void, divine eye, the 2 types of eyes merged and elevated, forming a brand new true void eye. The newly born eye technique not only retains the allure of the fox eye and the insight of the breaking void, divine eye, but also greatly enhances both abilities. As for the specific effects of the true void eye, Su Yang looked at Su Fatong, speaking gently. You will need to explore and comprehend this yourself. If my conjecture is correct, its power should relate to illusions and reality, possibly allowing you to discern truth from falsehood, even transforming truth into falsehood and falsehood into truth. Hearing this, both Su Fatong and Qin Jiangmei were stunned. Transforming truth into falsehood and falsehood into truth. This ability was nearly akin to the legendary power of words manifesting reality. Could it be that with mere thought one could create something from nothing? It's not as simple as you think. Seeing the expressions of astonishment and infinite imagination on their faces, Su Yang understood what they were thinking and smiled as he explained, "Although you possess the otherworldly potential of the true void, truly mastering this power will require a significant amount of time for exploration and adaptation. Moreover, you must continuously elevate your own cultivation level to gradually unleash the full power of the true void eye." For instance, Su Xuanheng's sword heart clarity could only be fully mastered in the golden core stage, allowing him to freely manifest sword intent and phenomena. Before that, he needed to rely on the resonance between his sword heart and Wei Yan's sword heart to barely wield it. The true void eye of Su Fadong was clearly far more powerful than the sword heart clarity. Mastering it would not be an easy feat. "I see." Qin Jiangmei understood, then asked with concern, "So the direct breakthrough of Fatong's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage was also due to the awakening of the true void eye?" Su Yang gently placed his palm on Su Fatong's wrist, probing the nascent Dao foundation within her. After a moment, he nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the awakening of the true void eye drew in a significant amount of heavenly spiritual energy into her body, directly aiding her in overcoming the three barriers of blood, qi, magical power, and spiritual sense required for foundation establishment. For foundation establishment, one needs abundant blood, qi, pure magical power, and strong spiritual sense. All three must be present for success. Fadong is at the golden period for foundation establishment. The blood qi barrier was a natural success, and the true void eye greatly enhanced her spiritual sense, allowing her to pass the spiritual sense barrier without needing a foundation establishment pill. Only the breakthrough of the magical power barrier was the most perilous. The amount of spiritual energy needed for awakening was particularly immense. Fortunately, being within the family's Taoist temple, the spiritual energy was abundant, which allowed her to barely reach the critical point, enabling her to successfully break through without incident, which is also why she felt pain and weakness after her awakening. Su Yang's tone was slightly heavy, carrying a hint of fear. If this had happened in a place with scarce spiritual energy, Su Fadong would definitely not have been able to break through the magical power barrier, and it might even have led to a failed awakening, causing her cultivation to regress and suffer damage. Upon realizing the nuances, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a slight chill. The next time he granted such a fate that could lead to fusion or dramatic change, he must be even more cautious and fully prepared. Otherwise, if it spiraled out of control, it could bring about unpredictable severe consequences. After carefully checking Su Fatong's physical condition again, and confirming there were no major issues, only that her spiritual energy was depleted and needed rest, Su Yang finally felt relieved. After instructing Qin Jiangmei to take care of Su Fadong, he turned and returned to the inch of Immortal realm. The genealogy still had the fates of 3 individuals waiting to be granted. Returning to the realm of the Fangs, Su Yang once again focused his attention on the family genealogy. Su Fa Qian's dedication to the path of formations mirrored Su Xianjing's concentration on talismans, promising limitless achievements in the future. Bestowing him with the fate of the master of the Qiankuan formation is undoubtedly the best choice. Su Famo is obsessed with the art of painting, although the inheritance of painting in the southern region of Qian Prefecture is nearly non-existent. His talent should not be buried. The fate of painting creation granted to Su Famo could result in his artworks exhibiting various extraordinary effects. Once he finds the inheritance of painting in the future, he will surely soar to new heights. Finally, there is Su Fa Qin. She possesses a natural wooden spiritual body and should be an excellent candidate for alchemy. However, her current aptitude for pill crafting is rather ordinary, which seems somewhat illogical. Su Yang speculated that perhaps her wooden spiritual body has not fully awakened, and thus her keen perception of the ages and medicinal properties of spiritual plants has yet to manifest. Just like in Ziyao's fire spiritual body, which initially only manifested as a stronger fire spell, it was only after a complete awakening that it bore the form of flowing magma and blazing flames. Su Fa Qin's situation should be similar. After carefully reviewing Su Fa Qin's information, Su Yang discovered that although she has average talent in alchemy, she has shown exceptional aptitude in cultivating spiritual plants and harnessing wood-based spells. Since that is the case, we should not waste her talent in wood-based spells. Su Yang pondered for a moment and made his decision. Su Fa Qin can simultaneously delve into both spiritual plant cultivation and alchemy, and her potential in wood-based spells must also be stimulated. With a slight thought, the genealogy shimmered. The fate terms grass and wood nurturance and green emperor with sovereign slowly descended and merged into Su Fa Qin's panel. Subsequently, Su Yang summoned Su Fa Jin and the other 5 individuals before him, deciding to personally instruct these younger generations for a period. This move was not only to guide them onto the most suitable path, becoming the backbone of the 4th generation of the Su family, but also to deepen his emotional ties with the descendants through daily interactions. Meanwhile, the scene in Qingyuan County was entirely different. The streets were bustling with crowds with people jostling against each other. Due to the rampant beast tied across the entire Luoxian prefecture, only Qingyuan County and Luoxian City remained secure, causing countless refugees to flock here. The unprecedented influx of people brought about grotesque prosperity, with various transactions surging significantly, boosting the local economy. However, it also placed an unbearable burden on the original framework of the county town, nearly threatening to burst under the weight of its vast population. The county magistrate of Qingyuan was also a member of the Su family. Under Su Xianming's instruction, he began preparations for a large-scale expansion of the city to accommodate the continuous influx of refugees and cultivators. At this rate of development in Qingyuan, it won't be long before its scale catches up to that of the prefecture city. In the Zuaxian Tower, an elderly woman with deeply etched wrinkles spoke in a calm, yet melodious voice, her words strikingly incongruous. Not just catching up. A disheveled old man emptied his cup and sighed. Currently, in the entire Luoxian prefecture, only Qingyuan County and Luoxian City can be considered stable. Other counties have either fallen into the clutches of the demon race or are embroiled in the flames of war. Those who managed to escape have all squeezed their way here, haven't they? The elderly woman, upon hearing this, cast a dull glance at the old man and asked, "What do you think of the Su family?" The old man seemed taken aback and queried, "Why do you ask this?" Opinions on the Su family naturally vary from person to person, but for most refugees who have come here, the Su family can provide shelter, so the overall assessment is relatively positive. Positive? The elderly woman scoffed, her voice still clear and pleasant, yet laced with coldness. Cultivators are all selfish. How can there be unprovoked positive evaluations? It is merely a manipulation of public sentiment. Why do the beasts of the 10,000 mountains specifically avoid Qingyuan? There must be something amiss. In my view, the Su family must have secretly reached some unknown agreement with the demon race. As for the cost, let's not discuss that for now. Just looking at the current situation, it is evident who stands to gain, isn't it? The old man raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you suggesting that the Su family is deliberately orchestrating this situation to strengthen Qingyuan and expand their family power? Is it merely as simple as strengthening the family?" The elderly woman's voice was like pearls falling onto a plate, each word striking to the heart. This is an attempt to swallow the entire cultivation resources of the Luoxian prefecture. Think about it, most of the remaining cultivators' scattered wealth and potential opportunities in the prefecture have converged into Qingyuan and Luoxian City. Any wind or grass movement cannot escape the eyes of the Su family. Even if one acquires some treasure and wants to sell it, they will likely have to go through channels controlled by the Su family. In the long run, will the Luoxian prefecture ultimately be surnamed Qian or Su? Her words seemed to carry a certain allure, causing other tables of guests in the Zuaxian Tower to involuntarily change their expressions, their eyes flickering with varied emotions. The old man, upon hearing this, merely chuckled and shook his head, shaking his empty cup. "With the words you speak, all are incitements. Do you not fear attracting the attention of the Su family?" Attract attention. The elderly woman's lips curled into a sinister smile, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flickering in her murky eyes. "I would welcome it. The number of golden core cultivators who have died at my hands is more than I can count on both hands." As her voice fell, the atmosphere in the tower suddenly grew tense. The old man looked around, noticing that several tables nearby where guests sat with the elderly woman, though silent, shared a subtle connection in their breaths, each one a golden core cultivator. Golden core masters rarely seen in everyday life were quietly gathering within the Zuaxian Tower at this moment, and the elderly woman was evidently their leader. "So it turns out you all came prepared." The old man's smile remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed. The elderly woman smiled a deceptive smile and directly asked, "Friend, your cultivation is also quite impressive. Would you care to join us? Among us are experts in formations, a third-tier high-grade formation master. The city-protecting formation of Qingyuan may not be as invincible as it seems." The old man chuckled and shook his head at this. "What concerns do you have? Speak freely." The elderly woman continued to entice. The old man calmly finished the remnants of his cup and leisurely replied, "It's not that I have concerns. I am originally from the Su family, and I have been waiting here for you all for quite some time, so I must ask you to surrender willingly." As soon as his words fell, the entire Zuaxian Tower was suddenly engulfed in silence. In the next moment, spiritual light surged and patterns appeared, activating a preset trapping formation that enveloped the entire tavern. The ordinary patrons inside only felt a flash before they were transported outside the tavern, leaving behind only the elderly woman and her group of golden core cultivators. Facing this sudden turn of events, the elderly woman showed no hint of panic. Instead, she calmly looked at the transformed old man and coldly remarked, Your demeanor does not seem like that of someone content to play a subordinate role. As a dignified golden core cultivator, why would you willingly become a dog for the Su family? Running dog. Haha. Hua Qingyao laughed heartily. In these days I have lived quite comfortably at the Su family, and their way of doing things aligns with my temperament. You claim that cultivators are selfish and self-serving, but what I have observed at the Su family is quite the opposite. Therefore the Su family you know and the Su family I am in are not the same. A running dog can only see its master through a filter, I can understand that. The old woman slowly stood up, her aura beginning to rise, her gaze icy. However, what I am puzzled about is how the Su family was able to set a trap in advance. I have acted secretly, and have never struck against the Su family, nor have I even started to act. What is the purpose of the Su family's actions? Hua Qingyao brushed off his sleeves, his smile fading, replaced by a chilling aura. In the world of cultivation, there are no right or wrong, but all depends on whose fist is harder. Although the old woman and others had not yet made a move since the Su family had seen through their plot, they naturally had to strike. In the world of cultivation, there are no right or wrong, but all depends on whose fist is harder. Although the old woman and others had not yet made a move since the Su family had seen through their plot, they naturally had to strike first and suppress them on the spot. One of the golden core cultivators reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand to throw a formation flag to break the situation. The old woman and several other golden core cultivators also surged up simultaneously. Various magical treasures shone brightly, carrying a chilling killing intent, all crashing towards Hua Qingyao. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared unexpectedly within the Zuaxian building. At the same time, a clear sound of a zither echoed, seeming to surge from all directions, piercing through the soul. Buzz. At the moment the zither sound resonated, the array patterns of the entire Zuaxian building simultaneously erupted, with brilliant light weaving into a dazzling web of light. The surrounding scenery began to warp and change. Dense mist suddenly emerged, obscuring everyone's vision in an instant. Even the divine sense probing out seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, facing immense restrictions and disturbances. The expressions of the old woman and others changed drastically, alarm bells ringing in their hearts, and they instinctively looked towards the golden core companion in their team, who was proficient in formations. It's the trapping and killing array. We are still inside the building. Our senses have been distorted. The formation master, who had just thrown the formation flag, exclaimed in horror, fear lacing his voice. Musical Dao technique. The old woman's murky eyes flashed with a glint of realization. Having seen much, she immediately deduced the source. It was the zither sound. Just now someone is distorting our five senses and divine senses with music. Her heart trembled violently. To simultaneously affect the senses and divine senses of several golden core cultivators, the one casting this technique must at least be a golden core true person. What a Su family! Truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, silently concealing a golden core true person proficient in musical Dao. The old woman's expression turned extremely grave, and the ancient bronze bell above her head suddenly shook violently. Ding! The heavy dull sound of the bell resonated, attempting to disperse the all-pervasive zither sound. Under the interference of the bell sound, the previously blended melody that was hard to detect began to faintly reveal itself. Only then did everyone realize that they had been bathed in the zither sound all along without being aware of it. Not only were their senses distorted, but their minds had likely already been seeded with other hidden dangers. Before they could react further, the sharp killing moves arrived. Hua Qingyao laughed loudly, drawing his sword finger, and sword chi surged into the sky. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless sword shadows coalesced out of thin air, transforming into a resplendent giant sword radiating sharpness, and slashed down towards a still bewildered golden core cultivator. The cultivator felt a sudden numbness in his scalp, the sense of impending death washing over him like ice water, and his heartbeat raced uncontrollably. He didn't even have time to summon his protective treasure before hearing a sickening sound as the blade plunged into flesh. The protective spiritual light shattered like paper, and his personal treasure was sent flying by the giant sword, splitting him in two with a sharp sword intent. Crimson blood mixed with bits of organs instantly spraying like a fountain. A golden core cultivator had unexpectedly perished so inexplicably on the spot. The remaining crowd was filled with dread, instinctively using all means to protect themselves with spiritual light and treasures flickering chaotically. Just as they wanted to gather with their companions to form a formation, they were horrified to find that they were surrounded by emptiness. Each person felt as if they had been thrown into an endless world of dense fog, unable to discern east from west, hearing no sounds from their companions, and even their divine senses could not detect any fluctuations, relying solely on instinct and intuition, remaining vigilant against the deadly threats that could strike from any corner of the mist at any moment. Damn it! Could this be the long-lost illusory sound sex Dao technique? The old woman's face darkened to the point of dripping water, the bell above her head ringing repeatedly, sound waves colliding with the intangible zither, sound barely offsetting some sensory distortion. She quickly formed seals with her hands and lightly brushed over her murky eyes. In an instant the murkiness faded, revealing a clear azure light, activating the breaking illusion eye technique. Through the mist and distorted illusions, she finally managed to see part of the true scene. Several companions were looking around in bewilderment, surrounded by several imposing figures that were encircling them. 1, 2, 3, 4. The old woman's pupils suddenly constricted like needles, her face showing a hint of horror for the first time. 8 golden cores. How is that possible? The number of golden core cultivators in the Su family completely contradicted her intelligence report. Not only had the number doubled, but there might be even more than 8. She could vaguely sense that there were more golden core divine senses lurking, sweeping, and spying. Just as her mind was shaken violently, a blazing knife light accompanied by a fiery inferno that could burn heaven and boil the seas suddenly cleaved out from the mist, aiming directly at her neck. The old woman had no time to think. Her mind stirred, and the bronze bell above her head spun rapidly. With a loud ding, the bell body met the knife, flames dispersing them. Before her stood Xiao, engulfed in red flames, as if magma flowed beneath his ancient bronze skin. With a furious shout, he swung another knife. A mere golden core initial stage dares to embarrass himself. The old woman was furious, feeling underestimated. Countless golden core initial stage cultivators had perished at her hands. How could the Su family send such a young child to deal with her? She struck back in Xiao, but did not pursue, her figure flashing like a ghost, directly lunging towards Su Xuanling, who was seated playing the zither inside the Zuaxian building. First eliminate the one casting the music. The old woman's bony palm reached out, aiming for Su Xuanling's, killing her speed reaching its peak. Just as her palm was about to touch Su Xianling, Mo, a deafening roar infused with immense blood energy exploded, and the sound wave struck like a tangible giant hammer. The bronze bell above the old woman's head rang autonomously, sound waves clashing, the airwaves rolling. She instinctively slapped the large black bull that suddenly appeared in front of her, but it felt as if she had slapped a towering mountain. The recoil made her palm tingle. The bull demon's physical body was absurdly strong. In the next moment, 2 strands of sharp sword intent locked onto her. One was as scorching as the blazing sun in the sky, the other as cold as the moonlight shining on the snow, merging into a magnificent phenomenon of sun and moon shining together like 2 giant yin-yang grinding discs, trapping her in the center, the terrifying grinding force causing her immense pain. The old woman's face grew increasingly grim as she recognized the 2 individuals, Su Xuanling and Wei Yin, both from the Yunjian sect. The Su family had clearly come prepared, knowing she was the strongest among this group, and had arranged for 4 golden core warriors specifically to deal with her. Su Xianling controlled the battlefield with her musical array, while Xiao engaged in a strong frontal assault to hold her back. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, a married couple, joined forces to execute a combined sword technique complemented by a tough golden core bull demon providing support. Although they were all merely at the early golden core stage, their synergy and diverse tactics made them formidable. Especially the musical array, which was the core of this battle, made her feel quite troubled. To make matters worse, her companions were struggling under the assault of the other 4 golden core cultivators from the Su family, facing imminent danger. The root of it all stemmed from Su Xuanling's array and her mastery of the music that controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. If she could not quickly eliminate Su Xianling and break this troublesome musical array, her companions would soon fall one by one. With this thought, the old woman's mind raced. Seeing Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's sword intent surge once more, the bell above her head rang out violently, the overwhelming sound waves forcibly breaking the sword intent's blockade. She shouted, "What a formidable Su family! This old body concedes this time." Her gaze flickered urgently as her voice cut through the battlefield. "Might I beg for my life, considering I have not truly made a move yet?" In response to her plea were the surging sword intents of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. The Su family never showed mercy to their enemies and would not heed any pleas for mercy. Only by eradicating the root of the problem could they eliminate future threats. Since you are all determined to fight to the death, do not blame this old body for being merciless. Seeing this, the old woman's face was covered with frost, and the last sliver of hope in her eyes was extinguished, replaced by a fierce determination. Seizing this moment, the old woman flickered like a ghost, dodging Zio's blazing sword intent. Her withered fingers shot forth like a venomous snake, striking out with unbelievable speed, a ghostly light flashing. Ding! The bell rang loudly, resounding in all directions. The golden sound waves visible to the naked eye expanded like tangible ripples, and the brilliance emitted even withstood the combined sword intent created by Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, contesting it fiercely. Seizing this moment, the old woman flickered like a ghost, dodging Enzio's blazing sword intent. Her withered fingers shot forth like a venomous snake, striking out with unbelievable speed, a ghostly light flashing at her fingertips. Enzio's protective spiritual light shattered with a sound, and his chest was instantly pierced, leaving a gaping wound. He let out a muffled groan as his body was sent flying, the red flames dimming. The old woman did not pause after landing a hit. Her figure flashed again, aiming directly at Su Xuanling, who was seated and playing the guqin. This young woman was the key and must be eliminated first. Moo. The large black bull let out a furious roar, its body bursting with azure light as it bravely blocked in front of Su Xuanling, once more its horns thrusting fiercely towards the old woman. The old woman's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience as she backhanded the bull's head, her immense strength sending the large black bull reeling, its massive body staggering backward. Su Xuanling remained unfazed, her jade fingers gliding suddenly across the guqin strings. The clear and melodious notes transformed into countless sound blades, dense and overwhelming, sweeping towards the old woman like a torrential storm, sealing off all her routes of attack. The old woman snorted coldly, the bell above her head shaking once more. The resounding bell sound clashed with the sound blades, producing a series of explosive noises, and innumerable sound blades were completely shattered by the bell's resonance. In that fleeting moment, the old woman had broken through the blockade of sound blades, her withered finger like a hook charged with an ominous aura pointing directly at Su Xuanling's brow. If this finger landed, Su Xuanling would surely perish. The large black bull barely stabilized itself, roaring as it charged again, fearlessly blocking in front of Su Xuanling. At the critical moment, the direction of the old woman's fingertip suddenly changed. Instead of aiming at Su Xuanling, she swiftly pointed at the resplendent guqin with even greater speed. Clang! A harsh and chaotic noise suddenly erupted, the guqin strings vibrating violently, and the originally smoothly flowing musical Dao was forcibly interrupted. The music echoing within the Zue Xian building abruptly ceased. The golden core cultivators, trapped in the illusion due to the interference of the musical Dao, trembled all over and suddenly regained their senses. As the surrounding twisted mist quickly dissipated, the true scene inside the Zue Xian building became clear once more. Now is the time. The array master reacted swiftly. Though startled, he remained calm and immediately seized the fleeting opportunity to toss out several array-breaking flags. The array flags accurately inserted into the array nodes, the spiritual light flashing, and the trapped array within the Zue Xian building was violently torn open, creating a rift. The old woman was at the forefront, transforming into a dark escape light, hastily dashing through the gap. The other golden core cultivators also seemed to awaken from a dream, following closely behind as they rushed out of the Zue Xian building. Just as they thought they had escaped to safety, the scene before them caused all their pupils to constrict and their hearts to sink. Instead of the bustling streets and buildings they had anticipated, they were met with 21 even larger arrays, their intricate patterns completely enveloping the Zue Xian building, with runes flowing and spiritual light flickering, constructing a world entirely different. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless, deep purple swamp bubbling with toxic fumes, the noxious mist pervading every corner of the world, obscuring all sight. This seems to be a fourth-tier array. The array master was initially stunned, but soon stammered in horror, impossible. How could a golden core family possess a fourth-tier array inheritance? Know the effects of this array. These toxic mists were set up by someone else. The old woman and the others' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, hastily swallowing antidote pills and raising various spiritual power shields to block the invasive poison gas. At the moment the toxic mist came into contact with the shields, a hissing, corrosive sound could be heard. The spiritual light of the shields visibly dimmed, and more frighteningly, the poison seemed to seep in relentlessly. This poison is not a single toxin, but a mix of multiple deadly poisons, extremely domineering. The old woman spoke solemnly, her voice carrying a hint of barely detectable anger. She forced herself to remain calm, her divine sense sweeping through the toxic swamp space, immediately discovering two figures hovering in midair. The two individuals were elegantly dressed, gazing down at them with a relaxed demeanor, as if observing turtle. The old woman's gaze suddenly sharpened, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the appearances of the two, as if a long-buried memory was being unearthed. In just a moment of thought, she suddenly recalled them as the couple she encountered in the Black Mist ruins during the Foundation establishment stage. At that time, the disparity in cultivation levels had been like heaven and earth, causing her to nearly forget the appearance of these two insignificant ants. Had it not been for the remarkable memory of golden core cultivators, coupled with the fact that she had been enraged at the time due to her spirit source being stolen, blocking the entrance to the ruins, and closely inspecting every departing cultivator with her divine sense, she would never have remembered these two. What shocked her was that those two insignificant foundation establishment ants whom she could easily have crushed back, then had now both reached the golden core stage. Moreover, they were both cultivators from the Su family. The old woman squinted her eyes, her voice chilling and piercing, filled with overwhelming fury and sudden realization. So those spiritual sources I lost back, then were stolen by you two little brats, weren't they, eh? In the sky, Su Yang smiled indifferently and replied, "Fortune naturally belongs to those who are fated to have it. Where is the notion of theft? If we discuss the true owners of those spiritual sources, I fear, my esteemed senior, that you can only be considered a plunderer, not the original owner." His tone was calm, yet each word struck at the heart. Years ago, when Diligence discovered the Black Mist ruins, many forces rushed in to explore. This old woman was the greatest victor among them, slaughtering all within the ruins. Even the sect master of the Wanjian sect, Huang Lingxiao, had his arm severed by her losing his storage ring. However, as soon as Huang Lingxiao's storage ring hit the ground, Su Yang secretly retrieved it, using the starry secret realm, without anyone noticing. The old woman snorted coldly. "This does not change the fact that you stole the spiritual sources that belong." She scanned the surroundings again with her divine sense, attempting to find flaws in the formation, when suddenly her tone shifted slightly, laced with a hint of concession. "However, I do not wish to argue about these old grievances today. If you let me go, I will consider the spiritual sources a gift to you. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Su Yang laughed in disbelief, his laughter dripping with unmasked sarcasm. "Senior, you jest. Since I have set up this formation, I have never intended to let you all leave. The moment you harbored ill intentions against the Su family, your only path ahead is death." The old woman's sinister aura suddenly surged. Though not demonic magic, it exuded a chilling dread, clearly prepared to fight to the death. At this time, Su Xuanheng and the others inside the drunken Immortal Tower flew out, surrounding the old woman and her group of several golden core cultivators. Su Yang glanced at the somewhat disheveled Su Xuanheng and the others, understanding the situation in his heart. Though they fought the old woman relying on the formation's melody, it was evident they were not gaining any advantage. Although the old woman wielded the strength of a latest-stage golden core, her own foundation was truly remarkable. Judging by the purity of her spiritual power and the might of her spells, the quality of her golden core likely reached the 6th, or even possibly the 7th transformation. If such a person were to unleash their full power, they could easily crush the vast majority of latest-stage golden cores in the southern regions of Qianzhou. Su Xuanheng and the others could only exchange a few blows with her, largely relying on Su Zuanling's formation and the interference of the melody to disrupt her focus. Without these two aids, even if Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin were exceptional sword cultivators, they would find it difficult to withstand the old woman's fierce killing moves. Qin Jiangmei lightly raised her hand, and a 7-stringed ancient zither shimmering with light appeared before her. The zither body was as warm as jade, with 7 strings of different colors corresponding to the 7 hues. She gently plucked a string. A clear and resonant sound spread through the poisonous swamp, directly resonating with the soul. The faces of the old woman and her companions changed drastically. They immediately sealed their hearing, yet the zither sound disregarded the barriers of flesh, echoing hauntingly deep within their sea of consciousness, directly reaching their souls. The quick-reacting few immediately operated their divine senses to forcibly cut off their perception. Those who reacted just a beat slower felt their souls tremble, their movements freezing instantaneously, as if invisible shackles bound their consciousness, rendering them unable to move. Yao Hu's spirit-locking spell. The old woman's expression darkened like water, her eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. She no longer paid attention to her controlled companions, her figure darting like a gray lightning bolt wrapped in overwhelming evil energy, charging straight at Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. The other golden core cultivators were firmly held back by Su Xuanheng and the others, caught in a fierce struggle. The formation master forced himself to suppress his fear of the zither sound, attempting to find flaws in the formation to break it. Fully focused on the flowing array patterns, he did not expect a bubble to suddenly erupt beneath his feet, in the emerald green poisonous swamp, splattering deep purple venom everywhere. Sizzle. The moment the venom touched the protective light shield, it emitted a piercing, corrosive sound. The light shield flickered violently before being easily penetrated. A drop of venom pierced through the barrier, landing on his arm. The moment the venom contacted flesh, it was as if a scalding iron had pressed against snow, producing a hissing sound. Flesh dissolved at a visible rate, revealing stark, white bones in the blink of an eye. Off. Even a golden core cultivator with a strong will could not help but let out a piercing scream. This intense pain felt as if it were acting on the soul, far surpassing the suffering of the flesh. More terrifying was that the venom did not stop, it rapidly spread up his arm, corrupting flesh wherever it passed. The formation master's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his left hand into a blade, and ruthlessly slashed at his right shoulder. Blood spurted forth as his entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, falling into the poisonous swamp and instantly disappearing without a trace. His face went pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he had thus escaped the venom's invasion. However, before he could catch his breath, another change occurred. Su Xianjing waved her delicate hand, and a torrent of talismans surged like a tsunami, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun, instantly enveloping him entirely. The talismans flickered with various spiritual lights, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Su Xianjing formed seals with her hands and shouted clearly, "Explode." Boom. Thousands of talismans simultaneously illuminated with a brilliance so resplendent it reached its peak, erupting violently in the poisonous mist swamp. The rampant spiritual energy turbulence mixed with the poisonous swamp mud surged forth. The golden core cultivators, whose souls had been frozen by Yao Hu's spirit locking spell, were horrified, instinctively wanting to escape, only to find in terror that their bodies and souls were actually separating. The flesh instinctively dodged, avoiding the poisonous swamp, but their souls were pinned in place by an invisible force directly submerged by the toxic mire. "No! Save me!" The wails, so piercing they sounded inhuman, echoed through the toxic mist. The bodies that lost their souls became dull and hollow like puppets with severed strings, plummeting toward the poisonous swamp, swallowed by the churning mud, never to be seen again. The old woman caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye as her companions fell one after another, a chill creeping into her heart. Yet she could not afford to care about anything else, as she had to break through the blockade of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei before the others from the Su family could free themselves, carving a path for survival. Clang! The bronze bell above her head shook violently. The resounding bell toll transformed into sound waves that forcefully pushed back the Tao laws attacking her. Her figure flickered, repeatedly moving at an extreme speed. Just as she approached Su Yang, she saw a radiant purple mist resembling a great sun shining toward her, its overwhelmingly righteous aura momentarily stalling her evil energy. The Tao rhythm flowed around Su Yang, the celestial spirit body, operating spontaneously, his skin glowing with a jade-like sheen. Behind him stood a majestic, three-headed, six-armed golden body of a demon-slaying avatar, its 6 arms either forming seals or holding magical artifacts, harmonizing with the rising purple divine light, making him appear like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Su Yang formed seals with both hands, and the 5 elements of spiritual power surged forth. The 5-colored radiance of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth interwove and coalesced into a 5-element locking ring, descending with sealing power upon the old woman. The old woman scoffed coldly, her withered face full of disdain. "You young brat, when I roamed Qianzhou, you were merely an ignorant ant attempting to seal my cultivation with this technique. How naive and laughable." As she spoke, her bony fingers moved rapidly, drawing forth pure 5-element spiritual energy, which transformed into a 5-colored locking ring, its brilliance overshadowing Su Yang's, aiming to lock him in return. Small 5 elements, technique 5 elements, surrounding heaven. Su Yang's gaze narrowed, feeling a chill in his heart, yet he was not overly shocked. A golden core cultivator has a long lifespan, and this old woman appeared to have lived at least 300 or 400 years. Mastering the small 5 elements technique was not surprising. What truly pressured him was the opponent's mastery of this technique, evidently surpassing his own. He had never underestimated this ancient monster who had lived for hundreds of years, so at the moment of action, he had already attuned his thoughts with Qin Jiangmei. At the instant the old woman unleashed the 5 elements surrounding heaven in retaliation, a deafening sound akin to invoking the thunder of the 9 heavens erupted explosively from the fingertips of Qin Jiangmei. Clang! The sound of the zither was like a decree of heavenly thunder. Dark clouds suddenly gathered over the poison marsh, and thick silver lightning tore through the sky, crashing down with the might of heaven and earth. At the same time, the golden body of the demon-suppressing avatar behind Qin Jiangmei was suddenly enveloped in a layer of blazing lightning, adding a touch of ferocity to its imposing and sacred aura. The golden body extended multiple arms to press on the zither strings simultaneously. Each pluck unleashed countless fine electric serpents of lightning, densely interwoven into a net of thunder enveloping the old woman. Su Yang's 5-element locking ring and purple mist divine light, combined with Qin Jiangmei's thunderous zither sound and demon-suppressing divine might, created a perfect fusion of offense, one orthodox and one strange, one to bind and one to kill, instantly submerging the old woman. The old woman let out a fierce howl. The great bell above her head shook violently. Sound waves surged like tides, and simultaneously her hands clapped together, transforming her sinister spiritual power into numerous ghostly shadows that collided violently with the oncoming Tao techniques. Boom! In the center of the clash between the 3, a deafening explosion erupted. Dazzling light consumed everything, and a violent torrent of chaotic spiritual power swept outward like a tsunami, creating massive deep pits in the poison marsh below, mud soaring into the sky, even shaking the fourth-tier poison-killing array Su Yang had set up, causing ripples to surface as if it might tear apart at any moment. The clash of Dao techniques between Su Yang Qin Jiangmei and the old woman was far beyond what early golden core cultivators like Su Xuanheng could compare to. Each clash sent tremors throughout the array space, disturbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The more the old woman fought, the more ferocious her gaze became, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. Though she was not an array master, her rich experience allowed her to see through the strengths and weaknesses of this fourth-tier poison-killing array at a glance. Such a grand array, while terrifying in power, consumed a vast amount of mid-grade spirit stones to maintain its activation each time. Commonly circulating spirit stones in the market, and those used by cultivators for training, are mostly low-grade spirit stones. Starting from mid-grade, the spiritual energy contained within is not only far greater than that of low-grade, but its purity and stability are vastly different, mainly used to power high-level arrays, puppets, flying ships, and other energy-consuming artifacts. Mid-grade spirit stones are extremely rare, often requiring hundreds or even thousands of low-grade spirit stones to nurture a single piece. Their value cannot be simply calculated. To activate a fourth-tier array, the core must start with mid-grade spirit stones, and the consumption rate is astonishing. No matter how wealthy the Su family is, they cannot keep a fourth-tier array active for long to protect Qingyuan. This explains why the Su family possesses a fourth-tier array, yet the usual defenses of Qingyuan are only maintained by a third-tier city defense array. It is precisely because the fourth-tier array consumes too much that it is only activated in the face of formidable enemies. The old woman needed not to break the array with effort, she only needed to stall for time, continuously bombarding the array with her powerful Dao techniques, exacerbating its spiritual energy consumption. The mid-grade spirit stones stored by the Su family must be limited. Once they run out, the array will collapse without external attack. At that time, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to break free and counterattack, even to turn the tables on the Su. With this in mind, her offensive grew fiercer. The bells chimed, ghostly shadows and sinister Dao techniques surged forth, using offense to replace defense, hard-hitting Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's cooperation, while continuously redirecting the residual waves toward the array's light curtain to accelerate its consumption. How could Su Yang fail to see that the old woman was stalling for time, intending to exhaust the array's spirit stones? He exchanged a glance with Qin Jiangmei, and they silently agreed to change their battle strategy. Su Yang no longer pressed the attack with a thunderous force. Instead, he began to deploy exquisite binding techniques. The small five elements technique evolved into chains of Dao techniques, complementing Qin Jiangmai's melodic Dao, transforming the offensive from a raging storm into a continual web aimed at binding rather than killing, significantly compressing the old woman's movement space, making it difficult for her to bombard the array's light curtain recklessly. Seeing Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei slow their offensive and shift to entangling combat, a grin of triumph involuntarily emerged on the old woman's face. As expected, you can no longer hold on. The consumption of a fourth-tier array is monumental. Let's see how long you can sustain it. She was certain in her heart that the opponents were on their last legs, needing only to hold on for a moment longer. Once the array's spirit stones were exhausted, it would be her time to counter and escape. With this thought, she urged the bronze bell above her head to exert even more effort, and sinister Dao surged forth like a tide. Just when she thought victory was assured, a mouthful of dark red blood suddenly erupted from her mouth. The old woman's figure paused. A flash of shock and confusion crossed her murky eyes. She immediately mobilized her divine sense, scanning every inch of her meridians, dantian, and internal organs, yet to her horror, she found no obvious internal injuries and could not sense any invading spiritual energy. Before she could sort out her thoughts, warm liquid uncontrollably flowed from her nostrils. Wiping her hand across, it was covered in crimson. Following that, a foreboding bluish-purple hue spread across her exposed skin at a visible rate, rapidly extending from her cheeks to her neck and arms, as if invisible ink was seeping beneath her skin. What is happening? The old woman was overwhelmed with shock. Am I poisoned? When was I poisoned? How could I have been poisoned? She found it hard to believe she had been maintaining her protective spiritual light at all times, blocking all toxic miasma, and had also consumed a high-grade detoxifying pill. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for any external poison to enter her body, let alone such a strange poison that even divine sense could not detect. In a flash of lightning, a terrifying thought surged into her mind. She suddenly looked up, her pupils constricting, staring intently at the calm-faced Su Yang, her sharp voice twisted with surprise and anger. What poison is this? When did you strike? Could it be? "You insidious little brat, did you tamper with the food and drink at the drunken Immortal Pavilion?" Su Yang stood in midair facing the harsh interrogation of the old woman with nothing but silence in response, his gaze deep, like an ancient, while quietly observing the rapidly deteriorating signs of poisoning on her. The calmness in his eyes sent a chill deeper than any mockery could evoke in the old woman. Her heart sank knowing her guesses were correct. Since the other party could set an ambush in advance and lay a trap, how could they only prepare for overt kill? While they thought they were hiding at the drunken Immortal Tower toasting and discussing their conspiracy, the lethal poison had already silently mingled with the food and wine, infiltrating their meridians and organs. The old woman, having lived for hundreds of years, immediately discerned the key point. Since the Su family had seen through their plot, they naturally made thorough preparations using a slow-acting poison meticulously concocted by Su Zhang, which was colorless and tasteless with extremely insidious properties specifically targeting high-level cultivators. Its toxicity had a long incubation period and acted slowly, making it difficult to detect. However, once it reached the breaking point, it would erupt like a dam, bursting, suddenly manifesting, greatly suppressing the poisoned one's spiritual energy, and quietly eroding the internal organs, damaging the meridians, and fundamentally undermining the cultivator's combat power. At this moment, the old woman was bleeding from her mouth and nose, her skin turning a shade of purple, a clear sign that the accumulated toxins within her body were starting to backfire, her body's instinctive defenses proving powerless. She could feel a cold, stagnant force spreading through her meridians, her once agile spiritual energy becoming sluggish and unresponsive, like rusted chains, making it particularly laborious to even activate her magical treasures. No matter how frantically she tried to urge her secret techniques to expel or suppress the toxins, it was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea. The old woman's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water. No wonder Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei remained calm and collected. It turned out they were not concerned about the consumption of the formation and had no need to rush for a strong attack to claim victory. They were simultaneously entangled in a battle of attrition while waiting for the poison to take effect. The old woman's strategy of stalling was precisely falling into the rhythm of her opponents. She glanced around in a distracted manner, feeling a deep chill in her heart. Her companions were in an even more tragic state, having been thoroughly crushed by the Su family's assault, and the dual torment of the internal toxins reduced to a disorganized mess, either dead or severely injured with almost no resistance left. In the blink of an eye, she had become a solitary figure trapped in a desperate situation. The old woman forcibly suppressed her rising anger, her voice hoarse and laced with a hint of barely perceptible compromise, as she said to Su Yang, "Taoist friend, given the circumstances, I admit defeat. How about we make a deal? What do you want from me? Techniques, secret knowledge, clues to treasures. As long as you spare my life, everything is negotiable." Su Yang, upon hearing this, maintained his calm demeanor and slowly shook his head. "No need, I will personally investigate what I need to know." The old woman's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold as she grasped the implication behind Su Yang's words, hissing, "You want to search my soul? I have roamed the world for a lifetime. How could I allow such humiliation? I possess a special secret technique. As soon as you dare to use the soul-searching technique on me, I will immediately self-detonate my soul, dying on the spot. At that time my soul will scatter, and you will gain nothing." Her words were resolute, carrying a sense of desperation, with a wild light flashing in her murky eyes, clearly not mere threats. Faced with the threat of the old woman detonating her soul, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes without a hint of hesitation. At this moment, any delay or bargaining could give the opponent a chance to gamble everything or invite more cunning variables. Against an enemy, only a thunderous method could sever all future troubles. With a thought, the six-armed golden body projection behind, Su Yang simultaneously extended its arms, one arm supporting a brilliant light forming the shape of a mountain, as the town mountain seal suddenly coalesced. The golden body projection lifted the town mountain seal high, then struck it down towards the old woman below with the force of Mount Tai. The seal expanded in the wind, instantly morphing into a towering, illusory mountain outline, carrying the overwhelming might to suppress all, as if intending to flatten the entire toxic marsh. Though the old woman was filled with both shock and fury, her survival instinct drove her to make one last. She forced her spiritual energy, letting out a sharp cry as the brass bell above her head rang out with a tremendous sound, shaking upwards with all her might to meet the descending mountain. Boom! The collision of the bell and the mountain stirred layers of spiritual energy, ripples like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, wildly spreading outwards, pressing down the mud of the toxic marsh below. The toxins within the old woman's body erupted, her meridians damaged, leaving her with only a fraction of her spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Su Yang was at the midstage of the 9 revolutions golden core with pure and abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing an ordinary golden core. At this moment, the two forces of spiritual energy clashed heat-in, resulting in a scene akin to an egg striking a stone. The sound wave from the bell shattered upon contact with the mountain, crumbling like tofu against rock. The protective spiritual light around the old woman couldn't last even a breath, and with a crack it completely shattered. No. In the old woman's desperate howl, the brass bell that had accompanied her for hundreds of years was violently struck away by the immense force of the town mountain seal, transforming into a dim streak of light, unknown where it fell into the toxic marsh. The solid mountain projection fell unimpeded, crashing down on the old woman's crown. Thud! The sounds of shattered bones and crushed flesh mixed together. The old woman fell like a kite with a severed string, plummeting into the toxic marsh below, splashing up a wave of mud. In the next second, Su Yang's figure flickered like a specter, appearing above the toxic marsh where the old woman was falling. The golden body projection behind him moved in sync, and a gigantic golden hand reached into the toxic marsh, ignoring the deadly poison, and made an accurate grab. Splash! The mud splashed everywhere as the golden hand pulled out a disheveled figure from the toxic marsh. It was the old woman. At this moment, her skin was deeply purple and nearly black, covered in countless toxic spots, dark poison seeping from her 7 orifices. Her originally sinister face twisted in pain and rage, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Su Yang did not wish to say much, nor did he give the opponent any chance to catch her breath, immediately activating the soul-searching technique, his divine sense piercing into the old woman's sea of consciousness like a sharp sword. A glimmer of desperate madness flashed in the old woman's murky eyes. Knowing she could not escape this calamity, she gritted her teeth and activated her self-destruct secret technique. She planned to detonate her own soul, ensuring Su Yang would gain nothing. However, just at the moment her secret technique was activated, the golden hand gripping her head suddenly radiated brilliant light. Countless golden runes imbued with the essence of the Tao surged from the palm, instantly spreading out to form a complex binding seal enveloping the old woman's soul that was about to explode. The old woman felt that energy in her sea of consciousness, which was on the verge of exploding, as if it were being firmly clutched by an invisible giant hand, instantly becoming stagnant and disintegrating without even a ripple being stirred. The self-destruct technique she had been brewing was forcibly interrupted the moment it was to be initiated. How could this be? The old woman exclaimed in shock, and instead of spitting blood, she coughed out thick, foul, black toxic liquid. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Having lived for hundreds of years, experiencing countless battles, and mastering numerous secret techniques, she prided herself on her profound understanding of Tao. Yet at that very moment, Su Yang had completely comprehended her secret technique as she activated it, and had even executed a counter-suppression. Such an understanding of Tao reached an unfathomable realm. Her hundreds of years of comprehension of the Tao was outdone by a junior several hundred years her younger. Even an unparalleled genius who began to comprehend the Tao from the womb could not have achieved such profound mastery in such a short span of time. A terrifying thought struck her like ice water, sending chills through her body. Her voice trembled, carrying a hint of humble pleading and probing. "May I ask which senior has taken over this body and been reborn? I must have been blind and offended a senior. I hope you can spare my life, considering my difficult path of cultivation." She was certain that the Su Yang before her could not possibly be the original, but rather an ancient monster who had taken over this body. Unfortunately, Su Yang paid no heed to her pleas, his eyes cold as ancient ice. The soul-searching technique was fully activated, forcefully invading her sea of consciousness, revealing her hundreds of years of memories, experiences, and secrets, as if flipping through a scroll. Through the soul-searching, Su Yang learned the old woman's true identity, feeling slightly surprised. This person actually came from the northern region of Qianzhou, on the other side of the 10,000 Great Mountains, originating from a sect called Tine Sect. After betraying her sect and committing grave sins, she crossed the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains to escape the endless pursuit of her sect, hiding in the resource-poor southern region of Qianzhou. Here she concealed her identity using ruthless means, and her golden core latest cultivation to become a fearsome golden core bandit, specializing in robbing practitioners. This time she gathered accomplices to plot against the Su family with a simple and pure aim: envy of the Su family's recent rapid expansion. The Su family's momentum was overwhelming, nearly monopolizing the flow of cultivation resources in the entire Luoxian prefecture, attracting the covetous eyes of various forces and many desperate bandits. Under the old woman's active contact and manipulation, several forces and independent golden core practitioners participated in this conspiracy, preparing to create chaos in Xingyuan County, taking advantage of the fire to rob and divide the vast fortune accumulated by the Su family. However, their calculations were foreseen by Su Xinjian's daily divinations, providing early warning. the Su family turned the tables and laid down a heavenly net. These people could be said to have perished before even beginning their campaign, stepping into the carefully prepared death trap of the Su family before they could even act. The soul-searching information also revealed that several Golden Core forces were involved in this robbery conspiracy, including 2 Golden Core forces from the Luoxian Prefecture, Guimian Valley, and Daoxian Sect. These 2 factions had secretly gotten involved as well. After obtaining the required information, Su Yang showed no mercy, and the hand of the demon suppression golden body swiftly closed its fingers. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, the old woman's head was crushed on the spot, like a ripe watermelon, with a mixture of red and white splattering alongside the black toxic liquid. Meanwhile, the other battle circles in the poison swamp Great Array also concluded in succession. Under the joint assault of Su Xuanheng and others, the remaining several deeply poisoned Golden Core practitioners were cut down, leaving no one alive. The area around the drunken Immortal Tower returned to silence, the air thick with the lingering scent of blood. Qingyuan County's population had swelled to astonishing levels due to the influx of beasts, and with it came endless probing from various scheming practitioners towards the Su family. Today's situation, where multiple Golden Core practitioners united to strike at the heart of the Su family, was unprecedented. The cleanup would be handled by reliable clan members. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei went forward to check on Nzio's injuries, confirming that the blood hole in his chest was not severe and he would recover after some rest. After a brief exchange, the 2 returned to their tranquil abode. Inside the quiet room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Qin Jiangmei skillfully brewed tea and poured a warm cup of spiritual tea for Su Yang. Su Yang sat at the table, his eyes slightly closed, meticulously sorting through the information about the other side of the 10,000 great mountains from the old woman's memories. Previously, he had only a vague concept of that world isolated by mountains, but now countless pieces of information flooded and finally piecing together a clear picture. No wonder when Lord Luo mentioned the other side of the 10,000 great mountains, he looked so grave. Su Yang took a gentle sip of tea and spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of realization. In a place where a nascent soul true monarch is stationed, the order cannot be defined by ordinary sect laws or imperial regulations. The rules there are forged by the supernatural powers of the nascent soul practitioners, an extension and manifestation of their own Tao. So it is. The rules may abound with opportunities, but they are also chains that bind in every direction. Qin Jiangmei put down the teapot, her eyes tinged with worry. Exactly. Su Yang nodded, his gaze deep. It can be described as both maintaining order and being chaotic and disorderly. What is upheld are the supernatural laws established by the nascent soul true monarchs, and the chaos arises from the differing paths and legalities of each true monarch, leading neighboring regions to resemble 2 different worlds. For instance, the Taiyin sect from which that old woman hails has an ancestor who is a female nascent soul practitioner, and the supernatural laws she established cover a radius of 10,000 miles. In this domain, male practitioners are not allowed to exist. If a man steps in unless he can resist the supernatural laws, he will transform from male to female the moment he crosses the boundary, with both his body and soul undergoing a complete reversal. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangmei's movements paused, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment. Su Yang continued, his tone carrying a hint of absurdity and chill. Moreover, women who are forcibly transformed and stay within the Taiyin sect's influence for over a month will have a resonance with the supernatural laws, inexplicably becoming pregnant and giving birth to female infants. These infants are born branded with the Taiyin sect's mark, becoming disciples of the sect. That old woman's birth mother was originally a male practitioner who, after offending a disciple of the Taiyin sect, was forcibly dragged into the sect's territory and transformed into a female, giving birth to a girl. After the old woman broke through to the Golden Core stage, she accidentally learned the truth of her background, and in her anger she fled. Fearing the pursuit of the sect's nascent soul ancestor, she took the risk to cross the 10,000 great mountains and hide in the resource-poor southern region of Qianzhou. After hearing this, Qin Jiangmei felt a chill run down her spine and sighed softly. The supernatural laws are indeed so bizarre and tyrannical, directly altering the natural order. Su Yang set down the teacup, his expression contemplative. It seems that to venture to the other side of the 10,000 great mountains or overseas to seek resources, one must guard against the supernatural laws of the nascent soul true monarch. A single misstep may lead to irreparable consequences. As he thought of the possibility of being forcibly transformed in gender and being compelled to bear offspring, a strong sense of repulsion and chill arose within him. In contrast, while the southern region of Qianzhou is thin in spiritual energy and lacking in resources, with the Golden Core being the pinnacle, the structure of the cultivation world is relatively simple and conflicts are mostly limited to strength and strategy, making it seem somewhat more genuine. Su Yang chuckled wryly and shook his head, suddenly realizing that although the southern region was poor, it was indeed tranquil. At least there were no unforeseen celestial laws overshadowing them, and the conflicts among cultivators were all within a comprehensible scope. However, despite his sentiments, the pressing reality loomed large. The Su family needed to continue expanding and to support an increasing number of Golden Core stage members, but the barren resources of Qian's southern region were ultimately just a drop in the bucket. To expand outward, heading towards the resource-rich northern region or overseas was the inevitable choice for the family's future. And both of these places were influenced by the powers of the nascent soul. If I could create a technique that could withstand the influence of all celestial laws. Su Yang's thoughts raced, a notion quietly surfacing, but he immediately dismissed it. This idea was far too fanciful. Techniques are crystallizations of a nascent soul cultivator's own Tao, each with its own profound origins. How could one technique possibly transcend all others? It was easier said than done. Su Yang's destiny of heaven rewards diligence might indeed allow him to deduce the technique of invulnerability to all laws, but the difficulty involved would require an immeasurable amount of time and effort. It would likely only be possible after he reached the late nascent soul stage or even the legendary transformation stage. In comparison, nascent soul cultivators inherently possess some level of resistance to celestial laws. Su Yang calmly compared, the technique I am currently envisioning actually has a low cost-to-benefit ratio. It's more like a long-term vision for future generations. Perhaps on the day I achieve transformation, this technique could serve as a legacy for the family, protecting future descendants no matter where they venture, ensuring they retain their true selves and are not afraid of external celestial influences. That would be its greatest value. The quiet room returned to silence, with only wisps of warm spiritual tea fragrance lingering amidst the swirling spiritual energy. After an unknown period, Su Yang's thoughts stirred, summoning Su Xianming to discuss in detail the matters of exploring overseas and the northern region of Qinzhou. With the number of Golden Core cultivators in the Su family steadily increasing, it was time to plan for sending Golden Core family members or capable servants to explore both regions and open up new resource channels for the family. The initial exploration of the northern region and overseas presents both risks and opportunities. In my opinion, we can temporarily send trusted servants to scout the way, Su Xianming cautiously suggested, and Ziyao Hua Qingya and Song Baiqing are all good candidates. Mentioning Song Baiqing, Su Yang suddenly recalled Song Baiqing has been away for quite some time, yet he has not returned. What is the situation over there? According to the intelligence collected by the family and the observations made using the heavenly mechanism technique, although Song Baiqing has faced numerous dangers on this journey, he has successfully avenged the family's blood feud and even unexpectedly acquired a significant opportunity. Su Xianming respectfully replied. However, it seems he is currently trapped in some place of opportunity and cannot extricate himself for the time being. But according to the calculations, he should be able to return to the Su family safely in a few years. Upon hearing this, Su Yang slightly nodded. Considering their current Golden Core cultivation and long lifespan, a few years were indeed just a fleeting moment. The exploration of the northern region and overseas would inherently require several years of preparation. They could not act rashly based on the limited intelligence the Su family currently possessed. They needed to gather more detailed information about the external cultivation world from various factions. Only after making thorough preparations would they officially head to the northern region and overseas. Father Zheng Yan also put forward a suggestion. Su Xianming paused for a moment and continued. He suggested allowing Wei Jing to join the Deqian army. This move could ease the increasingly tense relationship between the Su family and the Deqian court, and it could also leverage the power of the Deqian military to help Wei Jing fulfill his desire for revenge. The calculations showed that the future luck of the Deqian dynasty would be quite grand with promising prospects. He suggested that it would be best for the family not to completely fall out with Deqian. Moreover, the Su family's vision is not limited to just the southern region of Qianzhou. Perhaps in the future a resurgent Deqian could also become a support for the Su family's outward expansion. Su Yang raised his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation nodded in agreement. Zheng Yan is considering the long term. Then we shall proceed as he suggested. Currently Wei Jing is merely at the initial Golden Core stage. Seeking revenge against the Demon General now is indeed premature. He must at least break through to the mid-Golden Core stage to have the qualifications to confront that General Hedon. Su Jingyan occasionally uses the heavenly mechanism technique to deduce major events that could impact the family's future and offers highly valuable suggestions. He has devoted his lifelong efforts to the study of the heavenly mechanism technique, and his attainments in this area have long surpassed Su Yang's. Watching his junior excel in the path of the heavenly mechanism brings Su Yang great joy. While the Su family prepared to explore the cultivation world outside the southern region, the external situation was also undergoing dramatic changes. The conflict between the Diligence dynasty and the 10,000 Great Mountains demon clan was intensifying. It was proven that although the demon beasts relied on their overwhelming numbers to gain an initial advantage in the face of the carefully arranged formations, ever-emerging treasures, and powerful war machines of the human cultivators, they ultimately fell short. The Diligence court mobilized vast amounts of formations, treasures, warships, and other means to successfully repel the frenzied spread of the beast tide, beginning to organize an effective counterattack, presenting a momentum of resurgence. The fundamental reason why various factions were willing to set aside prejudices and unite as one to resist the beast tide was that their own sects had been reduced to ruins amidst the tide, making everyone homeless and unable to tolerate the brutality. The human coalition began to gradually reclaim the lost territories of the Diligence dynasty. However, this process also consumed an immeasurable amount of financial and human resources along with a lengthy period. The fundamental reason why various factions were willing to set aside prejudices and unite as one to resist the beast tide was that their own sects had been reduced to ruins amidst the tide, making everyone homeless and unable to tolerate the brutalities of the demon clan. Moreover, while the Qin formally declared war against the 10,000 Great Mountains, they also needed to divide their forces to fend off the attacks from the Diligence dynasty. In the face of internal strife and external threats, if the various factions in the Luoxian domain did not unite to save themselves, this land would likely truly become the territory of the demon clan. As the human coalition endured arduous battles and finally pushed back the rampant beast tide, compressing it back to the area of Yunming ruins, the Su family, unnoticed by anyone, birthed several new golden core cultivators. Wan Ning Zhao Wan Yi and Cheng Ning Xiang, the daughters-in-law of the Su family, successively succeeded in breaking through, each stepping into the golden core stage. Following closely behind were Su Xian Yao and Su Xian Yu from the second generation of the Su family, as well as Su Zhengxian from the third generation. Although the breakthroughs of the several daughters-in-law of the Su family encountered some setbacks, overall they were relatively safe, though the quality of the golden cores they formed was somewhat lower. As for Su Xian Yao and Su Xian Yue, they lived up to expectations, successfully forming the 9 Revolutions golden core. As for Su Zhengxian, her current aptitude was that of a ground spirit root, and breaking through to the golden core stage was as easy as flowing water for her, also forming a 9 Revolutions golden core. Even the quality of her spirit root was just a little short of being able to advance to the legendary heaven spirit. As the number of golden core cultivators within the Su family significantly increased, the consumption of cultivation resources also soared. Ultimately, the relatively barren resources of the southern region of Qianzhou began to feel strained, making it difficult to sustain in the long term. The family must venture beyond the southern region of Qianzhou to seek more opportunities and resources. Through the network of the Bihai Association, the Su family learned some detailed information about the overseas cultivation world. In the second year after Song Baiqing successfully returned to the Su family after meticulous preparations, Su Xianming made a formal decision to send a team led by Song Baiqing and Xiao and Hua Qingya. Leading a carefully selected group of Su family descendants along with many loyal and reliable servants, they formed an expedition team to accompany the experienced Bihai Association merchant convoy setting off for overseas exploration. Within the realm of the Inch of Immortality, time seemed to flow exceptionally slowly. Among the vast mountains, various rare spiritual plants and medicines thrived, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance. On this day, a tall figure slowly stepped out from the tranquil courtyard. Su Yang was dressed in a simple white robe, perfectly concealing his aura without a hint of spiritual power leaking out, appearing as an ordinary person who had returned to simplicity. His steps were steady as he approached the vibrant 5-element spirit tree and slowly sat down on a rattan chair. Sun Qin Jiangmei approached gracefully. Time had not left a mark on her exquisite and beautiful face. Her charming countenance was always adorned with a soothing and gentle smile. She walked to Su Yang's side, her voice soft and filled with genuine joy. "Congratulations, my lord, on advancing your cultivation and successfully breaking through to the late golden core stage." Su Yang chuckled and patted his thigh in acknowledgement. Qin Jiangmei obediently sat on his lap, leaning into his embrace. "My dear, do you have any thoughts about going to the northern region?" Su Yang inhaled the familiar fragrance from his wife's hair and softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangmei, who had been married for over 200 years, immediately understood the implication behind Su Yang's words. "Are you planning to personally head to the northern region of Qianzhou?" She lifted her gaze, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Why not send the family servants to scout first? In her view, crossing the vast mountains was a long and perilous journey, and such matters should ideally be entrusted to capable family servants or descendants to experience. As the head of the Su family, Su Yang was the stabilizing force of the clan. Especially in this chaotic world, he should remain within the family to oversee the overall situation rather than personally take risks in venturing to the unknown side of the vast mountains. Su Yang shook his head with a smile, his gaze firm as he stated, "My cultivation has reached the late golden core stage, and I possess sufficient strength to protect myself in the northern region of Qianzhou. My dear, there is no need for you to worry too much." Over the past few decades of dedicated cultivation, Su Yang not only broke through to the late golden core stage, but also preliminarily completed his innate divine ability, the Inch of Immortality. Whether it was he or the younger generation of the family, as long as they were within the Inch of Immortality, they could return to Su family territory at any time. This was Su Yang's greatest confidence. What he needed now was not to remain at home and cultivate in solitude, but to venture out and compete with fellow cultivators of the same realm, to comprehend more Tao methods and divine abilities, and to continually enhance the intensity of his innate divine ability so that the Inch of Immortality could withstand the Tao attacks of nascent soul cultivators. He tightened his arm around his wife's shoulder slightly, his voice steady and powerful. "Since I will eventually seek out the vast mountains and overseas, I might as well take this opportunity to go myself. With the Inch of Immortality as my divine ability, I can return at any time if any changes occur within the family, and there is no need to worry about matters at home." Qin Jiangmei, upon hearing this, felt her worries ease slightly, gently resting her cheek against his shoulder and softly asking, "Does my lord plan for just the two of us to set off lightly, or will you bring along some family members?" "Just the two of us," Su Yang replied warmly. "We have higher cultivation levels and can travel faster. If we encounter any opportunities suitable for the younger generation along the way, we can use the Inch of Immortality to bring them over." In the current Su family, one person was equivalent to the entire family. Unless encountering troubles that the entire family could not resolve, there was no need to overly worry about the descendants traveling outside. Currently, the Inch of Immortality was still in its initial stages and could not yet withstand the Tao attacks of nascent soul cultivators. If a nascent soul cultivator were to attack and trap them with their divine ability, the Su family members would likely be unable to escape from the grasp of the nascent soul cultivator through the Inch of Immortality. However, since the Inch of Immortality was Su Yang's innate divine ability, as long as he continued to deepen his mastery of the Tao, there would come a day when it could not only break through the divine abilities of nascent soul cultivators and resist their attacks, but even trap a nascent soul true monarch within this realm of Inch of Immortality. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangmai's lips curled into a gentle smile. She said no more, only softly stating, "Everything will be decided by my lord." Inside the Su family's inner hall, a servant hurriedly entered the main hall and whispered a few words to Su Xuanming, who was seated in the main position, before bowing and retreating. Su Xuanming, upon hearing this, displayed a pensive expression. After a brief contemplation, he instructed Go summon Xine. Before long, a tall and sturdy figure stepped into the main hall. Su Xine, with a robust physique, stood in the hall, towering over Su Xianming. His entire being radiated vitality reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. "Why did you call for me, second uncle?" Su Xianming got straight to the point, stating, "I just received an urgent distress message from the Tianyuan sect stating they are facing a calamity, with multiple Foundation establishment forces joining forces against them. I plan to send you to Diqi to handle this matter." Tianyuan sect. Su Xine was not unfamiliar with the name, though his memories of it were somewhat distant. Over 100 years ago, when the Qingyuan secret realm opened, it attracted various forces, including the Tianyuan sect from Diqi. At that time, the Tianyuan sect defended the Su family within Qingyuan County, and was later taken in as a vassal force by the Su family. Throughout these years, the only contact between the Tianyuan sect and the Su family was the annual tribute. The Tianyuan sect also benefited from being backed by the increasingly powerful Su family, especially after the Su family ascended to the ranks of Golden Core families, their status rising significantly. In retrospect, many had believed it a disgrace for the Tianyuan sect to become a vassal of the Su family. Yet today, various forces were eager to become vassals of the Su family, but the threshold had risen so high that it was not easy to enter. How could those Foundation establishment forces not know that the Tianyuan sect is a vassal of our Su family? Su Xine, while skilled in physical cultivation, was not foolish and immediately sensed something was amiss. Su Xianming nodded in approval. "Indeed, there is a problem. The Tianyuan sect has been a vassal of the Su family for not just a day or two, but for over 100 years. It is highly likely that multiple Foundation establishment forces suddenly joining hands against the Tianyuan sect is instigated by a Golden Core force." Su Xine furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "If that is the case, their true target is actually aimed at our Su family. If we go there, are we not directly jumping into a trap set by them?" Hearing this, Su Xianming merely shook his head with a smile. Although Su Xin was not foolish, he ultimately was not adept at these intricate schemes and failed to see the deeper reasons behind them. You do not need to concern yourself too much with these complex matters. Su Xianming spoke calmly. Since the Tianyuan sect is a vassal of the Su family has the responsibility to protect them. Regardless of what sinister plots may lie behind them, our Su family must go to meet them. If you encounter any troubles that you cannot resolve, remember that you can summon the Golden Core experts within the family through the Inch of Immortality, which will give a small shock to the Golden Core forces behind this matter. While it could be basically determined that this was a scheme targeting the Su family having developed for over 200 years had profound foundations that even surpassed those of the Great Qin dynasty. How could they fear a mere Golden Core force? To put it bluntly, unless a nascent soul true monarch personally targeted them, the current Su family would not face any substantial threats. Soon after Su Sini departed for the Great Qi Kingdom, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei also prepared to journey northward to Qianzhou's northern territories. Dawn light softly bathed the inner courtyard of the Su residence. No sorrowful parting lingered in the air, only the tender gazes and earnest admonitions of loved ones. After all, the existence of the Fengsuan immortal hamlet and the divine sense realm meant that even across 10,000 li the Su clan could reunite at will. Longing had ceased to be a burden. A gathering of core clan members stood in the courtyard to bid farewell to the clan patriarch and his consort, not with grief but with quiet confidence, reflecting a family ever rising in strength and its younger generation blossoming in diverse excellence. A youthful voice broke the morning stillness. Clan patriarch, grandfather, clan consort, grandmother. May I? A boy of about 5 stood there, tilting his small face upward, his voice soft and sweet. Robust and bright-eyed, he bore an unmistakable aura of extraordinary vigor. Even at such tender age, his brow already hinted at a heroic spirit far beyond ordinary children. Hearing the voice, Su Yang turned, and a gentle smile naturally softened his features. This child was the son of Su Xinsha and Luo Beichen, Su Zhenggang. Years earlier, Su Xinsha and Luo Beichen, both deeply devoted to martial arts, had discovered profound kinship through countless sparring sessions, their mutual admiration gradually deepening into love, culminating in marriage. This young boy was the living embodiment of their union. Su Yang's mind stirred subtly, within his spiritual sea the ancient austere clan genealogy unfurled silently, turning to the page inscribed with Su Zhenggang's name. 3rd generation Su clan. Name Su Zhenggang. Spiritual root none. Physique martial saint body. Destiny fate peerless prodigy. Martial saint body to validate the Tao through martial cultivation, to subdue immortals through martial prowess. This was the strongest physique ever born to the Su clan, a body forged by heaven itself for the path of martial cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Yang bestowed upon him the peerless prodigy destiny fate. One could scarcely fathom how radiant Su Zhenggang's martial future would become under the blessing of this supreme fate, enhanced further by his martial saint body. Even Su Yang himself could not yet measure its zenith. That this child possessed such transcendent physiology was inseparable from his father Luo Beichen. Su Yang's gaze swept over Luo Beichen's entry in the genealogy. Name Luo Beichen. Spiritual root none. Destiny fate martial ancestor. Martial ancestor, founder of the martial path. Pioneer of an infinite unbounded martial cultivation road. Indeed, Luo Beichen was born with the martial ancestor destiny fate. When Su Yang first beheld this revelation, he had paused in silent awe, then settled into serene wonder and reverence. Luo Beichen truly deserved the title of martial ancestor. He alone had shattered the heavens to forge a new realm for martial cultivation. Before him, so-called martial arts were merely techniques for mortals to strengthen their bodies and refine their vital energy, peaking at the rank of innate master as ceiling deemed absolute. Such practice was but mortal martial arts. Luo Beichen, however, tore through that barrier, establishing the second realm of martial cultivation, wherein martial cultivators could generate martial true qi, a force rivaling the spiritual energy of cultivators. This breakthrough echoed the historic moment when the first cultivator successfully achieved foundation establishment, the watershed event that marked the true beginning of immortality cultivation. Prior to that, the qi refinement stage merely signified mastery over spiritual energy manipulation, a skill still belonging to mortals. So too with martial cultivation, only upon mastering martial true qi did one truly enter its sacred hall. All prior stages, whether master or innate, remained in essence merely robust mortals with heightened vitality. Luo Beichen had charted a theoretically boundless martial path, one capable of infinite transcendence. And his son Su Zhenggang might well carry that path to heights even his father had never envisioned. He would expand and perfect the martial system, breaking through limit after limit, growing ever stronger. The more Su Yang gazed upon the boy, the deeper his affection grew. Gently ruffling Su Jinggong's tousled hair, he spoke warmly. You're still too young now. But when you've grown and grown strong, you may journey wherever your heart desires. Su Jinggong nodded obediently, though his understanding remained hazy. Clenching tiny fists, he declared with solemn sincerity, I'll grow up fast and become incredibly powerful. Very well, it's time we departed. Su Yang withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards Su Xuanming, who stood respectfully nearby. His tone shifted to sober gravity. The clan's affairs rest in your hands. I entrust them to you without reservation. Yet, his voice sharpened, slightly edged with gentle insistence. Why do you remain stuck at the foundation establishment stage? For the coming period, delegate your responsibilities to Zhengyan and Jingyi. You are forbidden to leave seclusion until you form your golden core. Su Xuanming's expression stiffened faintly before yielding to a wry smile as he bowed his head. Yes, father. Among the 5 elders of the Su clan's first generation, he alone had yet to form his golden core. Even his wife Wan Ning and his sons Su Xinyo and Su Xinrui had already attained golden core cultivation. As husband and father, he remained stalled at the peak of foundation establishment, long past the optimal age for core formation, leaving him no small measure of quiet pressure. Yet he harbored no despair. Precedents existed, cultivators who had achieved foundation establishment well beyond the customary age, and he sensed his own cultivation had not stagnated with advancing years. Rather, his vital essence, spirit, and qi were converging into ever greater harmony. The final barrier felt increasingly porous. After a few final instructions and heartfelt farewells to the assembled clan members, Su Yang wasted no further time. With a subtle shift of intent, he summoned the myriad phenomena pearl. The treasure radiated luminous brilliance, swiftly transforming into an exquisitely crafted miniature flying vessel. Su Yang took Qin Jiangmei's hand, and together they glided effortlessly onto its deck. The vessel trembled faintly, then shot skyward like a streak of light racing northward across the heavens. It pierced clouds and scattered mist, mountains and rivers blurred swiftly beneath it. From above, the Luoxian prefecture lands lay ravaged. Once prosperous towns reduced to rubble fields, barren and desolate, stretching in bleak, lifeless silence. Decades of relentless beast tide had scarred this land deeply. Countless civilians displaced, corpses littering the roads. Yet cultivators, especially those fighting on the front lines, fared markedly differently. Slaying demonic beasts earned military merit, while their hides, bones, and demon cores provided invaluable resources for cultivation, rewards far surpassing those gleaned from routine hunts deep within the 10,000 mountain range. For cultivators, war had become a grim, opulent feast. As the vessel passed over Guangling Pass, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei beheld the battlefield below. The great Qian army held firm in disciplined formations while waves of demonic beasts crashed ceaselessly against their lines. Distant cries of battle, roars of beasts, and thunderous detonations of spells echoed faintly upward. Su Yang cast a subtle art, perfectly concealing both the vessel and their presence. Only cultivators at the Golden Core stage or higher could possibly detect them. Several Golden Core cultivators stationed along the frontier sensed a faint ripple high above. Those, too, are not reinforcements arriving for the front lines. A stern-faced Golden Core elder narrowed his eyes, tracking the nearly invisible trail of light vanishing into the horizon. Judging by their direction and concealment technique, they are almost certainly Golden Core cultivators of the Su clan. Another Golden Core cultivator nodded slightly, though curiosity flickered in his gaze. Their demeanor indeed matches the Su clan's characteristic discretion, but their course appears to lead toward Yunmeng ruins. That is the heartland of the demon race. What business could they possibly have there? The Golden Core realizer who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, could it be true, as some rumors suggest, that the Su family is colluding with the demon clan? His companion was startled and quickly communicated to stop him, his face showing alarm. Such words should not be spoken lightly. General Wei Jing of the Su family is now a fierce general of the Great Qin border army, renowned for his military achievements, making the Great Qi tremble in fear. If the Su family truly colluded with the demon clan, would they send their own Golden Core cultivators to fight so desperately at the front lines? Such baseless talk should not be mentioned again. The Golden Core realizer was aware of his slip of tongue and felt a chill in his heart. Although they too were Golden Core cultivators, they were far from comparable in front of the current Su family. He understood all too well the principle that careless discussions about top-tier forces could lead to calamity. Every word of their conversation was captured by Su Yang. His expression remained calm, with no waves in his heart. Over the years, the number of Golden Core cultivators born both overtly and covertly within the Su family has become considerable. Although only a portion of them has been publicly disclosed, it is enough for the Su family to rank among the top Golden Core forces in Greater Qian. In the past, such a rapid rise of the Su family would have surely drawn the court's suspicion and suppression. But the current situation is different. The Su family is not only powerful, but has also sent Wei Jing, a golden core cultivator, into the army, achieving remarkable military feats and becoming a banner for Greater Qian against Great Qi. The greatest weakness of the court is that it cannot alienate the hearts of the meritorious and the soldiers. Therefore, as long as the Su family does not openly rebel, even if Greater Qian has its doubts, it can only watch the Su family continue to grow stronger, unable to take any substantial measures to suppress them. As of today, the Su family has gained substantial power and a deep foundation. It is already too late for Greater Qian to do anything. The flying boat moved swiftly, and soon it reached the territory of Yunmeng ruins. To everyone's surprise, this territory that had fallen to the demon clan for many years had not turned into the scorched earth wasteland one might expect. Instead, near the original site of Yunmeng ruins, a small-scale market had surprisingly emerged. In the market, the houses were neatly arranged, and one could even see many ordinary people bustling about on the streets, with wine flags and tea canopies fluttering, reminiscent of the lively atmosphere of the past. Upon closer inspection, one would find that most of these ordinary people were engaged in brewing, cooking, weaving, and other labor. All of this was due to the presence of the nascent soul demon king, Immortal. This demon king had a great fondness for human delicacies, and thus made an agreement with these homeless refugees. The demon clan guarantees their safety and will not indiscriminately slaughter or consume them, while these commoners must provide Immortal with the finest food and drink. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei did not directly cross this area, but instead landed within this market. To enter the 10,000 Great Mountains, they needed to greet Immortal both for emotional and logical reasons. Su, my old brother, what brings you here today to drink with me? Before Su Yang could step into the pavilion, he heard the familiar and hearty laughter of Immortal coming from within. He and Qin Jiangmei stepped into the pavilion. Immortal appeared as the same unkempt middle-aged man, casually seated in the main position with several plates of snacks and a pot of wine before him, pouring and drinking by himself. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei cupped their hands in respect towards Immortal, showing reverence without appearing humble. Immortal waved his hand, casually indicating for the two to take a seat. The younger generation has come to inform you, senior. After sitting down, Su Yang spoke directly. We as a couple plan to traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains to take a look at the northern region of Qianzhou. Upon hearing this, Immortal paused slightly with the wine cup at his lips, a hint of surprise crossing his expression. Su, my old brother, you intend to go to the northern region of Qianzhou? He put down his wine cup, his tone carrying a note of caution. As far as I know, that place is quite difficult to navigate. The northern region of Qianzhou and the southern region are two entirely different cultivation worlds, to say the least. He paused seldom, showing a serious expression. Even I, your old brother, would not dare to recklessly roam in the northern region of Qianzhou. The rules established by the nascent soul cultivators there are bizarre and varied, and a slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. Su Yang displayed a hint of helplessness on his face and sighed lightly. I understand the dangers involved, but the cultivation resources in the southern region are ultimately too scarce. If the family wants to develop in the long term, I must venture into the northern region to find more opportunities and pave the way for the future. Immortal gazed at Su Yang for a moment, seeing his resolute gaze clearly determined to go. He no longer dissuaded him, laughing heartily. All right, since you, my old brother, are determined to go, I cannot stop you any longer. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains are vast and boundless, filled with demon beasts, and the forces there are intricate and complex. Although I have some face here, I can only help with the nearby demon beasts around Yunmeng ruins, giving you a path. As for the deeper parts of the 10,000 Great Mountains and the areas closer to the northern region, they do not fall under my jurisdiction. The demon beasts there will not show me any favor, so you must exercise caution yourself, Su, my old brother. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in opening the path near Yunmeng ruins. Su Yang cupped his hands again, his words sincere. Gaining the approval and partial protection of a nascent soul demon king is already a significant convenience, saving them from the most troublesome aspect of crossing the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yang left several jars of Su family's specially brewed Su family exclusive spirit wine as a token of gratitude, and took his leave with Qin Jiangmei. Meanwhile, far away in the great Qi's Tianyuan sect, a streak of flowing light cut through the sky, bearing a domineering momentum that rushed straight into the Tianyuan sect's mountain gate territory, finally landing steadily in the square in front of the main hall. As the flowing light dissipated, a sharply designed flying boat appeared along with a burly figure leaping down from it. None other than Su Sini, who had come at the behest of his family. The current master of Tianyuan sect, Elder Lu Qingguang, from years past, was leading a group of core disciples respectfully waiting in front of the hall. Lu Qingguang, now white-haired and slightly hunched, had a rosy complexion and exuded the fluctuations of full foundation establishment spiritual energy. To prolong his lifespan, he had exchanged most of his life savings for longevity elixirs, which was why he had lived to this day. However, Su Sini could see at a glance that this old master was already waning his lifespan, nearing its end, likely no more than 10 years remaining. The fundamental reason Lu Qingguang was reluctant to relinquish the position of master, still holding power in his twilight years, was his distrust of the younger generation. There are too many fools in the world, and he feared that after stepping down a successor might become rash, thinking they could shake off the Su family's vassal identity, even committing acts of betrayal, which would undoubtedly plunge the Tianyuan sect into an abyss from which it could not return. He did not dare to take that gamble, and could only use the remaining strength of his twilight years to personally maintain the bond with the Su family. The old and decrepit master of Tianyuan sect, Lu Qingguang, warmly welcomed young Master Su's arrival. Upon seeing Su Sini, Lu Qingguang immediately bowed deeply, and the disciples behind him all bowed. Su Sini waved his hand, his tall and robust figure towering over Lu Qingguang by nearly 2 heads, his voice booming and direct. Lu sect master, there's no need for excessive courtesy. Please explain the situation. He showed no intention of small talk or pleasantries, diving straight into the topic. Lu Qingguang felt anxious, quickly stating, "Young Master Su, the matter originated from an opportunity that appeared in the cave world. The disciples of our Tianyuan sect have clashed with the disciples of 5 nearby foundation establishment forces, resulting in enmity between us. I can swear by my Tao heart that this enmity arose purely from a normal opportunity dispute. Our Tianyuan sect has never relied on the Su family's reputation to bully others, nor have we proactively provoked anyone." He hurried to clarify, fearing that Su Sini might misunderstand Tianyuan sect as leveraging the Su family's influence to cause trouble. Su Sini raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Whether Tianyuan sect has violated the Su family's rules is up to the family to judge. Just tell me about the 5 foundation establishment forces. The Su family possesses the art of divination and has intelligence channels to thoroughly understand the behavior of their vassal forces. If there were any transgressions, they would have long since been removed from vassal status." Hearing this, Lu Qingguang felt somewhat reassured and quickly nodded, saying, Yes. Those 5 foundation establishment forces have jointly issued a final ultimatum to our Tianyuan sect, demanding that I send someone to apologize and surrender the disciples who clashed with them in the cave world, or they will unite to exterminate our entire Tianyuan sect. Interestingly, young Master Su, your arrival coincides perfectly with the final deadline they set, which is tomorrow. He paused, his face showing concern as he lowered his voice, saying, "I have strong suspicions that there are Golden Core forces backing them behind the scenes. Otherwise, with their tenfold courage, they wouldn't dare to act so boldly against our Tianyuan sect. This would be akin to slapping the Su family's face." As he spoke, he presented a document that had been prepared in advance, detailing the names, locations, key figures, and their cultivation levels of the 5 foundation establishment forces. Su Sini received the document and casually glanced over it. The names and cultivation levels listed were mostly at the late foundation establishment stage, with many being at the early to mid-foundation establishment stage, and a significant number of Qi refinement practitioners. He was now at the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from attempting to condense the Golden Core, and since he followed the path of body refinement, his combat power far exceeded that of other practitioners of the same level. Looking at this information, he instantly found it somewhat dull. His opponents were too weak. The reason he had not yet entered seclusion to break through to the Golden Core was that the improvements brought by practical combat experience far surpassed those gained from mere meditation. His visit this time was not only to resolve the troubles with his family's vassals, but also to test his own combat strength. I understand. He closed the document, raised his gaze to the distance, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow I will meet them. The next day dawn broke. As the first light of day broke the horizon, the morning rays fell like scattered gold upon the peak of Tianyuan sect, illuminating the solemn figures of the Tianyuan sect disciples. They stood in formation in the plaza before the hall, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing. Su Sini stepped out slowly from his temporary quarters, his towering figure casting a long shadow in the morning light. His divine sense quietly expanded, sweeping across the mountain gate like invisible ripples, immediately detecting a mass of dark figures gathered outside the Tianyuan sect. In addition to the 5 foundation establishment forces demanding an explanation, there were also numerous hidden gazes lurking in the shadows, spying on the situation. Lu Qingguang's expression was tense, his wrinkled hands gripping his magical tool tightly, as he anxiously scanned the crowd and the forest, trying to find any hidden support from the Su family. He had initially thought that the Su family would certainly have Golden Core practitioners secretly accompanying them, waiting to reveal themselves to catch the fish. Yet after observing for a long time, he discovered that the Su family had indeed only sent Su Sini alone. This made Lu Qingwang's heart tighten. However, he then thought that the Su family was currently one of the top Golden Core forces in the Great Qian, and they must have their reasons for acting this way. Perhaps Su Sini carried some astonishing trump card that allowed him to be so bold. He firmly suppressed his doubts and unease, not daring to show even a hint of it, let alone ask further questions. Outside the mountain gate, a path opened in the crowd. 5 arrogant Foundation establishment practitioners stepped forward from the crowd, standing with their hands behind their backs at the front of the formation, precisely the leaders of the 5 Foundation establishment forces. Among them, a middle-aged practitioner with a full beard and a robust figure strode forward, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingwang and the others from the Tianyuan sect, before finally locking onto Su Sini. His pupils slightly constricted, a trace of imperceptible sharpness flashing in his eyes. He feigned calmness and spoke. Tianyuan sect, are you prepared to give an explanation? Lu Qingwang's lips moved, but in the end, he turned his gaze to Su Sini, completely relinquishing the initiative to respond. Su Sini stepped forward, his voice resonating like thunder echoing in the valley. Who instructed you to target the Tianyuan sect? Do you not know that the Tianyuan sect is under our Su family's protection? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 Foundation establishment leaders changed noticeably, and their eyes quickly exchanged glances, clearly communicating through their divine senses. A moment later, the middle-aged man with the full beard collected his thoughts and raised his voice in response, attempting to seize the moral high ground. Even if we are under the protection of the Su family, we still need to speak reason. The Tianyuan sect has killed countless disciples and elders of our sects. Shouldn't we be given an explanation? Shouldn't the vassal forces of the Su family be allowed to bully others, commit injustices, and slaughter disciples of various forces at will? Ridiculous to the extreme. Su Sini sneered, his voice shaking the surroundings. If you all can only twist the truth and create confusion here, then today, you shall be annihilated. He was not interested in engaging in pointless verbal disputes. The family's task for him was clear and straightforward. Either drive the opponents away or eliminate them all and draw out the hidden mastermind. As for the convoluted rhetoric and reasoning, they were not within his scope of consideration. Everyone listen. Is this how the Su family conducts itself? It truly opens one's eyes. The middle-aged practitioner with the full beard immediately raised his voice, trying to incite the emotions of the onlookers around them, using principles and public sentiment to force Su Sini to retreat. Unfortunately, he completely misjudged the Su family's style of action. Facing the pressure of the other party's words, Su Sini's response was simple and direct as he took a heavy step forward. Boom! Dark golden patterns suddenly emerged on his skin like living magma, veins exuding a wild and powerful aura. His figure moved like lightning, and everyone felt a flash before their eyes as his towering form appeared before the middle-aged practitioner with the full beard. There were no wasted words, no build-up, just the simplest and most violent punch thrown out. As the punch was unleashed, a surge of vigorous blood erupted, stirring the surrounding air currents. Su Sini was not only a perfected Foundation establishment body refiners, but also had stepped into the second realm of martial arts. This punch combined spiritual power and true energy, its might so overwhelming that the air produced a deafening crack, as if it could not bear the pressure. The bearded cultivator felt a scorching wave of heat rush toward his face, as if standing at the mouth of an active volcano. In utter terror, he attempted to activate his protective artifacts and defensive spells, only to realize with horrified disbelief that his opponent moved faster than his nerves could react. A muffled thud echoed across the stunned silence. Under countless horrified gazes, the bearded middle-aged cultivator's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Scarlet blood, pearly brain matter, and jagged bone fragments scattering violently in all directions. His headless corpse stood rigid for a breathless moment before collapsing heavily to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth to stain the earth deep red. Silence, absolute suffocating silence, descended. The sudden carnage sent shockwaves through every onlooker, the 5 Foundation establishment sects cultivators present, and even the distant observers from rival factions. All recoiled in unison, their faces blanching white as sharp involuntary gasps filled the air. Many staggered backward, trembling at Su Sini's ruthless decisiveness. He disregarded all formalities, defied public censure without hesitation, and struck to kill without warning. And with a single move, he unleashed thunderous force, slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator in an instant. You dared kill Sectmaster Lu. Does the Su family truly fear neither condemnation nor the judgment of the entire world? A nearby Foundation establishment cultivator snapped out of his stupor and pointed a shaking finger at Su Sini, his voice shrill and brittle with fear. His only reply was Su Sini's overwhelming, palpable killing intent. Kill! Su Sini roared, a voice like clashing thunder. He granted no reprieve. Lunging forward, he hurled a devastating fist straight at the shouting cultivator. In that split second, the crowd finally reacted. Artifacts flared with light, talismans ignited, and torrents of multicolored spells rained down upon Su Cini like a storm of lethal rain. Su Cini ignored the onslaught entirely. Dark golden runes blazing across his body flared with blinding intensity, his frame encased in what resembled divine, unbreakable armor, as he charged headlong into the cascade of arcane energy. Thump, 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 thump. A rapid drum-like barrage of dull impacts erupted. Spells potent enough to shatter mountains and cleave stone struck Su Cini's form, yet they splintered harmlessly against him like raindrops on bamboo, dissipating into shimmering bursts of spiritual energy, without so much as ruffling a single hair. Meanwhile, Su Cini's fist reached its target. Squelch! The cultivator's hastily summoned protective artifact crumpled like paper before his fist, followed instantly by the shattering of his defensive spiritual aura. His fist's radiant momentum remained unstoppable, crashing squarely into the cultivator's chest. With a sickening thud, the man's ribcage collapsed inward, his heart pulverized by savage force. He flew backward like a ragdoll, eyes wide with terror and bewilderment, life already extinguished. What in the heavens is happening? A rival cultivator, his cultivation at the peak of Foundation establishment, paled violently, crying out in raw disbelief. He had known the Su family delegation would be formidable, but never imagined such monstrous ferocity. Though his spiritual energy signature clearly marked him as Foundation establishment, he stood unscathed amid coordinated assaults from peers of equal rank, an utter annihilation of all prior understanding of body-refining cultivators. Who was this man? How could his flesh and blood body reach such terrifying strength? Could he be a concealed golden core expert deliberately toying with us? From the crowd someone shouted in incredulous awe, only for Su Cini to vanish like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, plunging straight into the throng. Broad-shouldered yet lightning-swift, he flickered unpredictably, each flash accompanied by a heavy visceral thud. Skulls shattered, chests pierced, heart meridians ruptured. Wherever his fist wind swept, none endured even a single exchange. In the blink of an eye, all 5 sect masters, including the bearded cultivator slain first, lay dead beneath Su Cini's iron fists. Kill! Lu Qingguang and the Tianyuan sect cultivators, witnessing Su Cini's peerless dominance firsthand, transformed their earlier anxiety into roaring elation and surging battle fervor. They raised deafening war cries and cheers, their morale soaring as they brandished artifacts and surged forward behind Su Cini, charging headlong into the paralyzed enemy ranks. At that moment, not only were the 5 Foundation establishment sects cultivators besieging Tianyuan sect reduced to quivering wrecks, but even the distant onlookers stood frozen in collective horror, murmuring among themselves. To withstand spell bombardments barehanded, that surpasses any ordinary body refiner's limits. I recall the Tiangang generals of Daqian possess similar terrifying prowess, and Wei Jing hails from the Su family. A seasoned cultivator hidden in the shadows spoke gravely, thus this fearsome warrior is most likely the blood descendant of that Tiangang general. Mention of the Tiangang general stirred immediate recognition among the Dali cultivators. For years, Dali and Daqian had waged brutal, grinding warfare along the front lines, the stalemate stretching toward a decisive conclusion within decades, perhaps ending the age of chaos itself. Within Daqian's military, Wei Jing rose to prominence through sheer might, eventually ennobled by the imperial court as the Tiangang general. His defining trait, an indomitable physique capable of directly absorbing torrents of arcane attacks, reminiscent of the legendary Overlord body. Leveraging this unparalleled advantage, Wei Jing carved a fearsome reputation on the battlefield. Any cultivator encountering him instinctively retreated, refusing close-quarters combat at all costs. Su Cini's fighting style mirrored the Tiangang general's legend with uncanny precision, and given their shared lineage within the Su family, his identity became unmistakable. I remember who he is. A female cultivator cried out in sudden realization. He is Su Cini. Once a scholar of the Daqian Academy, he earned renown on the frontline battlefield years ago, though time had nearly erased his name from memory. Her words struck the crowd like lightning. Stunned silence gave way to louder, more frenzied speculation. No wonder. That fighting style, it's unmistakably the Tiangang general's heir, and judging by his ferocity, he may even surpass his father. Could it be that he has inherited the legendary Overlord body? Can such a celestial constitution truly transmit through bloodline? Gasp. If true, the Su family will become the most coveted matrimonial alliance across southern Xianzhou, courted relentlessly by every major faction. Yet even as the crowd clamored in awe, Su Cini showed no sign of pause. His aura intensified, his combat style growing ever more savage, unrestrained. Whether artifacts blazed, talismans detonated, or spells converged, he met them all with nothing but where his fist fell, all arts shattered. As Su Cini fought with escalating fury, invading enemy lines as though they were empty space. The 5 sex cultivators broke, utterly teetering on the brink of total annihilation. A Foundation establishment elder soul, trembling with mortal dread, abandoned all dignity and shrieked desperately toward the horizon, "Please, senior expert, intervene. Save us." Before his plea faded, a colossal fist materialized before his terrified eyes. Squish! In the next instant his skull burst open like a melon, splattering crimson mist across the sky. Susini shook blood from his knuckles, his cold gaze locking onto the distant horizon, his lips curling into a razor-sharp mocking smile. "So, you've finally lost patience." As his words hung in the air, a distinct golden core spiritual energy fluctuation erupted from the far sky, like a slumbering beast awakening, its oppressive, suffocating pressure rolling forward like a tidal wave of dread. The pressure of the spiritual power from the golden core cultivator descended like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Every cultivator present felt their breath catch, and those with weaker cultivation turned pale and swayed. Lu Qingwang's expression revealed a look of as expected, confirming his previous suspicions. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that 5 mere Foundation establishment forces would not dare to join forces to attack the Su family's vassals without the backing of a golden core cultivator. The true target of the other party was clearly not the Tianyuan sect, but to draw the Su family into the fray. What remains puzzling is what their true intentions are in setting this trap. Could it be that the great Qi dynasty aims to weaken the Su family's foundation, or do they wish to capture core cultivators of the Su family to uncover the secret behind their rapid rise? Just as everyone's thoughts diverged, a golden light of escape raced from the horizon, instantly halting in midair, revealing the true form of the golden core cultivator. The newcomer was a female cultivator, her appearance exquisite, but her expression as cold as ice. She stood in the air, her robes fluttering, looking down from a height at Susini, the pressure of her golden core spiritual power spreading unabashedly. "So, it was you pulling the strings from behind. You went to great lengths to attract the attention of my Su family. Oh, what is your purpose?" Facing the pressure from the golden core cultivator, Susini remained calm, unafraid, as he looked up and retorted in a loud voice. The golden core female cultivator's divine sense swept across the area for several miles like a tide, her brows slightly furrowing. "Why are you the only one?" Susini grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. "What's wrong? Did your plan fall through?" Seeing him so composed, Huang Nianqing felt uncertain. This siege on the Tianyuan sect was clearly a trap carefully laid by the golden core forces. With the Su family's usual style of eliminating threats decisively, how could they only send a single perfect Foundation establishment junior? This is illogical. Yet despite repeatedly probing with her divine sense, and scanning every inch of land and forest around, even using secret techniques to sense, she still failed to discover the hidden golden core aura of the Su family, even as the forces of the 5 Foundation establishment factions were about to be wiped out. Thus there are only 2 possible truths. Either the golden core cultivator from the Su family possesses exceptionally high concealment skills that even she cannot detect, or the Su family is indeed arrogant enough to only send a single Foundation establishment cultivator. Huang Nianqing absolutely did not believe in the latter. The Su family could not have risen to this point in the Great Qian by being reckless and foolish. But now that she has personally appeared, if the Su family's golden core were lurking in the shadows, they should have been forced to reveal themselves by now. Why is there still no movement? What does this mean? Is there another plot in play, or is there truly no one? Friends of the Su family, since you have arrived, why hide your heads and show your tails? Why not reveal yourselves? Huang Nianqing's cold voice, infused with spiritual energy, rang out like crystal beads dropping on a jade plate, clearly spreading throughout the mountains and fields. However, after a moment of waiting, apart from the rustling of the wind through the treetops and the occasional sound of painful groans from below, there was no other response. The onlooking cultivators exchanged glances and whispered, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Their thoughts mirrored Huang Nianqing's. They all believed that the Su family must have a golden core cultivator hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Even Lu Qingwang privately concluded that Susini's fearless demeanor surely indicated that a family golden core elder was backing him from the dark. At that moment, Susini's resounding voice rang out again, devoid of any pretense of derision. "Stop looking, it's just me here. On the contrary, you all are a bunch of hiding rats. Since you've set the trap, why must you hide? Why not show yourselves and state your names?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Susini's meaning could not be clearer. The scheme aimed at the Su family undoubtedly involved more than just Huang Nianqing. There must be other golden core cultivators lying in wait to ambush the Su family's golden core. Huang Nianqing, who received no reply, instantly turned grim. Being publicly mocked by a mere Foundation establishment junior, especially the phrase "hiding rats," made her feel utterly humiliated, her chest heaving slightly in anger. Good. Huang Nianqing repeated thrice, her originally cold demeanor completely dissipated, replaced by cold fury. Since friends of the Su family do not dare to show themselves, I shall give you a painful lesson first. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly raised her hand. A vast amount of spiritual power surged forth like an invisible giant hand reaching towards Su Cini. Everyone thought that at this point the Su family's golden core cultivator would surely be forced to act. Yet to everyone's surprise, Su Cini did not retreat, but pressed forward against the golden core cultivator's attack. His entire being was ablaze with vitality, dark golden patterns suddenly glowing beneath his skin. His true qi and spiritual power erupted simultaneously, intertwining into an overwhelmingly dominant force. Get away from me! Su Cini roared, breaking free from the shackles of spiritual power with sheer physical. He shot forth like a cannonball, the ground beneath him exploding into a circle of shockwaves, his figure soaring upwards, defying the pressure of the golden core, heading straight for Huang Nianqing in midair. His massive fist tore through the air with a thunderous roar, striking out fiercely. Huang Nianqing's expression darkened as she felt unprecedented disdain and insult. A Foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to strike at her. Ants should know their place and lie down. Huang Nianqing was infuriated. She flipped her hand and summoned a jade bottle that was entirely azure, shimmering with light. With the bottle tilted, a heavy surge of water spirit energy poured out like mercury, coalescing in the air into a vividly lifelike deep blue water dragon. The water dragon's scales and claws surged, emitting a silent roar as it opened its massive mouth large enough to swallow a mountain, and charged towards Su Cini, who was rushing forward. The might of a golden core cultivator's magical treasure far surpassed that of ordinary spells. The immense water element power contained within could easily crush mountains and flood cities. Yet Su Cini seemed oblivious, his eyes only filled with the will to fight. He did not slow down, facing the deluge from the water dragon's enormous mouth. He did not evade, instead gathering all his strength into his right fist and striking fiercely at the top of the water dragon's head. Boom! At the moment of contact between fist and water dragon, a deafening sound erupted. The massive mouth of the water dragon closed instantly, swallowing Su Cini's figure. The hearts of the onlookers dropped to their throats, and Lu Qingguang turned as pale as a ghost. Yet, just as everyone was still in shock, bang! A much more intense explosion erupted from within the water dragon. The 100-foot water dragon seemed to be detonated from within by some force, exploding with a thunderous roar. It transformed into a torrential rain pouring down in a cascade. Amidst the downpour, a figure shimmering with radiant golden patterns burst forth from the water, its momentum unabated, even increasing. Su Cini was drenched but unscathed. The dark golden patterns glimmered in the rain, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Under Huang Nianqing's shocked gaze, he tore through the rain and closed in. What a... Huang Nianqing's pupils constricted as she hurriedly raised her protective spell. Su Cini's fist, wrapped in overwhelming energy, struck solidly against her protective spiritual light. Crack! A sound as clear as glass shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Under Huang Nianqing's horrified gaze, her golden core protective spell shattered like an eggshell covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and then exploded into countless light points. A massive fist entwined with golden patterns and bulging muscles pierced through the shattered spiritual light, striking directly at her face amidst her rapidly widening eyes. The overwhelming and unparalleled power shattered the spiritual energy in the most primal and brutal manner. Huang Nianqing's delicate features were twisted and deformed by this punch, leaving her momentarily dazed. She could not comprehend how the fist of a Foundation establishment cultivator could so easily break through the defensive barrier of a golden core cultivator. In the instant her fist shattered the protective spiritual light, she witnessed the entire process of its fragmentation. It was not merely a matter of brute force, it was a punch that transcended all laws. Any defense composed of Tao techniques or spiritual energy seemed utterly fragile before that pair of iron fists, etched with dark golden patterns, rendered significantly weakened. Even spells from the golden core stage could not escape the fate of being shattered by a single punch. This junior truly possesses the legendary dominant body. Huang Nianqing instantly affirmed this horrifying conclusion in her heart. As her head was thrown back by the mighty impact, her instinct to fight kicked in. Her long jade-like leg kicked out like a whip, and in an instant a torrent of immense water spiritual energy coalesced into the phantom of a towering tsunami rushing towards Su Cini with overwhelming force. Su Cini did not dodge. His robust chest was struck solidly by the tsunami's apparition, producing a deep muffled sound of impact. He grunted softly, his figure swaying slightly, but relying on his formidable physique and the characteristics of his dominant body, he forcibly withstood the blow without retreating an inch. In contrast, Huang Nianqing was propelled backward by the recoil of the kick, quickly creating distance between. At the same time, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, tilting the mouth of the azure jade bottle artifact above her head. The dark seawater surged forth, rolling and instantly enveloping her. With a series of quick finger taps, the dark seawater rapidly coalesced into a group of water warriors clad in black armor, wielding glimmering spears densely surrounding her at the center. Su Xinyi's reaction was even quicker. The spiritual energy within him and his martial true qi exploded simultaneously, his figure darting like lightning as he closed the distance to Huang Nianqing, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches towards the clustered black water warriors. The punches were like mountains, each carrying a dominating force capable of shattering all laws, as the black water warriors were continually smashed apart only to be reborn from the sea, once more resulting in a temporary stalemate. I've changed my mind. Though Huang Nianqing was angered by the punch she received, her gaze became fervent. A talent with such an excellent bloodline like you should be brought back to the clan to breed, giving birth to offspring with the potential for a dominant body. Though she was shocked and angered by Su Xinyi's strength, she did not believe that the chasm between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core could be so easily crossed. The dominant body, while powerful and said to be immune to all laws, must have its limits before full mastery. As long as the strength of the Dao techniques was sufficiently high and the quantity large enough, they could still inflict damage and suppression upon him. Otherwise, would those with the dominant body like Wei Jing and Su Xinyi not have been invincible among mortals long ago? Huang Nianqing's Dao techniques surged forth like a river breaking its dam. Su Xinyi, having just broken free from the onslaught of black water warriors, was met once again with a continuous onslaught of water-based Dao techniques. Water whirlpools, ice arrows, and heavy water crashing down. The battle between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core had reached a point where neither could easily claim victory. This scene left all the spectators below utterly astonished. In the established understanding of the cultivation world, battles between Golden Core and Foundation Establishment were typically resolved in an instant, representing an absolute domination of realms. However, Su Xinyi's battle today completely overturned this ironclad rule, as he withstood the Golden Core with his Foundation Establishment cultivation directly challenging everyone's understanding of the chasm between realms. Nevertheless, a Golden Core cultivator was still a Golden Core cultivator. Although initially caught off guard and made to look foolish by Su Xinyi's close-range punch, Huang Nianqing quickly adjusted her mindset, setting aside her initial contempt and began to take the situation seriously. As she unleashed more and more of her Dao techniques, the azure jade bottle seemed to connect with the endless sea, pouring forth more and more seawater, gradually filling the entire expanse of the sky. The crowd below looked up and saw that the sky above was no longer blue, but an infinite expanse of oceanic phantoms. The shallow waters shimmered with a cerulean glow, while the depths were filled with a rich blackness, exuding a heavy pressure that sent chills down their spines. As the coverage of the vast sea widened, Huang Nianqing's Dao techniques grew increasingly formidable. The swirling seawater transformed, conjuring up fierce deep-sea behemoths that leapt into the air, snapping their jaws, along with phantoms of dragons and phoenixes intertwining in a dance, and countless black-armored warriors formed a battle array, launching an unending assault towards Su Xinyi from all directions. Su Xinyi began to feel the pressure mount. Though the dominant body could shatter all laws with sheer strength, facing the endless torrent of Dao techniques was ultimately difficult to bear. He broke through a water dragon only to be assaulted by two ice spears, shattering one of the warriors, yet more warriors quickly filled the gaps. The distance between him and Huang Nianqing continued to widen. Gradually, he was pushed into the central area covered by Dao techniques, surrounded by surging black seawater and evolving Dao attacks, his range of motion severely restricted. No matter how hard he fought to punch through the incoming spells, the vast sea pouring from the bottle continued to flow unceasingly. Ultimately, Su Xinyi was encircled by layers of Dao techniques, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. Seeing this situation, Huang Nianqing felt somewhat reassured. As she had anticipated, while Su Xinyi's strength was astonishing, able to withstand Golden Core cultivation with his Foundation Establishment, creating an incredible record, they ultimately were not of the same realm. If both sides were of the same realm, perhaps this child truly would not be her match. At this stage of the battle, the Su family's Golden Core cultivators still had not appeared, seemingly confirming that the Su family had indeed sent only Su Xinyi. However, the lingering sense of unease in Huang Nianqing's heart could not be shaken off. This did not align with her understanding of the Su family. The Su family was known for their cautious and meticulous actions, and their disciples always concealed their true capabilities with trump cards that made it difficult for outsiders to gauge their real depth. How many cultivators have faced calamity by underestimating the Su family? How could such a family send only a Foundation establishment disciple when their vassal forces faced the danger of extermination? But the current situation did not allow her to ponder further. Since the Su family's golden core had yet to appear, she would proceed according to her original plan. She raised her hand, summoning two massive phantoms of deep-sea behemoths from the vast sea, each opening its enormous jaws and fiercely biting down on Su Sini's arms. Immediately afterwards, several Blackwater warriors armed with spears and blades surged forward, pinning down Su Sini's vital areas and completely restricting his ability to move. Having learned that Su Sini bore the inheritable bloodline of the dominant body, Huang Nianqing had now initially intending to directly search his soul for secrets of the Su family. She now thought of capturing Su Sini alive and bringing him back to her clan, hoping to have him leave descendants with that bloodline. After cultivating descendants with the dominant body, she could then search his soul without delay. The Su family's rapid rise must have been due to them possessing some incredible opportunities. Countless golden core powers secretly coveted them, but dared not act rashly, because the Su family's foundation was becoming increasingly profound. This scheme targeting the Tianyuan sect was precisely to test and deal with the Su family. But at this moment it seemed the Su family had not taken this scheme to heart. This left Huang Nianqing and others utterly perplexed. It seems that the Su family has indeed only sent you alone. Huang Nianqing stood in midair, her toes lightly tapping the water's surface, sending ripples radiating outward. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice cool, yet laced with a hint of sarcasm. Has the Su family become too inflated in recent years? Can't you even see such an obvious trap? Su Sini, firmly under the control of the Blackwater Dao, showed no fear on his face, and even bore a strange smile. I already said it was just me. You bunch of sneaky rats still dare not reveal yourselves completely. Huang Nianqing narrowed her eyes slightly, always feeling that the other party's confident demeanor was peculiar and their acting skills were truly poor. Just as she was about to send a message to her hidden companions urging them not to reveal themselves easily, a voice old and cold suddenly shouted, "Truly audacious ants, repeatedly insulting us. Do you really think we dare not subdue you?" Before her appeared an aged man with a weathered face and a sinister gaze, suddenly materializing in midair, emanating an unabashed golden core pressure, his eyes like ice looking down at the subdued Su Sini. Then several streaks of escape light flickered in succession, each figure radiating a terrifying golden core aura, as if invisible mountains weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A total of 6 golden core experts, including Huang Nianqing, appeared in the air, their powerful spiritual pressure intertwining, causing all the cultivators below to tremble, nearly gasping for breath. The disciples of the Tianyuan sect who were pursuing the remnants of the enemy were all horrified and halted, looking up in panic at the 7 figures in the air. Lu Chengwang's face turned pale, secretly thinking that the situation was dire. It turned out that Su Sini had spoken the truth. This ambush targeting the Su family had brought not just Huang Nianqing, but as many as 7 golden core masters lurking about, who only now revealed themselves. However, Su Sini was not surprised, as if he had anticipated it. Even trapped, he still grinned and said, "You want to subdue me? That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. Still stubborn even when facing death? Then let me search your soul and see if you can still be stubborn." The aged man exuded a surge of spiritual power, his robes flapping, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, as he suddenly flashed to Su Sini's front, raising his bony hand to directly grasp for the crown of Su Sini's head, intending to perform a soul search. Just as his hand was about to strike down, Huang Nianqing suddenly had a thought, controlling a Blackwater warrior to sidestep, accurately blocking the old man's wrist with the shaft of his spear. "Wait." Huang Nianqing spoke coldly, her tone unquestionable. "This child was captured by my own hands, and I need to take him back to my clan. The matter of soul searching can be discussed later. How could she allow others to ruin her plans to seize the bloodline of the dominant body? The plan we discussed beforehand was not like this." The old man looked at Huang Nianqing, his tone intensified as he sternly warned, "Are you trying to monopolize the Su family's fortune?" Taoist Huang. Upon hearing this, the other golden core cultivators cast wary glances at Huang Nianqing, their expressions now infused with scrutiny and doubt. This clearly deviated from the agreement made beforehand. "The situation we encountered is also vastly different from the plan." Huang Nianqing spoke coldly, her attitude assertive and unyielding. "Our original plan was to search the souls of the golden core experts of the Su family, but the Su family only sent this child here." Her gaze swept over the restrained Su Sini, and her unease intensified. "Since the Su family has only sent one person, we can only search the soul of this one. Taoist Huang, do not think that you can take him away today, otherwise do not blame us for disregarding our—" The old man stood his ground, his spiritual power bursting forth, his robes billowing spiritual light, swirling, revealing a stance ready to fight for dominance. The atmosphere became tense with several golden core cultivators faintly dividing into two factions, the energies between them beginning to clash, and a heavy smell of gunpowder filled the air. You all need not argue. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, a voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly broke the taut balance. The speaker was none other than Su Sini, who was firmly restrained by the Blackwater Dao. Not only did he not bear the fear of a captured prisoner on his face, but rather wore a strange smile, his gaze sweeping over the several golden core cultivators in the air, speaking as though stating a fact. None of you will leave alive today, all your plans will come to naught. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to him. A Foundation establishment cultivator trapped in confinement dared to speak so boldly. This was illogical, unless the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Huang Nianking's eyes suddenly narrowed, alarms ringing in her mind. Indeed, something is wrong. Her vigilance towards the Su family had never waned. Su Sini had consistently maintained an air of confidence, making him appear exceedingly glaring in her eyes. Almost the moment Su Sini's voice fell, she did not hesitate, channeling her spiritual power, her surroundings shimmering with water light, a layer of azure protective water curtain rapidly forming, wrapping her securely. Just as her defensive spell took shape, an unexpected change occurred. Not far from Su Sini, the space began to twist without warning. A deep purple portal flowing with profound starlight suddenly unfolded. The moment the portal appeared, a terrifying sword, intent sharp enough to cleave through all things, erupted violently from within the portal. Clang! The clear and cold sound of the sword echoed across the sky, resonating in the clouds, causing everyone to feel pain in their eardrums, and their souls quivered in response. A sword, intent condensed to the extreme, shot out from the portal, moving faster than the limits of divine sense could capture. The other golden core cultivators lacked Huang Nianking's vigilance and reaction speed, unable to mount effective defenses in time. Among them, two of the weaker golden core cultivators, the least vigilant, did not even sense the sudden deadly. They only felt a slight chill at their necks, as if a fine thread of ice had brushed past, and then two lines of crimson blood slowly emerged from their throats. In the next moment, a large amount of warm blood gushed out like a fountain from the two lines of blood. Only then did the two golden core cultivators realize what had happened, their faces turning pale, with horror hastily covering their necks with their hands, desperately urging their spiritual power to stem the bleeding and heal their wounds, casting defensive spells. However, it was too late. That unmatched sword intent, at the moment it pierced through their necks, infiltrated their bodies like a maggot, crazily rampaging along their meridians, ruthlessly damaging their life source. What was even more terrifying was that the sword intent even invaded their dantian, cutting fine cracks across the surface of their golden cores. With the golden core damaged, their foundational stability shaken, life force rapidly draining. Even Huang Nianqing, who had cast a defensive spell at the first opportunity, could not completely evade this lethal strike. The protective water curtain shook violently, emitting a mournful wail from the unbearable strain. Although it barely blocked the lethal sword intent aiming for her vital points, the residual wave of sword intent still penetrated the defense, carving a bloody gash across her ample chest. Although the remaining golden core cultivators relied on their profound cultivation and protective treasures to avoid critical hits, at the last moment, they all suffered varying degrees of injury. Their expressions were filled with horror, as if facing a formidable enemy. From the deep purple portal, a figure in white slowly stepped out. She stood tall, her beauty as cold as a mountain of ice and snow, surrounded by an exceptionally pure and fierce sword aura. Just standing there, she resembled an unparalleled divine sword, unsheathed, its edge gleaming, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. The sword aura naturally emanating from her body spread out like ripples, shattering the black water spell that bound Su Sini into countless pieces, turning it to nothingness. Without a moment's pause, Su Sini, freed from his confinement, darted out like a ghostly shadow, heading straight for Huang Nianqing, whose chest wound was still bleeding. The opponent attempted to search his soul and seize his domineering bloodline, leaving him feeling stifled. Huang Nianqing had just been wounded by Su Sinyu's sword chi, and with her protective water barrier still trembling, the combined pain and shock caused her to react a beat too late. With a loud bang, Su Sini's fist landed solidly on her face once more. This punch carried tremendous force, causing her head to tilt back, her originally delicate features twisting under the impact as blood erupted from her mouth and nose, drawing several glaring red arcs in the air. She couldn't even let out a groan, her body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string tumbling through the air several times before crashing down over Tinzhong away, splashing water and dust everywhere. Huang Nianqing, who had been exuding an imposing aura just moments ago, was now disheveled, covered in blood, crawling up from the muddy water with her twisted face filled with resentment. Damn you, little brat. Huang Nianqing no longer possessed her previous calm and icy demeanor. Although Susini's punch was not painful, it was extremely humiliating, aimed squarely at her face. Even if she could kill him today, this humiliation would haunt her for life, fueling her hatred. Susini retracted his fist, hanging in the air, shaking his wrist, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes as he provocatively smiled at Huang Yinqing. It's the golden core, real person of the Su family. Indeed. How could the Su family not send a golden core cultivator? I knew it. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the onlookers below. The members of the Tianyuan sect heaved a sigh of relief, their faces displaying ecstatic joy, as if they had survived a disaster. Meanwhile, 2 golden core cultivators, their necks, pierced by sword aura, could no longer hold on. Their protective spiritual light completely shattered their heads, separating from their bodies, falling from the sky, as headless corpses accompanied by splattering blood and a dull thud. As soon as the golden core cultivators from the Su family appeared, they swiftly killed 2 golden cores with thunderous ferocity. Such brutality made everyone's hearts tremble, sending chills up their spines. It's her. I recognize her, Su Xinyue from the Su family, also among the top scholars of the Dakian Academy. The previously knowledgeable cultivator spoke up again, revealing the identity of the newcomer. The glorious achievements of the Su family disciples at the Dakian Academy had long spread far and wide, leaving a deep impression. Su Xinyue stood in midair as the deep purple portal slowly closed behind her. Her gaze was as cold as a frigid pond, sweeping over the few remaining stunned golden core cultivators in the air, finally landing on Susini, her tone flat, as she asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you for your help, third sister." Susini twisted his neck, moved his wrist, and smiled widely, appearing quite exhilarated. Being able to land 2 punches on a golden core cultivator with his foundation establishment Cultivation was an achievement he'd brag about for quite a while among his peers. As soon as Susini finished speaking, the 4 surviving golden core cultivators in midair snapped back to reality from their shock, and filled with rage and fear began to operate their techniques with all their might, adjusting their conditions to their peak. In an instant, various colors of spiritual light shot into the sky, illuminating a series of grand and horrifying phenomena of Dao techniques. Crimson flames scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. A vast blue ocean phantom enveloped the sky, rolling dark demonic energy conjured up fierce demonic figures, while sharp sword chi intertwined in a tightly sealed rotating sword formation. The entire sky was filled with these astonishing phenomena of Dao techniques, the pressure of the spiritual power emanating like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators below trembled under this pressure, and the weaker among them directly spat blood, hastily being taken away by their elders or family guards, fleeing in panic, not daring to linger and observe. The friends of the Su family finally chose to show themselves. I thought you would hide away for a lifetime." The weathered old golden core cultivator suppressed his injuries, excitement flickering in his eyes. He was thrilled not only because he had finally forced out a golden core from the Su family, but also because he realized that the Su family had indeed only sent 1 golden core cultivator as they had guessed. In his view, the Su family was overly arrogant and underestimated them by only sending 1 golden core. Even if they had successfully ambushed and killed 2 of their members, facing the remaining 5 of them, the Su family's golden core female cultivator was destined to be unable to escape today. Su Xinyue ignored the old man's taunts, her expression impassive, her demeanor as cold as millennia-old ice. In the face of the overwhelming and terrifying phenomena, her response was simple and direct. She drew her sword. A long sword, crystalline, and as if forged from cold ice, appeared in her hand, named Cold Moon. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the pure sword aura surrounding her seemed to magnify 100-fold. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred, as if the wind had ceased to blow. The old man's words had not completely faded when his gaze reflected a brilliant cold light that slashed through the sky. That light was so fast it exceeded the perception of divine sense, as if it had been cut from the cracks of time and space, disregarding distance and defenses, abruptly appearing before the myriad phenomena in the sky. In the next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The burning crimson flames, the enveloping vast ocean, the swirling demonic energy, and the rotating fierce sword formation. All these grand phenomena of Dao techniques seemed like a still painting suddenly torn apart by an invisible giant hand before the purest sword light. Slashing, the sharp sound of the sword piercing through the eardrums finally arrived, echoing through heaven and earth. One sword breaks all laws. In an instant, the burning crimson flames split in 2 and extinguished silently. The surging vast ocean was severed by the sword light, the phantom shattered. The demonic figures let out mournful howls, vanishing with the sword light. The rotating sword formation shattered like glass under a heavy blow, turning into countless points of light. The continuous booming sounds exploded in the heavens and the earth, a testament to the forced dismantling of the Tao structures and the uncontrolled explosion of spiritual power. Under Su Xinyu's astonishing sword, the endless flow of Tao light melted away like snow under the scorching sun. The sky became clear all at once. At this moment, there was complete silence. All eyes were focused on the figure in white, standing with the sword, her cold moon sword's brilliance now restrained, yet it made everyone's hearts tremble with fear. The slender figure in white stood gracefully in midair, exuding a chilly aura like a cold moon suspended in the sky. Su Xinyue shattered the Tao manifestations of 5 golden core cultivators with a single sword strike, a shock even more astonishing than when Su Xinyu had knocked out a golden core cultivator with a punch. The 5 golden core cultivators whose Tao manifestations had been dispelled collectively trembled the violent backlash, causing their internal spiritual power to go awry. Some hastily swallowed pills to suppress it, while others frantically activated talismans to stabilize the situation, their faces turning extremely grim. Su Xinyu's strength completely exceeded everyone's expectations. They had thought that their combined efforts would easily overpower her, yet they never anticipated that she could casually dismantle all 5 of their Tao manifestations with just one sword. This is the ultimate sword intent. I did not expect that this girl so young has already embarked on the path of ultimate swordsmanship, Huang Yanqing said with a grim expression, each word dripping with barely concealed apprehension. Sword cultivators are already formidable, especially when they fight beyond their realm. Yet the Su Xinyue they encountered was a sword cultivator who had refined her sword intent to the utmost. This path emphasizes breaking myriad methods with a single sword, but no matter how strange or changeable one's Tao may be in her presence, it is all rendered powerless with a single strike. When faced with such a sword cultivator, one can only confront her with a purer and more overwhelming force to have any chance of countering her moves. Trying to outsmart her with techniques and tricks would only lead to a disastrous defeat. However, Su Xinyue was able to dismantle the Tao manifestations of all 5 cultivators with just one sword, indicating that their combined strength could not withstand her swordsmanship. But Huang Yanqing was filled with resentment. She still wanted to capture Su Xinyu to pass on the tyrant bloodline, and sought to probe into the secrets behind the rapid rise of the Su family through soul-searching. What was once a closely held plan was suddenly disrupted by Su Xinyue, who turned the tide completely. Let's attack together with all our might. Otherwise none of us will leave here alive. Huang Yanqing noticed the retreating thoughts in the eyes of the others, and quickly transmitted her voice, her tone urgent. The Su family always eradicates threats completely. They will never let us go. If we do not subdue this girl today, we will surely face endless pursuit from the Su family in the future. Her reminder startled the others, who immediately regained their composure. The Su family indeed had such a ruthless reputation. Any power that bore a grudge against them had almost always faced bloody retribution, with few exceptions. Understanding this, the last shred of hope in their hearts shattered, and they no longer held any illusions. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their most powerful killing moves and secret techniques, rushing towards Su Xinyue once again under Huang Yanqing's lead. A brilliant light emanated from the azure jade vase above Huang Yanqing's head. The waters of the vast sea gushed in, transforming into myriad aquatic forms, some resembling beasts, others warriors or raging waves, overwhelming the battlefield. As she moved, Su Xinyue also acted. Her figure flashed like a startled swan, instantly appearing before Huang Yanqing, responding with a simple and direct sword strike, imbued with ultimate sharpness. Swish! As the sword light swept past, the Tao manifestations, composed of pure water's spiritual power, exploded violently, as if sliced at their core, scattering like drizzling spiritual rain. The momentum of the sword remained unbroken, aiming directly at Huang Yanqing's throat. At that moment of peril, an elderly man with a weathered face unleashed a furious fiery spell, wielding a crimson war spear that conjured a terrifying scene of a red sea of flames, forcefully interposing it before the sword light to block the fatal strike for Huang Yanqing. Boom! With a continuous series of violent roars, the red sea of flames conjured by the old man was forcibly split in two by Su Xinyu's sword. Under the violent backlash of the sword intent, the old man let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his mouth as he awkwardly retreated. Just as he was pulling back, another fierce sword light suddenly struck from the side. Another golden core cultivator charged at Su Xinyue. Though this individual did not follow the ultimate path of swordsmanship like Su Xinyue, his sword techniques were still formidable, infused with the essence of metal, radiating a sharpness capable of slicing through all gold and iron, as if he could cleave through all things. Su Xinyu's response remained a seemingly unremarkable sword strike. Clang! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the high-grade flying sword attack that came rushing towards her was effortlessly severed by Su Xinyu's Hanyu sword. The broken blade spun off into the distance. The sword cultivator's expression changed drastically, and before he could react, a vast black net descended upon him. The net was filled with wails and howls of countless wronged souls, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, aiming to drag Su Xinyue into an endless abyss of hell. At the same time, the last golden core cultivator raised his hand to summon an ancient and ornate scroll as his magical treasure. The scroll unfolded in midair, its spiritual light casting an instant coverage over the battlefield, pulling all the golden core cultivators present into the world transformed by the scroll. Huang Yinxing and the others seemed to be prepared, their figures flickering within the illusion of the scroll, able to enter and exit freely, while Su Xinyue's figure was firmly fixed within the scenery of the scroll. The five of them shared a mental connection and seized this opportunity to position themselves in various locations within the scroll, hastily forming seals connecting their spiritual powers and instantly setting up a well-rehearsed trapping array. The array patterns lit up, resonating with their Tao. Clearly, all of these intertwined strategies were their carefully prepared trump cards to deal with a formidable enemy. Just as the five felt a slight relief, believing that with such thorough preparations, seamless cooperation, and overwhelming binding techniques, they could at least trap Su Xinyue, or even severely injure her. The cold figure within the scroll merely raised her sword. Another sword struck out. This sword was still pure, still simple, as if it was just a casual swing. In the instant the sword light swept by the extraordinary scroll-like magical treasure was silently torn apart by Su Xinyue's sword light like fragile silk. The world that trapped her within the scroll instantly collapsed. Following that, the vast black net that had descended was also precisely split in two with the extension of this sword light, the wailing souls emanating a final piercing scream before vanishing into thin air. Stepping out from the shattered scroll's spiritual light, Su Xinyue moved like lightning. Following closely was a sword light that was nearly at its peak. The head of the golden core cultivator who had just activated the scroll flew from his neck, his face still frozen in shock. Everything happened too suddenly. Su Xinyue's speed was astonishing, not allowing anyone any time to react. In the instant the head flew off, Su Xinyue's figure turned like a ghost, charging towards another golden core cultivator who had summoned a demonic treasure. That cultivator, alarmed, hurriedly summoned a piece of black cloth covered in strange runes, its edges adorned with numerous skulls. A surge of demonic energy erupted from the black cloth, forming a massive wall adorned with countless demonic faces struggling and howling, blocking his front. Swish! The sword light sliced through the demonic energy wall like a hot knife through butter, the overwhelming sword intent unstoppable, directly penetrating the chest of the cultivator behind the wall, blood splattering out. So fast. From Su Xinyue breaking through the barrier to swiftly slaying two golden core cultivators, the entire process took no more than a breath. The onlookers had no time to react. The previously tense battle situation suddenly took a sharp turn, completely tilting in favor of Su Xinyue. Her cold figure transformed into a beam of sword light, heralding the arrival of death. The golden core elder, who had previously been injured and spat blood, was so frightened by the scene before him that he was paralyzed with terror. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, his speed leaving behind afterimages. At this point, there was no thought of resistance whatsoever. As for whether he would be held accountable by the Su family later, that was a concern for another time. Staying alive was the top priority. Damn it, this fool! Huang Yinxing cursed inwardly upon seeing this. She hated the elder for fleeing at a critical moment, leaving her to bear the pressure alone. However, the current situation did not allow her to think too much. Seeing the elder escape in one direction, she could only grit her teeth and choose the completely opposite direction, urging her escape speed to the limit, transforming into a streak of light as she fled, hoping to create some distance and gain a slim chance of survival. The sword cultivator, however, was not so fortunate. Su Xinyue's next target was him, her divine sense and gaze firmly locked onto him. Accompanied by a piercing sound of sword resonance that could break through eardrums, the sword light flashed and vanished. The sword cultivator had just raised his arm, intending to activate his spare magical tool and life-saving talisman, when suddenly a minuscule sword light silently sliced through his arm at the wrist. He let out a horrified scream as blood gushed from the severed wrist, dyeing his clothes red. The intense pain and fear of death twisted his face in agony. However, the scream only had time to escape halfway before it abruptly ceased. Su Xinyue's sword, like a cold star, pierced through his throat. He stared wide-eyed, the last image reflected in his eyes being the fleeting figure in white and the blood spurting from his neck. In the next moment, his breath was extinguished and his body fell from the sky. Su Xinyue withdrew her sword, not even glancing at the fallen corpse. The blood beads on the sword's edge shimmered with a sinister red light in the sunlight. Then, with a surge of her spiritual power, they vanished without a trace. With spiritual energy swirling around her, Su Xinyue executed the minor 5 elements escape technique, pursuing the direction. Huang Nianqing had fled with a speed so fast that even divine sense found it hard to capture. Huang Nianqing sensed the chilling killing intent rapidly closing in behind her, her face instantly changing color. She knew that pleading for mercy from the Su family would be futile. Their style was always to annihilate completely, leaving no roots behind. At this moment, what she needed to do was not to beg for mercy, but to find every possible way to escape from this place. Gritting her teeth, a flash of determination and madness crossed her eyes. Without hesitation, she crushed the blue jade bottle magical treasure above her head. Explode. Accompanied by a delicate shout, the shattered magical treasure suddenly unleashed all its accumulated power, as if the dam of the Milky Way in the 9 heavens had burst, and an endless ocean surged from the void, transforming into a terrifying waterfall connecting heaven and earth, roaring with a deafening sound, instantly turning the area within 100 miles into a vast ocean. The towering waves surged, the furious tides roiling. Everything in the surroundings, whether mountains and forests or villages and towns at the edge of the spell, even low-level cultivators who had not managed to escape in time, were all engulfed by this sudden tsunami. Houses and attics collapsed under the impact of the giant waves, and living beings struggled in despair only to be swallowed by the endless sea. Huang Nianqing sacrificed her life-bound magical treasure, unleashing its strongest power at the cost of its destruction, intending to impede Su Xinyue's pursuit. The overwhelming tsunami seemed to possess a consciousness, swirling up towering waves, entangling uprooted trees, boulders, and countless corpses of living beings like a divine retribution from the heavens, rushing towards the swiftly approaching Su Xinyue. Facing the terrifying tsunami that obscured the sun, Su Xinyue's expression remained as cold as frost. With her jade fingers lightly brushing across the cold moon sword body, an extreme chill suddenly erupted from the blade. Instead of using a pure sword technique that breaks all laws, she gently rotated her wrist and executed a sword strike. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword light as cool as moonlight swept across the sky. Wherever the sword light reached, time and space seemed to freeze. The menacing tsunami appeared to be dragged into the ancient ice abyss of the northernmost land in an instant. An icy breath swept by, and the raging waves, splashing foam, debris, and dying beings all froze in an instant. A massive and suffocatingly strange glacier appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth, forming a magnificent yet desolate spectacle. Inside the glacier, outlines of shattered houses and attics could be vaguely seen, countless corpses of living beings frozen in their moment of death, and mountains and forests distorted into ice sculptures by the encroaching seawater. Though Su Xinyue pursued the ultimate sword path, seeking to break all laws with a single strike, it did not mean she only understood brute force and violent slashes. In her pursuit of the ultimate, she mastered the Su family's inherited sword techniques, as well as numerous exquisite sword techniques from the Diqian Academy. A single strike of the Moonlight Sword technique directly sealed Huang Nianqing's strongest attack, released through the sacrifice of her magical treasure. This scene made Huang Nianqing's heart skip a beat, a bone-chilling coldness rising from her core. The trump card she unleashed by sacrificing her magical treasure was so easily countered by her opponent. Before she could adjust her mindset from this shock, Su Xinyue's figure did not stop. Employing the minor 5 elements escape technique, she directly penetrated the thick glacier barrier. In an instant, Su Xinyue appeared before Huang Nianqing like a ghost. They were merely a few zhang apart. Without uttering a word, Su Xinyue extended her cold moon sword in a natural motion as she surged forward, tracing a deadly arc. The sword light, like the clear light of a cold moon, silently swept past Huang Nianqing's snow-white neck. Huang Nianqing's movements suddenly froze, her eyes losing their brilliance. A fine line of blood appeared at her neck, and then her head separated from her body, blood gushing like a fountain. With a flick of her left hand, Su Xinyue drew Huang Nianqing's storage ring into her palm, without pausing for a moment. She then turned her body, transforming into a beam of sword light, and pursued the fleeing Golden Core Elder without looking back. In the sky, only the towering glacier remained, instilling fear into the hearts of all witnesses. Facing 5 alone, slaying 4. After this battle, this woman's reputation will surely shake the world. Not just facing 5 alone. Let's not forget that when she first appeared, 2 Golden Core true people had already perished under her astonishing sword. This is truly facing 7 alone, slaying 6. As for the last fleeing elder, he is unlikely to escape misfortune. The fairy sword techniques are fierce, cold as frost, and bright as the moon, truly extraordinarily beautiful. The gathered cultivators whispered, a mixture of admiration and awe filling the air. It was unclear who first mentioned it, but the nickname Cold Moon Fairy for Su Xinyue began to spread quietly. The undulating mountains rise and fall, layered forests resembling waves of deep green stretch endless. The deafening roars of beasts echo continuously in the depths of the dense forest, while occasionally fierce flying demonic beasts cast dark shadows as they swiftly sweep across the valleys and treetops. Above this primeval mountain range, a flying vessel glides silently at high speed, its body adorned with concealed runes, not a trace of spiritual power, leaking out like a shadow merging into the horizon. On the deck of the flying vessel, Su Yang reclines in a comfortable rocking chair, his eyes slightly closed as his consciousness sinks into the realm of divine sense. Within this space, a campfire flickers, illuminating several faces marked by seriousness. Su Xuanming, Su Jingyan, Su Zhengyi, and Su Xinyue, who had just finished a hunt, were all gathered here. Su Xinyue had captured the fleeing Golden Core Elder and searched his soul, now reporting the results coldly. Daoying. Upon hearing the report, Su Yang's consciousness slowly opened his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of coldness and surprise. It turned out that the ambush set up by Huang Nianqing and others from the Dachi Tian Yuan sect against the Su family was not by Dachi cultivators, but all from the Daoying dynasty. This revelation caught everyone in the Su family off guard. Su Jingyan employed the heavenly machine technique to deduce the reasons, but found that the relevant heavenly secrets were obscured by a superior method, making them impossible to glimpse. His brows furrowed tightly as he solemnly spoke. Is De Ying's intention to worsen the relationship between Dachi and our Su family? What benefit do they gain from this? In the realm of divine sense, silence fell momentarily, with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the quiet, the flames flickering on the thoughtful faces of those present. Su Sinyu's voice shattered the silence. I was unable to glean the fundamental reason from the memories of the other party. They were mere pawns following orders, unaware of the motivations behind it all. To clarify this, we may need to visit their affiliated forces and confront them directly. Su Xianming pondered for a moment, and then spoke. This matter cannot be left unattended. I will send my elder brother and fourth brother to Daoying. With their cultivation levels, as long as no nascent soul, true monarch intervenes, it should not be a problem. Yet he could not fathom why the Su family would become entangled with the Golden Core forces so far away in Daoying, only able to speculate that the rapid development of the Su family in recent years must have touched or threatened some hidden interests of the other party. Regardless of the truth, since the other side has already taken action, the Su family must respond. We must hold them accountable. Suddenly Su Yang, who had remained silent, spoke up calmly. Since we must go to Daoying, we might as well send more clan members over and extend the reach of the Su Clan Trading Association into Daoying as well. Su Xianming was taken aback upon hearing this, then quickly realized father means planning to develop a second ancestral land in Daoying. Su Yang nodded slightly. He indeed had such intentions, but it was not an absolute necessity. Primarily, Daoying's environment is stable with abundant opportunities, making it exceptionally suitable for the family's current development. Free from the turmoil of war, it is an ideal place for business development and wealth accumulation. Currently, Daqian is embroiled in endless wars, and Dachi is also not a peaceful land. The risks for clan members venturing out to seek opportunities have increased dramatically, making even normal business interactions difficult to maintain. Moreover, with more and more Golden Core cultivators in the family, the demand for cultivation resources has grown increasingly pressing, necessitating the exploration of new revenue sources. Since Daqian and Dachi are unsuitable, they might as well try their luck in Daoying. To facilitate communication between the two places, finding a suitable location in Daoying to establish a new ancestral land as a base and trading post is also a natural progression. However, the true core foundation of the Su family will always be the Fengsuan Immortal land. As long as the Immortal land is not destroyed, any place can serve as the ancestral land of the Su family. As his consciousness returned to his body, Su Yang slowly sat up. Regardless of whether it was sending people to Daoying to hold the involved Golden Core forces accountable or planning the construction and development of the second ancestral land, these duties fell under the responsibility of the family head Su Xianming. Although Su Xianming was currently in seclusion attempting to break through to the Golden Core, Su Jingyan and Su Zhengyi remained in charge of the overall situation within the family. There was no need for him to worry excessively about the family's mundane affairs. While Su Xianming is the family head, he has also begun to delegate power gradually. In the future, he will still guide the family's overall direction, but will slowly extricate himself from the trivial matters, enjoying more time for cultivation and leisure. Taking a cup of warm spiritual tea handed to him by Qin Jiangmei, Su Yang took a gentle sip, the fragrance of the tea soothing to the heart. His thoughts stirred slightly as he silently unfolded the bloodline genealogy within his sea of consciousness. Now the Su family has extended to the 5th generation of descendants, and according to the established naming convention, they belong to the Ming generation. The 5th generation descendants have also matured over time, with those who are inherently intelligent and possess good character beginning to stand out. Su-yang carefully reviewed the materials on the younger generation compiled by the family, and after deep consideration, he assigned appropriate destinies to a batch of children with excellent aptitude and character. With the birth of the 5th generation, the entries for destinies in the genealogy increased by a full 30. However, these entries were not all extraordinary. Their effects varied, with some comparable to the 4th generation destinies, while others were similar to the effects of the 1st generation. The birth of the 5th generation descendants, as in the past, brought new transmission techniques to the family. In addition to the transformation section of the Dao Yin Hunyuan Classic, a new method called the Primordial Spiritual Treasure Diagram was also introduced. As his thoughts touched upon this method, Su-yang saw a vast scroll unfold in his consciousness. The scroll was etched with various primordial spiritual treasure: phantoms, flags, books, banners, diagrams, bells, tripods, lamps, trees, spheres, lotuses, pearls, staffs, swords, rulers, fans, mirrors, circles, and silks, encompassing nearly all forms of spiritual treasures in the cultivation world. Each phantom exuded a unique aura of the Tao, as if containing the ultimate principles of heaven, and after just a moment of observation, Su-yang felt his mind captivated, falling into a profound state of enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of his own life-bound treasure, the myriad manifestation pearl. This primordial spiritual treasure diagram was indeed an unparalleled method for forging spiritual treasures. The distinction between a transformation god, true master, and a nascent soul, true monarch, lies apart from possessing a dharma form in the treasures they wield. Spiritual treasures not only possess far greater power than common treasures, but also have their own consciousness, can give rise to spirit beings, and can autonomously defend and attack, exerting force more profound and formidable than when wielded by cultivators themselves. However, whether it be the transformation god realm or forging spiritual treasures, it is still too early for Su-yang. Even the divine palace, crafted from the ancestral Tao divine mysterious technique, currently only houses the Fengsuan immortal land as a divine ability. This primordial spiritual treasure diagram method will for a long time to come remain dormant in the pages of the genealogy, with little practical application. Compared to the newly added destinies of the 5th generation and the primordial spiritual treasure diagram, what Su-yang was more concerned about was the transformation section of the Dao Yin Hunyuan Classic that had just been unlocked. In the early stage of transformation, the nascent soul and the physical body merge as one. The primordial spirit transforms into the divine, condensing the Dharma form, initially comprehending and mastering the principles of heaven and earth. In the mid-stage of transformation, the physical body and primordial spirit further intertwine, allowing for initial ventures into the void capable of splitting into myriad forms. In the late stage of transformation, the physical body, primordial spirit, life-bound treasure, and comprehended principles are completely fused into one, impervious to myriad methods, nearly indestructible, capable of momentarily merging with the Tao, borrowing the vast power of heaven and earth. Su-yang's gaze suddenly turned, serious waves of astonishment surging within his heart. Was this merely the common understanding of the transformation stage? It was evidently a fusion of the transformation, refining, void, and combined body realms, all encompassed within the transformation stage. A realm that encompasses the 3 great stages of cultivation and their core abilities, yet the lifespan granted to cultivators remains limited to a mere 3,000 years, characteristic of the transformation stage. For countless millennia, cultivators in this world have believed that the transformation stage was inherently so due to the nature of inheritance and records, and no one found it troubling. However, Su-yang is a traveler from another world, endowed with the knowledge and cognitive framework from his past life. He immediately noticed peculiarities in the rules of the transformation stage in this world. In fact, even when he learned about the divine powers of the nascent soul stage that could distort the laws of heaven and earth, Su-yang had already sensed something amiss. The influence of the divine powers at the nascent soul stage exceeded his expectations for that realm. Only upon seeing the techniques of the transformation stage did he suddenly realize. It turned out that the root of the problem was buried even deeper. Many powers that should not be wielded by cultivators at the transformation stage have been entirely integrated into this realm. The result is that transformation stage cultivators have become unprecedentedly powerful, especially those in the later stages of transformation, who are almost equivalent to the great powers in the traditional cultivation system's integration stage. However, corresponding to this is the fact that the difficulty of cultivating each minor realm within the transformation stage, as well as the time required, is comparable to crossing an entire major realm. More critically, while the difficulty and span of cultivation have been greatly increased, the lifespan in this realm still only amounts to 3,000 years. After deducting the time spent by cultivators from the chi refinement to the nascent soul stages, often only a little over 2,000 years remains for cultivating in the transformation stage. Cultivators must consecutively break through the transformation void refinement and integration stages within this limited time to reach the next realm and gain a new increase in lifespan. Combining the ancient texts he had perused, Su Yang pieced together a startling hypothesis from the vague records and the traces found in legends. In this world, it is highly likely that the next realm after the transformation stage jumps directly to the Great Ascension stage. Su Yang initially thought that the ancient texts from the cultivation world he had read were lacking and considered that perhaps the traditional cultivation realm system he knew from his past life could not be applied to the real cultivation world. Having never acquired the techniques of the transformation stage, he had always been unable to make a definitive judgment. It was not until the birth of the 5th generation of his family when the inherited chapters of the bloodline genealogy were unlocked once again and the complete techniques of the transformation stage from the Tao in Hunyuan Jing were revealed that Su Yang gained a clear understanding of the realms beyond the nascent soul. After the transformation stage comes the Great Ascension stage. Yet the transformation stage in this world encompasses the entire cultivation process and abilities of the void refinement and integration stages. Su Yang frowned deeply, feeling a tumult of emotions rise within him. Since learning that the divine powers of the nascent soul can alter the rules of heaven and earth, he understood that all laws in the world could be influenced and reshaped by higher powers. Though it sounds like a far-fetched fantasy that divine powers capable of influencing the entire cultivation realm system exist, nothing is absolute. Perhaps the cultivators of the Great Ascension stage possess such unfathomable might. If indeed some supreme divine power altered the differentiation of realms, what could its purpose be? Is it to limit the number of high-realm cultivators, allowing only the exceptional prodigies to break through the barriers within their limited lifespans to ultimately reach the Great Ascension? Su Yang's thoughts surged like the tide, feeling as though he was on the brink of touching the truth, yet always separated by a veil of mist, unable to glimpse its entirety. Could it be that after the Great Ascension stage there are certain restrictions or dangers beyond our imagination, forcing the powerful beings of the time to unite and alter the rules of heaven and earth to screen successors by compressing and merging realms? Su Yang shook his head, feeling that the more he thought the more distant it became, even somewhat absurd. Whether the cultivation realms had indeed been altered is merely a hypothesis and conjecture based on anomalous phenomena with no empirical evidence. Moreover, he is still just a latest-stage golden core cultivator, not even having attained the nascent soul. How could he have the qualifications to speculate and judge matters pertaining to the Great Ascension? He forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and raised his hand to rub his brow. Right now, he should focus on cultivating his divine powers and Tao techniques to enhance his strength, preparing for the unknown risks in the North region. The flying boat soared like a silent stream of light, quietly traversing the sky. Below lay endless, sprawling emerald mountains with faint beast roars echoing. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry resounded through the vast expanse. A golden dance-stage demon bird with fiery feathers and a wingspan of several dozen zhang spotted Su Yang's flying boat. Its fierce gaze revealed a murderous intent as it flapped its wings violently, unleashing 2 raging fire tornadoes akin to 2 roaring fire dragons charging ferociously toward the flying boat. On the deck, Qin Jiangmei, who had been quietly accompanying Su Yang, lightly plucked a string on her colorful guqin. Zhun, a clear and resonant thunderous sound erupted with silver electric serpents entwined within the sound waves. The sound wave thunderstruck, first colliding head-on with the 2 fire tornadoes. Boom, boom. The fire tornadoes exploded in response, transforming into a rain of flowing flames, igniting the mountains and forests below, instantly engulfing them in roaring fires and billowing black smoke. Seeing that its attack had failed, the demon bird's aggression intensified. It flapped its wings and transformed into a crimson flash, diving toward the flying boat at an astonishing speed, its sharp claws glinting with cold light. Qin Jiangmei remained unfazed, her fingertips drawing a beautiful arc on the guqin strings, and the melody suddenly grew urgent. The demon bird, charging at high speed, abruptly halted, as if crashing into an invisible net. Its movements instantly became slow and stiff, frozen in midair by the peculiar rhythm of the sound law, flapping its wings futilely. Immediately after, Qin Jiangmei flicked her jade fingers, causing the sound waves to rapidly coalesce in the air, transforming into hundreds and thousands of gleaming sound wave flying swords. The flying swords formed a dense and imposing sword array, emitting sharp sounds as they surged toward the frozen demon bird in unison. Shriek! The demon bird let out a furious and mournful cry, its body enveloped in blazing flame. The roaring flames surged into the sky, completely wrapping its massive body, resembling a scorching sun suddenly descending to the mortal realm, tinting half the sky. The terrifying heat distorted the air, forcibly breaking the sound law's restraints. The crimson flames clashed violently with the vast array of sound wave swords. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions echoed through heaven and earth as the crimson flames and soundwave sword energies clashed, creating a chaotic flow of spiritual power that shredded the surrounding clouds to pieces. In that moment of stalemate, Qin Jiangmei's gaze sharpened, her jade finger suddenly sweeping across the guqin strings. Clash! A piercing and deafening sound of the guqin erupted. With this sound, a sound blade 1,000 meters in diameter and wrapped in thunder materialized out of thin air spanning the sky. Wherever the sound blade passed, the space rippled slightly, cleaving through the fiery sun that had been dyed crimson. Puff! The dull sound of the blade cutting through flesh was accompanied by the demon bird's abrupt and sorrowful cry. Blood stained the sky. The blazing sun was split in two, the demon bird's massive body severed, plummeting to the mountains below, trailing spilled demon blood and residual flames. Su Yang had remained seated in the rocking chair the entire time, now leisurely waving his hand. The spatial fluctuations rippled, absorbing the two halves of the plummeting demon bird's corpse into the Fengsuan immortal realm. Su Yang's face showed no ripples, as if he were merely picking up some firewood, continuing to skillfully maneuver the flying vessel, swiftly darting towards the northern horizon. Similar incidents occurred more than once or twice during the long journey through the 10,000 mountains. No matter how Su Yang concealed the flying vessel's spiritual energy fluctuations with secret methods, there were always some exceptionally gifted golden core demons capable of detecting their traces through unique bloodline abilities or sensing capabilities, subsequently launching attacks. Sometimes it was a solo fight, other times several great demons would join forces to besiege them, and they had even been spied upon by a nascent soul demon king. Fortunately, these demon kings, proud of their status, disdainfully refrained from personally attacking the two golden core human cultivators, mostly sending their subordinate golden core demons to pursue. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several years had passed. During these years, the outside world had also undergone turbulent changes. Su Xuanheng and Su Xuanxiao, sent to the Great Ing, led some members of the Su family and ruthlessly eliminated 3 golden core forces involved in the scheme, their notorious reputation shaking the Great Ing. As a result, Su Xuanheng and Su Xianxiao earned the titles Xianjian Zhenren and Zixiao Zhenren. However, when the two attempted to interrogate or soul search each other to uncover the true reasons behind the Su family scheme, they both met with failure. The involved cultivators had long been implanted with extremely vicious restrictions before Su Xuanheng and the others arrived at the Great Ing. Any form of severe interrogation or forced soul searching would instantly trigger the restrictions, causing their souls to shatter on the spot. The 7 golden core cultivators who set up the scheme belonged to 7 different forces. After Su Xuanheng and others eradicated 3 of them through bloody means, the remaining 4 forces, terrified, took the initiative to visit and apologize, expressing that they would never dare to oppose the Su family again. However, once asked about the specific reasons and masterminds behind the scheme, they all fell silent, refusing to divulge a single word. The Su family compiled the findings and reported them to the distant Su Yang through the divine sense space. After deep contemplation, Su Yang speculated that there were only 2 potential directions for the mastermind. Either it was a demonic cultivator from the Mo Xiushi family who escaped from the Luoxian domain and infiltrated the Great Ing, or it was a disciple of the Qingyuan sect who escaped from the Qingyuan secret realm. Due to the lack of key evidence, they could not pinpoint the true culprit, and the Su family could only continue collecting intelligence in these 2 directions. Unfortunately, they had been fruitless for several years. The clues had clearly been deliberately wiped clean. However, the notorious reputation established by the Su family through their acts of violence was not entirely without use. This formidable presence successfully allowed the second family estate, planned by the Su family, to take root within the Great Ing, and the reach of the Su Merchant Association began to quietly extend. Meanwhile, the war of the Great Qin dynasty also reached its climax. With Wei Jing, who was invincible on the battlefield, fully resisting Great Qi, the Great Qin was able to mobilize more troops to engage in the war against the demon clan of the 10,000 mountains. They even surged forward, reclaiming the Yunming ruins that had been lost for many years, and began to organize a counteroffensive, expanding their territory deep into the 10,000 mountains with unmatched momentum. During this time, the Empress of the Great Qin, Zhou Xuanji, personally visited the Su family, earnestly requesting them to send 2 realm martial artists to the Great Qin Academy to impart the methods of a new realm of martial arts. In exchange, she was willing to confer the title of Luoxian Duke upon Su Yang, permanently designating the entire Luoxian domain as the Su family's fief, with hereditary title and governance rights for the descendants of the Su family. Su Xuanming, representing the family, solemnly accepted this conferment and entrustment. The Great Qin's sincerity was indeed substantial. The Empress Zhou Zuanji's personal visit granted the Su family great face. The conferment of Luoxian Duke and the designation of the entire Luoxian domain as a hereditary fief for the Su family deeply intertwined the interests of both parties, placing the Great Qian and the Su family on the same boat, sharing both glory and benefits. Faced with such generous conditions, the Su family had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the existence of second realm martial artists was difficult to conceal, and the number of martial artists reaching this realm within the Su family exceeded external expectations. Their foundation was already quite robust, providing a solid basis for imparting the new realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, Luo Baichen, the pioneer of the new realm of martial arts, had already begun to explore the third realm of martial arts. Su Jingong, possessing the martial arts sacred body, displayed extraordinary talent and surpassed others, revealing even more astonishing martial arts potential. The Su family would forever remain at the forefront of exploration in martial arts. Far away on the other side of the 10,000 mountains, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, after years of arduous travel, finally approached their destination. Although they had not completely flown out of the mountainous area, they occasionally encountered the fleeing lights of other cultivators along the way. From these fleeting glimpses alone, Su Yang could distinctly perceive that the cultivation world in the northern region of Qianzhou was vastly different from that in the southern region. The number of golden core true persons here was more concentrated, and even the styles of the techniques employed appeared more intricate and varied. Perhaps due to the numerous nascent soul true lords stationed here, the environment of mutual collision and integration of their Tao principles gave rise to such a flourishing system of techniques. On this day, as the last towering mountain range ahead was crossed by the flying vessel, an expansive and boundless plain unfolded before their eyes. At the horizon's end, a city wall soared into the clouds. The outline of a colossal city, grand beyond imagination, resembled an ancient behemoth sprawled upon the earth, appearing before Su Yang's eyes. Just as the flying vessel was about to fly out of the mountains and enter the northern plains, the divine sense of a golden core cultivator on the city wall suddenly swept over, accurately locking onto their uniquely styled flying vessel. In the next moment, a fleeing light shot up from the city wall, swiftly positioning itself in front of the flying vessel, blocking their path. The person was a middle-aged golden core cultivator dressed in standard robes with a kind expression. He wore a professional smile as he clasped his hands and spoke, his voice reaching the flying vessel. Friend, this flying vessel seems quite unfamiliar. May I ask if it has come from the other side of the 10,000 mountains? Su Yang maneuvered the flying vessel to a stable hover, walking calmly to the front of the deck, and replied with a serene expression, Indeed, but may I ask why you are blocking our path? The middle-aged cultivator maintained his smile and replied politely, What you may not know, friend, is that recently a descendant of a nascent soul true lord unfortunately perished while training in the 10,000 mountains. Therefore, following the true lord's decree, all cultivators coming from the direction of the 10,000 mountains must undergo a routine inspection regardless of their cultivation level. Seeing Su Yang's brow furrow slightly, he immediately raised his hand to make a calming gesture, then explained, Do not worry, we are not here to make things difficult for you. The inspection does not involve searching your storage treasures. Rather, it requires the use of a treasure bestowed by the true Lord to reflect upon your entire being. If you truly are the culprit, there will surely be lingering traces of causation on you which the treasure will reveal. If you are not the culprit, you can leave immediately without any obstruction. He paused, his smile becoming even warmer, infused with a touch of earnestness. Moreover, since you are new to the northern region of Qianzhou and may not be familiar with the local rules, I can also provide an introduction to you so as to avoid unnecessary troubles due to ignorance of the regulations upon your arrival here. The other party's demeanor could be described as friendly and attentive, leaving almost no room for criticism. However, Su Yang's brow furrowed even deeper. The cultivators of the southern region of Qianzhou were all self-serving, cold-hearted, and wore masks to navigate the world. In the even harsher northern region, how could such a warm-hearted cultivator emerge? There must be something amiss. Su Yang's thoughts stirred, and he immediately separated a strand of consciousness to delve into his spiritual sense space, employing the star observation technique to deduce the fate and cause of this place. However, as soon as his consciousness entered the deduction state, Su Yang felt an unprecedented heaviness and chaos. The heavenly secrets of this region seemed to have been stirred repeatedly by countless chaotic forces, presenting a scene of utter confusion. With the level of his star observation technique, it was like seeing flowers through fog. He could not discern any causal lines, only a blur of twisted light and shadow. The deduction failed. Su Yang's consciousness returned, and he looked at the middle-aged cultivator before him, who still wore a smile, while waiting for his response, his heart's vigilance reaching its peak. Which nascent soul true monarch are you referring to? Yu Ding, Jin Ke, or Lan Yu? Su Yang's expression was indifferent as he gazed directly at the other party. He learned of these names of the nascent soul true monarchs from the memories of the soul-searching old woman. Suddenly bringing them up indeed startled the middle-aged cultivator, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his eyes. However, the other party quickly regained composure, plastering a smile on his face and chuckling softly. So, fellow Taoist, you are not visiting the northern region of Qianzhou for the first time. How could we easily access the existence of these three renowned, true monarchs? This incident involves the newly promoted nascent soul, true monarch of the Chao family. Fellow Taoist must have not visited the northern region in many years, hence your unawareness of this matter. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of warning chill in his gaze as his voice turned colder. Indeed, I am unaware, but I know that the magical powers of the nascent soul true monarchs are diverse and peculiar. Until I clarify the situation, I will not accept your treasure's illumination. Since the other party was persistently entangled, he could not be bothered with pretense and directly pointed out. As his words fell, a vast pressure of spiritual energy erupted from Su Yang, like an invisible tide spreading outwards, causing the middle-aged cultivator to tremble slightly and his face to turn pale. The profound background of the 9 turns golden core combined with his latest stage golden core cultivation level made the aura Su Yang exuded thick and refined, nearly on par with a perfected golden core cultivator. The other party was merely at the early stage of the golden core, finding it hard to breathe. Before this pressure, his heart filled with fear. Jiang Chen instantly realized he had misjudged. Unexpectedly, the other party was a perfected golden core cultivator. The early stage golden core cultivation he had displayed earlier was merely a facade. Such a person was likely here in the northern region seeking a chance for golden core formation. Once this person successfully formed a core, today's interception and offense could very well become a cause for deadly enmity in the future. Jiang Chen's mind raced, forcibly suppressing the fear within, quickly replacing it with a fawning smile. It was a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. If the senior had revealed their true cultivation level earlier, how would I dare to stop and question here? With your perfected golden core realm, it is impossible for you to be a mere petty character. This questioning is entirely unnecessary, entirely unnecessary. Saying this, he stepped aside to clear the path, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. His attitude was extremely humble, indicating that Su Yang could pass freely. Su Yang's expression remained indifferent. He did not utter another word, directly taking command of his flying boat, transforming into a streak of flowing light, soaring past Jiangchun and heading straight into the northern plains towards the towering city. The city was named Ancient Immortal City, a renowned celestial city in the northern region of Qianzhou. Those entering and exiting were all cultivators, yet a large number of common folk also resided within the city. However, these commoners would hardly ever leave the Immortal City in their lifetime, living their entire lives in this city, protected by formations and powerful beings. The rules of the cultivation world in the northern region were harsh, with the strong preying on the weak. Yet as long as the city was not attacked, the lives of the commoners were considerably more comfortable than outside. Of course, if cultivators wished to reside in the city long-term, they would need to pay a considerable amount of spirit stones and continuously acquire resources for cultivation, making it impossible for them to live as comfortably as commoners. Su Yang landed his flying boat outside the city, stowed it away, and walked into the ancient Immortal City alongside Qin Jiangmei. The grandeur of this city far exceeded that of the Taiqing Immortal City he had seen in the Dang Dynasty. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several times higher than that of Taiqing Immortal City. The streets were bustling with crowds weaving through. Looking around, the number of cultivators and their average cultivation level were clearly superior to what he had witnessed in Taiqing Immortal City. The shops and buildings on both sides were lined up in succession, most of them resplendent and luxurious, with intricate array patterns shimmering on their surfaces, showcasing the prosperous essence of the northern cultivation world. Without delay, the two sought out several large shops, specializing in selling cultivation techniques, spending a hefty sum of spirit stones to procure a large batch of various Taoist texts popular in the northern region of Qianzhou. They then traversed multiple shops run by various factions, collecting numerous ancient books and jade slips detailing the history, customs, and recent rumors of opportunities in the northern region. Through consulting the newly acquired complete map of the cultivation world, Su Yang finally understood that this world was vast and boundless, with a total of 13 states in the cultivation world. The 10,000 Great Mountains stretched across and connected the 13 states. In reality, the 10,000 Great Mountains were an undeveloped wild area, which became a breeding ground for the demon race due to its remoteness. The overall strength of cultivators in Qianzhou could only be ranked in the lower middle among the 13 states. Due to the vast distances between states and the immense expanse of each state's territory, communication between them was extremely rare, nearly isolated. Just within Qianzhou, the southern and northern regions, separated by the 10,000 Great Mountains and differing in resources, formed almost entirely different cultivation worlds. As for crossing state lines, the distances were so great that they were immeasurable. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could perform such crossings. Even in those states with the strongest cultivators, those at the Mayana stage were still legendary figures rarely seen. The comparison of strength between states was usually ranked based on the number of visible transformation stage cultivators. Qianzhou had not had any transformation stage cultivators residing or appearing for a long time. Even if there were, they were merely passing through. Thus, Qianzhou's ranking was more dependent on the number of nascent soul true monarchs. The cultivation world actually spans 13 states. Just Qianzhou is so vast, how boundless must the territories of the other states be? Qin Jiangmei could not help but exclaim softly after reviewing the complete map of the cultivation world. The southern region of Qianzhou was indeed too remote and desolate, with even the most basic records being incomplete. The southern and northern regions were truly like two different worlds. Due to the vast disparity in cultivation resources between the two places, coupled with the cold and realistic nature of the cultivators, golden core cultivators who came to the northern region rarely returned to the barren southern region. Thus, the information brought back to the southern region from the cultivation world was exceedingly scarce, and those few golden core cultivators who possessed complete information mostly kept it secret. Someone like Luo Wanyan surely knew about the layout of the 13 states in the cultivation world, but she had no intention of disseminating such information. Even the shocking matter of nascent soul cultivators being able to alter the rules of heaven and earth through their powers was something Su Yang only learned during casual conversations with her years ago. The cultivation world of other states is likely to be even more cruel and unpredictable. Let us first find a place to rest. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator who had introduced himself as Jiang Chun was approaching with a smile from the opposite street corner, followed by two distinguished golden core cultivators in luxurious attire. The two individuals had sharp eyes of faint arrogance and indifference in their expressions, openly staring at Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. "Please wait, senior." Jiang Chun stepped forward quickly, his smile still in place, but now carried an indescribable nuance. He took the initiative to speak. "The Chao family has heard that a fully realized golden core friend has arrived at ancient Immortal City. We have prepared some fine Dao and would like to invite you to join us. May I ask if you would honor us with your presence?" "Interesting." Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. "I have no ties with the Chao family. Are you planning to invite me to the Chao family to accept the scrutiny of your magical artifacts, or is there another intention?" Su Yang was not surprised by Jiang Chen's dual approach of being respectful and coercive. He had seen many instances in the cultivation world where people could turn hostile faster than one could turn a page. "You misunderstand, senior," Jiang Chen explained with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "The Chao family only heard of your profound cultivation and wished to discuss the Dao with you, exchanging insights on cultivation from our respective regions. There is absolutely no ulterior motive." Despite his words, the two golden core cultivators behind him had already subtly shifted their positions, forming a faint encirclement, their spiritual power quietly circulating, locking onto the aura of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. As long as Su Yang showed any sign of wanting to escape, they would immediately take action. Ancient Immortal City was not dominated solely by the Chao family, but with a nascent soul true monarch from the Chao family, they had a genuine deterrent. As long as the Chao family did not cause too much trouble within the city, most other forces would turn a blind eye. Su Yang understood the intricacies and underlying rules of the situation, and his expression darkened. It seemed that the Chao family was determined to probe into the background of this foreign golden core cultivator. Since there was no way to avoid it, Su Yang intended to see what the other side was truly up to. According to the information he had gathered earlier, in ancient Immortal City, the newly promoted nascent soul true monarch from the Chao family was currently absent from the city. This was Su Yang's greatest confidence. No matter the unexpected changes he faced, he could rely on Fengsuan Immortal Realm to instantly escape back to Qingyuan County in the southern region of Qianzhou. He did not believe that a newly promoted nascent soul ancestor of the Chao family could possess the ability to instantly cross two regions. Even if the other party had such unbelievable means, Su Yang still had a backup plan. At worst, he could seek the protection of the Demon King Mo Li in the 10,000 Mountains. Though Su Yang generally adhered to a principle of low-profile actions to avoid drawing attention, with the other party blocking his way and his escape route cut off, he had no choice but to confront them directly. "In that case, lead the way." Su Yang's expression was calm and his tone was indifferent. He secretly transmitted a message to Qin Jiangmei, informing her that if anything seemed off, she should immediately escape into Fengsuan Immortal Realm. Jiang Chun wore a smile as he led the way in front, guiding Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei to the Chao family. The residence covered an extensive area encompassing a range of mountains and forests. Looking up, one could see magnificent palatial structures standing atop the mountains surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, presenting a grandiose spectacle akin to a large sect. However, Jiang Chun did not lead them up the mountain, but instead turned towards a dense grove deep within. In the forest, there was an unremarkable ancient pavilion where three elderly men sat around enjoying tea and playing chess, their laughter warm and amiable, resembling benevolent elders enjoying their twilight years in the mortal world. Patriarch, esteemed sirs, I have brought the guests. Jiang Chun stepped forward respectfully to bow, then retreated a few steps, turning with the other two golden core cultivators, leaving Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei alone before the pavilion. Friends from afar, you have worked hard. Please come sit down. We specifically prepared fine bounty for you. One of the elderly men with white hair and beard and a kindly face waved to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. The old man personally poured tea into two empty cups. The fragrant tea mixed with a mysterious aura of the Tao brought immediate tranquility to the mind, as if one were about to enter a meditative state. The other two old men focused intently on the chessboard, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged glances, then slowly entered the pavilion and took their seats opposite the old man. Su Yang took the teacup handed to him by the old man, but only held it in his hand without drinking. I am Chao Wuqie, the current head of the Chao family. You may call me Elder Wuqie. The white-haired elder smiled as he introduced himself, then raised his own teacup to sip delicately. As the tea went down, a subtle glow of Tao rhythm radiated from him, as if he had consumed a powerful spirit medicine. May I ask how you both are addressed? I am Su Yang, and this is my wife Qin Jiangmei. We greet Elder Chao. Su Yang replied in a neutral tone, and Qin Jiangmei mirrored his gesture. Chao Wuqie stroked his beard and smiled. The purpose of inviting you both here is merely to form a good relationship. Earlier it was my Chao family's servants who acted recklessly, causing offense. I hope you can forgive us and not take offense. You are too polite, friend. Su Yang's tone remained flat, and the teacup in his hand had not moved an inch. Seeing this, Chao Wuqie's warm smile slightly faded, his tone carrying an almost imperceptible chill. Friend, is it that you think our Chao family's Tao tea is unworthy of your taste? That would be rather disrespectful. Su Yang curled his lips into a cold smile. Then, according to your view, what should I do? Is the Chao family planning to forcibly detain my wife and me today? His gaze swept across the surrounding trees and stones of the pavilion, and his tone turned cold. If you plan to rely on this fourth-tier formation to keep us here, I fear you will be disappointed. At the moment his words fell, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei almost simultaneously shifted their steps, their toes precisely landing on the critical nodes of the fourth-tier formation. The atmosphere within the pavilion suddenly froze. The two elderly men who had been engrossed in their chess game halted their pieces in midair, slowly turning their heads, their gazes like lightning piercing, towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. To be able to accurately discern and pinpoint the hidden nodes of the fourth-tier formation meant that the two before them had at least touched upon the threshold of fourth-tier formations, or perhaps even had deeper insights. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei maintained calm expressions, meeting the gazes of the three individuals unflinchingly. Huh. Chao Wuqie suddenly let out a light laugh, breaking the tense atmosphere. You truly are interesting. Just as everyone thought he was about to ease the tension, an unexpected change occurred. A vast and profound wave of divine sense erupted without warning from the center of Chao Wuqie's forehead, like an invisible tsunami suddenly sweeping towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. It was not a spell attack, but a clash of divine senses. Chao Wuqie altered his strategy, intending to invade with his divine sense, probing the depths of the two individuals. In an instant, the divine senses of the three were forcibly drawn into a void of darkness. In this battleground constructed of consciousness, Chao Wuqie's divine sense avatar had just materialized when it froze in horror. Before him, the forms of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei's divine senses were far from ordinary lights of a typical golden core cultivator. They were clearly two blazing suns radiating an overwhelming pressure and fierce brilliance far exceeding that of their peers. In comparison, his own divine sense was as feeble as a flickering flame in a raging wind. With almost no room for resistance, Chao Wuqie's divine sense avatar shattered instantly under the illumination and pressure of these two blazing suns. Puff! In reality, Chao Wuqie's body jolted violently, his face turning pale as blood spewed uncontrollably from his mouth, causing him to stagger to his feet from the stone bench. The two elderly men playing chess behind him changed their expressions drastically, immediately rising to support him, their spiritual power surging, gazing sharply at Su Yang and the others ready to strike at any moment. However, Chao Wuqie struggled to raise his hand, gesturing that he was fine, stopping his companion's actions. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had completely changed, mixed with a hint of awkwardness from fear. You two truly are hidden talents. Chao Wuqie's voice was hoarse. I was rude earlier. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his blood, and retrieved 2 exquisite jade bottles from his. These 2 bottles of jade essence spirit dew are quite beneficial for golden core cultivators to enhance their cultivation. I present them to you as an apology, and I hope you can forgive me. He silently rejoiced, thankful that he hadn't acted rashly. Judging from the terrifying strength of their divine senses, Su Yang and his companions' true combat power undoubtedly far exceeded their apparent cultivation. How could these 2 appear to be impoverished cultivators from the resource-poor southern region? They were clearly formidable individuals with profound foundations not to be provoked lightly. Although the Chow family had their own foundation, trying to keep these 2 would likely require an unbearable price. Su Yang didn't even glance at the 2 bottles of spirit dew, speaking coldly. "We appreciate your kindness, Daoist Chow, but if the Chow family has no other matters, we shall take our leave." The Chow family originally wished only to exchange ideas with the Taoists and enhance understanding. It was my Chow family's oversight not to state this beforehand. Chow Wuchia forced a look of regret on his face, lowering his stance further. "Since you both have made up your minds to leave, the Chow family naturally would not dare to insist." Jiang Chen responded, and appeared again, bowing respectfully. "Please escort our esteemed guests," Chow Wuchia instructed. Jiang Chen nodded, but a storm surged within his heart. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had managed to leave unscathed, while even the family head seemed to have suffered a hidden loss. The Chow family couldn't do anything about these 2. Once Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei's figures disappeared at the end of the forest path, the atmosphere in the pavilion fell silent once more. Chow Wuchia stood in place, his face as dark as water, pondering for a long time before slowly speaking in a low voice. What was the result of the reflection law? The elderly man who had been holding the black pieces and hadn't spoken replied hoarsely. "The reflection law has been established, but the results show the 2's cultivation methods are rather mediocre with nothing exceptional." "This is impossible." Chow Wuchia suddenly turned his head. "These 2 possess frighteningly strong divine senses and are proficient in 4th-tier formations. How could they lack profound legacies? It must be that the reflection law made an error." Having said that, he quickly walked to the chessboard, picked up a white piece, and with a snap placed it on the board. In an instant, a swirling taiji pattern of black and white appeared in his eyes, and he stared intently at the chessboard, as if trying to discern the true roots of Su Yang and the others. After a moment, the taiji pattern in his eyes slowly dissipated, but his expression grew even more serious and perplexed. "This?" Chow Wuchia furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. "The reflection law indeed shows this, but it defies common sense. Could it be that they have mastered some means to resist the true monarch's divine powers? How could the true monarch's divine powers be resisted by a golden core cultivator?" The elderly man holding the white pieces set down his piece, slightly raising his aged eyelids to glance at Chow Wuchia, his voice dripping with disdain. "Perhaps the cultivation of these 2 is simply as rudimentary as it appears. In the southern region, a place so barren in cultivation, what golden phoenix could possibly emerge? Wuchia, you may have been in the family head's position too long and have lost your basic judgment." Chow Wuchia was about to argue, "7th uncle, while that may be true, the strength of those 2's divine senses is truly extraordinary." Before he was interrupted by the elderly man holding the black pieces, who spoke sternly. "Wuchia, do not seek excuses for your defeat. Admitting you underestimated your opponent is not a shameful matter. It is not impossible for southern region cultivators to gain extraordinary opportunities and possess divine senses beyond the norm. Fixating on this matter only shows a lack of generosity." Chow Wuchia moved his lips, ultimately swallowing his words and silently lowering his gaze. Though he was the current family head of the Chow family, wielding internal and external authority before these 2 uncle figures who had once assisted the ancestor, he was ultimately just a junior. No matter how much he emphasized, it only sounded like excuses to the others, a facade to save face. In his heart, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In truth, he wanted to say that the 2 uncles were the truly arrogant ones. They were accustomed to measuring everything with the prosperity and foundation of the northern region, subconsciously viewing visitors from the southern region as country bumpkins, assuming any anomalies were mere luck. But that divine sense, far exceeding that of their peers, could not be explained by just a few opportunities. "Do not overthink it." The 7th uncle, seemingly reading his thoughts, snorted coldly, his tone turning serious as he reminded him, "The opening of Chiwei Cave Heaven is imminent. This is the family's current top priority. The task assigned personally by the ancestor relates to the family's fortune for the next 100 years, allowing for no mistakes. As for those 2 southern region cultivators, let them be for now." He paused, a glint of cunning calculation flashing in his eyes. "If they truly possess some remarkable opportunity, they will undoubtedly not miss the opening of Chiwei Cave Heaven. Whether they are dragons or worms entering the cave will reveal all. At that time, when dragons and snakes mingle, if they truly have the ability, they will not be able to hide their brilliance. By then it will not be too late to seek opportunities for detailed investigation. Why rush this moment? Xiao Wuqia was momentarily taken aback by these words, then secretly scolded himself for being somewhat impatient. Seventh Uncle's words were indeed correct. Su Yang and his companion had traveled thousands of miles through 100,000 mountains to the northern region precisely in search of opportunities. The Chiwei Cave Heaven that opens once every 500 years is an irresistible temptation for any golden core cultivator, and they will definitely go. As long as they enter the cave, the Chao family will decide accordingly based on the situation, which is much more prudent than probing now. Having come to this realization, Chao Wookie's internal frustrations eased slightly, restoring a respectful expression as he clasped his hands in salute to the two uncles. Seventh Uncle has taught me well. It was a lack of forethought on my part, and I was a bit anxious. Everything should prioritize the Chiwei Cave Heaven, and as for those two, we shall set them aside, as you suggested. The elderly man with the white pieces slightly nodded, saying no more, and returned his focus to the chessboard. The elderly man with the black pieces remained expressionless, as if the previous conversation was merely an inconsequential interlude. Once again the pavilion was filled only with the faint sound of pieces falling on the board and the lingering aroma. Within the ancient city of the Immortals, in a guest house filled with spiritual energy, Su Yang sat opposite Qin Jiangmei, with several jade slips containing information about opportunities in the northern region spread out on the table between them. The room was arranged with a simple soundproof formation. The Chiwei Cave Heaven. Su Yang lightly tapped a jade slip with his fingertip, a contemplative expression appearing in his eyes. Qin Jiangmei gently poured him another cup of warm spiritual tea, softly saying, "According to the records, this cave heaven opens only once every 500 years, lasting approximately 1 year each time. Inside it nurtures countless rare treasures and spiritual plants from the outside world, particularly abundant in items beneficial for golden core cultivators. Moreover, there are rumors that it conceals the ancient ruins of immortal cultivators where fortunate individuals might acquire lost powerful Dao techniques. Such opportunities are enough to drive all golden core cultivators in the northern region into a frenzy." She paused, a hint of concern crossing her brow. It is foreseeable that various forces will gather with talents emerging in droves. The conflicts will undoubtedly be exceptionally fierce, and the danger may far exceed any secret realm we have previously experienced. That is why we must go. You and I have crossed over the vast mountains seeking nothing but opportunity, and the Chiwei Cave Heaven ranks among the top 10 in the northern region, precisely what we need at this moment. While there are risks, has the path of immortality ever been absolutely safe? Qin Jiangmei nodded slightly, but another layer of worry remained. The Chao family will likely test us within the cave heaven. They seem to have retreated today, but families like theirs never easily swallow their pride. I fear they will act when the opportunity arises. This is also what puzzles her the most. Why does the Chao family relentlessly pursue the two of them southern region cultivators? Is it merely because they were refused an invitation and lost face? Or is it truly, as Jiang Chun initially said, that a descendant of the Chao family has fallen within the vast mountains? Hearing this, Su Yang revealed a profound expression and slowly said, "The Chao family has actually already made a move." What? Qin Jiangmai's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Why was I completely unaware? It was the moment we stepped into that pavilion and took our seats. Su Yang lightly tapped the table. The divine ability of that nascent soul, true monarch from the Chao family, had already enveloped the entire area. The pavilion itself was a manifestation of that divine ability. Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but feel a wave of fright. Su Yang noticed her concern and shook his head, saying, "Fortunately, the effect of this divine ability was relatively weak. It seemed to be a kind of probing technique, and at the moment it reflected, it was mostly repelled by the Fengsuan Immortal Realm. Normally, Fengsuan Immortal Realm is merely a golden core level divine ability, and theoretically cannot repel nascent soul divine abilities. However, the Chao family's true monarch's divine ability was still in its early stages, lacking depth, and since its level was relatively low, it was largely resisted by the Immortal Realm. The current issue is that Su Yang does not know how much the Chao family has actually gleaned." Qin Jiangmei immediately understood the crux, so the information they gathered might be incomplete. "Exactly," Su Yang nodded. "The exposed trump cards might only consist of relatively ordinary techniques. If I am not mistaken, they will likely lower their attention towards us, or perhaps even lose interest entirely. After all, most of their secrets were shielded by the Fengsuan Immortal Realm, and the few exposed trump cards might lead them to believe that their strengths are indeed so rudimentary." However, Su Yang always advocated for cautious action. They must remain vigilant regarding the Chao family. Of course, if the other party truly sees them as mere country bumpkins to be easily manipulated, it could instead serve as a form of cover. With about 2 years remaining until the Chiwei Cave Heaven opens, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei made full use of this time, staying low-key and spending most of their time in the guest house deeply contemplating the Tao texts of the northern region. The Tao of the northern region is influenced by various nascent soul true monarchs with differing principles colliding and merging, resulting in a more complex and exquisite Tao that is ever-changing. Su Yang, boosted by multiple destinies, eagerly absorbed this new knowledge, continuously enriching his Tao foundation. Qin Jiangmei focused on the integration of musical Tao and formations. Their low profile gradually caused them to fade from the Chao family's radar. During his contemplation of the Tao, Su Yang, through reading texts and chatting with some well-informed cultivators, gradually grasped the general layout of the northern region. Unlike the southern region, which is divided into territories by several major cultivation dynasties, the northern region of Qianzhou lacks a unified dynasty ruling over it. The vast land is segmented by various sects, teachings, and cultivation families. For forces with a nascent soul true monarch overseeing them, their controlled territories are the most expansive and stable. There are also many places jointly controlled by multiple golden core forces, forming a loose alliance for co-governance, often represented by large immortal cities or cultivation markets. The ancient city of the Immortals is a typical example of this model. It was originally jointly constructed and managed by several similarly powerful golden core forces. However, a few years ago, a nascent soul true monarch was born in the Chao family, instantly breaking the Although the Chao family did not immediately annex other forces, their dominance was irreversible. Other golden core forces felt the crisis and frequently contacted each other in secret, subtly forming a tendency to unite for self-preservation and to counterbalance the Chao family. Time flowed like water, quietly passing by. 2 years to a golden core cultivator is merely the On this day, the sky in the ancient city of the Immortals was slightly overcast, with fine snowflakes fluttering down, draping this grand immortal city in a layer of elegant silver. The coldness seeped in, yet it could not freeze the increasingly restless hearts of the cultivators within the city. The opening of the Chiwei cave heaven was drawing near. At the city gate, the teleportation arrays leading to different directions were flashing with light, and many figures were soaring directly from within the city, piercing through the snowy sky, converging towards the Xixiao mountain range. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were also prepared. They chose not to travel separately by flying boats, as that would make them too conspicuous. Instead, they blended into the flowing crowd and arrived at a huge air harbor on the western side of the ancient city. Here, several large trading ships as massive as small mountains were docked, operated jointly by several golden core forces other than the Chao family. The newly opened direct route to the outskirts of the Xixiao mountain range was safe and reliable, highly favored by many loose cultivators and those from small forces. After paying a considerable fare, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei boarded one of the merchant ships named Yinsuo. The deck was crowded with people. Various cultivators gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, their eyes shining with the desire for the opportunities within the cave heaven. Just as Su Yang was looking around, a cheerful voice filled with surprise rang out beside him. "Oh, isn't this Su Daoist? What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to also be on this Yinsuo." Su Yang turned his head to see a handsome mid-golden core cultivator in a blue robe smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting. This person, Lu Yu, was someone Su Yang had met a few years ago in a tea house in the ancient city. While Lu Yu was straightforward, knowledgeable, and well-informed about the customs, local conditions, and entanglements of various forces in the northern region. Su Yang had benefited greatly from their exchanges. Su Yang's face broke into a perfectly warm smile as he cupped his hands in greeting. "So it is you, Lu Daoyu. The event of Chi Wei Cave Heaven is something I long for as well." Lu Yu laughed heartily, stepping forward. "With your profound cultivation and that of your esteemed wife, this journey to the cave will surely yield great rewards." During his years in ancient immortal city, Su Yang did not simply shut himself away in solitude for cultivation. Integrating into the local culture and understanding the trends of various factions was crucial. Thus, he often roamed around the city, either sitting quietly in tea houses to savor tea, or wandering in shops selling books and materials, and even occasionally attending small discussion groups organized by cultivators to exchange ideas. Thanks to his latest golden core cultivation and calm demeanor, he made acquaintance with a few like-minded individuals who were well-informed. Most cultivators in the immortal realm are cold-hearted and prioritize their own interests, yet there still exists a facade of politeness and communication among those of the same realm. Having one more nodding acquaintance is certainly better than having one more potential enemy. Su Yang understood this well and never spoke arrogantly during conversations. Rather, he appeared humble and talkative, complemented by Qin Jiangmei's occasionally revealed mastery of formations that couldn't be underestimated. The couple maintained a low profile, yet noticeable presence in ancient immortal city, weaving a not-so-tight, but quite useful web of relationships over the years. Engaging with these individuals not only allowed him to hear many intriguing secrets not recorded in jade slips, but also to catch the undercurrents of the northern region's movements from their snippets of conversation, which brought him joy in maintaining this facade of cordiality. On the other side, Qin Jiangmei was also not idle. With her female identity and impressive cultivation and demeanor, she met several relatively gentle and diverse companions. At this moment, a female cultivator in a light purple dress exuding a gentle aura approached and affectionately linked her arm, with Qin Jiangmei's wrist smiling brightly. "Sister Qin, it's wonderful to see you again. A few days ago, I heard you mention an interest in the formation legacy of several prominent families in the northern region. I happen to have received some news recently." Qin Jiangmei responded with a smile, gracefully gathering with a few familiar female cultivators to chat quietly. The massive Yun Sua merchant ship slowly ascended amidst a deep humming sound, the intricate array patterns engraved on its hull lighting up one by one, flowing with spiritual light, forming a soft shield that kept the wind and snow at bay. The ship adjusted its course, pointing towards the northern horizon, and then transformed into a great streak of light breaking through the dense snowflakes as it sped towards the Xiao mountain range. The towering silhouette of ancient Immortal city rapidly shrank amidst the swirling snow, ultimately vanishing completely from sight. The Xiao mountain range was blanketed in pure white snow. The cold wind howled, stirring up tiny snowflakes that produced a whistling sound. Across the vast mountains, countless figures moved, various escape lights streaking like meteors through the snowy veil, landing in various locations on the mountains. Cultivators from various forces in the northern region gathered here, either in groups of 3 to 5, or in larger teams of dozens or hundreds. Around the mountains, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged with unusual vitality, rippling with strange Tao rhythms and dazzling light reminiscent of ripples on water, heralding the opening of Qi Wei Cave Heaven. "What a grand spectacle!" Lu Yu exclaimed with a smile as he descended from the Yun Sua merchant ship, docked at the foot of the mountain, taking in the sight of the sea of people before him. Though the cave entrance had not yet opened, the pure and rich spiritual energy that seeped from the spatial fissure was astonishingly concentrated, invigorating all the cultivators present and seemingly smoothing the flow of their internal energies. The northern region is already more abundant in spiritual energy compared to the southern region, and at this moment the energy overflowing from the fissure was several times denser than that of the outside world. One can imagine that even if nothing is obtained within the cave, merely cultivating there for a year or two would yield results far superior to years of hard work outside. Su Daoyo Qin Daoyo. Lu Yu turned to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, his face showing a hint of eagerness. "The cave is fraught with dangers. With so many people, it is better to have companions. Will you join us?" Su Yang's expression was calm as he shook his head, saying frankly, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Lu Daoyo, but I have some entanglements with the Chao family, so I will not accompany you all to avoid dragging you into unnecessary troubles." As soon as the name Chao family was mentioned, the smile on Lu Yu's face instantly froze. The expressions of the companions behind him also stiffened, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. If it were a common Golden Core force, they might have still boasted bravely, saying they were unafraid. But the Chao family is a colossal entity backed by a nascent soul, true monarch. Offending such a family in the northern region is almost equivalent to signing a death warrant, especially in a lawless place like Qi Wei Cave Heaven. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Some even instinctively took half a step back, glancing at Su Yang and his companion with pity and detachment. To offend a nascent soul family and still hope to leave Qi Wei Cave Heaven alive. In their eyes, this was virtually impossible. Seeing this, Lu Yu forced a stiff smile, chuckling awkwardly twice. "I understand. In that case, Su Daoyo, please take care and be cautious. We have a few familiar friends over there whom we need to meet, so we won't stay longer. Farewell, farewell." After saying this, he quickly cupped his hands to Su Yang and his companion, then hurriedly left with his companions, as if fearing that lingering with Su Yang would bring some ominous aura. Watching them swiftly disappear into the crowd, Qin Jiangmei sighed lightly and smiled bitterly. Indeed, human feelings are fickle. The world is harsh. Once they heard we offended the Chao family, they all avoided us like a plague. Su Yang remained calm, his tone steady. They were merely a group of cultivators temporarily gathered for profit or entertainment. If it were just a minor trouble, these people might not mind lending a hand. But if it involves a major issue with a nascent soul family, each of them transforms into a startled bird eager to keep their distance. Su Yang had long anticipated this, and even welcomed it. Even if Lu Yu and the others were unafraid of the Chao family and offered to join them, he and Qin Jiangmei would still politely decline on the spot. In this perilous cave, they would never easily entrust their backs to unfamiliar strangers. The two sought out a relatively secluded cliff to patiently await the opening of the cave. After waiting on Xiao Mountain for several days, the wind and snow grew heavier, engulfing the world in an endless expanse of white. Yet the rippling Tao rhythms and flowing lights from the depths of the mountains became increasingly radiant, as if something was gathering power about to burst forth. Finally, a deep humming sound emanated from deep within the mountains akin to the heartbeat of the earth, causing the entire Qixia mountain range to gently tremble. Then in the skies above the core area of the mountains, the void seemed to be forcibly pried open by an invisible giant hand, revealing a massive crack stretching 100 feet, its edges flowing with rainbow-colored light, suddenly blossoming open. Rich spiritual energy poured forth from the fissure like a torrent breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing the entire outer area of the Qixia mountain range. All cultivators felt their pores open wide, their spirits invigorated like never before. The Qi divine realm has opened, and someone shouted in exhilaration. The voice reverberated across the valley. In an instant, the previously restrained crowd erupted into utter frenzy. Countless streaks of light surged forth like a startled swarm of locusts racing headlong toward the realm's entrance, shouts and sonic booms entwining in chaotic dissonance. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged a glance, and moved as one, wordlessly synchronized. Neither rushed ahead nor fell behind. Maintaining perfect equilibrium, they soared side by side, as twin arcs of radiance merging with the torrent of cultivators plunging into the shimmering auroral gateway of the divine realm. The surrounding world shifted abruptly. Once the faint dizziness of spatial transference faded, an entirely alien realm unfolded before their eyes. In snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, vastly grander and more majestic than the Qixia mountain range beyond. At the heart of those encircling peaks rose a sprawling, awe-inspiring architectural complex. Palaces and pavilions, terraces and waterside retreats stood shoulder to shoulder. Gilded eaves, gleaming jade steps glinting their expanse, so immense it vanished beyond the horizon, dwarfing even the entire Qixia mountain range outside. Its architecture bore an ancient solemnity suffused with faint pulsing array patterns, a celestial palace frozen in ice for millennia. Cultivators rained down like falling raindrops into this unfamiliar domain. Most scattered instantly upon landing, flying apart in wary dispersal, refusing to linger even a moment lest they become targets of covetous eyes. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei chose a direction sparsely populated by cultivators and slipped away discreetly through the air. As they surveyed the architectural complex, its meticulous layout became increasingly apparent. Stern and imposing, its sweeping eaves and interlocking brackets, jade-paved stairs, and golden-tiled roofs evoked nothing less than an ancient imperial palace of staggering scale. Yet subtle, intricate array patterns shimmered faintly across the floors surrounding the palatial halls. An impatient cultivator attempted to force his way into a side hall. No sooner had his foot touched the jade step before the entrance than a nearly imperceptible flash of light flickered, and he did not even have time to scream before his body silently cleaved cleanly in two. Blood splattered across the pristine snow, visceral, horrifying. In that single scene instantly quelled the ambitions of many who had been poised to advance. The defensive arrays here are at least tier 3 or 4. Some core zones may even reach tier 5. Qin Jiangmei murmured softly to Su Yang, her gaze tracing the faint fading traces of activated array patterns on the ground. Su Yang nodded. His divine sense swept over several halls devoid of visible array fluctuations, only to strike an invisible energy barrier repelling all deeper probing. Some halls appear unwarded, yet resist even divine sense. So far we've seen people enter, but none emerge. Their interiors likely conceal peril just as grave. Su Yang spoke gravely. And even as he spoke, distant eerie cries pierced the silence, short piercing shrieks emanating from several otherwise quiet halls, before vanishing once more into oppressive stillness, deepening the aura of dread. They lingered no longer near the entrance. These easily scouted halls were either lethally hazardous, or long since plundered by predecessors. They resolved to press deeper into the imperial palace. And the farther inward they ventured, the more labyrinthine the environment grew, and the greater the perils multiplied. At times danger lay not within buildings alone, corridors between palaces, open courtyards, even ordinary garden rockeries, all concealed deadly arrays. Fortunately both were tier 4 formation masters, profoundly versed in formation arts. Along their path they continuously deployed formation flags to test and dismantle traps. Though progress was deliberate, it remained steady and secure. As they advanced, violent surges of spiritual energy and fierce shouts erupted suddenly from a particularly magnificent palace, apparently one of the central halls, where cultivators were locked in fierce combat over spoils. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged another glance, and with a subtle shift of intent their appearances, through illusionary artifice, they assumed the forms of an elderly Taoist couple. White-haired, slightly stooped, their auras muted and utterly unremarkable, blending seamlessly among distant onlookers. Almost the instant their transformation completed, the gilded doors of that magnificent hall exploded outward, splinters and golden light scattering violently. Several figures shot forth amid roaring spiritual energy, two leading them locked in furious combat. In dropped the Tai Su Ming water. Now, we of the Nya clan discovered it first. To seize it thus brazenly, is your sect prepared to declare war upon us? A proud young golden core cultivator clad in opulent brocade robes brandished a frost-laced sword and roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The pursued cultivator was a graceful young woman in pale yellow robes, also at the golden core stage. And undaunted by the threat, she laughed sharply. The Nya clan treasures belong to those worthy and capable. Besides, a sardonic smile curled her lips. I've never heard of any Nya clan. How dare this ignorant, arrogant youth insult our name, and presume to reap where she sowed? Yield your life. Na black-robed elder behind the youth thundered, his aura deep and unfathomable. He blurred forward, leaving afterimages in his wake, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Ni's withered hand rose and slammed downward. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing midair into a terrifying phantasm, 10,000 beasts stampeding in unison. Tiger roars and dragon howls filled the air, 100 species bellowed, bearing crushing force capable of shattering mountains and splitting earth. Yet the young woman showed no trace of panic. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she summoned an ancient, three-legged twared crimson alchemical cauldron. The cauldron expanded as it met the wind. The lid flew open, unleashing a colossal suction force akin to a leviathan drawing in the sea, engulfing the entire beastly phantasm whole. Runes blazed across its surface, crimson flames roiled within. A muffled boom and mournful wails echoed from inside. Then the lid lifted again, releasing not the phantasm, but a single crimson pill the size of a dragon's eye, radiating overwhelming spiritual energy. She smiled gently and swallowed the pill, and instantly her aura surged upward, her cultivation level vaulting from mid-golden core to nearly late golden core. With a clear ringing cry, she charged, not retreated, rushing headlong toward the black-robed elder and the brocaded youth, twin short blades flashing coldly in her hands, carving razor-sharp arcs through the air. Her method, temporarily elevating cultivation via pill, was singular indeed. Bolstered by the sudden power surge and fluid mobility, she held her own against the Nya clan's elder and youth, Taoist techniques colliding in dazzling explosive bursts. Meanwhile, 4 more figures burst from the shattered doorway, uniformed formidable cultivators clearly belonging to the Nya clan's retinue or allies. Without hesitation, they joined the fray, flanking the young woman from the sides, seeking swift capture. In what had been a precarious stalemate swiftly tilted, she was now overwhelmed, every move fraught with mortal peril. At that critical juncture, her gaze flickered. She feinted, then pivoted sharply, abandoning the engagement entirely. In a streak of light, she veered directly towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. As the female cultivator rushed forward, she shouted urgently, "Father, Mother, you finally arrived. These people are bullying me, please help me teach them a lesson." Her clear and urgent cry instantly drew the attention of many surrounding cultivators towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. The old man in black from the Nya family, upon hearing her words, swept his gaze like lightning and saw an elderly couple with mediocre cultivation and frail appearances. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted angrily, "So there's an ambush of reinforcements nearby. No wonder this little wretch is so audacious. Since they are all in cahoots, let's take them all." He gave no opportunity for Su Yang and the others to explain, nor did he care if the female cultivator was using them. The battle was intense, and any potential variables must be eliminated. He suddenly slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, causing the mouth of the pouch to open wide. A stream of yellow light shot out, expanding in the wind, transforming in an instant into a giant turtle the size of a small mountain, its shell covered in mysterious patterns. The giant turtle emanated a heavy aura of earth and a long-lasting breath of water, clearly a spirit beast with both earth and water attributes of extraordinary bloodline. The giant turtle let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, causing the snow around to fall in flurries. Its forelegs stomped on the ground, making the earth tremble. Thick stone walls as heavy as city walls rose from the ground instantly, surrounding Su Yang, Qin Jiangmei, and the female cultivator who had flown in. At the same time, the giant turtle opened its mouth and sprayed, unleashing a vast surge of blue water spiritual power that transformed into towering waves, sweeping towards the 3 trapped by the stone walls. The attack was fierce and merciless. Yet faced with this sudden ambush, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei appeared remarkably calm. Just as the giant wave was about to engulf the 3 of them, a clear sound like the clash of metal rang out unexpectedly in the heavens and earth. The sound of the zither was not loud, but it carried a strange rhythm, as if it instantly calmed the raging spiritual power. The surging waves of the vast sea froze in midair as if time had stopped, the water droplets suspended, creating a scene akin to a static painting. Immediately Su Yang raised his withered hand. In his palm a fist-sized orb radiating chaotic light. The orb of myriad phenomena concealed its brilliance, yet suddenly unleashed several threads of dazzling light, as thin as hair from within, silently sweeping across the surroundings. Its speed seemed slow, yet it disregarded the distance of space. In the next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Whether it was the towering stone walls, the colossal waves suspended in midair due to the zither sound, or the giant turtle spirit beast, all were cut through as if sliced by the sharpest blade the moment they were swept by the light. With a crisp sound, the stone walls broke evenly in the middle, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. The giant waves were silently divided into upper and lower halves, the suspended water crashing down, dissipating into the purest form of spiritual energy. The giant turtle suffered the worst. Its thick shell and the flesh beneath it were marked by a terrifying wound down to the bone, where the light passed, nearly cleaving it in half, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. The old man in black, connected to the spirit beast, was struck hard, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura instantly waning. The giant turtle let out a pained wail, its massive body swaying as it crashed against the defensive array of a nearby palace. The zither sound calmed the sea, and the orb shattered countless laws. With just one exchange of glances, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei effortlessly broke the old man's deadly spell and severely injured his spirit beast. This scene made all the witnesses present gasp in astonishment. The smell of blood still lingered in the air, while the dust mixed with shattered bricks and stone chips floated slowly in the glaring afterglow of the magical arts. Under the distant, damaged columns of the palace, several cultivators who had fortunately not been caught up in the fight turned pale and instinctively retreated several feet, fearing that the gaze of the elderly couple might fall upon them. Someone's throat moved, and the sound of swallowing saliva echoed distinctly in the deathly silence. Even the female cultivator in a yellow dress who had tried to divert the trouble subtly trembled. She instinctively swallowed hard, her face drained of color, as pale as paper. She realized that her hasty scheme had hit a brick wall. No, it was more like crashing into an iceberg. This seemingly ordinary elderly couple was far from the initial stage of golden core cultivation they appeared to possess. Su Yang's casual strike had shattered the old man's furious spell. This person was at least in the late golden core stage, or perhaps even at the peak of golden core. The female cultivator's heart raced wildly in her chest, almost shattering her ribs. Flee! I must escape immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that this old monster had not yet turned its attention to her, and while the effects of the elixir had not fully worn off, she had to seize this opportunity. Just as the thought of fleeing sprouted in her mind, Su Yang's cold gaze fell upon her. In that moment, the female cultivator felt as if she were being watched by a waking true dragon. The overwhelming divine sense descended like an invisible shackles, firmly binding her from body to soul. The spiritual power around her suddenly stagnated, her limbs felt as if filled with lead, heavy and unable to move even an inch. Senior. The female cultivator's face stiffened as she forced out a smile more hideous than crying, her voice dry and tight. I was just a moment of confusion, misled by temptation. I did not truly want to involve you in trouble. Please spare me. She rambled, cold sweat beading on her forehead, sliding down her pale cheeks. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's face remained as calm as a still pond, and he simply replied, "Leave behind your storage ring, and I may spare your life." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every cultivator present, carrying an undeniable resolution. He not only wanted the Tai Su Ming Shui mentioned by the Nye family, but also required the female cultivator to leave her entire collection in the storage ring. This was the price she had to pay for her attempt to divert trouble. Had it not been for Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's impressive strength and quick reactions, had this female cultivator stirred things up, they could have very well capsized in the turmoil and lost their lives. Thus Su Yang held no pity for this ruthless female cultivator. Allowing her to exchange all her treasures in the storage ring for her life was in his view a lenient act, a rare mercy. The smile on the female cultivator's face froze completely, and a glimmer of struggle and unwillingness flashed deep within her eyes. Inside that storage ring, not only was there the Tai Su Ming Shui she had fought desperately to acquire from the palace, but also many spiritual sources and rare spiritual plants she had scavenged along the way, along with several pieces of good quality ancient treasures. These were all the results of her taking great risks. How could she willingly hand them over? I think we can discuss this matter a little. Her voice trembled as she attempted one last negotiation, buying time to find a glimmer of hope. However, before she could finish her words, her spiritual power suddenly surged violently, and she transformed into a hazy yellow stream of light, shooting away in the opposite direction from the Nye family members. Her speed was so fast that it left a faint residual shadow in place, evidently having activated some kind of escape technique. Yet just as her figure transformed into a stream of light, Qin Jiangmei, who had been standing quietly beside Su Yang with her head bowed, pressed her jade finger in front of her. Clang! The clear and melodious sound of a zither suddenly resonated in the air. There was no instrument nor any strings, only the sound waves and rhythms manifesting from thin air spreading like ripples. The figure of the female cultivator, fleeing at high speed, seemed to crash into a resilient net, coming to an abrupt halt in midair. The light of her escape dissipated, revealing her face, filled with horror. Her entire body was violently vibrating with spiritual power, as if ensnared by countless fine and resilient threads of musical notes struggling in vain. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Su Yang did not give her any chance. Su Yang's gaze was indifferent, showing no signs of emotion as the Wanxiang pearl in his hand trembled slightly, transforming into a flash of silver light. A faint sound of penetration rang out. The silver light pierced through the back of the female cultivator's heart, emerging from her chest, and creating a spray of tragic blood flowers that quickly spread across her pale yellow dress. The female cultivator's delicate body trembled violently, her pupils suddenly dilating, the light within them dimming rapidly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but only blood froth spilled from the corners of her lips. In the next moment, all vitality receded like a tide, her body softly falling from midair. With a thud, she crashed onto the white jade floor, stirring up a small cloud of dust. The silver light transformed from the Wanxiang pearl elegantly spiraled in the air, sweeping up the storage ring from the female cultivator's finger, flying back to Su Yang's palm, and returning to a spherical shape, free from any blood. I have already given you a chance, but unfortunately you did not recognize it. Su Yang's indifferent voice finally rang out. Killing a latest-stage golden core female cultivator was as easy for him as squashing a noisy chick. The terrifying strength, the unfathomable treasures, and the ruthless methods deeply shocked all the cultivators present. Many instinctively held their breath, their eyes filled with awe and fear. On the other side, the members of the Nie family had faces as dark as water. The young man in a brocade robe exchanged glances with the old man in black, both seeing deep apprehension and anger in each other's eyes. Originally, the Tai Su Ming Shui was snatched away by that cunning female cultivator amidst the chaos which had already left them fuming, and now they had fought a battle only to make others wedding clothes. As a result, a formidable figure appeared out of nowhere, not only intercepting them, but also possessing incredibly strong power. Now the difficulty of retrieving the treasure had increased exponentially. The old man in black suppressed the surging blood and injuries within him, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed to Su Yang from a distance, speaking in a gentle tone. Senior, the Tai Su Ming Shui that the female cultivator just snatched was discovered first by my Nie family's disciples, and we lost manpower because of it. The other treasures can be taken by the senior. My Nie family will not say a word. We only ask that the senior take into account the efforts of my Nie family and generously return the Tai Su Ming Shui. My entire Nie family will surely be grateful for the senior's kindness. He tried to reason with emotion. After all, they could not win in a hard fight, and could only hope the other party would consider the Nie family's reputation or speak of some morality. Unfortunately, such reasoning is often powerless in the ruthless world of cultivation. Su Yang did not even lift his eyelids, playing with the storage ring he had just seized, and replied indifferently, I only know that this item is something I obtained from that female cultivator. As for who it belonged to before, it has nothing to do with me. The meaning of these words could not be more obvious. Once something is in my hands, it belongs to me. The young man in the brocade robe's face darkened even further upon hearing this, his chest slightly heaving. He suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, May I ask which immortal sect or family the senior hails from? Is there any connection with my Nie family? He tried to probe the other's background. If the other party had a remarkable origin, perhaps the Nie family's reputation could still have some effect. If they were just a lone cultivator, then today's matter would likely not end well. Su Yang finally raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the young man, his expression calm and unruffled, yet it made the young man feel a chilling sense of foreboding. I am just a wandering cultivator drifting aimlessly. He paused, his voice turning cold. Likewise, I have never heard of any Nie family in the northern region. What? Do you also want to use your family name to threaten me? As soon as his words fell, a heavy pressure of spiritual energy pressed down on the members of the Nie family like a mountain. The air instantly froze, and several weaker Nie family followers turned pale, their bodies swaying unsteadily. The old man in black and the young man in brocade also felt their breathing catch, their shoulders heavy. The young man gritted his teeth and, bearing the pressure, said, I do not dare to threaten. It is just that the Tai Su Ming Shui is crucial to my Nie family. If the senior is willing to part with it, my Nie family is willing to remember this favor. In the future, if the senior encounters any trouble in the northern region, you may present my Nye family's token, and we will surely offer our utmost assistance. Who cannot perform the trick of catching a wolf with empty hands? Su Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile, unreservedly showing his disdain. Get lost. Such opportunities belong to the capable. It is evidently not yours to claim. You? The young man was stymied by these words, his breath catching his chest, heaving violently, and his face turning red. The Nye family had fought fiercely in the temple, losing manpower and expending effort only for this old man to lightly snatch away their treasures with a sudden intervention, and to do so arrogantly was simply too much. What was even more infuriating was that the other party dared to so blatantly disregard the Nye family's intimidation. He suddenly looked at the old man in black beside him, his eyes filled with questions and unwillingness. The old man looked grave, subtly shaking his head, and conveyed through voice. Young master, this person's cultivation is unfathomable, and that old woman's musical path is even more bizarre and unpredictable. If we confront them, Heaton, our chances of winning are slim, and as long as we keep the green hills. The young man understood this principle all too well. However, the Tai Su Ming Shui was a rare golden core spiritual item, which could serve as the primary ingredient for refining the water spirit pill, and due to its pure star energy content, it was an exceptional material for crafting treasures worth a fortune. Moreover, the storage ring of that female cultivator contained more than just the Tai Su Ming Shui. The spiritual resources, ancient medicines, and treasures she had scavenged in the temple were all astonishing wealth. If they simply handed everything over, would the Nye family not be left empty-handed, losing everything? Various thoughts clashed violently in the young man's mind, and in the end reason barely suppressed greed and anger. He took several deep breaths, his gaze fixed on Su Yang with a sinister intensity, speaking deliberately. Good. Today's matter we the Nye family will remember. The mountains and rivers will meet again, senior, we shall meet again. After saying this, he suddenly flung his sleeve and intended to signal the old man in black and others to leave. This harsh statement seemed to be made, but in reality, it was already a retreat in acceptance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these provocative words, Su Yang's originally indifferent expression suddenly changed. A surge of killing intent like a harsh winter suddenly enveloped the entire scene. The chilling killing intent made the temperature within 100 feet drop significantly. The cultivators nearby shivered in fright and retreated in horror once more. Since you bear such a grudge, then I must repay you in kind. Su Yang's voice was cold as ice. Then I cannot allow you to leave so easily. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. Today's enmity will surely become a disaster in the future. Su Yang had walked the path of cultivation for many years and understood the principle of cutting the grass and rooting out the weeds. Since the other party had shown hatred and had a significant background, they could not be left alive. Before his voice fell, Su Yang's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared like a ghost in front of the young man of the Nye family, a thin yet powerful hand descending directly towards the top of his head. Young master. The old man in black was horrified, shouting loudly. Ignoring his own injuries, he activated his golden core, unleashing all his potential to rush forward and shield the young man. His reaction was swift, yet the clear and melodious sound of the zither resonated at the right moment. The sound waves rippled like water, carrying a strange binding and delaying energy. The old man in black felt the air around him become extraordinarily thick, his spiritual energy suddenly becoming obscure, as if he were trapped in an invisible quagmire. His movements slowed dramatically. Yao Hu's soul-binding zither. Just this moment of delay was enough. The protective jade pendant and the magical robe worn by the young man glimmered simultaneously, activating multiple layers of protective barriers around him. These were all life-saving treasures prepared for him by the Nye family, sufficient to withstand a full-force attack from a latest-stage golden core cultivator. But just as Su Yang's palm descended, the Wanxiang pearl silently transformed into a silver dagger as thin as a cicada's wing, gently wrapping around the young man's neck. Crack! Several layers of protective barriers shattered like fragile glass, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The dagger's momentum remained unabated, accurately slicing through the last barrier of talismanic light. Su Yang's hand pressed unimpeded against the young man's forehead. Soul-searching technique. His domineering divine sense pierced into the young man's sea of consciousness like a sharp cone. The young man let out a mournful scream, his body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back and foam spilling from his mouth. Information about the Nye family's territory, core figures, characteristics of their techniques, and their ancestral location surged into Su Yang's sea of consciousness like a flood. In an instant, the soul-searching was complete. A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. The Nye family was actually a well-known nascent soul family in the northern region. The family's ancestor was a true monarch in the early stages of nascent soul, overseeing the family and commanding great respect. Although their family territory was extremely distant from Guxian City and the Qixia mountain range, it would still take several months for Golden Core cultivators to travel there, yet a nascent soul true monarch could certainly shorten that time significantly. More importantly, forming a deadly enmity with a nascent soul family was far from a wise decision. With the understanding of the opponent's true background, Su Yang's killing intent grew even stronger. Since it was already a deadly grudge, then no living witness could be spared. "You dare thief!" The old man in black, seeing the young master subdued, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, let out a frenzied roar and forcibly burned some of his essence blood to break free from the bindings of the musical technique. He held nothing back, swiftly slapping his storage bag at his waist, and several astonishing talismans shot out. In an instant, the talismans radiated brilliant light. One talisman transformed into a torrential rain of golden swords whistling as it shot forth. Another talisman evolved into the phantom of an ancient, enormous bell resonating loudly, with visible sound waves rippling out, impacting the soul. Yet another talisman became the phantom of a massive axe descending towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei with the force of splitting mountains and shattering earth. Multiple techniques erupted simultaneously, dazzling with radiant light and violent spiritual energy, attempting to push back. Su Yang rescue the young man and aid the Nye family cultivators in breaking free from their bindings. Activate the formation. The three other Nye family Golden Core cultivators, sensing the loosening of the restraints, instantly reacted. They suppressed the discomfort from the invasive music and shouted in unison. The few of them moved swiftly, simultaneously tossing out 4 formation flags. The formation flags scattered in 4 directions, embedding into the void their spiritual light, surging, intertwining, to form a light barrier of pale blue that enveloped Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei along with the attacks from the old man in black. This was a high-grade, third-level trapping formation capable of not only ensnaring enemies, but also amplifying the power of attacks within the formation. As the torrential rain of golden swords, the resounding giant bell, and the battle axe phantoms fell within the formation, they were augmented by the formation their size, and might suddenly increasing several-fold. The sword rain became denser with each golden small sword solidifying, as real ringing sharply. The bell phantom solidified like it was cast from bronze, the sound waves it emitted visible to the naked eye rippling the space it passed. The battle axe phantom expanded to a size of 10 zhang, its blade shining coldly, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains. The overwhelming attack, carrying a terrifying force capable of annihilating everything, descended upon Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, who were trapped in the formation. Outside the formation, the earth and stones rolled and the wind howled. The observing cultivators' faces changed, and they fled in panic, fearing the aftermath. Yet in the eye of the storm, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei remained calm. Qin Jiangmei ignored the talismans pouring down from above. With her delicate fingers, she lightly caressed in front of her, causing a 7-colored ancient zither to suddenly materialize. The originally clear melody of the zither abruptly changed, becoming urgent and penetrating. The sound waves transformed into mystical silver patterns that flowed from her fingertips, as if they possessed life, gracefully descending and integrating into the surrounding pale blue formation patterns. The stable operation of the trapping formation suddenly trembled violently, emitting a grating hum under. The silver patterns formed by the sound waves acted like a highly corrosive poison, quickly infiltrating the formation nodes, disrupting the flow of spiritual energy and destroying structural balance. This high-grade, third-level trapping formation became increasingly unstable at a visible rate, its operation slowing. Meanwhile, Su Yang also moved. He coldly glanced at the Nye family members. The Wanxiang Pearl instantly transformed into countless silver flying swords swirling around him as their speed rapidly increased, gathering into a turbulent storm of flying swords, the sword tips humming, stirring the spiritual energy. "Go!" He uttered a single word. The myriad flying swords responded, spiraling upwards like the Milky Way, inverted, charging towards the torrential rain of golden swords, the thunderous sound waves, and the battle axe clashing against them. The flying swords collided violently with the talisman phantoms. The jarring sounds of metal clashing rang out endlessly. The flying swords formed from the Wanxiang Pearl appeared small, yet each contained sword intent, accurately shattering each golden small sword, slicing into the bell's sound waves to tear them apart, and forcefully clashing against the battle axe phantom, scattering countless fragments of light. The storm of flying swords held firm against the trio of talisman attacks, even pushing back against them inch by inch, gradually wearing them down. Seeing this, the old man in black understood that the formation and talismans were failing to achieve their purpose. A flash of determination and pain crossed his eyes as he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto an ancient jade pendant in his possession. "I beseech the ancestor for aid." The essence blood absorbed into the jade pendant, which suddenly erupted with blinding blood light, a presence far beyond the golden core realm, leaking out faintly, carrying the pressure of nascent soul. This was actually a distress signal that could contact a nascent soul true monarch. The bloodlight attempted to break free from the bindings of the zither music and the chaos of the formation, sending a signal far away. A dying struggle. Qin Jiangmai's gaze turned cold, and the zither music shifted again, transforming from a formation-breaking melody into a soul-stabilizing tune. Visible pale golden sound waves no longer flowed towards the formation, but instead wrapped around the bloodlight jade pendant like shackles, completely sealing and suppressing it. The sound waves clashed violently with the bloodlight, producing a zzz sound of erosion. Seeing the jade pendant appear, Su Yang's killing intent intensified. With a thought from the myriad flying swords that were clashing with the talisman phantoms, a thin stream suddenly split off, swiftly bypassing the frontal battlefield, and shot towards the old man in black from an unexpected angle. Elder, be careful. A golden core cultivator from the Nye family noticed the danger and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. Several soft sounds echoed as the silver sword blade effortlessly pierced through the old man's protective spiritual light, entering through his back and neck. The old man's body trembled violently. The motion of activating the jade pendant abruptly halted, and the light in his eyes quickly faded. The blood-red jade pendant, having lost its master, rapidly dimmed and fell to the ground. Almost simultaneously with the old man's demise, Qin Jiangmai's melodic law completely suppressed the remaining bloodlight, sealing the jade pendant entirely. On the frontline battlefield, the myriad manifestations of flying swords finally shattered the last illusory symbol treasure. Having lost its master and the core of the formation, the already shaky killing formation finally boomed, completely collapsing, its pale blue light curtain disintegrating into countless light spots. Before the aftermath of the formation's destruction could settle, Su Yang's figure vanished, once more reappearing in front of the other three Nye family cultivators. The myriad manifestations pearl reformed, turning into three beams of condensed silver light, like shooting through the void, simultaneously pointing towards the foreheads of the three individuals. Fast. Too fast. The three felt a flash of silver light before a sharp pain surged through their sea of consciousness, and then their awareness plunged into eternal darkness. All three bodies collapsed simultaneously, breathless. From Su Yang's sudden attack to the complete demise of the five Nye family members, the entire process lasted only a few brief moments. The palace fell into a deathly silence, with only the lingering waves of spiritual energy and the thick scent of blood lingering in the air. The onlooking cultivators were left dumbfounded, chills running down their spines. The methods of this elderly couple were ruthless, efficient, and perfectly coordinated. They easily countered and annihilated the five golden core cultivators of the Nye family, as if cutting vegetables. This was no ordinary feat achievable by a mere golden core completion. They had likely touched upon the threshold of the nascent soul. Su Yang's expression remained indifferent as he waved his sleeve, collecting all the storage rings of the five Nye family members. Qin Jiangmai lightly beckoned, drawing the sealed Nye family jade pendant into her palm. Her fingertips flickered with spiritual light as she carefully examined and applied several seals to ensure it would not leak any aura. This place is not suitable for lingering. Su Yang glanced at the silent cultivators in the distance and transmitted his voice to Qin Jiangmai. The Nye family is, after all, a nascent soul clan. Although they are far away, the jade pendant just activated some aura, and it is possible that other contingencies or related individuals might sense it. We must leave quickly and erase our traces. Qin Jiangmai nodded slightly. The two did not linger any longer, not even checking if there were other treasures within the palace, and transformed into two inconspicuous rays of escaping light, swiftly leaving the area. Only after their figures disappeared for a long while did the surrounding cultivators dare to exhale a long breath, glancing at each other with lingering fear in their eyes. While hurrying along, Su Yang divided a strand of divine sense, roughly scanning the several storage rings he had just acquired. Indeed, the female cultivator's ring contained a considerable amount of spiritual sources and rare spiritual plants, while the void dark water was sealed within a cold jade box. Opening a slight crack, he could sense the pure water attribute energy and stellar energy, truly a precious golden core spiritual object. Among the Nye family's storage rings, aside from some spirit stones, pills, and materials, there were also several well-preserved magical treasures and techniques, yielding quite a bounty. Qin Jiangmai handed the sealed jade pendant to Su Yang, saying, "This distress signal has been completely sealed by me, but its crafting method is unique, faintly possessing the ability to sense bloodlines. The Nye family's ancestor might detect it." Su Yang accepted the jade pendant, feeling a faint spiritual energy connection still stubbornly lurking within. His expression unchanged, he quickly altered his hand seals like a butterfly flitting among flowers. One after another sealing spells surged from his fingertips, continuously imprinting onto the jade pendant, until all the spiritual light on the surface of the jade pendant completely retracted. The last trace of fluctuation fell silent, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary stone by the roadside. Did Su Yang slowly retract his hand seals and exhale a long breath. Casually he tossed the jade pendant into an inconspicuous pile of rubble by the roadside, then flicked his fingers, and the earthy yellow spiritual light sank into the ground. The surrounding soil rolled silently, burying the jade pendant along with the rubble several feet deep, and the ground immediately returned to its original state, showing no trace. Having completed these tasks, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged glances, both of them understanding each other well, as they simultaneously tapped their storage bags. With a flash of spiritual light, two puppets identical in appearance to the two of them appeared in place. Both closed their eyes in concentration, employing the puppet death replacement technique to wash away all their aura and causal marks. This technique is clever, but against true nascent soul divine abilities, and the laws of marking it will likely be ineffective. Su Yang pondered inwardly. Divine laws supersede spells, and this technique cannot entirely eliminate them. However, from the memories he extracted from the Nie family youth, he learned that the Nie family's early-stage nascent soul ancestor had not mastered such divine abilities. Thus, after removing any possible spell marks, there was essentially no need for concern. A thought crossed Su Yang's mind, and he retrieved the female cultivator's storage ring, probing his divine sense within, quickly locating the cold jade box emanating chill. Opening a slight crack, pure water attribute energy, mixed with faint stellar fluctuations, escaped precisely the void dark water. This void dark water is just perfect for Zhongxian, Su Yang said softly to Qin Jiangmei, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and conveniently tossed the void dark water into the Fengsuan fairyland. Simultaneously, a strand of divine sense entered the divine sense space. Moments later, Su Zhengxuan's lively yet urgent voice echoed within the divine sense space. Great-grandpa, great-grandma, this void dark water is so useful for me. If only there were a bit more, I might be able to refine a heavenly spirit root in one go. Great-grandpa, are you all currently cultivating in the cave heaven and blessed land of the northern region? Can you take me with you? My second brother just deduced the heavenly secrets and said that my recent opportunities may be in the north, perhaps with you. Heavenly spirit root. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with light. Heavenly spirit roots signify potential for direct promotion to nascent soul. He immediately replied with a smile, sure, come over. You should have thoroughly comprehended the transmission method of the Fengsuan fairyland, right? Since the initial formation of the Fengsuan fairyland divine ability, Su Yang has been imprinting his cultivation insights and core principles into the divine ability hall for the clan members to study. If the Su family members want to reach the locations of other clan members through Fengsuan fairyland, the primary condition is to thoroughly comprehend the divine ability, understanding the laws of spatial movement. If they fail to master this method, Su Yang must actively guide them with his divine ability. Moreover, the threshold for comprehending Fengsuan fairyland is not low. It requires achieving a golden core level of Dao technique, and the immense spiritual energy needed during its execution determines that at least golden core cultivation is necessary to sustain it. Absolutely no problem. Su Zhongxian confidently responded, her tone filled with eagerness. Great-grandpa, can I come over right now? Su Yang expanded his divine sense, meticulously scanning the surrounding area for several miles, confirming that there were no others hiding aside from the couple before responding, come over, it's safe here. As soon as he finished speaking, the air about a foot away from him slightly distorted, rippling like water. Suddenly, a deep purple portal flowing with profound starlight at its edges opened without warning, its interior shrouded in hazy light, as if leading to another realm. A beautiful white dress tailored to fit perfectly and flowing gracefully first emerged from the portal. Then Su Zhengxuan's graceful figure stepped forward lightly, her demeanor calm. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, her eyes sparkling with life. As soon as she materialized, she caught sight of her great-grandfather and great-grandmother before her, who appeared as elderly Taoist partners, their hair white and their bodies hunched. She was initially taken aback, then blinked her beautiful eyes, instantly realizing that they were concealing their identities. Quick to react, she gracefully turned her skirt, blooming like a white lotus. As her spiritual power surged, her appearance transformed, becoming a charming and voluptuous young woman. Her white clothing morphed into a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, and she mysteriously held a black and white silk-fringed floating dust in her arm, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly presence resembling a wandering immortal. The spiritual energy here is surprisingly rich. Su Zhongxian inhaled deeply, feeling the pure and abundant spiritual energy, unable to suppress her astonishment. No wonder many golden core realms rarely return to the southern region once they arrive in the northern region. Practicing here would enhance efficiency by more than several times. Su Yang smiled and said, once my Su family establishes roots here in the future, all clan members can enjoy such a cultivation environment. By utilizing the Fangsuan Fairyland as a transit hub, the establishment of the Su clan's territory would not be limited by geography. Moreover, based on this, they could construct a safe and discreet cross-regional trade route connecting the southern and northern regions, the value of which was incalculable. However, regarding the significant matter of formally establishing a clan territory in the northern region, though Su Yang had a blueprint in mind, he was not in a hurry. They were newcomers with only a shallow understanding of the intricate power dynamics of this place, especially those nascent soul true monarchs who wielded divine powers and could easily annihilate the entire Su family with a casual strike. Thus, establishing a solid foothold for the Su family would not be an easy task. In Su Yang's view, the most prudent timing would be after he successfully achieved Golden Core. Su Jingxian was filled with curiosity about the new environment, eager to explore this cave heaven. After a brief exchange among the three, they did not linger, transforming into 3 beams of escaping light, silently dashing towards the area where the spiritual energy fluctuations were most pronounced. Not long after flying, the scenery ahead abruptly changed. An ancient palace came into view, constructed of unknown grayish-white giant stones with raised eaves, the carved beams and painted rafters appearing ancient, yet still hinting at a past grandeur. However, the scene before the palace shattered this sense of solemnity. On the broad steps paved with white marble lay numerous corpses of cultivators dressed in various attires, with blood not yet fully congealed pooling into shocking streams that gushed out from the palace door, cascading down the steps and reflecting a dark red sheen in the light. The intense, nauseating smell of blood mixed with the remnants of dissipating spiritual energy filled the air. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, Su Yang and the others felt a chill in their hearts, and the escaping light quietly halted midair, concealing all their auras. Inside the palace, intense fluctuations of Tao laws could be heard, with sounds of roaring explosions and the clashing of metal faintly audible. Clearly, the battle within was far from over, with cultivators still engaged in life-and-death struggles over treasures. Su Yang's gaze flickered slightly, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Opportunities on the path of cultivation are often accompanied by danger. There are no absolutely safe gifts. Although this palace appeared to be a dragon's den and a tiger's lair littered with corpses, the path ahead had already been explored, and the main dangers and opportunities were clear, making it safer compared to blindly exploring unknown areas. Let's go in and take a look. Caution is key, Su Yang communicated to Qin Jiangmei and Su Zhengxian. The 3 immediately employed night wanderers' steps, their figures becoming vague and dim like 3 wisps of smoke merging into the shadows as they silently slipped into the grand hall. The interior of the hall was even more intricate than the outside. Towering ceilings, thick columns, and winding corridors formed a massive labyrinth. The ground and walls were covered with traces of battles and various corpses. The stench of blood was more intense here, mingled with a foul odor. Ignoring the side halls along the way, the 3 of them stealthily ascended along the central grand staircase. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, 10 floors, 15 floors, 20 floors. To their surprise, after ascending several dozen floors, they still had yet to reach the top. Each floor was about 4 to 5 zhang high, spacious with similar structures, yet slightly different, as if endless. The palace, which appeared to be only 10 zhang high from the outside, contained such vastness within. This indicated that every building within Chiwei Cave Heaven likely harbored mysteries with expanded space beyond ordinary reasoning. Finally, after rapidly ascending about 50 floors, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally enclosed palace scene vanished, and their surroundings opened up. The 3 of them felt as if they had stepped into the clouds. Beneath their feet lay a vast sea of rolling clouds, soft, yet solid, while a faint mist lingered around them, suffused with spiritual energy. Looking up, the palace's dome and eaves could no longer be seen. Instead, they were replaced by a boundless, crystal-clear blue sky. Above this sea of clouds floated dozens of resplendent palatial towers, their glazed tiles reflecting the heavenly light, with intricately carved railings and jade structures appearing intermittently, and ethereal cranes swirling and dancing around, resembling a sudden descent into a mythical paradise. However, this beautiful tranquility was torn apart by the jarring sounds of slaughter. Not far away in the sky, about 15 or 16 golden core cultivators dressed in various attires and differing in strength were being pursued and attacked by a group of puppets clad in ancient armor, wielding various weapons. These puppets moved in perfect unison, their actions efficient, with intricate protective spiritual patterns engraved on their armor. When faced with the fireball's wind blades and other low-level spells unleashed by the cultivators, the armor's surface merely rippled like a layer of water, effortlessly dissipating the magical attacks. The cultivators could only summon magical treasures or unleash powerful high-level Dao techniques to leave marks on the puppets. However, this kind of offense and defense consumed a great deal of their spiritual energy, and the faces of the golden core cultivators were lined with exhaustion. Behind the puppets lay a hazy purple-golden mist swirling slowly and emanating a pure and rich aura of the sun, moon, and stars captivating the heart. It is Sanshin Mingguo. Su Zhengxuan's eyes lit up, suppressing her excitement. She transmitted a treasure aura imbued with the essences of sun, moon, and stars. No wonder my second brother's divinations placed my opportunity here. This must be it. Any natural treasure suffused with stellar energy can aid her in ascending her spiritual route. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he swept the scene. Though these golden core cultivators fought fiercely, they also watched one another warily. They were by no means a united front. The dozens of corpses layered beneath the hall testified that the original explorers numbered far more than these, and most had become sacrifices for the path. The rule that each layer's opportunity was guarded by puppets meant the chances on the lower levels had been exhausted among those survivors. At present, they must be carrying all the treasures they had already seized. At that moment, a cyan-robed cultivator dodging the swing of a puppet's great axe spotted Su Yang and the others at the entrance. Like seeing a life-saving straw, he cried out urgently. 3 fellow Taoists come swiftly to aid. Join forces to smash these guardian puppets. We will fairly divide the opportunities behind. Hurry. After shouting, he had to throw himself back into countering the attacking puppets with no time for further words. Other cultivators cast anxious or appraising glances, but no one objected aloud. Under such pressure, an additional force meant an extra chance at victory. Su Yang's expression remained calm. Fair distribution. Against a landscape strewn with corpses, such a promise sounded hollow. The deaths of the lower-rank cultivators below were likely not the work of puppets alone. The dozen-odd men now in the arena were wolves left after ruthless culling, each with blood on his hands and precious spoils in tow. To collaborate with them would be no different than bargaining with a tiger for its pelt. Once the puppets were removed, these men would likely tear into one another at once. Great-grandfather, how shall we act? Su Zhengxian asked through spirit transmission, eager to move. Su Yang watched the fierce skirmish aloft and said coldly, observe and wait. The wisest course was to let the golden core cultivators and the puppets savage each other until both sides were spent before stepping in. As for slipping past the puppets to seize the Sanshin Mingguo, Su Yang dismissed the notion instantly. If it could be taken so easily, someone among the golden core cultivators would already have rushed into. Thus, there must be a restriction around the violet mist that requires all guardian puppets to be defeated before it can be unsealed. The golden core cultivators and the puppets were locked in unrelenting slaughter. The thunder of spells reverberated, churning the sea of clouds without cease. The cyan-robed cultivator who had shouted earlier saw from the corner of his eye Su Yang and his companions remain motionless. His anxiety sharpened his assault, yet in doing so a fully realized golden core puppet seized the opening. Its heavy halberd swing forced him to retreat in disarray. He steadied himself, face dark, and bellowed toward the 3. Do you truly intend to reap the fisherman's gain? If that is your thought, do not blame us for clearing the field before taking the treasure. His words, laced with spiritual force, carried clearly above the din of battle. At those words, the other golden core cultivators fighting desperately cast icy looks. More than 10 warning-laden spiritual senses swept openly toward the 3, and the air instantly tightened. Su Yang's face remained placid as if he had not heard. Qin Zhangmei likewise maintained a composed, inscrutable aura. Just as the atmosphere stiffened, Su Zhengxian smiled sweetly. With a light flick of her black and white whisk, she said in a clear, ringing voice, an elder in my house is unwell. I am indisposed to take action. Allow me to handle this small matter in their stead. With that, she floated up gracefully like an ethereal white cloud. She sent the whisk from her hand, get lengthened in the wind, each tail unfurling into a sweeping gray-white river, suspended across the air, rolling mightily toward the nearest guardian puppets. Where the long river passed, the cloud mist billowed, and yin-yang energies swirled, a taiji pattern faintly ebbing and flowing within. The whisk's river was no mere spell. It contained exquisite yin-yang transformations, the law of mutual generation and overcoming between the 2 principles. When the river touched the puppets, it twined like running water. The gray and white energies braided together steadily, eroding the protective spiritual glow on the puppet's armor, and seeking to seep into joints seems to disrupt the nodes of internal spiritual flow. With Su Zhengxuan's intervention, the balance of the battle shifted, if only subtly. Her unpredictable manipulation of yin-yang energies proved markedly effective against the puppets. She quickly restrained 3 mid-stage golden core puppets, greatly relieving the pressure on the cultivators matched against them. Seeing Su Zhengxian display uncommon strength, the cultivators who had nursed complaints pressed them aside for the moment. After all, one ally participating was better than complete indifference. Yet Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei remained poised at a distance, their auras obscure and unreadable like barbs at one's back, making it hard to devote oneself wholly to the puppets before them. What further irritated the Golden Core cultivators was that the strikingly beautiful Taoist nun seemed deliberately restraining the caliber of her dueling techniques. Whenever their attacks slackened from fatigue or cautious reserve, Su Zhengxuan's displayed might would likewise diminish and the Whisk River's onslaught grow soft. But when they were pressed, relentlessly driving treasures and secret arts to the limit, her assault would instantly turn ferocious, often seizing the moment to deal grievous wounds to the puppets, yet stopping short of complete annihilation, keeping the conflict perched upon a delicate equilibrium. This was plainly using them as labor to hold the puppets in check, neither allowing them an easy victory nor permitting the puppets to gain the upper hand, clearly a scheme to exhaust them and deny them any advantage. What a cunning calculation, a gaunt-faced cultivator transmitted resentfully. Endure for now, I'll finish off these iron lumps first. The cyan-robed cultivator gritted his teeth in reply. A sword light flared as he cleaved at a rushing puppet, sending it staggering back. The battle intensified. Though the remaining puppets lacked consciousness, their coordination was flawless. Their shifts between offense and defense bore no flaw, as if they were one. Some 10+ Golden Core cultivators were forced into a loose formation, leaning on one another as various treasures and spells struck, in turn spiritual light, flashing and thunderous sound unceasing. A red-haired elderbeard bristling produced an ancient ruddy copper mirror. The mirror's surface glowed scarlet like flame. With a gout of pure spiritual energy, he expelled the mirror, erupted torrents of inferno. Tongues of fire writhed, temperature spiking, as it engulfed 3 mid-stage Golden Core puppets. The flames carried a metal-melting potency, turning the puppets' dark golden armor blazing red. Joints sizzled, and their movements visibly slowed and stiffened. On the other side, a white-robed female cultivator cradled a charred-tailed jade zither. Her fingers flew across the strings, sending pale, silver sonic ripples that threaded precisely around the puppets' armor and pierced into the seams of their joints. A grating, piercing friction sounded incessantly as the sonic waves violently clashed with the intricate spiritual runes inside the puppets, unraveling their structure from within. A flurry of techniques filled the air. The varied radiances of spells painted the cloud sea in surreal hues, while turbulent spiritual currents churned the clouds like boiling water. The number of puppets ultimately holds the advantage. They feel no pain or fatigue, and their armor offers formidable protection. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the consumption of spiritual power and mental energy for the Golden Core cultivators. After half an incense stick's time, the faces of 2 slightly weaker Golden Core initial stage cultivators turned as pale as paper, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their breaths clearly chaotic, and the power of their strikes diminished significantly, indicating their spiritual power was nearly depleted. Everyone, we can no longer hold back. The middle-aged cultivator in the green robe saw this, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "If we delay any longer, once our spiritual power is exhausted, we will all become the souls beneath these puppets' spears." Before his words faded, he suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of crimson blood mixed with overwhelming spiritual power spraying onto the green longsword. The sword body suddenly emitted a clear dragon's roar, the green light surging greatly, the sword aura soaring, transforming into a giant green sword rainbow over 10 zhang long, sweeping across with a sharp intent. Swish! Where the sword rainbow passed, 4 puppets in the midst of attacking were sliced in half, their severed ends rapidly dimming and disintegrating, their remains losing control and crashing towards the vast sea of clouds below. With someone leading the charge, the other cultivators, realizing they were at a life-and-death juncture, no longer held back. In an instant, all sorts of desperate measures were unleashed. Some summoned treasured talismans, transforming them into colossal mountain-like seals crashing down. Others burned their essence blood, activating secret arts, their figures swelling, their fists striking like dragons. Some crushed pills in their mouths to temporarily gain frenzied spiritual power, their spells' potency increasing dramatically, while others, even at the cost of their foundation, unleashed forbidden techniques that harmed 1,000 enemies, while wounding themselves 800, their blood energy swirling their assaults wild and fierce. The battlefield was ablaze with brilliance, the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power turning the sea of clouds upside down. Even the floating palaces in the distance trembled slightly under this violent energy impact, their spiritual lights flickering uncertainly. Su Zhengxian fought passionately amidst the fray. The dual energies of yin and yang flowed continuously around her, the Taiji diagram beneath her feet appearing and disappearing. The gray-white river formed by her whisk was sometimes fierce like a whip shattering the arms of the puppets, and sometimes flexible like a rope binding and restraining, or scattering into thousands of dust threads probing into the gaps of the armor, without any entry point. Though she had just entered the Golden Core stage, her understanding of the path of yin and yang was profound, and her application of Dao techniques was clever, often able to outmaneuver several puppets with skill, and at opportune moments crush them with her twofold Dao arts. 15 minutes later, under the relentless assault of the crowd, the puppets were mostly shattered, their wreckage constantly falling. Only the last 5 most powerful Golden Core perfected puppets remained, still attacking tirelessly. As for the Golden Core cultivators, the cost was similarly heavy. 3 were gravely injured, and on the verge of death, collapsed on the sea of clouds, barely alive, finding it hard to move. 7 others had nearly exhausted their spiritual power, their faces ashen, barely managing to summon defensive treasures, struggling to hold on, under the protection of their companions, no longer having the strength to fight. The only ones still capable of maintaining considerable combat strength were the middle-aged man in the green robe, the red-haired elder, the white-clothed female cultivator, and the taciturn black-faced giant. Just as the red-haired elder activated the red copper treasure mirror, unleashing the last of his origin true fire to melt a large hole in the chest of the last Golden Core perfected puppet, an unexpected change occurred. The middle-aged cultivator in the green robe's eyes flashed with cold light, and without warning, he turned back and thrust his sword fast, as lightning brutally piercing the back of a nearby Golden Core initial stage cultivator. The sword tip protruded from his chest, bringing forth a spray of warm blood. The cultivator's face was filled with disbelief and confusion as he looked down at the blood-stained sword tip emerging from his body, his lips moving as if wanting to say something, but only a large gush of blood poured out, his eyes quickly dimming, breathless, as he collapsed lifelessly. Lu Daoyu, you. The white-clothed female cultivator's complexion changed drastically at the sight, a mix of shock and anger flooding her features, her figure instantly retreating. Over Tin Zhang, the jade zither in her arms raised defensively in front of her, the sound waves gathering power. Resources are limited. The fewer people there are, the more one can share. The middle-aged man in green robe expressionlessly drew out his long sword, allowing blood droplets to fall from the sword tip, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Moreover, ask yourselves, do you truly wish to share opportunities with so many people? Before his words faded, the red-haired elder suddenly launched an attack. The red copper treasure mirror suddenly changed direction, its surface glowing with crimson light, a terrifyingly hot pillar of white fire ruthlessly blasting toward the 3 gravely injured cultivators not far away. However, the Golden Core cultivators who could survive to this moment were all shrewd and seasoned veterans. The 3 gravely injured cultivators, appearing as if on the brink of death, had actually been secretly on guard the entire time. At the moment the fire pillar approached, the 3 of them almost moved simultaneously. One suddenly shone with blinding golden light, an ancient tortoiseshell phantom appearing, withstanding the impact of the fire pillar, though the tortoiseshell phantom was covered in cracks, and the person was shaken to the point of spitting blood, he ultimately remained alive. Another person crushed the jade talisman hidden in their sleeve, their figure suddenly becoming blurry, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, appearing dozens of zhang away, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The third person suddenly slapped their chest, spitting out a mass of black blood, which ignited upon meeting the wind, transforming into a ferocious ghost-faced shield that collided with the fire pillar, both annihilating. Though the 3 looked disheveled, their breaths fluctuating, there was no trace of being on the verge of death. Each one was filled with anger, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Good, good, good. They are indeed all of the same ilk. The cultivator who summoned the tortoiseshell phantom wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing harshly as he proclaimed, "Since we've torn the facade, let each rely on their own abilities and fight until the end." With that, he no longer concealed his intentions, and his aura erupted violently. Though not at its peak, he had regained around 60 to 70% of his combat strength. The other 2 did the same, each activating secret methods or swallowing pills to forcefully suppress their injuries, their breaths quickly recovering. Without any hesitation, the 3 gravely injured individuals, along with several originally exhausted cultivators, simultaneously erupted into action. They no longer distinguished friend from foe. The radiance of their Dao techniques instantly filled the heavens. Various treasures, talismans, and spells rained down like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately bombarding everyone on the battlefield. Targets included the first to betray the middle-aged man in green robe, the red-haired elder, as well as Su Jingxuan, who had just joined the fray, even enveloping Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, who had been watching coldly all along. Since trust had been shattered, there were no longer allies, everyone was an enemy. Only by eliminating all others could one enjoy the opportunities alone. The chaos erupted completely at this moment. The massive sounds of treasures clashing, explosions from Dao techniques colliding, the screams of the dying and the roars of anger intertwined. The chaotic currents of Tao ravaged, turning the entire sea of clouds into a bloody hell. Facing the sudden chaotic onslaught, Su Zhengxian showed no fear. Instead, an excited flush appeared on her exquisite face, her eyes burning with the fire of battle. Though she had some experience in the southern region, she had never had the opportunity to fight for her life against more than 10 golden core cultivators at once. The northern region cultivators were indeed rich in combat experience and ruthless methods, making it a perfect opportunity to sharpen her Tao techniques and validate the path of yin and yang. "Come at me," she shouted, retracting the whisk in her hand, tracing a perfect arc in front of her. The rotation of yin and yang, the sealing of Taiji, a unity of energies, all laws returned to their source. As the incantation was recited, the yin-yang Taiji pattern beneath her feet suddenly radiated a brilliant light, rapidly expanding and enveloping a radius of 100 zhang in an instant. The pattern slowly rotated with black and white qi rising and flowing, emanating an unfathomable aura of primordial chaos. Various beams of Tao law that surged toward her, once entering the realm of the Taiji pattern, were like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Their speed drastically diminished, and their power layer by layer dissipated, ultimately swallowed entirely by the swirling yin-yang qi. Immediately, Su Zhengxian twisted her slender waist, gracefully spinning around, and with a flick of her hand, she waved the feather duster. The Tao laws that had just been engulfed by the Taiji pattern after being transformed and blended by the yin-yang qi surged forth in an even more violent manner. With a force several times greater than before, it struck indiscriminately in all directions. This counterattack, returning the favor, left the several cultivators besieging her flustered, hastily summoning their defensive measures, their hearts filled with dread. This woman's mastery of the yin-yang path had reached such a profound level. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei's approach was much more direct and domineering. Almost at the moment of attack, the aura surrounding the two suddenly changed. Su Yang's blood surged within him, his skin radiating a faint jade-like glow, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. And Qin Jiangmei was no different, her aura becoming ethereal and powerful. Heavenly spirit body activate. Immediately, a majestic golden body of a demon-slaying deity with 3 heads and 6 arms manifested behind them, shining with golden light accompanied by faint chanting. The radiant purple haze emanating a yang aura rose slowly like a resplendent sun, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling the malevolent forces. The two needed no verbal communication, their tacit understanding forged through centuries of fighting side by side. They acted simultaneously. Qin Jiangmei elegantly raised her delicate hand, and a 7-colored ancient zither materialized in front of her, her jade fingers plucking the strings. The clear and melodious sound of the zither erupted directly, assaulting the soul. As the sound waves passed, several golden core cultivators who were about to unleash their Tao techniques felt their consciousness tremble, their souls dazed, and the incantations in their hands faltered, nearly causing their gathered spiritual power to dissipate. In that moment of hesitation, Su Yang moved. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing like a wraith, and the next moment appeared before a late-stage golden core cultivator. In his hand, the myriad phenomena pearl transformed at will into a dark golden dragon-patterned spear, with the spear body glimmering with the radiance of the 5 elements, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it thrust forward. The spear shot forth like a dragon, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. The latest golden core cultivator, just regaining his senses from the shock of the zither sound, saw a cold star rapidly enlarging before him, terrified to the point of losing his soul, and hurriedly summoned a small bronze shield to block in front of him. Clang! With a loud crash, the bronze shield was pierced and dented by the spear, and the cultivator behind it was violently thrown back by the overwhelming force, his blood surging. Su Yang took advantage of his momentum, his figure flashing again, the spear stabbing, sweeping, and probing, executing techniques with a grand and fluid motion, carrying an aura of bloodshed on the battlefield. Wherever the spear light passed, Tao law phenomena were directly pierced through the incoming magical treasures, deftly deflected, and 2 latest golden core cultivators who failed to dodge were precisely struck in the forehead, piercing their hearts, their protective spiritual light shattering, like paper falling without a sound into the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, Qin Jiangmei stood firmly in the rear, her zither's sound sometimes urgent like a torrential rain, interfering with everyone's souls, forming arrays with sound waves to dispel the incoming Tao techniques. She and Su Yang coordinated flawlessly, one attacking and the other assisting, one close and the other distant, protecting Su Zhengxian, behind them blocking all latest golden core cultivators and the fully realized blue-robed cultivator. The terrifying combat power displayed by the 3 of them shocked all the cultivators present. The chaotic battle slowed, and the remaining golden core cultivators felt a chill rise in their hearts. Let's team up to kill them first. The blue-robed cultivator's face was extremely grim as he secretly transmitted to the others. He had originally planned to eliminate the weaker ones first before dealing with Su Yang and his wife, not expecting them to be ferocious dragons hiding among the sheep. The other few instantly reached a consensus. This elderly couple's strength was unfathomable, and that young nun was particularly troublesome. If they did not eliminate these three first, none of them would be able to lay their hands on the San Chenming mist. In an instant, everyone tacitly ceased their fighting, unleashing a torrent of lethal attacks towards Su Yang and his family. Sword auras sliced through the air, flames surged, sound waves crashed like tides, and giant halberds cleaved mountains. The combined attack of multiple golden core cultivators was earth-shattering, as if trying to pierce through this sea of clouds. Faced with such a siege, Su Yang and the others not only did not retreat, but instead grew more courageous in battle. The blue-robed cultivators' anxiety escalated. Qin Jiangmei's zither sounds were unpredictable, sometimes as silent as spring rain nourishing the earth, directly invading the soul, while at other times transforming into an invisible barrier that protected her. Su Yang was even more ferocious, the spear's momentum heavy and concentrated, each strike containing the intent of the 9 wounds fist, forcing a group of cultivators to retreat consecutively, suppressing their momentum. We can't waste any more time. The blue-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and once more he resolutely bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood infused with his life essence onto the sword. The long sword emitted a sudden and piercing wail. The blue light surged with a hint of red. The sword body trembled, and 9 azure dragon shadows roared out, tearing through the array set by Qin Jiangmei and charging straight towards Su Yang. At this moment, he truly exerted all his strength, his face flushed and breath quickening. Be careful! Qin Jiangmei's zither melodies suddenly became high-pitched and urgent, the 7-colored ancient zither shimmering with light as 7 differently colored sound waves coiled around the dragon shadows, attempting to bind and delay them. But the dragon shadows were the blue-robed cultivator's full strength attack. The power of a fully realized golden core technique instantly broke through Qin Jiangmei's musical restraints and surged straight towards Su Yang. Su Yang neither dodged nor avoided, his eyes shining with brilliance. He shouted, "Come at me." The 6 arms of the demon-slaying deity behind him extended, one hand casting the Town Mountain seal and the other performing the star-plucking technique. The mysterious barrier protected his heart, and the sword intent cleaved like a gentle rain. Supported by the heavenly spirit body, Su Yang transformed into a golden rainbow, directly shattering the 9 dragon shadows. In the next moment, he appeared mere feet away from the blue-robed cultivator. The spear tip glimmered with brilliant starlight, carrying an unwavering and resolute momentum as it thrust toward the blue-robed cultivator's forehead. This thrust was fast, fierce, accurate. The timing was impeccable. The blue-robed cultivator's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with horror and despair. He desperately tried to mobilize his spiritual power to shift his body to summon a life-saving artifact, but all his efforts came a fraction too late in the face of this lightning-fast thrust. Swish! A chilling sound of penetration echoed. The long spear pierced through the blue-robed cultivator's forehead, without any obstruction, the spear intent exploding within his skull, simultaneously extinguishing his life and soul. The horror on the blue-robed cultivator's face instantly froze, his gaze quickly dimming, his body helplessly falling from midair, swallowed by the surging sea of clouds below. Su Yang's Tao laws remained intact, and his spiritual energy swept away the blue-robed cultivator's storage ring, his cold gaze then turning toward the others. The corpse of the green-robed cultivator silently fell into the sea of clouds, swallowed by the vast white mist, leaving no trace behind. This scene cast a bone-chilling aura over the hearts of all the golden core cultivators who witnessed it. From the collision of Taoist techniques to the death of the green-robed cultivator, it lasted no more than 100 exchanges. What was even more shocking was that while Su Yang and his companion were killing the green-robed cultivator, they were also distracted enough to intercept all the latest golden core cultivators, including the red-haired elder, the white-clad female cultivator, and the black-faced man. On the other side, Su Jingxuan wielding a whisk was fiercely astonishing. Despite being only at the early stage of golden core, she bravely faced the assaults of several early and mid-stage golden core cultivators. Not only was she not at a disadvantage, but as time passed, the yin-yang taiji diagram beneath her feet spun faster and faster, the gray and white energies circulating more harmoniously, subtly showing signs of pushing back against her opponents. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. If the fight continued, all of them would likely follow in the footsteps of the green-robed cultivator, leaving their lives in this sea of clouds and heavenly palace. For a moment, the fierce aftermath of the battle gradually calmed, leaving only heavy breathing and the lingering sounds of magical tools buzzing. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. Su Yang stood with his spear, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd, causing every cultivator to feel a chill run down their spine, as if brushed by a cold blade. After a brief moment of silence, a golden core cultivator dressed in a brown short robe with a scar on his face spoke hoarsely, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. I will not compete for this opportunity. I hope you will be magnanimous and spare me a path to survival." As these words were spoken, it was as though a stone was thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Many cultivators' eyes sparkled with eager light. The strength of Su Yang and his companions was unfathomable. Continuing the fight would mean certain death. In this moment, if they could withdraw, although they would lose the opportunity to contend for the Sanshin Mingwu, they could at least save their lives. Moreover, they had previously traversed through dozens of layers of palaces below, each having gained considerable treasures, making this exploration worthwhile, even fruitful. It was indeed unwise to gamble their lives for insatiable greed. Su Yang observed the changes in the expressions of the crowd, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Could he not see through their thoughts? To attack or to retreat, how could such a bargain be so easy? In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Once hands were raised, there would be a price to pay. Want to leave? Su Yang spoke calmly. You can. Hand over treasures that satisfy me, and you may exchange them for your lives. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the arena froze once more. Handing over treasures to buy their lives. This was akin to cutting flesh to bleed. Many cultivators revealed struggling expressions. The scar-faced cultivator, hearing this, twitched his facial muscles, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. He was straightforward enough to understand the situation better than his own feelings. Hesitation would only add to the variables. Gritting his teeth, he took out a fist-sized piece of unusual metal, completely purple-golden, with a flowing phoenix pattern, and held it in his palm. Fellow Taoist, please take note, this item is called Purple Gold Phoenix Iron, a top-grade auxiliary material for crafting magical tools, especially enhancing fire and metal attribute treasures. If your fundamental magical tool is tempered with this material, it will increase your chances of advancing to a nascent soul magical tool by 30%. I wonder if this amount is enough to buy my life. Everyone's gaze converged on Su Yang, even their breathing instinctively quieting down. They collectively halted the battle, not all willing to compromise willingly. More so, they wanted to see what price Su Yang would demand. If Su Yang were to be overly greedy and ask for all their possessions, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. After all, who among cultivators lacked a bit of blood and guts? When pushed to the limit, even a rabbit would bite. Seeing this, Su Yang grinned, and that smile blossomed on his wrinkled face, revealing a hint of warmth. He raised his hand and gently beckoned the soft spiritual power enveloping the purple gold phoenix iron and bringing it into his palm. It felt slightly warm to the touch, imbued with pure golden fire energy, indeed a rare treasure. Purple gold phoenix iron, not bad. Su Yang nodded, then shifted his gaze, a smile that seemed both amused and mocking directed at the scar-faced cultivator. However, this alone is probably not enough. Add another 30 spiritual sources, and you may leave safely. Don't rush to act angry or feign poverty. You all have survived through dozens of layers of palaces. How much have you gained is well known to everyone. There's no need for theatrics. The scar-faced cultivator, who had just prepared his emotions to display a pained expression, suddenly froze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He inwardly cursed the old fox, but dared not play tricks again. With a cold snort, he painfully took out another jade vial containing 30 spiritual sources and tossed it to Su Yang. Farewell. The scar-faced cultivator, fearing Su Yang would change his mind or raise the price, threw out the spiritual sources and without a moment's pause activated his escape light, dashing towards the staircase, without looking back, disappearing into the mist. Not bad, those who know the times are wise. Su Yang casually stored the purple gold phoenix iron and the vial of spiritual sources into Fengsuan Immortal realm, his smile growing more benevolent, coupled with his elderly Dao companion's appearance exuding an air of otherworldly detachment, resembling a sage. However, the earlier scene of Su Yang decisively killing the fully realized golden core and overpowering the crowd was still fresh in memory. This stark contrast and image deepened the chilling aura within the hearts of the golden core cultivators. No one could connect this amiable old man with the ruthless killer from moments ago. The more it was so, the more it instilled a sense of depth and fear. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators who were originally hesitant and reluctant to part with their treasures after a brief moment of struggle made their decisions. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Treasures can be sought again, but once life is lost, everything is truly lost. Fellow Taoist, this is 1000-year Earth Heart Jade, which has remarkable effects on nurturing the soul and refining the golden core. I am willing to use this 7-leaf rejuvenation herb for my escape. This treasure is called Profound Heavy Water. A drop weighs tens of thousands of pounds, can be refined into magical tools or assist in cultivating water-based divine powers. In an instant, the remaining cultivators took out treasures they deemed worthy, introducing their effects, while anxiously glancing at Su Yang waiting for his judgment. Some took out rare refining materials, others offered aged spiritual herbs, and some reluctantly handed over powerful magical tools. To save their lives, these cultivators, who usually treated their possessions as their lives, had to endure the pain of those who once held on to fantasies regarding the Sanshin Mingwu. Feeling unwilling, saw many known golden core cultivators from significant factions choosing to part with their wealth to avert disaster, which shattered their last glimmer of hope. Despite their hearts bleeding, the cultivators could only obediently hand over their treasures under Su Yang's calm gaze, exchanging them for a chance to leave. Some quickly departed without looking back after surrendering their treasures, while others took a deep look at Su Yang and the two companions, seemingly trying to memorize their faces before turning to flee. After handing over his treasures, the last cultivator hesitated for a moment and cupped his hands, asking, "Today we have offended the 3 Dao friends due to our ignorance. May I ask for your names, so that we may know whom we have been defeated by?" he asked, cautiously eager to gather information, while Su Yang merely gave him a faint glance without responding. The indifference in his eyes made the questioner shudder, and he dared not speak further. He hurriedly bowed and vanished in a flash of light. Once the last beam of light disappeared into the direction of the cloud, the space finally fell into complete silence. Only Su Yang, Qin Jiangmei, and Su Zhengxian remained, along with the distant mist of Sanshin Ming, which flowed with an aura of the sun, moon, and stars. Su Zhengxian put away her dust, whisked the dual energies of yin and yang around her, slowly calming, yet a hint of regret lingered on her stunning face. She pouted and muttered, "They all ran away just like that. Don't these people have any desperate trump cards? Not even the courage to attempt a counterattack. I thought I could practice a bit more." Her tone was tinged with unfulfilled frustration. During the previous battle, she had just begun to test the might of her yin and yang techniques, feeling exhilarated only for her opponents to back down and flee, leaving her with a feeling akin to hitting cotton with a punch. Su Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Of course they have trump cards. Who, after reaching the Golden Core realm, doesn't have a few life-saving or desperate techniques?" However, after tangling with those Celestial Palace puppets earlier, they suffered considerable losses in both spiritual power and mental energy. Moreover, these people are all deceitful, wary of each other, making it difficult for them to work together. These Golden Core cultivators who had mingled in the northern domain for many years were all crafty foxes. After weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they understood that stubbornly fighting would not be a wise choice. Qin Jiangmei smiled and interjected, "Shinner, don't forget the only Golden Core perfect cultivator among them was just defeated by your great-grandfather. Such a thunderous display would certainly terrify them. After witnessing the disparity and lacking a leader, naturally no one would dare to act rashly. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is only human nature." Su Zhengxian nodded thoughtfully. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother. She suddenly recalled something, her delicate brow furrowing as she looked toward the steps. Since they have left, they surely cannot be satisfied, and might gather more people outside or notify their sects and clans to ambush us at the exit of the cave. This was a very realistic concern. After all, the 3 of them had taken precious treasures and forced many to surrender their belongings, leaving room for resentment and revenge. Su Yang, however, smiled indifferently, unconcerned. "No worries, we still have Fangsuan Fairyland. If we truly encounter an insurmountable blockade, we can simply return to the southern domain." The treasures they had gathered, along with the storage rings of several Golden Core cultivators, were worth as much as the Su family's resources accumulated over 100 years in the southern domain. They had already profited immensely. Su Yang spoke with a relaxed tone, exuding a sense of control. This innate divine ability, Fangsuan Fairyland, gave him enough confidence to handle various uncertainties. Having said that, Su Yang wasted no time and swiftly entered the hazy purplish-golden mist. Experiencing it up close, he could truly appreciate its wonders. The mist was not still, but flowed slowly, as if alive with the illusory images of the sun, moon, and stars swirling within, emanating pure starlight essence and the energies of the sun and moon. Simply being within it made him feel his pores open up and his spiritual power surged by a third. With a thought, ripples spread in the void before him, and a deep purple portal flowing with starlight at its edges quietly opened. He waved his sleeve, and a powerful suction surged from the portal, enveloping the entire Sanshin Ming mist. The purplish-golden mist, stretching for dozens of zhang, was drawn in like rivers flowing into the sea, continuously absorbed into the Fangsuan Fairyland. In just a moment, the originally misty area became clear, and all the Sanshin Ming mist was transferred into the Fangsuan Fairyland. In an instant, a certain area of the fairyland was filled with dense purplish-golden radiance, with the illusory images of the sun, moon, and stars flickering within rich and Tao rhythm. Having secured the most important spoils, Su Yang was in high spirits. He looked around and set his gaze on the magnificent palace floating in the cloud sea in the distance. These palaces seemed to stretch endlessly like celestial palaces, each uniquely shaped, some majestic and grand, others exquisite and delicate, connected by jade bridges and rainbow corridors faintly visible within the mist, exuding an ancient aura. The floating palaces appeared intact, their doors tightly closed, clearly never opened. That group of people had first encountered the celestial palace puppets guarding the Sanshin Ming mist. After a fierce battle, until Su Yang and the others arrived, they had no time to explore the other palaces. Su Zhengxian curiously surveyed her surroundings, her beautiful eyes sparkling with eagerness. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, there are so many palaces here. Relying solely on the three of us to explore would likely take a lot of time. Should we summon more clan members? Our Su family now has quite a few golden core cultivators. If we can gather here, we might thoroughly scour this celestial palace relic. Her words were not unfounded. The Su family had many talents with over a dozen golden core cultivators, a force not to be underestimated. If they could concentrate their efforts here, the efficiency of exploration would surely increase significantly. Qin Jiangmei, however, shook her head slightly and said gently, "Shinner, you are thinking too simply. Those golden core cultivators are all crafty foxes. Their abandonment of exploring these floating palaces is not solely due to being entangled by puppets. They have likely realized that merely guarding the Sanshin Ming mist is challenging enough, and the defenses of these grand palaces behind will be even more terrifying, posing dangers beyond imagination. Having already reaped substantial rewards in the previous levels, they naturally would not want to risk their lives for uncertain opportunities." This weighing of pros and cons was indeed astute, reached in just a few breaths. Su Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "My dear wife is right. Opportunities often coexist with dangers. These palaces are indeed tempting, but whether they bring fortune or calamity remains uncertain. Let us first explore a bit nearby to gauge the situation. If we truly need manpower or find treasures worth large-scale exploration, we can call for the clan members later. If the danger is too great, we will retreat directly, saving the trouble of mobilizing everyone." Su Zhengxian listened and felt it made sense, so she suppressed her eagerness and nodded in agreement. Having reached a consensus, the three of them did not linger and transformed into three beams of light, flying toward the nearest palace. As Su Yang and his companions explored the remains of the heavenly palace, news about the elderly couple, the harbingers of death, quietly spread. The speed of this news was astonishing. After all, the forced surrender of life-saving treasures by multiple golden core cultivators was quite sensational within the cave realm. Three previously unknown faces suddenly displayed immense power within the great hall of the heavenly palace. Not only had they slain the notorious golden core cultivator Qing Ming Sword Lu Leiguai from Yinyang Valley, but their overwhelming strength also compelled more than a dozen golden core experts, including disciples from Yaoyin sect and Xuanji sect, to bow their heads and surrender their treasures for a chance to escape. The shock of this news was so profound that most cultivators who first heard it were filled with skepticism. Lu Leiguai, killed by an elderly couple. What a joke. I heard there's also a young nun with early golden core cultivation who managed to gain the upper hand against several cultivators of the same level and even mid-level ones. Surely this is just a case of exaggeration or misinformation. As more survivors came forward to share their accounts, the details gradually pieced together. Especially when people saw those once proud golden core cultivators, their faces pale and their spirits low, some bearing battle scars that matched the descriptions. Disbelief quickly transformed into shock and trepidation. Crucially, no one could identify the origins of these three individuals. The elderly couple with their gray hair and ordinary appearance, dressed simply, carried an ambiguous aura, as if they were merely an inconspicuous pair of ordinary elderly Taoists lost in a crowd. The young nun, however, was graceful and ethereal, yet no one knew which sect she belonged to or the peculiar path of her cultivation. It seemed to revolve around the intricate principles of yin and yang, but did not match any of the well-known sects in the northern region renowned for yin and yang. They appeared as if they had emerged from thin air, lacking any roots or past, yet their first strike resonated like thunder. Such strength must have already touched the threshold of the nascent soul, right? No wonder Lu Leiguai fell. The coordination of that elderly couple was simply flawless, their application of Tao arts exquisite and far beyond the ordinary golden core stage. And that nun so young yet with such profound understanding of the path of yin and yang, her future achievements are boundless. This Chiwei cave truly conceals dragons and tigers. I wonder how the top forces like the Chao and Ye families will react upon hearing this news. Various speculations and discussions rapidly circulated among the cultivators. In no time, the moniker, the elderly couple, became the most talked about topic within Chiwei Cave. Chiwei Cave Chao Family Camp. In an elegantly arranged quiet room suffused with spiritual energy, Chao Wuchia sat cross-legged on a warm jade mat, with the rhythm of Tao flowing around him appearing to be either meditating or deep in thought. His face was gaunt, his gaze profound, and having occupied a high position for long, he possessed an inherent air of authority without anger. Suddenly a light knocking sound came from outside the quiet room, followed by a respectful report. Master Jiang Chun seeks an audience. Chao Wuchia slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through his gaze. Come in. The door opened soundlessly and Jiang Chun stepped in briskly, stopping a few steps in front of Chao Wuchia, bowing respectfully, a hint of unsettled astonishment still on his face. What is it? Chao Wuchia asked calmly. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, his tone noticeably serious. Master, several targets in the plan have perished within the cave. Oh, who killed them? Did they encounter formidable restrictions, or were they besieged by multiple cultivators of the same level? Jiang Chun shook his head, his voice dropping even lower. Not at all. According to several cultivators who managed to escape, they were killed by an elderly couple. Chao Wuchia fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. An elderly couple, a young nun, never before revealed their origins. Indeed, Jiang Chun affirmed none of the many golden core cultivators present recognized them, nor could anyone discern the specific source of their Dao arts. The elderly couple had an ordinary appearance and ambiguous aura. Had it not been for witnessing their actions, they would likely have been mistaken for ordinary loose cultivators. Chao Wuchie's brow furrowed, even tighter, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Did they disguise their appearance using spells? Otherwise, with such strength, how could they have never been heard of in the northern region? Even hidden sects should leave some traces. Jiang Chun hesitated slightly before saying, Master, according to those survivors' repeated confirmations, they had all used divine sense or secret techniques to probe them, but no traces of disguise spells were found on the elderly couple. Chao Wuchia fell silent upon hearing this. Only the faint sound of spiritual energy flowing remained in the quiet room. Among the golden core cultivators present were several adept at detection or dispelling illusions. If the elderly couple had used common spells to alter their appearance, it would have been difficult to conceal from everyone unless their mastery of disguise and concealment techniques exceeded the realm of golden core spells and reached the nascent soul level. Only then could they render the probing techniques of numerous golden core cultivators entirely ineffective. This speculation sent a shock through Chao Wuchie's heart. If the other party truly possessed such heritage, or means their background was undoubtedly complex. A complex expression flashed across Chao Wuchie's face, a mix of wariness and regret. Though the Chao family had a nascent soul ancestor presiding over them, making them a formidable force in the northern region, they were reluctant to easily provoke those with mysterious origins. He exhaled lightly as if having made a decision, his tone returning to calm. Forget it, they were merely backup targets anyway. It's just a matter of taking more time to find new targets. By the way, he paused, shifting his focus to Jiang Chun. Have you found any trace of that pair of Taoists from the southern? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's forehead broke into a fine sweat, revealing an embarrassed expression. He leaned lower. Master, I have been sending people to keep an eye out, but so far we haven't identified their specific whereabouts since entering Shiwei Cave. Since their entrance into the cave, they seem to have deliberately kept a low profile, blending in with ordinary cultivators exploring in the mainstream, without any remarkable or eye-catching performances. Thus we have yet to pinpoint their movements. Chao Wuchia, upon hearing this, did not grow angry, but the look of contemplation in his eyes deepened. He absent-mindedly traced circles on his knee, his intuition telling him that those two were certainly not simple, and their true Dao arts heritage and depth must align with the ancestors' plans. He looked up at Jiang Chun, his voice steady. Continue to keep an eye out, but there's no need to be overly persistent. If they truly possess ability, they will eventually stand out. One cannot stay hidden forever, and we can decide based on the situation then. The grand palace towered above the vast sea of clouds, shrouded in white mist that wrapped around it like a delicate veil, enhancing its ethereal and magnificent silhouette. Suddenly, a heavy tremor resonated within the hall, and countless sharp sword intents surged forth explosively from the palace doors, emitting piercing howls. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the heavy palace doors shattered with a thunderous crash, fragments mixed with the airflow shooting outward. A dozen puppets adorned with flowing runes flew out, propelled by the force. As the runes on them made contact with the sword intent, they crumbled piece by piece, their sturdy armor shattering like fragile glass, countless gleaming metallic shards cascading down into the turbulent sea of clouds below. As the smoke and residual sword energy slowly dissipated, four figures stood resolutely in the center of the palace, each radiating a distinctly different aura of swordsmanship. In Su Xinyo's hand, the long sword blazed with crimson flames, the scorching waves distorting the surrounding scenery, as if he wielded a brilliant sun. His practiced Great Sun sword technique pursued the extremes of burning and destruction, and at this moment the sharpness of his sword pointed towards the air, causing the residual heat to blur his vision. Beside him, Su Xinyue exuded a cold demeanor like a moonlit spring, yet the sword intent surrounding her was exceptionally sharp, coiled, and poised akin to a latent ice blade, motionless, yet ready to unleash a blinding strike that could sever all methods. In front of the two siblings stood two figures side by side, unmistakably their parents, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. Their sword techniques shared a common origin, yet were distinctly different, pursuing a path of dual sword fusion. Unlike Su Xinyao, who specialized in one aspect, the two of them practiced hundreds of sword techniques, fully unleashing the potential of the sword heart clarity. Su Xuanheng's sword intent was dense and heavy like the earth, bearing all things, while Wei Yan's sword intent was light and agile, flowing seamlessly like water. The harmonious resonance of these four distinct sword intents completely pierced the palace. The embedded pearls on the surrounding walls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the scene within the palace. The ground bore deep sword marks of varying depths, each trace containing a unique essence of swordsmanship. In the center of the palace lay several ancient jade platforms, their prohibitions now broken. On the platforms were displayed several radiant magical artifacts, a number of jade slips containing ancient doctrines, and several jade boxes brimming with spiritual energy. Su Xuanheng and the others approached and collected everything. Meanwhile, in another floating palace not far away, the scene was utterly different. Thunder roared deafeningly, and a thick purple lightning pierced through the palace's dome, shattered debris raining down like a storm. A majestic golden figure of a demon-subduing embodiment stood proudly interwoven with five-colored lightning, wielding thunder spears, thunder drums, and thunder halberds, all transformed from lightning. Su Xianxiao stood beneath the golden figure, surrounded by writhing electric serpents, executing the Nine Heavens Thunderfall technique. Multicolored lightning continuously struck like divine punishment, illuminating the palace in a flickering dance of light and shadow, leaving dazzling afterimages racing across the walls and pillars. Surrounded by explosive lightning, Su Xianxue transformed into an embodiment of thunder with the full activation of his thunder spirit body, the blinding light of electricity almost impossible to gaze upon. Using the tremendous lightning power summoned by Su Xuanxiao, he mimicked the technique, manipulating the raging thunder to obliterate a swarm of attacking puppets, reducing them to charred remains, their runes extinguished and rendered completely inoperative. This palace was even more spacious than the previous one, with a more complex internal structure supported by numerous massive pillars requiring several people to embrace. The pillars were carved with ancient patterns of wind clouds and lightning, appearing to come alive under the illumination of the lightning, faintly glowing with spiritual light between the engravings. The ground was paved with a type of dark-colored metal stone, remarkably hard, but under the relentless bombardment of lightning, cracks and scorched marks appeared. While controlling the lightning to sweep away the remaining puppets, Su Xianxiao occasionally offered guidance to Su Xianxue. Xianxue, the essence of thunder technique lies in the accumulation of power when restrained and the precise control during an explosion. Your spirit body is naturally attuned to thunder, far surpassing ordinary people, yet do not merely pursue power. You must carefully comprehend the cycle of life and death contained within the lightning. As he spoke, he raised his hand to guide, causing a previously violent bolt of lightning to suddenly split in midair, transforming into dozens of slender electric serpents that accurately bypassed the jade platform area, instantly piercing through the two hidden puppets. Su Xianxue focused intently, his eyes sparking with lightning as he attempted to mimic the technique. He cupped his hands, and the purple lightning dancing around him began to converge inward, gradually forming two increasingly compressed, humming thunderballs in his palms. Though his control was still immature, with errant sparks occasionally escaping the surface of the thunderballs, this innate talent for thunder technique elicited a look of approval from Su Xianxiao. In the more distant third and fourth palaces, intense fluctuations of spiritual power could also be felt, but their momentum was much more gentle compared to the first two, resembling a well-organized rehearsal. Su Xuanjing, clad in a simple, elegant gown, stood gracefully in one corner of the palace. She did not directly engage in battle, but instead unleashed a large array of talismans, affixing them to every corner of the palace. Su Xianling cradled an ancient zither, its surface smooth and warm. She did not play aggressive battle tunes, but occasionally plucked one or two strings, the clear or deep notes rippling outward, accurately disrupting the perception and rhythm of the golden core puppets. Wei Jing stood silently nearby, his imposing figure radiating a solid and stoic presence. Whenever a golden core puppet breached the defenses, he would step forward and deliver a punch, repelling the puppet. Their task was to intercept only the golden core level puppets. The remaining puppets of lower levels were left for the younger generation of the family to practice against. Su Sini, Su Xinchao, Luo Beichen, Chu Yebai, Su Jinglan, Su Zhengyi, and others were the main offensive forces in these two palaces. The clash of blades and swords, the dazzling glow of spells intertwined, and the sounds of shouting and the clang of metal echoed endlessly. These puppets employed unique battle tactics, their moves intricate and complex. Some excelled in cooperative techniques, others in strange evasive methods, while some boasted astonishing defenses, making them formidable opponents even within the same realm. The younger generation of the Su family initially seemed somewhat flustered, but quickly stabilized, beginning to observe, probe, seek patterns, and adjust their cooperation. In a distant area away from the palaces, a wide corridor paved with white jade stone extended to the edge of the sea of clouds, presenting a contrasting, leisurely scene. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had somehow brought 2 rattan chairs and a tea table comfortably seated at the edge of the corridor. A pot of spiritual tea on the table emitted wisps of steam, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Su Fatong wore a pale purple dress, her skirt fluttering slightly with the flowing clouds along the corridor. She stood gracefully beside the two, holding a green jade teapot in her delicate hands, gently pouring tea into the empty cups before them, her movements light and fluid, not a single drop spilled. Qin Jiangmei took a sip of the spiritual tea, the smooth tea liquid infused with a refreshing spiritual energy gliding down her throat. She gazed at her offspring, displaying their prowess in the various palaces, a look of satisfaction and emotion in her eyes. With the foundation of our family today, we can be considered a top golden core family, even in the northern region. The Su family now has several golden core cultivators in position, each with a solid foundation and extraordinary combat power, indeed qualifying to establish a foothold in the northern domain. Seeing that the younger generation of the clan could stand on their own without needing Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei to intervene steadily, seizing opportunities, both felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The feeling of watching the family's seedlings weather storms and gradually grow into towering trees is far more fulfilling than personally acquiring treasures. Upon hearing this, Su Yang smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and gazed into the distance, saying, "Ultimately, the northern domain belongs to the nascent soul, true monarchs. Those old monsters who have lived for countless years are the true players." Although he spoke thus, there was no hint of discouragement or fear in his tone, but rather an anticipation for the future. The couple quietly chatted, their conversation drifting from their children's performance to experiences in the northern domain, and then to some rough ideas about the family's future. Su Fatong quietly listened, saying nothing, but her faintly golden eyes would occasionally flicker at key points mentioned by Su Yang. As time passed, the battles in the 4 palaces gradually came to a close. The first 2 palaces were completely breached, and the treasures within were thoroughly gathered and sent into the small immortal realm. The progress in the latter 2 palaces was slightly slower, but the purpose of honing their skills had already been achieved. After the younger generation exhausted much of their physical and spiritual energy, Su Xuanjing, Su Xuanling, and Wei Jing no longer held back. Su Xianjing gracefully raised her hand, causing thousands of talismans to scatter like a peacock's feathers, precisely adhering to the runes of the golden core puppets. Su Zuanling's melody suddenly quickened, transforming into invisible sound blades that sliced through. With a low shout, Wei Jing's fists crashed down like a mountain, shattering the last few puppets that were stubborn. The battle soon concluded, and the young disciples, panting and with torn garments bearing traces of battle, had bright eyes and a satisfied glow on their faces. When the last puppet in the final palace was cleared, the descendants of the Su family gathered in the white jade corridor, standing neatly before Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. Everyone looked spirited, their blood and dust simply cleaned with spells reflecting their upbringing and composure. Su Xuanheng sheathed his sword, the sword intent on him, slowly calming. Stepping forward, he saluted Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei with a fist salute, succinctly saying, "Father, Mother, the matter here is settled, and all treasures from within the palace have been sent to the immortal realm. I must return to Dang, as tensions with several golden core factions are rising, and someone must be there to prevent any unforeseen issues." Su Yang nodded slightly, his gaze carrying approval and a hint of subtle concern. "Go ahead. Prioritize stability in everything. There's no need to rush. You've worked hard this time. It's merely an easy task. Seeking opportunities for the family is my duty," Su Xuanheng replied with a smile, his expression radiating the straightforwardness typical of a sword cultivator. "If needed, just call for me, father." With that, he turned and stepped into the small immortal realm. Wei Yin nodded at Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, casting a gentle glance at Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue beside her before following Su Xuanheng into the portal. Though she said little, the concern and pride in her eyes were enough for the siblings to understand. Su Xianxiao stepped forward, scratching his head with a simple smile. "Father, Mother, I'll take Xine Shun back as well. This kid gained a lot today and needs to digest it properly. As for the northern domain..." He paused, lowering his voice. "It's best for our family not to stay long to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Su Yang patted his shoulder advising, when you return teach Exine Shen well, the path of thunder law should be gradual. Su Xianxiao nodded earnestly and led the still excited Exine Shen stepping into the portal. Su Xuanjing, Su Xuanling, and Wei Jing stepped forward in succession. Su Xianjing briefly reported on the younger generation's training situation, while Su Xianling smiled and mentioned how they had obtained an ancient musical score fragment within the palace, which was quite interesting. Wei Jing simply clasped his fists in salute, remaining silent. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei responded one by one, offering encouragement. The younger generation gradually left the Chiwei Cave Heaven. After all, this place is in the northern domain where the Su family has no foundation and is even considered a black household. Exposing too much would risk unnecessary troubles should certain factions investigate their background. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling corridor was left with only Su Yang, Qin Jiangmei, and Su Jingxian. The gains from this round of 4 palaces were extremely rich. Heavenly materials, earthly treasures, golden cores, spiritual objects, spiritual sources, spiritual veins. More than a dozen ancient Taoist transmission jade slips were obtained covering various fields, such as sword techniques, thunder laws, alchemy formations, and beast control. There were also several rare spiritual plants that were nearly extinct in the outside world, preserved intact within specially crafted jade boxes. The accumulation of these treasures shook the entire Su family. In reality, handling the puppets in the 4 palaces was not a simple task. They were tireless, worked in harmony, and were made of special materials enhanced by heavenly palace formations with individual strength surpassing that of ordinary cultivators of the same level, let alone appearing in groups. However, the clan members who came this time were all in a peak state with abundant numbers and deep foundations, able to engage in battles beyond their level. This allowed them to crush through the palaces with overwhelming force and swiftly conquer the 4 palaces. If it had been those golden core cultivators who fought their way from the bottom of the palaces to the heavenly palace, they would have been exhausted long ago and unable to face the puppets within. However, if we were to say who was most excited about this harvest, it would have to be Su Jingxian. The treasures obtained this time contained a vast amount of star energy, whether it was the star flower among the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or the previously collected 3 Chen Ming mist and Tai Su Ming water. The accumulated star energy was already enough for her to refine a heavenly root during her closed-door cultivation. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, I'm going back to the immortal realm to enter seclusion. Su Zhengxian exclaimed eagerly, her voice unable to conceal her excitement and urgency. Her exquisite face flushed slightly from excitement, and her eyes sparkled brightly. Su Yang shared her anticipation. This was a chance for a guaranteed promotion to the nascent soul stage. The Su family had never produced a single heavenly root. Even the earthly roots were achieved by Su Zhengxian through the acquired refinement of the fate character Star Stealer, highlighting the rarity of heavenly roots compared to earthly roots. Su Yang smiled, saying, go ahead, you need not worry about matters in the northern domain. Focus on advancing to the heavenly root. Su Zhengxian nodded earnestly, and then stepped into the portal of the small immortal realm. The deep purple portal opened silently, swallowing her figure before closing and vanishing. The once lively heavenly palace suddenly fell silent, leaving only Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei standing in the endless white jade corridor, gazing at the boundless clouds and mist, as well as the 4 dilapidated palaces that had been completely looted. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei did not linger for long. They carefully patrolled the heavenly palace, their divine senses sweeping over every palace and corner. After confirming that there were no more hidden opportunities or secret chambers, the 2 transformed into beams of light and left the heavenly palace along the staircase. As they stepped out of the palace doors, they did not encounter the ambush they had anticipated, but there were many spies from various forces nearby. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged glances, pretending not to notice the prying eyes. They maintained a calm demeanor, unhesitatingly unleashing their fastest escape speed, turning into 2 streaks of light, rushing away. About half an hour later, they had completely distanced themselves from the area. With a swift turn, Su Yang quickly dove into a desolate and steep mountainside. Using the rocks for cover, the 2 rapidly enacted their disguise techniques, their spiritual power subtly fluctuating. The image of their elderly Tao partner faded like ripples, restoring Su Yang's original handsome and composed appearance, and Qin Jiangmei's gentle and stunning beauty. Along with this transformation, the deliberately concealed ordinary aura around them vanished, revealing the spiritual rhythm of golden core cultivators. After changing their appearances, the 2 no longer used eye-catching high-speed escape techniques, but instead restrained their auras, traveling through the air at a relatively normal speed. Soon they blended into an area frequently visited by cultivators. This place seemed to be a common resource point within the cave, where many cultivators could be seen exchanging information, resting, or hurrying past. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, like droplets of water merging into the ocean, naturally blended in without looking out of place. Their expedition to the Chiwai Cave had yielded far beyond their expectations. Not only had they acquired a large number of rare treasures, golden core spiritual objects, and Dao techniques, but more importantly, they had gathered the star energy needed for Su Zingxuan's advancement to a heavenly spiritual route. With their established goals already fulfilled, even exceeded, there was naturally no need to continue wandering in high-risk areas that could attract unwanted attention. It was better to flow with the current, blending among ordinary cultivators, acting low-key, and avoiding unnecessary attention and trouble. They only needed to wait quietly. Once a year had passed, they could follow the departing crowd and safely return to the ancient Immortal city. Time had flown by like a fleeting horse, and it had been several months since the Su family retreated from the Heavenly Palace. The competition for opportunities in the Chiwai Cave was gradually coming to an end. During this time, many cultivators had fallen, yet the cave's legacies and rare treasures continued to attract a steady influx of cultivators from outside. Moreover, rumors had begun to spread that a nascent soul, true monarch, had quietly infiltrated this realm, lurking in the dark. However, what truly stirred up a commotion recently, leaving everyone anxious, was a bizarre case of collective disappearances. Over the past few months, several promising talents from different factions, as well as a number of fully realized golden core cultivators, had mysteriously vanished, as if they had evaporated from the world. Initially, people thought that these individuals had been trapped in some palace or had discovered some incredible opportunity and were hiding in secret corners to refine it, unwilling to show themselves. Yet as time passed, the number of missing persons not only did not decrease, but rather continued to grow. The atmosphere within the cave became tense. All factions heightened their vigilance, privately discussing the situation, but no one could deduce the reason behind it. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei naturally heard about the matter as well. They blended into a camp filled with cultivators, constantly hearing various speculations and anxious whispers. Although both were skeptical, they were still unaware of the specific reasons behind the incidents. During these months, the two acted very discreetly. They followed some larger cultivator groups operating in the periphery that had already been explored repeatedly. They picked up scraps left behind from previous battles or gathered some reasonably aged spiritual herbs. Most of the time, they stayed in a temporary cave they had opened, diligently comprehending the Dao techniques they had obtained. The Dao techniques of the northern region were intricate and complex, quite different from those of the southern region, providing excellent nourishment for Su Yang, continually enriching his Dao foundation and insights. One day, in a relatively secluded corner at the edge of the camp, Su Yang sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, with a faint Dao rhythm circulating around him. He was attempting to use the recently understood heavenly mechanism technique for divination. Thanks to the inheritance of the heavenly mechanism technique obtained within the cave, his understanding had advanced, and he was now able to predict his short-term fortunes and misfortunes. However, when he tried to deduce more intricate causality, everything remained murky. Su Yang's hand gestures shifted and his brows furrowed tighter. He could vaguely sense that this layer of obscurity was influenced by the powers of the nascent soul, true monarch, and likely not just one. It was this kind of interference that made the heavenly mechanisms chaotic and difficult to discern. After a long while, the surrounding Dao rhythm settled into calmness. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, his expression darkening slightly. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Jiangmei, who had been waiting nearby, instinctively frowned with delicate brows and softly asked, "Husband, is today's divination another ominous sign?" Su Yang nodded solemnly, remaining silent for a moment before whispering, "The ominous signs have not faded and seem even more solid than in previous days." During this period, he had performed divinations every day, and almost without exception, whenever he and Qin Jiangmei ventured outside, they would reveal an ominous sign. Only when remaining within the crowd at the camp did the signs turn to neutral. This strange phenomenon forced them to stay close to this gathering place for the time being. Due to the obfuscation from divine powers, Su Yang was never able to discern the exact source of the ominous signs. This feeling of being on edge was truly unsettling. Qin Jiangmei pondered for a moment, pouring Su Yang a cup of calming spiritual tea with her delicate hand. Her voice, though soft, carried a clear logic. "Aside from the unknown dangers we might encounter in the cave's trials, the only force we have offended openly in the northern region is the Chao family. Could it be that we are being targeted by them?" "Indeed, there is a possibility of that." Su Yang did not deny it, accepting the teacup and rubbing the warm cup wall with his fingers. His thoughts ran deeper than his wife's, and the recent string of disappearance incidents sparked a sense of, if it truly were the Chao family, what exactly were they scheming? Was it merely for revenge over that trivial offense? The two whispered and analyzed various possibilities, yet they were still unable to grasp the core of the issue amidst the fog. Since they could not leave the crowd for now, they could only remain in the camp and observe the developments. Just as the two finished their conversation and each focused on their thoughts, several familiar figures emerged from the crowd, not far away, with the foremost being the rogue cultivator Lu Yu. Lu Yu still wore a bright and enthusiastic demeanor, grinning as he waved to Su Yang from afar, his voice booming. Daoist Su. Daoist Qin. It's been a while. Seeing you both safe and sound puts my mind at ease. His tone was sincere, and the relieved expression on his face seemed genuine, as if he truly cared about the safety of Su Yang and his wife. Su Yang raised his eyes, his expression calm and unperturbed. He harbored little concern in his heart regarding Lu Yu and others who had distanced themselves upon hearing of their entanglement with the Chao family. The coldness of human relationships in the world of cultivation is a common occurrence, especially since both parties were merely passing acquaintances. A subtle smile appeared on his face as he cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Ah, it is you, Lu Daoyu. I hope all is well. To unexpectedly reunite, here it seems your party has also been busy exploring within the cave realm. Surely you have reaped substantial rewards." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly waved his hands, an expression of lingering fear washing over his face as he sighed. "Do not jest, Su Daoyu. It's a long story. A few days ago we inadvertently stumbled into a temple, nearly leading to our complete destruction. It was only by a stroke of luck that we found a sliver of hope to escape. To survive is already fortunate, let alone speaking of any rewards." He spoke earnestly, lowering his posture significantly. Intelligent individuals are well aware that boasting of one's gains in a perilous cave realm is akin to courting death. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yu changed the subject. His smile faded as he leaned in closer, scanning the surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying particular attention nearby, he hastily crushed a sound-isolating talisman. A layer of faint white spiritual light silently spread out, enveloping Su Yang, Qin Jiangmei, and the two companions behind them, isolating them from external sounds. With everything set, Lu Yu's expression turned serious. He lowered his voice, laced with mystery and tension, addressing Su Yang. "By the way, Su Daoyu, Qin Daoyu, you must have heard about the recent uproar regarding the disappearance cases within the cave realm." Su Yang nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. "I have heard a bit. There are various rumors, but the truth remains unclear." "Hearing what you said, Lu Daoyu, do you perhaps have deeper insider information?" Lu Yu cautiously glanced outside the light barrier, confirming that no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice even further, nearly to a whisper. "To be honest, this matter has already sparked speculations in several well-informed circles. According to various investigations and private compilations of information, all the missing individuals share a shocking commonality. We discovered that these individuals are either exceptionally gifted talents regarded as the future pillars of their sects and families, or they are young prodigies whose cultivation has reached the golden core completion stage, all within the prime age for nascent life." At this point, Lu Yu paused again, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "We have found that these individuals are either exceptionally talented, regarded as the future pillars of their sects and families." Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They understood Lu Yu's unspoken words. Qin Jiangmei spoke softly. "What Lu Daoyu means is that this is not an accident or a common robbery, but that some mysterious individual or force is specifically targeting these talents." Lu Yu nodded vigorously, then added, "Moreover, for someone to achieve this, making golden core completion cultivators vanish without a trace their power, is terrifying to contemplate." Su Yang furrowed his brow, following his lead to ask, "If they can even capture those who have reached golden core completion so easily, doesn't that imply the other side possesses the strength of a nascent soul, true monarch? Why would such an existence engage in such nefarious deeds?" Lu Yu suddenly chuckled. "Su Daoyu, who says a nascent soul true monarch, must personally take action to accomplish this. Do you still remember earlier a pair of formidable elderly couple appeared briefly within the cave realm, yet no one recognized their origins?" Upon hearing this, both Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei felt a slight stir in their hearts, though they showed no signs externally. It is said that this elderly couple had once confronted over a dozen latest-stage and completed golden core cultivators, forcing many golden core true practitioners to avoid their might. Lu Yu clapped his hands, his emotions becoming animated as he sped up his speech. "The strange part is that after this elderly couple caused quite a stir, no one has seen them again. Shortly after their disappearance, the series of disappearances began." A glint of certainty flashed in his eyes as he declared resolutely, "Therefore, in my view, this matter is most likely related to this elderly couple." Initially, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were listening seriously, their minds combining their experiences with divination for analysis. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu suddenly shifted the suspicion directly onto them. Both were momentarily taken aback, their feelings hard to decipher, yet they could not reveal a hint of it. Qin Jiangmei used the motion of adjusting her sleeves to conceal her brief unease, while Su Yang displayed just the right amount of surprise and contemplation. Su Yang steadied his thoughts and continued to inquire, "Lu Daoyu, your statement holds some merit, But what would be their purpose in capturing these talented cultivators? Surely it cannot be merely to take on apprentices. Lu Yu revealed an expression of "you've hit the nail on the head." He leaned forward, enunciating each word. Some speculate that their goal is to seize bodies. Upon hearing this, everyone present was visibly startled. It is indeed a possibility. Why else would they capture so many exceptionally talented individuals? Aside from the needs of demonic cultivation methods, the likelihood of body seizure stands out the most. Lu Yu saw that everyone was intrigued and continued to analyze, his reasoning becoming clearer. Moreover, all the captured Golden Core cultivators are of Golden Core completion stage. What does this indicate? It indicates that the one needing to seize a body is likely at the Golden Core completion stage, or even a nascent soul cultivator. Choosing the body of someone at Golden Core completion means they can seize it without having to start their cultivation from scratch. They can leverage their previous experience and foundation to break through to the nascent soul bottleneck in the shortest time possible. For a successfully birthed nascent soul, true monarch binding once again with a suitable body foundation greatly increases the success rate compared to ordinary individuals. Hence, young prodigies are merely their secondary choice, while Golden Core completion cultivators are their primary target. As he spoke, the listeners felt an increasing chill running down their spines. Su Yang's brows knitted tightly, yet his mind raced. Lu Yi's speculation about body seizing acted like a lightning strike, illuminating certain vague doubts in his heart. He suddenly felt a strong premonition. He and Qin Jiangmei, with their recent ominous omens, were very likely marked as potential targets by hidden hunters. The reason is not difficult to deduce. Their true cultivation was at the late Golden Core stage, yet they had birthed the legendary 9-transformation Golden Core with abundant spiritual energy and a stable, complete foundation far exceeding their peers. The vast majority of cultivators sensing their aura would misjudge them as completed Golden Core cultivators. However, after entering the cave realm, they had always concealed their true cultivation, masquerading as early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Unless a nascent soul true monarch with proficient probing techniques deliberately investigated, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to see through their facade. In this cave realm, who would disregard their disguise and mistakenly believe them to be Golden Core completion cultivators? The answer is nearly self-evident: Chao family. Recalling the various strange probing behaviors of the Chao family upon entering the northern region, Su Yang's gaze became serious as he mused inwardly. Could it be that the person in need of possession is a cultivator from the Chao family? Or perhaps someone closely related to the Chao family? Su Yang contemplated the Chao family forcibly probing into the details of cultivators is not for the sake of the fallen offspring of the 10,000 Great Mountains, but rather to select suitable physical vessels. Many fragments of clues rapidly pieced together in his mind. All of this seemed to hint at a chilling possibility. The missing cultivators within the cave could very likely be the doing of the Chao family. Su Yang exclaimed. Is it that the one needing possession is the newly advanced nascent soul true monarch of the Chao family? Or is it some important offspring of the Chao family stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage nearing the end of their lifespan? Or perhaps it is related to the cultivation of the Chao family's true monarch's power and laws. Su Yang felt as though he were shrouded in a thick mist. The truth was obscured, but could be sensed through the haze, yet one thing was nearly certain. He and Qin Jiangmei had already been marked as targets by the Chao family. Seeing the solemn expression on Su Yang's face, Lu Yu assumed he was shaken by his own analysis and reassured him, there's no need for you to worry too much, fellow Taoist Su. After all, this is merely speculation. Besides that elderly couple's whereabouts are a mystery, they may have long since left the cave without anyone knowing. We just need to be careful and try to stay in groups. We must not go off alone. That should ensure our safety. Su Yang nodded upon hearing this, his face regaining its composure. What you said is indeed correct. Thank you for informing me of this news. He silently resolved that during the remaining time before the cave closed, he would not seek out any resources and must stay with the crowd at all times to minimize risk. Even staying with the crowd might not guarantee safety, as no one knew whether the Chao family would resort to desperate measures and kill everyone. Time flowed like a shuttle, and the competition for opportunities in the Chiwei cave was nearing its end. Since that day of conversation with Lu Yu, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had not strayed far from the cultivator camp. The camp was bustling with shadows, groups of 3 to 5 whispering and exchanging information, the air thick with a faint scent of blood and the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Every day Su Yang would perform divinations. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, a rhythm of Tao flowed from his fingertips, stirring subtle and profound energies. However, the results of his divinations had been consistent for months, all indicating a bad omen. Until one day, as the closing date of the Chiwei cave approached, the hexagram finally changed. The hexagram shifted from bad to neutral. Though no auspicious signs appeared, the neutral omen eased some of the tension Su Yang had been feeling for months. Either they have given up or they have changed their strategy and are lying low for now, Su Yang murmured to Qin Jiangmei beside him, his voice tinged with a hint of relief. Qin Jiangmei nodded slightly, her delicate hands adjusting her sleeves. As the cave's closing approaches, various factions are eager to return. With so many eyes and ears here, they might not want to stir up trouble at this time. Despite the hexagram's shift to neutral, Su Yang did not let his guard down. He still chose not to venture out during this final phase to seek opportunities, but instead remained steadfastly within the camp. The closer it got to the end, the more likely unforeseen changes could occur. A few days later, the entire Chiwei cave suddenly began to tremble gently. The spiritual energy surged like tides, and the originally stable spiritual light in the air began to become chaotic, flickering between brightness and dimness, accompanied by deep rumbling sounds. The Chiwei cave was about to close. The camp was thrown into an uproar. The faces of the cultivators revealed a mix of emotions, some reluctant, others regretful. The density of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to several days outside. Who would willingly let go? Yet at this moment no one dared to hesitate. Once the cave closed, those who failed to leave in time would be trapped inside for 500 years. Throughout history, no cultivator, whether a golden core true person or a nascent soul true monarch, had ever recorded leaving alive after being trapped in a cave. It is said that during the cave's closure, a great terror may awaken, or perhaps the cave's prohibitions would trigger, eradicating all living beings within during the closure period. This is not a threat. It is an ironclad rule proven by the lives of countless senior cultivators. Streams of escape lights shot up like a meteor shower from various places within the Chiwei cave, converging into a torrent racing towards the exit. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei mingled within the crowd, utilizing their escape arts to fly away with the main force. Once again passing through the distorted spatial barrier, the familiar spiritual energy of the outside world rushed towards them. Several large merchant ships were anchored above the Xisha Mountains, including the Cloud Shuttle and other vessels that had originally brought them here. The cultivators descended like weary birds returning to their nests, landing on their respective ships. At the moment Su Yang boarded the Cloud Shuttle, his divine sense quietly swept over the Chao family's flying vessel. He saw members of the Chao family with Chao Wuxia standing calmly at the bow, observing the cultivators boarding the ship. As if sensing Su Yang's gaze, Chao Wuqi's eyes turned towards him. Their gazes briefly crossed in the air. Chao Wuqi's face bore no expression, but Su Yang, with years of experience and keen intuition, caught a glimpse of confusion and helplessness deep within his eyes. Su Yang's heart stirred, yet his face remained calm as he discreetly shifted his gaze away from Qin Jiangmei. The journey back to ancient Immortal City went exceptionally smoothly without encountering any attacks or unexpected events. Upon returning to ancient Immortal City, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei did not return to their previous inn. This trip to the Chiwei cave yielded rich rewards sufficient for them to purchase a decent property within the city. In a relatively prosperous area of the city, they bought an independent small courtyard with a small garden. The courtyard was serene, equipped with basic protective formations enough for the two to stay and cultivate. After settling in, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei sat facing each other. Husband, the ancient Immortal City is currently dominated by the Chao family. We have already been targeted by them. Staying here would mean we must guard against them day and night, Qin Jiangmei said, concern etched on her brow. Theoretically, it would be safer to move away from ancient Immortal City and settle in another Immortal City. Su Yang gently shook his head. Other Immortal Cities are extremely far from ancient Immortal City, requiring months or even longer for travel. If the Chao family's greed is not sated, they might set ambushes along the way, putting us at greater risk. Aside from the Chao family in ancient Immortal City, there are several other Golden Core families with considerable background. One should not underestimate the power of these Golden Core families. These families have operated in the northern region for hundreds of years with intricate networks of relationships, and many of their members have joined various great sects of the northern region, each with the backing of a nascent soul true monarch. Though the Chao family is the only nascent soul family in ancient Immortal City wielding immense power, they would not dare to take drastic measures against so many Golden Core families simultaneously, as the repercussions would be too great. Su Yang's approach to surviving in the cultivation world has always been adaptable. When he can crush with strength, he acts decisively. When strength is insufficient, he understands the need to leverage circumstances and utilize the intricacies of the cultivation world and power balances. By appropriately befriending the Golden Core families in ancient Immortal City and establishing connections, even if they cannot become allies, it would make the Chao family wary and prevent them from acting recklessly. More importantly, staying in ancient Immortal City holds an irreplaceable strategic significance for the future long-term development of the Su family. Establishing cross-domain trade routes.